Our protagonist, Zeke, was born into the Draker family. This family is one of the 3 great transcendental families of dragon slayers. All members of this family possess the blessing of Aura, therefore they have the potential to awaken their high-level power and become knights. The protagonist's body lacked physical ability, so everyone considered him trash. To avoid shame, the head of the family exiled the boy, who was never able to awaken. Resentment ate him up inside, and as revenge, he decided to steal an ancient transcendental relic. To save his own life, MC was forced to flee far from home. But each time, the Emperor's envoys came for him hoping to take back what he had stolen by force. Zeke fought them to the last, but one day, he suffered a crushing defeat. The protagonist felt himself near death and decided to activate the ancient relic. Suddenly, a bright aura filled the space around him. The emerging system began a countdown, after which Zeke awoke in his youthful body. The protagonist realized he had returned to the past, and after successfully logging into the system, he discovered that his soul had completely merged with the will of the ancient dragon. The young man decided to test the healer skill he had developed, and it turned out that despite the loss of his trained body, his skills and memories remained. This made it clear that he was now in a much more advantageous position than in his past life. In order to begin using his new skills, he needed to find out what was available to him, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Caught off guard with the floating windows still open, Zeke panics because he has not yet learned how to dismiss them. The visitor enters anyway despite his frantic attempt to stop him. The man is Decker, Zeke's exclusive servant, whose stern presence instantly drags Zeke back into old fear. Zeke plays dumb while privately confirming that Decker cannot see the system windows. Decker is baffled by Zeke's strange behavior and presses him to stop acting foolish. Zeke realizes that even with an adult mind, his younger body still instinctively fears Decker. To suppress that reflex, he activates the class skill Composed Mind. The skill immediately erases his nervousness and locks his mental state into calm stability. Seeing how useful that automatic composure is, he turns his attention back to Decker's warning about an important event. Now calm, Zeke finally answers and pretends he has been listening all along. A bloodstain on the floor triggers a vivid memory of his past humiliation. He realizes Decker is talking about the evaluation test called Pancration. He recalls that every Draker child enters the cradle at 7 and endures 5 years of harsh basic training. Each year, instructors judge them through swordsmanship and brutal no-rules combat. Students can even choose each other as opponents, and many leave those fights maimed or dead. Because the results determine their future class placement, the children are forced to fight with everything they have. That very day, the arena gathers for the Pancration evaluation. The instructor reminds the students that this is the final stage of their assessment, and they answer in unison. Head instructor Pan Mark orders them to prepare and begins the matches at once. The students respond eagerly, treating the violence as routine. As Zeke takes his place, the others whisper about last year's humiliation and pity the disgrace of the direct bloodline, but he hears every word. The first match is called between Aaron and Gata. The 2 boys step forward while the instructor signals the start. The match officially begins. Aaron immediately closes the distance with ruthless speed. He attacks without hesitation, already reading his opponent's weakness. One clean strike lands flush on Gata's face. The fight ends instantly, and Aaron is declared the winner because Gata failed to defend properly. Watching this, Zeke realizes that what once terrified him now feels trivial. He studies the arena with detached confidence, no longer seeing these children as threats. Meanwhile, Leon Conrad radiates hostility, clearly eager for blood. When Zeke and Leon are called, both step forward, though only Leon sounds eager. Zeke immediately recognizes the worst part of the pairing. Leon is the same cousin who tormented him before. Leon mocks him and repeats the same demand as always, telling Zeke to beg for his life. The memory of once kneeling and apologizing to Leon resurfaces, reminding Zeke how often this humiliation was arranged. He concludes that Leon must have manipulated the matchups again, protected by the family's twisted idea that surviving dirty tricks proves worth. Leon's malice only deepens Zeke's disgust that such a man is his cousin. Zeke reflects that in his previous life he never even met the 4 direct-line siblings, only the many cousins who bullied him. Those cousins had always been eager to use him as a target. Leon opens with fake praise, pretending to admire Zeke's courage for returning after last year's beating. The mockery continues as he circles closer, clearly intending another public humiliation. He asks whether Zeke is simply too inferior to learn from pain. Rather than react emotionally, Zeke quietly reactivates Composed Mind and lets Leon's insults slide off him. Then he warns Leon not to address him so casually again. Leon grabs Zeke by the hair and sneers, demanding to know what an inferior like him could possibly do. Zeke answers with action, driving a sudden blow into Leon's body before the official start. The system automatically triggers Critical Strike, turning the hit into a devastating burst of damage. Leon screams in shock as his face is torn open and he clutches at the injury in panic. Zeke had only meant to knock him out, but he realizes his new skills still activate beyond his full control. The instructor angrily calls out the premature attack, but Zeke dismisses the complaint by pointing out that real battle has no ceremonial countdown. He declares that the one who lands the first hit holds the advantage, revealing a far harsher battlefield mindset than any child should possess. Pan Mark is visibly shaken by the killing intent in Zeke's eyes. Even as Leon insists he is fine, the instructor cannot ignore the bloodlust he just witnessed. Penmark hesitates, unsettled by what Zeke has become. Still, he orders the fight to proceed, and Leon vows to kill Zeke outright. Both boys ignite with murderous intent as Zeke calmly tells Leon that he is the one too stupid to learn. The match is finally and formally started. Leon launches himself forward with reckless aggression the instant the signal is given. But the moment he commits, confusion flashes across his face. He realizes the terrifying punch from before carried no real follow-up power, and that Zeke's ordinary strikes barely hurt. Leon regains confidence, deciding Zeke is harmless as long as he guards against that one dangerous counter. He focuses on avoiding Zeke's obvious left-hand counterattack. Seeing through it, Zeke deliberately makes the trap look even more obvious. Leon slips inside exactly as expected and tries to finish the fight with a takedown. Certain of victory, he lunges in with murderous intent. Then his confidence breaks as the exchange turns against him. In an instant, both boys are separated, and Leon cannot understand how he lost control of the position. Penmark watches in stunned silence while Zeke coolly notes that his first strike had not been enough. The instructor can hardly believe a 12-year-old is showing this level of combat sense. He realizes that when Leon dodged the counter and went for the takedown, the outcome should have favored Leon. Instead, Zeke struck Leon's chin at the exact opening and slipped free, punishing Leon for relaxing too soon. What shocks the instructor most is that Zeke stayed perfectly composed even after his planned counter failed, then delivered precise damage under pressure. Looking at him now, Penmark wonders whether this can truly be the same Zeke Draker he once knew. Leon, rattled and bleeding, realizes he cannot keep fighting like this if Zeke controls every exchange. He tries to create distance with a kick, hoping to reset the fight. But even as he retreats in panic, Leon can only curse and wonder how someone so small has become this strong. A noble boy starts to lash out at Zeke with contempt, still treating him as beneath him. Zeke calmly notes that he has finally learned to restrain his own strength while his attacker rages at being overpowered. He activates heightened senses to sharpen his perception for the fight. With his senses heightened, Zeke recognizes the feeling immediately and reads the incoming strike with ease. Now more accustomed to controlling ether, he channels it into his arm to finish the exchange decisively. He seizes his opponent mid-motion and commits to ending the fight in one overwhelming move. Zeke drives the boy into the ground hard enough to crack the arena floor. The impact sends dust across the courtyard and leaves the onlookers stunned by what they just witnessed. Without letting up, Zeke triggers precise stab while keeping control of the fallen boy. The skill targets a weak point for critical damage, turning his follow-up into a deliberate finishing blow. Pinning the boy down, Zeke makes it clear that even fools can be taught through pain, and his victim begs him to stop. Zeke answers by striking him again, convinced this is the only lesson people like him understand. The brutality shocks the spectators into silence as Zeke coldly frames the beating as education. He looks up at the crowd and dares them to decide whether this is enough to make them understand too. Standing over the bloodied boy, Zeke warns everyone else that provoking him will have consequences. After venting his anger, he feels his mind clear and his judgment return. With his head settled, he starts recognizing faces in the crowd and searching for the real troublemakers. He openly invites anyone with complaints to come down and face him directly. One of the boys answers by naming himself Jakin Vardek, another of the Vardek cousins. Jakin formally chooses Zeke as his Pancratian opponent. He explains that he accepted because he does indeed have something to say to Zeke. Zeke agrees, but dismisses Jakin alone as too dull to interest him. He calls out Liam Stone and orders him to join Jakin, forcing a second opponent into the match. Zeke declares that 2 against 1 sounds much fairer from his side. Jakin realizes he is being mocked and takes the insult personally. Zeke confirms the insult outright, refusing even the pretense of politeness. Humiliated, Jakin swears he will beat Zeke to death. Liam reins Jakin in until the signal is given, while Zeke casually waits for them both. As he watches Liam, Zeke is intrigued to meet him again in this earlier point in time. He recognizes Liam as the future mercenary king. Zeke recalls that in his previous life Liam entered the academy as Jakin's servant. Because Liam was only a distant relative, he was denied the same education and opportunities as the main family. Rejected from higher advancement, Liam eventually joined the knights of a small nation and later became a mercenary after that nation fell. His strength and long service let him rise into a Red Knight and unite major mercenary groups under his own banner. When the Empire hired Liam's forces for the Continental Wars, Zeke had once faced him as an enemy on the battlefield. Remembering that future, Zeke wonders whether this time events can be changed. The match begins, and Jakin immediately lunges in with reckless aggression. His opening rush falters when he realizes Zeke has not forgotten the terms of the fight. Zeke reminds them that he told both opponents to attack together, not one at a time. Jakin refuses to play by Zeke's rules and swings anyway. He tries to dismiss Zeke's tactics as cheap tricks while pressing the attack. But the moment he commits, Jakin senses too late that he has misread the situation. He lands and looks around in confusion, suddenly unsure where Zeke actually is. Zeke appears behind him and points out that Jakin attacked without properly checking his target. A sharp strike to Jakin's leg punishes that mistake and disrupts his footing. Zeke follows instantly, exploiting the opening before Jakin can recover. He gathers ether into his fist for a direct finishing hit. Jakin barely manages to block, but the defense is desperate rather than controlled. Zeke mocks him for already being rattled by something so simple. He adds that Jakin could not even read the feint that created the opening. Driving another blow in, Zeke repeats that this is exactly why he told them to come together. Jakin spits blood, proving that alone he is nowhere near enough. Zeke states the truth plainly. One opponent cannot handle him. Jakin finally calls for Liam to intervene. The crowd echoes his desperation, urging Liam to kill Zeke before things get worse. Zeke notices Liam moving at last and shifts his attention to the real threat. He reminds himself that Liam is the same age as them, but already absurdly dangerous because of his reach and physical gifts. Liam steps in with the calm confidence of someone far beyond the other students. Zeke realizes he cannot afford to let Liam dictate the pace. He decides to seize the initiative and attacks first with ether-enhanced movement. Their first clash explodes across the floor with enough force to shake the arena. Zeke activates Slash, unleashing a barrage meant to obscure Liam's sight and overwhelm his defense. The spectators are stunned by a technique they have never seen before. Zeke knows their confusion is natural, because this style is foreign to everyone here. He identifies it as a northern fist-fighting method, and even he is surprised that his younger self can still reproduce it this well. At the same time, he feels how weak his current body still is, already straining under the effort. Worse, Liam's monstrous physique lets him absorb the assault behind a tight guard without even trying to counter. Zeke senses his body nearing its limit, and knows he cannot drag this out. So he resolves to break through Liam's guard by force before exhaustion catches him. Liam narrows his focus and prepares to meet the decisive attack head-on. Zeke launches a crushing ether charge strike straight at him, but Liam slips the blow at the last instant, shocking Zeke because he had expected him to stay planted. Zeke realizes Liam cannot see ether itself, yet still reacts with terrifying precision. That makes him understand that the academy is full of monsters with instincts sharp enough to compensate. The two lock up at close range, each trying to seize control of the exchange. Zeke presses in with another attack, but Liam answers with equal ferocity. Their faces nearly collide as the fight turns into a brutal contest of nerve and timing. Zeke lands a heavy knee to Liam's head and finally breaks his rhythm. He grabs hold and reactivates heightened senses to read every movement in the scramble. With that advantage, Zeke threads through Liam's counters and climbs onto his back before he can shake him off. He locks in a choke, betting that even Liam's body will fail once his brain is starved of oxygen. For a moment it looks like the hold is working as Liam's breathing falters. But Liam responds like a madman, smashing his own body backward to crush Zeke rather than submit. Zeke recognizes the insanity of that choice immediately. Liam embraces the pain and turns the struggle into a contest of who can endure more. The fight devolves into savage close-quarters blows with either side willing to yield. They trade punishing hits at point-blank range, each trying to break the other's body first. The exchange grows even uglier as Liam uses raw force to wrench free space for himself. He surges forward with murderous intent, refusing to be controlled. The watching students are split between fear, excitement, and disbelief at Liam's brutality. Even those who thought they understood strength are shaken by what they are seeing. In the middle of the struggle, Zeke plants a hand and shifts his weight for another counter. Both boys end up battered and gasping, but neither has truly gained the upper hand. Liam smiles through the damage, satisfied that Zeke has at least proven worthy. Jakin, still obsessed with revenge, declares that taking Zeke down will be worth any cost. Later, after the Pancratium, a servant asks whether the young master is alright from his injuries, and Zeke answers calmly that he is fine. The servant then politely asks permission to check Zeke's pulse. Zeke immediately understands the real purpose. The man is testing whether he has awakened aura. He allows it anyway, outwardly cooperative. The servant sends blue aura through Zeke's body under the guise of examination. Zeke notices the intrusion at once and realizes the man is far more capable than he first appeared. He concludes that the servant must be at least a blue knight. Zeke recalls that checking for awakening usually only requires inspecting the Dantian, so this level of probing is unusually thorough. That precision convinces him even more that the servant is a blue knight, someone skilled enough to imbue another person with aura safely. He reflects on the hierarchy of knights, which is based on martial power and aura control. At the bottom are white swordsmen, ordinary novices before the blessing rite. After awakening aura and opening the Dantian, trainees become yellow swordsmen, and true control of aura earns the title of knight. A purple knight can reinforce a weapon with aura. A blue knight can go further and manifest an aura blade. Beyond that lies the transcendent realm Zeke once reached before his regression, the realm of the mercenary King Liam. He remembers that he too had once stood in that higher realm before being sent back in time. That level is Red Knight, while the even rarer Black Knights are monsters scarcely seen on the continent. Knowing this, Zeke wonders why someone strong enough to command armies is serving as his minder. Still, he reassures himself that the man should not be able to detect ether. Ether is a different power entirely, one that only 2 people in the world can use. As the servant's aura hovers near him, the man hints that Zeke may be hiding something. He asks the question directly, and Zeke instantly turns it back on him. The servant pauses, measuring the boy in silence. Then he dismisses the tension as a joke, but Zeke does not fully trust the retreat. When the servant asks why Zeke has changed so suddenly, Zeke corrects him with chilling confidence. He says the real question is why he only changed now. Zeke declares that many things will change from here on, and that the world is merely returning to where it should have been. The servant accepts the new order at once and formally submits himself to Zeke's lead. He also reports that the private training room Zeke requested has already been prepared. After the servant leaves, Zeke decides to keep him close, both because he is being watched and because the man may become a source of information. Walking the halls, Zeke reasons that the order to monitor him likely came not from his mother's side, but from one of his siblings. He reaches the lavish personal training room and is struck by how much wealth and power the household commands. Before training, he opens the system window to inspect what has changed. He studies the floating status screen carefully. The system confirms that Slash has advanced to proficient through use. Zeke infers that skills can awaken naturally from actions and may also be added when he learns new techniques. That leads him to question the difference between ordinary skills and class skills, since both seem to activate in similar ways. His attention then shifts to the locked Draconian skill, which requires 10 karma points to reveal. He tries interacting with the locked entry to learn more. The system explains that karma points are earned by killing monsters, which immediately raises new questions. Zeke remembers the monsters in the dungeons, but also that he needs to reach at least Purple Knight before he can enter them. More than that, he suspects his regression and this entire system are tied to the ancient relic, though he still lacks proof. Unable to solve that mystery yet, he sets it aside for the moment. He decides that whatever the system is, he will use it as long as it helps him grow stronger. That resolve extends to every advantage available to him, whether it comes from the system or from being born a Draker. He commits himself to exploiting both without hesitation. Zeke reflects on the world's two recognized powers, Aura for knights and Mana for mages, which are normally incompatible. In his previous life he was cursed enough to awaken neither Aura nor Mana. Instead, a wandering master taught him healing in the Ether Hall, a method for handling the natural energy called Ether. That training made Zeke and his master the only Ether users in the world. Back in the present, only 2 hours of training already leave his young body on the verge of collapse. To keep going, he activates healing and vigor recovery to repair damage and restore stamina. The class skills flow through him and steady his body enough to continue. He reflects that healing is an extraordinarily rare ability, one he had never even known existed before meeting his master. That rarity also means he must hide it from others, because if people saw him use it openly, they would brand him an irregular. Zeke explains that his condition kept him from using his full ability during his fight with Liam. After returning to his room, he rushed to heal his injuries before they worsened. Once recovered, he resolves to keep pushing forward instead of stopping now. Time passes as day gives way to evening. When he finally finishes, he realizes he has trained all the way to dinner. Even while alone in the training room, he worries about what he should say to Decker. A week later in the Cradle cafeteria, rumors spread that Zeke has changed completely. Many still dismiss him as a former nobody. Some wonder if something unnatural is behind his sudden improvement, but others reject that idea. The gossip turns hopeful as weaker cadets start wishing Zeke will embarrass the stronger ones. Elsewhere, the noble cadets sit down to an extravagant meal. Their luxury only sharpens the contrast with the tension at the table. Reyna cuts into her food with force, already in a foul mood. The meal itself becomes a quiet outlet for her irritation. Reyna Turin is introduced as the cadet at the center of the coming conflict. At the table, she is urged to eat because she will need strength for her upcoming sword duel. Owen Zimmons reminds her that conserving energy matters before a real match. Reyna snaps at the concern, and Owen needles her by suggesting her anger comes from wounded pride. The insult lands hard enough to jolt the whole table. Her temper spills over as she slams her food down in frustration. Reyna glares back, refusing to hide how furious she is. The others fall silent, sensing how volatile she has become. Instead of calming her, Owen presses the issue and asks what she plans to do now. The answer is immediate and unanimous in the room. Her target is Zeke Draker. They admit Zeke looked brutal and impressive in Pancratium, but insist that means little in swordsmanship. Owen mocks Zeke as someone too weak to even wield a proper sword. Others pile on, claiming his earlier victory made no sense and calling him inferior. Reyna clings to the idea that Zeke only beat her in Pancratium through luck. That claim itself becomes the spark that reignites her anger. The room turns tense as everyone braces for what she will do with that resentment. Reyna rises and makes it clear that if they truly believe Zeke won by chance, they should prove it. She declares that anyone unworthy of defending the Draker name has no right to call themselves its knight. The story explains that sword duels are deadly affairs in the Cradle, where real blades expose the cadets' true differences in skill. It also reminds them that the blessing rite, when the Drakers awaken their aura, will begin a month after the finals. When the day of the duel comes, an official summons Zeke forward. Zeke arrives carrying an oversized claymore with casual confidence. The spectators mock the absurd size of his weapon and assume he is compensating for weakness. Reyna formally identifies him as her opponent. She steps forward with cold determination, ready to settle the matter herself. An official places them in the arena and prepares the match. Reyna openly chooses Zeke as the opponent she wants to cut down. Zeke accepts without hesitation. He makes his acceptance sound almost cheerful, as if he has been waiting for this. The crowd is stunned that he can handle a claymore so easily. Facing him directly, Reyna realizes his physical presence is nothing like the weak boy she remembered. His aura and control make her question whether this is even the same Zeke who once struggled to hold a sword. She immediately scolds herself for wavering before the duel has even begun. Even so, she cannot shake the unease that her confidence may have been misplaced. Zeke admits inwardly that he is nervous too, because Reina is no ordinary cadet but the Lightning Knight. Her reputation is laid out, a prodigy of the next generation who awakened aura even before the blessing rite. Zeke recalls that by this point in history she should already have awakened that power. Yet he also remembers that she deliberately refrained from using aura in the cradle so she could refine her fundamentals. The duel officially begins. Reina attacks first, testing him with a fast opening strike. Zeke meets her head-on, and the duel immediately turns into a high-speed exchange. Reina presses in with sharp, disciplined offense. She follows with a crushing downward blow meant to overwhelm him at once. Zeke answers with explosive footwork, slipping away at the last instant. He steadies himself after the dodge, already adapting to her rhythm. Rather than panic, he judges that Reina is even better than he expected. She keeps attacking, but he starts seeing through the structure of her swordsmanship. From the sidelines, her allies urge her to stop playing with him and kill him quickly. Others watching dismiss that advice, sensing the situation is not as simple as it looks. What seems like Reina controlling the duel is actually Zeke drawing out her patterns. He notices that her style is narrow and tightly disciplined. That discipline lets him sense tiny openings in her form. But every time he tries to exploit one, she recovers with frightening speed. Her blade keeps arriving exactly where it needs to, as if acknowledging and answering each of his attempts. And whenever one opening closes, another appears somewhere else. To Zeke, the duel starts feeling less like a fight to the death and more like a lesson. He realizes Reina's swordsmanship is almost teaching him through pressure and repetition. Their blades collide again in a violent burst. The exchange ends with both still standing, but Zeke has forced her to retreat and reset. Reina is left breathing hard, surprised that he can keep up at all. Zeke recognizes that this is how the Lightning Knight used to fight while still in the cradle. He judges her sword to be honest and refined, but also limited by its devotion to fundamentals. Instead of simply beating her, he decides to push her beyond those limits. He drops into an extremely low stance that Reina has never seen from him before. She understands that he means to erase the distance in a single burst, and trusts her own speed to answer it. Zeke launches before she can finish calling his name. His acceleration shocks her, proving he is far faster than she expected. Even so, she believes that as long as she keeps enough distance, she can still react. She carves the ground with a wide counter meant to stop his approach. Zeke slips through the attack line and closes in anyway. For the first time, Reina's composure breaks into real alarm. The sudden pressure knocks her balance and leaves her exposed. She tries to recover despite taking a hit to the face. Zeke vaults past her and turns the exchange into close-quarters chaos. Reina realizes too late that he has dragged the duel into a range she hates. She thinks she is finished if he capitalizes now. Zeke throws away his sword to free his body for the final approach. He closes the last distance barehanded while Reina is still reeling. The crowd instantly assumes Zeke has lost by abandoning his weapon and that Reina has won as expected. But a sharper observer realizes the cadets missed what really happened. As Zeke's attack reached her, Reina made a choice she had sworn not to make. She used the faintest trace of aura, almost impossible for ordinary cadets to notice. That tiny use of power matters because Reina had promised never to rely on aura inside the academy. In forcing her to break that vow, Zeke accomplished something no one thought possible. Even after being checked, Zeke refuses to let the duel end there and surges in with his fist. His punch lands cleanly and snaps Reina's head back. Blood hits the ground, proving he struck her despite her aura-assisted defense. Reina drops to one knee while Zeke stands over her, still ready to continue. The crowd erupts in outrage, condemning his barehanded strike as dishonorable in a sword duel. They accuse him of abandoning the way of the knight, and try to hand the victory to Reina on principle. Zeke ignores the jeers, privately satisfied that he achieved what he wanted. He calmly asks Reina whether she wants to continue. Reina initially refuses to accept defeat and tells herself she was only hit because she relaxed. She starts inventing excuses, claiming the result would differ if he had used a dagger instead of his fists. But the weight of the truth finally catches up to her. Reina admits the loss as her own. Her allies can only stare, stunned that she would concede. The narration marks the moment as extraordinary. The boy once treated as human trash has defeated one of the most gifted heirs of the great houses. The winner is declared to be Zeke Draker, while Reina is left to absorb the humiliation. Elsewhere, the story shifts to a ruined, burning battlefield tied to the wider world beyond the academy. Amid the carnage, armored soldiers carried the dead and wounded through the aftermath of slaughter. Inside a damaged room overlooking the destruction, two men observe the scene in eerie calm. One of them, Abel, is criticized for calmly drinking tea in the middle of such devastation. He is informed that Zeke has reportedly defeated Reina. Abel brushes off the urgency and chides the messenger for being too serious. Instead of reacting to the duel itself, Abel asks how much time remains until the blessing rite. When told the rite will come with the next full moon, he decides it is time to visit the family personally. His interest is no longer casual curiosity. He wants to see what kind of awakening the youngest Draco will undergo. Back at the academy, Zeke's shocking victory rattles everyone, but he simply returns to training until the day of the blessing rite arrives a month later. On that day, he steadies himself before the next major turning point. He reflects bitterly that with this frail body, Becoming a Red Knight in his previous life now feels almost unbelievable. He opens his status window and reviews the gains he has made as Zeke Draker, a rare healer blessed by an ancient dragon. He notes that once a skill passes expert level, its rank rises and mastery resets, and he is pleased that the duel also improved his movement skill. Before he can think further, Decker arrives to summon him. Decker tells him they leave in 2 hours, and Zeke calmly orders preparations while he finishes up. Soon after, a carriage carries him away from the academy toward the Draker lands. As he travels, he reflects that he is returning to the family's main estate in the Duchy of Troy for the first time in a long while. The story explains that although the Draker's true main residence lies in Midland, the blessing rite must be held at the ancestral estate where the Dragonslayer legend began. Zeke steps down upon arrival. He reaches the Draker family's main estate, the Dragon's Nest lair. Inside, the rite is about to begin as the cadets are called to attention. Standing among the heirs, Zeke realizes for the first time how many powerful figures are watching. He understands that the spectators include famous people from across the continent, and that his own family has surely sent people to judge him as well. He tells himself their intentions do not matter because if he fails to awaken, they will simply discard him. That thought shatters when he suddenly recognizes someone he never expected to see there. Zeke is stunned to find that man present at all. The newcomer greets another noble warmly, and is asked whether any cadet in this class has caught his eye. He answers that he is not here for that reason. Instead, he hints that his visit is personal. He reveals himself as Abel Draker, the second son of the family, known as the Lion Blade. Zeke recognizes him with dread as the Butchering Knight, a far more terrifying figure than the title Lion Blade suggests. He forces himself to stay calm because there is nothing he can do in this moment. Still, he is shaken because in his previous life Abel never came to watch his blessing rite, which means the future may already be changing. Realizing that possibility, Zeke decides this altered future might also become his opportunity. As the ceremony formally begins, he braces himself to face whatever awakening awaits him. When Aaron is called for the family's blessing rite, he nervously steps forward to face the ancient test. He steels himself and reaches toward the ritual vessel despite obvious tension. The rite begins as the water reacts and draws out the power sealed inside him. The awakening pierces his hand and forces his aura to surface through pain. Blue energy spreads from the vessel to the sword statue, showing the process is proceeding normally. Aaron's aura fully erupts around him as the awakening takes hold. The released aura condenses into a stable manifestation, completing his activation. The narration explains that every member of the Draker bloodline undergoes this rite to awaken the aura sealed within them. Unlike ordinary knights who awaken much later, Drakers do so at 12 when they leave the cradle. Aaron's successful awakening is treated as routine, and the ceremony immediately moves on. But the family also knows that a few rare heirs awaken something more than aura, the Dragonslayer trait called mana inhibition. That trait disrupts mana-powered devices, so the lamps begin malfunctioning and alarm spreads. The red warning lights confirm that this kind of awakening marks someone destined to be far stronger than ordinary knights. Such a result is recognized as pure blood awakening, proof of exceptional lineage and power. Because mana inhibition makes normal life difficult, the family immediately orders special gloves made to contain it. Once gloved, the awakened heir regains control and studies his altered hands in silence. Pure-blood descendants are granted the Draker name itself along with the family's full backing and privileges. With that explanation finished, the officials call for the next candidate. The crowd expects the final participant to produce the same rare result, especially since he once defeated Reyna. Zeke steps up to the vessel and bitterly realizes he has been dragged back before the same cursed statue again. He remembers his previous attempt as a humiliating disaster. Back then, surviving the cradle had only led him to a disgraceful title rather than honor. This time, however, he believes the outcome will be different. He reminds himself that he can now heal, manipulate ether, and no longer lives as the helpless boy he once was. Instead of surrendering to abuse, he has learned to stand on his own will. Trusting that change, he reaches into the right and demands a better answer from fate. The ancient statue reacts as the ritual begins around him. Zeke watches closely, expecting the awakening to finally acknowledge him. The statue trembles under the strain of the process. Then the reaction abruptly stops, leaving the hall confused. Even the red-haired observer on the balcony is unsettled because nothing like this has happened before. Zeke feels the result collapsing and braces for the same humiliation as last time. He immediately concludes that his hope was misplaced and that nothing truly changed. Blaming his own overconfidence, he realizes he let recent gains make him careless. The crowd begins whispering in disbelief that he may have failed to awaken at all. Their gossip quickly turns cruel, dismissing him as cursed, fraudulent, and an embarrassment despite his earlier victory. Zeke forces himself to accept it, and decides he can still grow stronger without relying on awakening. Then the system suddenly interrupts with an apology, saying an error delayed an important message. It reveals that critical class identification data had been missing from the terminal, and is now being restored by the system's authority. Once the correction finishes, Zeke is identified as a healer, his class is confirmed as unlocked, and it is labeled rare. Zeke is stunned that the failed rite was hiding a rare class all along. At that same moment, the statue flares red and the hall erupts again. The onlookers instantly reinterpret the event as a pure blood awakening and are shocked that he begins at the red level. Before anyone can settle, the terminal forms a deeper connection to him. That connection activates the ancient dragon's blessing sealed in his soul. The red-haired man watches in silence as the situation escalates beyond expectation. A second blood talent awakens, merges with Zeke's existing gifts, and the system announces that a completely new class has been created. Zeke's rare healer evolves into the unique class Immortal, leaving even him unable to process what just happened. The golden light confuses the spectators because it does not match their understanding of pure blood awakening. Zeke realizes their doubts could become dangerous, so he keeps quiet and lets them speculate. Others argue that the result makes no sense because the mana lamp and statue were not damaged the way a true pureblood should have damaged them. The red-haired man calmly prepares to seize control of the narrative. He reframes the chaos as a blessing, pointing out that the family has gained 2 pureblood awakenings in one ceremony. By turning uncertainty into celebration, he steers the crowd away from suspicion. The mood shifts as the audience hesitates, then begins to follow his lead. Soon the hall is cheering the supposed miracle of 2 pureblood heirs. The official order is given to fetch Zeke the special glove reserved for newly acknowledged purebloods. Zeke accepts the glove and notes its unusual weight, understanding that the family is now publicly claiming him. The ceremony resumes as if nothing strange happened, and the attendants rush to keep pace. From above, the red-haired man smiles, satisfied that he has shaped the outcome. Zeke sees through him at once and recognizes that the man is deliberately involving himself. Even so, Zeke hates the idea of owing anything to him. The rite is formally declared over, and the family announces a celebration for everyone present. While the others revel in the event, Zeke has no interest in partying and only wants a place to train. Before he can slip away, the red-haired man calls him by name. Zeke is caught off guard because he did not expect contact so quickly. The man blocks his exit with a friendly tone that barely hides his intent to establish a connection immediately. His smile sharpens as he offers congratulations. He openly congratulates Zeke on his pure blood awakening and extends his hand. Zeke recognizes the handshake as a political trap but knows refusing would expose open hostility. He decides to play along for the moment. Even as he reaches out, memories of past bloodshed and betrayal surge back through him. Their hands nearly meet, and the tension between them becomes unbearable. The red-haired man notices Zeke's hesitation and studies him more carefully. Zeke finally lets his hand fall instead of accepting the gesture. The refusal leaves a heavy silence hanging between them. The red-haired man breaks it by mocking the awkwardness rather than showing offense. Zeke admits to himself that even for appearance's sake, he cannot bring himself to touch this man. The other man smoothly pretends not to mind and settles for reading Zeke's reaction instead. He pats Zeke's shoulder and promises they will meet again, turning the rejection into a warning. Zeke watches him leave and answers only outwardly, while inwardly he stays on guard. The promise lingers in Zeke's mind as a threat rather than a courtesy. Elsewhere, the family's attention shifts to the significance of having produced 2 new pureblood heirs. People continue discussing Zeke's strange golden light, and how they first mistook it for a failed awakening. As curiosity about him spreads, Zeke quietly disappears from the scene. Once alone in his room, he finally drops the formal act and exhales in relief. He admits the ceremony felt suffocating from start to finish. With the pressure gone, he turns his attention to the real mystery of what happened to him. The first contradiction he notices is that he feels perfectly normal despite supposedly being a pureblood. He recalls that true pureblood awakenings always come with mana inhibition, the power that proves opposition to dragons. That is why purebloods are supposed to need the family's gloves to function safely. If he truly had that trait, removing the glove should have caused immediate problems. Instead, he opens his status window to inspect the truth directly. The new status is completely different from before, and he notices that instead of mana inhibition he has gained mana reflection. He reads the skill description carefully to understand the distinction. Mana reflection turns out to be an active skill that nullifies nearby mana rather than a constant passive effect. That means his old rare healer class has transformed into the unique class Immortal after the rite. Then another realization hits him as he replays the ceremony in his head. Every ordinary graduate had produced blue light during awakening. Only Reyna had shown the red light everyone associated with pure blood awakening. Zeke remembers that his own result also started red before turning gold. He connects that to the system's warning that the classification terminal had lost critical information. Once the system restored the missing data, the halted statue resumed and emitted red light again. With that, he finally understands what really happened. The bronze statue was never judging whether someone awakened at all. It was judging class, with red meaning rare and gold meaning unique. Because the old relic predates the modern idea of class, the family misunderstood its signals and mistook red rare class results for pure blood awakenings. Zeke is amazed that generations of family heads never realized such a basic error, then notices he now has karma points to spend. Seeing those points, he wonders whether this is the same resource he once lost and has now regained. He decides to spend some and unlock the hidden draconian skill menu. The system opens a list of dragon-related abilities, revealing Dragon Eyes, Might of the Dragon, and Devour as locked options. He immediately values Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon as the most promising choices. Devour sounds absurdly mundane for its cost, so he dismisses it for now. Choosing certainty over gambling, he unlocks Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon. Because Might of the Dragon sounds too dangerous to test indoors, he starts with Dragon Eyes. The draconian vision activates, transforming one eye into a golden dragon's eye. At first he is underwhelmed because his surroundings seem unchanged. He thinks the skill promised more detail than it actually delivers. Then he notices something subtle and moves to test the range of his sight. As the eye focuses, his confidence returns and he senses the skill is doing something extraordinary. He realizes he can clearly perceive the garden statue from his room as if it were right in front of him, making the skill immediately useful. The system then offers him detailed information on whatever object he has detected. He is startled that the skill can apparently identify targets as well as see them. When he accepts, the room fills with labels naming the origins and materials of everything around him. The flood of information overwhelms his senses and gives him a sharp backlash. His body weakens so suddenly that he can barely stay upright. He realizes draconian skills may be powerful but too costly to use freely if they all strain him like this. His passive class abilities automatically trigger to restore him without conscious effort. That surprises him because he never intended to cast healing at all. He understands that his healing now activates on its own when his condition worsens. That discovery makes him inspect his class skills again. He finds that all of his class skills have become passive abilities, and each has risen by 1 level. When he reads Healing Factor's new description, he realizes his body now repairs itself automatically and calls it absurdly overpowered. He compares it to ordinary healing, which may be strong but cannot be spammed endlessly in battle. Normal healing also has limits to how much damage it can restore. His new Healing Factor, by contrast, appears to have no such limit at all. To confirm that unbelievable possibility, he decides to test it directly. He cuts his own arm and waits to see whether the passive ability truly responds. The blood hits the floor, and Healing Factor activates immediately. The wound closes before his eyes, convincing him the ability is real. With that proof, his thoughts jump ahead to the future and the 5 years usually required to finish the academy. Armed with this new power, he vows to complete it in only 2. The story shifts to Draker Academy, the continent's greatest night school and the place where his next battle will unfold. Each spring the academy fills with new students and renewed ambition. Among the crowds, the upper ranks already move with the confidence of established elites. Zeke notes that the higher-ranked students are polished and disciplined enough to seem like adults already. Even so, compared to the monsters raised in the cradle, they feel less intimidating to him. What stands out instead is how quickly the children of the great families have already carved out authority, confirming to him that the family's corruption extends everywhere. The narration explains that among the many branch houses serving the transcendent Draker line, 3 stand above the rest as the great families. One of those dominant houses is Turuin, the family associated with strength. Another is Zimmons, the family associated with wisdom, setting the stage for the powers that will shape academy life. The story shifts to Vardek of Gold, where even the heirs of the 3 great families are in miserable condition. Seeing that, Zeke privately notes the academy's elite are not as untouchable as they seem. He decides their troubles are none of his concern and moves on. He arrives at the high-class dormitory, Platinum Mansion, and dryly reflects that pure-blood privilege is certainly comfortable. The mansion is revealed as a luxurious residence reserved for only the highest-ranked students. Pure-blood awakeners receive an even greater privilege there, an entire private level called the Platinum Floor. As Zeke enters, the staff formally receive him as the new master of that floor. He is escorted through a full ceremonial welcome, making clear how much status his bloodline now commands. The treatment feels excessive even to him, despite his new rank. The servants inform him that Decker is already waiting in his room. Inside, Decker greets him and says he has brought something for him. Zeke is surprised to find a chest prepared as a delivery. When he tries the contents, he is delighted by how much better the new gloves are than the temporary pair he had been using. Pleased with the upgrade, he decides it is time to replace his sword as well and asks Decker's opinion. Decker immediately approves, treating it as a wise next step in Zeke's growth. He explains that the Duchy of Troy is close to the Giants' Mountains. Because of that location, Troy is rich in excellent iron and skilled smiths. Its craftsmen are so respected that academy graduates traditionally seek a Trojan weapon first. Zeke first suggests simply finding a capable smith, then stops himself. He reveals he already has someone specific in mind. Rather than send for the craftsman, he decides to visit personally and orders Decker to arrange it. Even Decker has never heard of the name Galleon Halbert, but he agrees to make contact at once. Before leaving, Decker reminds him that classes begin the next day and tells him to study the academy documents first. After Decker leaves, the room falls quiet. Zeke settles in alone and starts reviewing the materials. He realizes the isolation of the Platinum Floor will give him much more freedom to develop his draconian abilities in secret. A knock interrupts his reading, and he allows the visitor in. A maid delivers a dinner invitation from Floor Master Reyna. At the mention of Reyna, Zeke immediately decides to go meet her. When he arrives, he notices the setting is unusually secluded and carefully prepared. The arrangement strikes him as oddly cute and a little theatrical. Reyna Turin welcomes him with a retinue so excessive that he jokes it looks like a cartel. She apologizes and explains that her family's attendants are simply eccentric. Zeke politely accepts the explanation and returns the courtesy. Reyna suggests they eat first and leave business for afterward. As the meal begins, Zeke identifies her as the Lightning Knight. By observing her aura control, he realizes she has already reached a very advanced level and may even be aiming for the rank of Purple Knight. That makes him wonder why her swordsmanship has stalled despite such strong fundamentals. He concludes that her talent is being wasted. He keeps that thought to himself and plays along casually through the meal. After eating far more than expected, he signals that he is ready to hear the real reason for the invitation. Reina finally states her purpose directly and asks Zeke to accept the Turin family's support. Zeke answers that she misunderstands what it means to be a pureblood awakener, because privilege does not erase every disadvantage. He acknowledges that purebloods receive many benefits, and points to the platinum floor itself as proof. But he explains that those privileges do nothing to solve the problem of actual growth. Without accumulated knowledge, proper training, and personal instruction, even the wealthy inevitably fall behind. Reina argues that this is exactly why support families are necessary. She cites Abel Draker, a pureblood who still relied on his maternal family's backing to become a legendary knight. Then she reveals the real opening she sees, that Zeke is not receiving help from his own maternal side. She presses him again to accept the Turin family's support. Zeke rejects her offer outright. His blunt refusal catches Reina completely off guard. She cannot understand why he would turn down an arrangement that should only benefit him, but he says that is not the issue. He insists that what he already receives as a pureblood awakener is enough for him. As he gets up to leave, he offers something in return for the meal. He says he will give her one piece of advice she needs right now. His first diagnosis is simple: her sword carries too much force. He explains that she is unconsciously fighting under the pressure of the men around her. Then he makes her listen and begins teaching her directly. He tells her that her true strength lies in the fluidity made possible by her flexible body. Instead of meeting attacks head-on and overpowering opponents, he says she should stop forcing strength into every strike. She should redirect attacks smoothly and let motion do the work. Only after that should she deliver a single precise and delicate blow. If she learns that, he says, she will become several times stronger than she is now. Having said his piece, he thanks her for the meal and leaves. His words hit Reina hard enough to leave her shaken. She tries to defend herself by insisting that the Turin family has always stood for overwhelming strength, but in the next breath she admits to herself that he was right. She realizes she had been so obsessed with living up to the Turin name that she had projected that burden onto her sword. What shocks her most is that Zeke saw through that immediately. For the first time, she feels the sting of having been praised as a genius while never receiving honest guidance. Holding on to the lesson he left behind, she repeats his name, and she begins to wonder who he really is. The next day, Zeke tests his change class skills and is amazed by how well they perform, especially the passive ability that gives him effectively infinite stamina. He remembers that in his previous life the academy felt like hell. Now, as a pureblood awakener, it feels like paradise instead. He reflects that wealth and power matter, but this new position offers something even better. As he walks the grounds, other students begin noticing him from a distance. One of them calls out his name. Zeke turns and finds Owen approaching with his entourage, revealing that Owen is also in the special class. Zeke immediately recognizes him as Owen Zimmons, the scheming third son of one of the three great families and one of the people who tormented him in his previous life. Owen pretends friendliness and asks whether Zeke missed the dinner invitation he sent. Zeke instantly understands the invitation was the one left on his desk. Owen presses him to explain why he ignored it. Zeke responds with open contempt instead of politeness. He makes it clear he has no intention of answering every summons from people like Owen. One of Owen's men stomps forward, ready to escalate the insult into violence. The thug accuses Zeke of disrespecting Owen's kindness. Zeke cuts through the posturing and asks the attacker who he is. The man is outraged that Zeke does not even know his name. Zeke dismisses him as just another worthless hanger-on from the cradle. He warns the thug not to forget who he is talking to, even while casually turning away. When the attack comes, Zeke blocks it with effortless aura control. He counters immediately, moving before the man can react. As he fights, Zeke notes that high-ranking students can at least manage basic aura manipulation. The attacker grandly introduces himself as Durbin Roswell and boasts that he will teach Zeke manners in Owen's place. Zeke mocks the ridiculous title Durbin the Mighty and sneers that a mere cadet has no business using a knight's epithet. Then he crushes Durbin with a brutal close-range strike and calls the whole act a joke. The blow lands cleanly and decisively. Durbin spits blood, instantly broken by the exchange. He is launched away by the force of the hit. Zeke casually asks who wants to come after Durbin next. Then he directly calls on Owen to stop hiding behind subordinates and choose for himself. Owen steps forward at last, facing Zeke in person. He mocks Zeke for enjoying his own reputation too much. But the gathered students can already see that Owen's side has been humiliated. The story then explains that Draker Academy is divided into a normal class and a special class. The special class is where the greatest elites gather, and where students can choose their studies more freely. Zeke had expected something impressive from that elite environment. Instead, he finds that many of the students are merely cradle alumni wearing prestige without substance. A lecturer announces that someone extraordinary has come to encourage the special class freshmen. The students erupt with excitement as they hear the guest was once commander-in-chief in the Eastern Empire War. He is introduced as the hero who stopped the invasion through sheer resourcefulness, Dean Howard Draker. Howard appears and greets the class warmly as the Academy's dean. Everyone reveres him as a war hero and tactical genius. But Zeke knows the hidden truth. that Howard survived by leaking information to the enemy and only became a hero because the resulting chaos happened to favor him. To Zeke, Howard is no hero at all. He remembers that Howard was actually the main figure responsible for getting him expelled from the academy in his previous life. That expulsion cost him the last place he could belong and sent him wandering through Troy. From there his life collapsed further until he was captured by slavers and sold to the Southern Cartel. Seeing Howard again, Zeke quietly vows to repay him for all of it. Once the dean leaves, the instructor orders the students to take his words seriously and head straight to the arena for basic training. The special class gathers in the indoor arena for its first lesson. Zeke is almost amused that even the elite class still has to start with the basics of dragon slaying. He remembers how, in his previous life, lacking aura made those same basics take him years instead of months. Now he can only hope the lesson will not be too tedious. The instructor welcomes the cadets. He introduces himself as Andre Draker, the Rose Knight, and announces that he will teach dragon slaying basics. The students are startled that someone so young is wearing the formal Draker uniform. Zeke recognizes the name and realizes this is the famed Rose Knight. Andre is revealed to be a once-in-a-century genius who earned the Draker name despite not being a pure-blood awakener. Zeke concludes that even the special class instructors are monsters, and that Andre's rigid reputation is well-deserved. Andre silences the room with a single word. He warns the cadets that if they are done whispering, he will begin. His first order is for everyone to draw their swords. When he sees Zeke's weapon, Andre's attention sharpens immediately. He singles Zeke out and demands to know what kind of sword he is carrying. Zeke's draw sends a violent gust through the arena, making the weapon impossible to ignore. He calmly answers that it is simply the sword he uses. Andre orders him onto the arena floor at once. Face to face, Andre rebukes him for choosing a sword that does not suit his body. Zeke had expected exactly this and had deliberately made himself stand out to provoke the confrontation. So he openly claims he could defeat the instructor even with this sword. The challenge instantly hardens Andre's expression. As Andre's killing intent flares, Zeke activates his mental defense skill to withstand the pressure. Andre accepts the challenge without anger and prepares to teach him directly. Zeke realizes his provocation worked exactly as intended. Andre sets the terms. If Zeke can so much as touch him with the blade, he will be excused from punishment. At the same time, Andre releases a terrifying aura that shows he is taking the duel seriously. He raises the stakes further by declaring that a successful touch would exempt Zeke not only from punishment, but from the entire dragon-slaying basics class. The cadet accepts the exemption duel under one condition. He will not use aura against the students, and he quietly decides he can beat Andre if he exploits the knight's weakness. Even so, he restrains himself because Abel is watching him, and drawing too much attention again would be dangerous. He settles on a safer plan to barely touch Andre's clothes, lose on purpose, and still earn the exemption. With that decision made, the duel begins. The cadet opens with an aggressive rush, but Andre immediately meets him head-on with overwhelming force. Their first clash proves Andre's power is no bluff. The cadet realizes that facing a true blue knight, while holding back, will be far harder than expected. Andre effortlessly cuts through a storm of rapid attacks and movement tricks, keeping complete control of the exchange. The watching cadets are stunned that an official Draker Knight can dominate so completely, especially since the challenger still has not managed even the slightest qualifying touch. The cadet keeps pressing from different angles, trying to create an opening before his body gives out. Andre remains composed, his sword steady and his defense unbroken. The cadet starts to feel the real problem. Andre's stamina is absurd. Andre, meanwhile, is irritated that even while suppressing his aura, he is being pushed this hard by a mere cadet. He bitterly reflects that pure blood talent makes the contest fundamentally unfair. The cadet counters that Andre's stamina is not actually exceptional at all. He identifies the real issue. Andre is weakening himself by suppressing his own mana. He recalls the Draker's unusual aura training, which demands maintaining aura constantly during practice and daily life. For them, sustaining aura becomes as natural as breathing. So by forcing himself not to use aura, Andre is effectively fighting while holding his breath. The cadet also notes that his own unconventional swordsmanship is draining his stamina even faster. Andre capitalizes on that weakness and knocks him back with a clean, punishing strike. As he lands, the cadet admits that losing this way still feels wrong. He decides he can no longer rely on a harmless defeat. Instead, he resolves to push Andre into a situation severe enough that the knight will use aura without thinking. He launches himself back into the fight, deliberately escalating the pressure. While being thrown around, he searches for a way to trigger Andre's instincts rather than his pride. He concludes that only an extreme situation will work. He abruptly changes rhythm and footing, setting up a far more dangerous attack pattern. Purple energy begins to gather around his blade as he commits to the gamble. Andre is shocked when the cadet activates swift steps, a skill no ordinary cadet should know. The battlefield fills with intersecting afterimages, turning the cadet's movement into a lethal trap. Before Andre can fully process it, the cadet stacks another skill and drops into a killing angle, forcing the knight to take him seriously. For the first time, Andre's composure cracks. His eye tracks the incoming strike and recognizes the danger too late. At that critical moment, Andre's body finally reacts on instinct. He unleashes a Draker's technique from the dragon-slaying arts. Andre follows it with the first verse, Sky Slice, no longer holding back. The cadet grins because his real objective has been achieved. Andrei's aura charge tears across the arena with devastating force. The spectators erupt, thrilled by the display of a true Draker technique. But the cadet's sword shatters under the impact, leaving him badly exposed. Even as the broken blade pierces him and blood spills, his healing factor activates and starts repairing the damage at once. Satisfied that he forced the result he wanted, he finally allows himself to collapse. The duel ends with the arena split open by Andrei's attack and the cadet lying defeated. Andrei lowers his sword, still unsettled by what just happened. He turns in silence, weighing the cadet differently now. Then he declares that this cadet no longer needs to attend class, granting the exemption. He asks if any other cadet wants the same privilege. No one dares answer. Taking their silence as submission, Andrei prepares to move on. He orders the cadets to raise their swords and witness what a true Draker is. The scene shifts to the infirmary after the duel. Lying in bed, the cadet congratulates himself on how well the performance went. He notes that although he failed to graze Andrei's clothes, he still forced Andrei to use the aura he had sworn not to use and made him acknowledge his ability. To him, the outcome is perfect. Andrei was disciplined, and he gained free time. Still, he keeps thinking about Andrei's final attack. He recognizes Sky Slice as the most basic move in the dragon-slaying arts. Even so, coming from a blue knight, its destructive power was immense, and he realizes that his current stamina and healing alone are not enough to truly overcome such opponents. He concludes that this level of strength still will not let him live freely. If he wants to avoid being controlled, he needs power that cannot be restrained by others. More specifically, he wants power that will never force him to submit. His thoughts are interrupted by a drunken voice intruding into his room. A scruffy man casually identifies him as Arthur's youngest son. The cadet jolts upright, alarmed by the stranger's sudden presence. The man mocks Arthur and unnerves the cadet further by having slipped in despite reeking of alcohol. The cadet demands to know who he is and how he managed that. The stranger ignores the question and acts entirely on his own terms. When pressed, he dismisses the cadet's attempt to play ignorant. He points out that the cadet suffered an internal wound during the duel. Then he asks how that injury healed instantly, making it clear he noticed healing factor. The cadet immediately steels himself and decides not to reveal that anyone at the academy should know about healing. So he flatly denies understanding what the man is talking about. The stranger suddenly attacks, testing the cadet's reflexes without warning. The cadet reacts instantly and evades the blow despite being in bed. Realizing this is no harmless drunk, he identifies the man as an assassin-level threat. The attack tears through the bedding instead of him. The stranger is delighted, deciding the cadet is full of tricks and dangerous enough to trust his instincts. The cadet responds by chaining swift steps, precise stab, and critical strike in one desperate counter. He commits to killing the intruder first, convinced that hesitation means death. At the last instant, the stranger catches the attack with absurd ease. He praises the cadet's ability to adapt under pressure. Then he remarks that the cadet fights almost like someone from a very different world. He names that style outright, a mercenary. The stranger drops the sheet disguise and stands openly in the room with a sword in hand. The cadet resets his stance, now fully wary. He is shaken by the mercenary remark and wonders how much this man truly knows. The stranger studies him and notes that a Draker who has abandoned knightly form would naturally resemble a mercenary. He punctuates the thought with a casual gesture, as if the conclusion is obvious. The cadet realizes the man is not exposing his past life directly, but judging him from his combat instincts, and he also senses that the gap between them is overwhelming. He concludes the stranger is at least Red Knight level, perhaps higher, and even notices the man criticizing his cheap cradle-issued claymore as wasted on someone with talent. The cadet revises his estimate upward and grows even more cautious. Before the situation can escalate further, someone enters the room. It is Andrei, and the cadet is baffled that he has shown up here. The stranger instantly presents himself as the academy's guardian keeper, Dexter, leaving the cadet unconvinced. Dexter taunts Andrei for finding him, while Andrei reveals he recognized him from the training room and calls him annoyingly sharp. Andrei orders the cadet to return once treatment is finished, making it clear this is not a discussion. As the cadet leaves, Dexter calls after him and invites him to the academy's western greenhouse. Dexter promises he can teach the boy something useful. The cadet pauses, considering the offer. Then he refuses outright and walks away without looking back. Dexter shouts after him that the boy's sharp tongue is just like Arthur's. Left alone, the cadet reflects that Dexter's harmless gardener act fools no one. He pieces together Dexter's identity from the way the man casually referred to Arthur Draker by name, and immediately recognized him as Arthur's youngest son. He realizes Dexter must be the man who had only one disciple in his entire life, Andrei. That means Dexter is Duke Draker, the Gale Knight. He remembers the legend of a black knight powerful enough to stand against an entire kingdom alone. The cadet is stunned that such a figure vanished from public life only to hide at the academy, and he suspects Andrei came here because of him. As he walks away, he recalls Dexter's reputation for terrifying tenacity. He even remembers the absurd rumor that Dexter became a black knight simply because he liked the color black. More importantly, he realizes Duke Draker has taken a strong interest in him, but he has no intention of accepting shallow guidance just because a legend is curious. If he is going to learn from that man at all, He wants the Duke's true secret technique, and he resolves to turn that interest into obsession. Time passes, and academy life resumes. In class, the magic theory professor Fanon tries to engage the cadets with a question. The room answers with total apathy, as most of the cadets are half asleep. Fanon awkwardly keeps lecturing anyway, explaining that resistance during mana formula formation can cause actual damage. The cadet unexpectedly raises his hand and asks about the mana transfer energy law Fanon mentioned earlier. Fanon is so shocked to receive a real question that he lights up with joy. He apologizes for his excitement and eagerly begins explaining mana transfer in detail. The cadet listens seriously, finding the theory genuinely interesting. The lesson continues under the academy's quiet routine. Other cadets complain that magic theory has no place in a night academy, while the cadet privately judges Fanon to be far more capable than he first appeared. As class ends, Fanon nervously stops him before he can leave. When asked what is wrong, Fanon admits he was moved by finally having a student engage with the lesson. He invites the cadet to visit his research lab anytime, and reveals that he is a scholarship alumnus of Delphoa Magic University. That revelation catches the cadet off guard. He politely accepts the invitation, seeing no downside in getting close to a mage. He reasons that mathematically gifted mages tend to think flexibly and would make better allies than rigid knights. As he leaves, he decides to test whether Fanon can become useful to him. His attention shifts when he senses someone watching him again. Outside, Dexter is already lurking, impatient that the cadet has made him wait about a week. The cadet approaches, and Dexter asks if he has finally made up his mind. Dexter immediately complains that the cadet never came to the greenhouse as invited. He insists the boy should have understood that his offer meant real, valuable instruction. The cadet repeats that he is not interested. Dexter reacts with exaggerated outrage and demands to know why. The cadet calmly explains that while he recognizes Dexter's talent, he is busy with his own training and has no time for distractions. Dexter cuts him off by releasing pressure and making it clear he never intended to accept that excuse. The cadet instantly senses the danger and braces. Dexter knocks him unconscious with a casual blow before he can respond. The cadet wakes up groaning in an unfamiliar place. He realizes Dexter simply knocked him out because waiting any longer annoyed him. Looking around, he sees that Dexter has brought him to the western greenhouse after all. Dexter greets him cheerfully as if nothing is wrong. The cadet bluntly asks whether he was abducted. Dexter cheerfully confirms that he was. He admits without shame that he has become interested in the boy. The cadet notes that Dexter is no longer even pretending otherwise and that his impatience is obvious. He activates swift steps to bolt away, deciding this is still not the time to engage on Dexter's terms. Dexter appears right in his path and playfully blocks the escape. The cadet skids to a stop with sword drawn, only to find Dexter standing behind him, already in control of the encounter. The young swordsman braces himself as the duel with the red-haired knight turns serious. A violent exchange throws up dust, and the youth realizes his opponent still does not see him as a real threat. The knight toys with him while probing for the truth behind the boy's abnormal recovery, and the boy understands what truly caught his attention. When the knight directly points to his instantly healed internal injuries, the boy is caught off guard that his secret was noticed. He quickly regains his composure, now knowing exactly what the knight wants from him. Instead of answering, he turns the interrogation back into a challenge and dares the knight to force the truth out of him. The knight vanishes from sight before the boy can react. Losing track of him, the boy realizes the duel has shifted into a test of perception. As he searches, the knight circles in at blinding speed. An attack comes from behind, aimed before the boy can fully turn. He barely registers the strike in time. He manages to intercept the blow instead of being cut down immediately. The clash confirms he can still respond under pressure. He plants his feet and stabilizes himself for a counter. Drawing his sword, he demands to know what kind of game the knight is playing. The knight reminds him that he invited this and raises the stakes with a wager. He promises one wish if the boy can so much as graze his clothes. But if the boy gives up, he must reveal every secret he is hiding. The knight's grin makes clear that he expects to win both the duel and the confession. Their battle resumes with renewed intensity. The knight keeps starting through the arena, refusing to offer a clean opening. Even he starts wondering what kind of monster the boy is to keep enduring this. Hours pass in relentless combat, and the knight realizes the boy still has not collapsed. He finally identifies the real problem behind the boy's persistence. The boy is not merely enduring the punishment. His wounds and stamina are being restored without limit. That revelation makes the knight reassess him completely. Meanwhile, the boy is still visibly strained despite his constant recovery. His system confirms healing factor and infinite stamina are active, but he admits that surviving forever still will not win the bet. He decides to risk using a dangerous draconian skill he had avoided until now. Because he is facing a black knight, he accepts the danger and commits. The power of the dragon floods into him and changes his presence entirely. With his sword wrapped in dark energy, he coldly insists the duel continue. The knight feels the change immediately in the boy's gaze. Instead of fearing it, he is delighted that the boy has finally become serious. The boy launches himself forward with draconic force. He adds swift steps to the charge, turning his attack into a high-speed assault. He brings the empowered strike down directly on the knight. The knight notes that the attack pattern itself is simple, but the speed is still manageable compared with stronger foes he has faced. What impresses him is not technique but the boy's sheer spiteful refusal to yield. Deciding to answer in kind, he considers using aura. He activates Might of the Dragon, releasing a pressure so intense it can make even a Black Knight hesitate. The two powers collide head-on in a brutal exchange. For the first time, the knight is genuinely surprised by what the boy just forced out of him. That surprise only excites him more, because the boy has finally pushed him into earnest combat. The boy uses the chaos and dust to interfere with the knight's vision and create a real opening. He slips behind the knight for a decisive strike. But the knight senses the danger at the last instant. The boy activates Dragon Eyes to sharpen his perception and commit to the finishing blow. Even so, the knight twists away and avoids a clean hit. Their footwork tears up the ground as both reposition at extreme speed. The knight unleashes a movement technique so fast it whips the air into a gale. The boy recognizes that this must be the Duke's hidden move. He realizes the knight's title as the Gale Knight comes from a dash so violent it creates a storm by itself. Before he can fully process it, the knight is suddenly at his back. The boy is shocked that the knight crossed that distance instantly. The knight strikes and proposes ending the match as a draw, showing he now acknowledges the boy. The blow still lands hard enough to make the boy cough blood. His sword is knocked from his grasp as he is sent flying. He crashes down amid a final burst of force. His system warns that excessive skill use has pushed his fatigue beyond the safe limit, and begins shutting down his consciousness. As darkness closes in, he realizes too late that he is about to black out in front of the knight. The next thing he knows, light returns. He wakes in pain inside his own room. He confirms that the Duke must have brought him back after the duel. Rather than despairing, he laughs that he had come close to winning. He admits the result was exactly what one should expect from a Black Knight. Reviewing the fight, he concludes that every tactic he could use at his current level still was not enough, even baiting the Duke with repeated attacks, then combining Might of the Dragon with Dragon Eyes at the decisive moment, failed to break through. What stays with him most is the final technique the Duke used. He becomes convinced that he witnessed the Duke's true secret move, even if overusing draconian skills cost him consciousness. To him, that alone made the loss worthwhile. He analyzes the move as a monstrous high-speed martial art made possible by an extraordinarily trained body. He recalls that this must be the method that let Andre overcome weak stamina and rise to the rank of Red Knight. Although he failed to learn the technique itself, he still feels he gained something valuable. He reflects that Might of the Dragon creates such overwhelming pressure that most people would surrender the moment they faced it. His thoughts are interrupted when the system opens a new notice. He finds an unopened message waiting for him. The system announces that Swift Steps has evolved into high-speed movement, his soul has developed through his strong will, and new system functions can now be unlocked with karma points. He is shown several locked functions, including a mini-map, an inventory, and a quest book. Seeing that he has 40 karma points, he realizes a whole new layer of the system has opened up. He decides to test the inventory first. The system explains that selected items can be stored, retrieved by thought, and that storage size depends on an item's weight and dimensions. He starts figuring out how to use the feature in practice. Reasoning that skills activate by thought alone, he assumes storing objects should work the same way. He focuses on his claymore and mentally commands it to be saved. The sword vanishes from his hand exactly as he hoped. He sees it occupying 2 slots in the inventory and understands how the storage space is calculated. When he thinks of the weapon again, it reappears in his hand. He is thrilled to discover that the inventory is even better than the subspace storage artifact he once knew. Remembering how inconvenient ordinary storage artifacts were, he immediately sees the value of this ability. He also notes that the inventory can be expanded with karma points. That makes him realize this is merely a low-rank administrator function, implying far greater powers may await later. Because the points seem so valuable, he decides not to spend them carelessly. With that in mind, he starts reconsidering his broader plans. His butler Decker interrupts his thoughts from outside the room. He lets him in and asks what the matter is. Decker delivers a message from the gardener Dexter, and the name instantly catches the boy's attention. A small smile tells him this may be the chance he was waiting for. Reading the note, he decides the duel was not a complete failure after all. The Duke's offer of a draw now seems to mean the door to another challenge remains open. That thought reignites his determination. Before leaving, Decker says he has one more report. He reveals that he found the blacksmith the boy had been seeking. The good news immediately turns complicated. The blacksmith refused the appointment, leaving the boy stunned and furious. Decker explains the refusal by showing the wrecked state of the workshop. The blacksmith no longer makes weapons at all. Unwilling to accept that, the boy goes there himself. He arrives at the workshop after a long absence. Seeing the grand sign, he jokes at the contrast between the name and what he expects to find. Inside, the place is a mess, confirming the blacksmith has fallen far from his former glory. He recalls that this man once forged the Sword of Radiance Graham as payment for a life debt, and was famed for reading a wielder's soul before crafting a weapon. That masterpiece had even been able to substitute aura for ether, proving the blacksmith's genius. Remembering that reputation makes the current ruin all the more shocking. The blacksmith, drunk and irritable, dismisses him as just a child and tries to throw him out. The boy notes that the man was temperamental before, but never this broken. Instead of arguing, he suddenly lifts a bucket of water. He dumps it over the blacksmith to sober him up by force. The splash sends bottles and clutter skittering across the floor. Once the man is fully awake, the boy greets him calmly. He immediately demands to know why his commission was rejected. The blacksmith notices the Draca crest and is shocked by who his visitor really is. His attitude flips at once, and he apologizes for his disrespect. Still bowing, he insists he cannot take commissions because a man who cannot create what he himself wants has no right to make what others desire. The boy realizes he has encountered the blacksmith during a period of total creative collapse. He reflects that the man had already become the continent's greatest smith by the time they met before, and had never spoken of this humiliating past. But he cannot afford to wait years for the blacksmith to recover on his own. So he calls the man by name, and forces him to face himself directly. He dismisses the apology, and asks to see the blacksmith's failed works instead. Though embarrassed, the blacksmith agrees and leads him to the back. Privately, the boy resolves to set the blacksmith back on the proper path himself. The blacksmith apologizes for the clutter, but the boy brushes it off. Seeing the yard full of discarded blades, he even calls the scene charming, which catches the blacksmith off guard. He steps among the abandoned swords to inspect them personally. The blacksmith warns that even his rejects are still dangerously sharp. As the boy studies them one by one, he rejects the idea that they are failures at all. Using dragon eyes, he judges that their quality is comparable to the work that once earned the blacksmith his legendary name. That confirms his suspicion that the problem lies elsewhere. He asks whether there is something wrong with the blacksmith's brazier rather than with his talent. The blacksmith is stunned that the boy could infer that much and demands an explanation. The boy presses further by asking if the smith uses his own distinctive smelting method. He explains that the blades show a deliberate mix of metals meant to create a lighter, finer material. To prove his point, he tests one of the swords. The blade shatters on impact, revealing the hidden flaw he expected. He explains that the weakness comes from impurities not being properly removed during heat treatment. The blacksmith is amazed that the boy instantly recognized both his method and the exact cause of the defect. Now convinced he may have found someone who can truly help, the blacksmith hesitantly asks for a favor. He admits he has something he wants the boy to see. He leads him inside and asks him to examine a design first. The blacksmith unrolls a blueprint with sudden urgency, placing his hopes on the boy's judgment. The boy studies the plans in silence, signaling that a new collaboration may be about to begin. The secret galleon revealed years later was a complete design for a magic brazier. Trusting the man who once saved him, Galleon finally disclosed that his hidden achievement was a brazier whose heat could be controlled through magic. Zeke immediately understood its value, and Galleon was thrilled that the design had reached someone capable of recognizing it. Zeke pressed him on the obvious question of why he had never built it himself. Galleon admitted the design was incomplete in practice because the crucial mana energy law blueprint required the magic tower's paid intervention. The price of that intervention was an impossible 10,000 gold, a sum so huge it stunned Zeke. Realizing Galleon had spent 10 years scraping together that fortune, Zeke judged the fee outrageously exploitative. That realization led Zeke to consider Galleon's rare status as a pure-blooded Draker, and wonder if it could be turned into a bargain. Galleon desperately offered lifelong service, promising to fulfill any commission Zeke wanted for free if Zeke would have the brazier made. Zeke hesitated because even with Galleon's bloodline, securing that much support was beyond his reach, yet he also could not abandon his need for Gram, the Sword of Radiance. Then he caught on to the key detail that Galleon's problem was specifically tied to mana energy law design. Once he confirmed that point, Zeke saw a way forward. He accepted Galleon's offer on the spot. Galleon could barely believe it, and Zeke told him he would ask a mage acquaintance for help and report back once he had an answer. As he left, Zeke tried to add one last practical warning before cutting himself off. Galleon collapsed into tearful gratitude and swore lifelong devotion to the man he now saw as his savior. Even after Zeke departed, Galleon kept shouting his thanks and promised to contact him once the brazier was finished. On his way through the Academy Research District, Zeke kept turning over the brazier problem and wondering why such a simple structure demanded such a monstrous fee. He remembered that Fanon specialized in mana energy law design and that his laboratory should hold the answer. Zeke headed there with that lead in mind. Before reaching it, he sensed something off nearby. He traced the disturbance to a narrow alley. There he found a group cornering someone in secret. The victim was groveling and taking all the blame, begging for mercy. Leon Conrad, the target of that apology, was briefly confused by the plea. The cowering student identified himself as Zeke and apologized for having dared to lay hands on Leon. Leon approved of the self-abasement and physically forced him lower. He mockingly framed further humiliation as a reward, making clear he intended to punish him for staining noble ground. The surrounding students echoed their submission to Leon, reinforcing his dominance. Watching from outside, Zeke recognized the scene with disgust. Leon's followers screamed that the victim was worthless and offensive simply for existing. The freckled student realized this Zeke was the same one who had once beaten Leon and become the focus of his grudge. Leon raged over the rumors that Zeke had shown an unprecedented golden light reaction and awakened as a superior pureblood. Unable to accept that possibility, he lashed out harder. In his mind, losing to Zeke before had only been an unfortunate fluke against someone beneath him. He convinced himself that Zeke's earlier victory had come from a lucky surprise strike, not real superiority. What truly enraged him was the idea that such an inferior rival might actually have surpassed him through a pure-blood awakening. The abuse paused when one of the onlookers noticed the real freckled Zeke approaching. Another student sneered that Leon had already found a replacement target for him. Zeke answered only with a cold silence that shifted the mood. He released a threatening aura and gave the 3 ringleaders 3 seconds to kneel with their heads on the ground. The alley fell silent as everyone realized he was serious. The freckled victim tried to mock Zeke's arrogance and question whether his awakening was even real, but Zeke cut him off. Zeke repeated the order with enough force to make refusal feel dangerous. The freckled student faltered as fear finally overtook his bravado. He felt an overwhelming pressure he could not understand. That fear humiliated him even more because only months earlier Zeke had seen beneath him. Desperate to reclaim control, he cursed Zeke for daring to command him. He ordered the others to attack, trying to hide his panic behind numbers. Zeke warned them not to blame him for what came next. When the first strike came, he evaded it effortlessly. The attacker was shocked that Zeke had slipped past him so cleanly. Zeke countered with brutal precision before the man could recover. The first few assailants were thrown aside almost instantly. He flowed through the group, turning their momentum against them and dropping multiple opponents in a single exchange. The alley became a one-sided rout as Zeke dismantled them at close range. He even used one attacker's body as a weapon against another. Every attempt to surround him only gave him more targets. A sweeping strike sent several of them crashing down together. Within moments, the mob was broken and scattered at his feet. The freckled student could only stare as the impossible unfolded. He began to wonder whether this terrifying fighter was really the Zeke he thought he knew. Zeke advanced through the fallen bodies and told him there was no reason to be afraid because he already understood why this was happening. He added that the pain would only last a moment. The freckled student panicked, drew his sword, and threatened to cut Zeke if he came any closer. Zeke answered by pointing out that drawing a real blade outside the training arena carried grave consequences. That reminder made the student hesitate, but fear had already pushed him too far. Zeke declared that because Leon Conrad had unsheathed his sword with murderous intent, he was justified in answering in kind. He formally invoked a duel of honor in his own name. Then he set the terms as a death match in which each man alone would bear responsibility for the outcome. He named Liam Stone as witness, forcing the battered bystander into the role. With the duel established, Zeke moved to continue it immediately. Leon's confidence collapsed into a desperate apology. He dropped to his knees and begged Zeke to spare his life. He pleaded to be let go, abandoning all pretense of pride. Zeke answered by planting his sword point into the ground in front of him. He repeated Leon's own words back to him, making him taste the humiliation he had inflicted on others. To Zeke, Leon's sudden cowardice only proved how pathetic he really was. He struck before Leon could recover his nerve. As punishment, Zeke severed Leon's ear and called it payment. Leon screamed in disbelief at the mutilation. Zeke warned that if the ear was reattached before they met again, he would take something worse next time. What he promised to claim next was Leon's head. To drive the threat home, he crushed Leon face first into the bloodied ground. Only after that did Zeke step back, satisfied that the lesson had landed. The wounded witness called out to him in shock. He stopped and waited for the question. Liam asked why Zeke had intervened to save him. Liam tried to dismiss the debt, but he clearly needed an answer. Zeke replied that he had not acted out of kindness toward Liam. He had acted for his own sake, and even Galleon's selfless loyalty was starting to influence him more than he liked. Embarrassed by the thought, he brushed it off before it could sound sincere. He left the alley still annoyed that he had nearly admitted something sentimental. Soon after, he visited Professor Fannin at Galleon's research lab to ask whether the brazier could really be built. Fannin said it should be possible, and Zeke immediately entrusted the blueprints to him. The professor stopped him from leaving and insisted on explaining the real obstacle first. He agreed that the overall design was simple, but the power output core was the true problem. That core was the machine's heart, and the surrounding circuit demanded both high power and instant output control under severe restrictions. Zeke realized the design was extraordinary and asked whether it could still be made. Fannin said there were 2 possible approaches, the first being to redesign the core himself. But that route would take at least a decade, and more realistically around 15 years, which made it useless to Zeke. The second method was to skip redesigning the core entirely and substitute a different material. That substitute would have to be a high-compression mana stone. Zeke was stunned because such stones were ancient artifacts beyond modern manufacture, and Fannin confirmed how rare they were. Even finding one in old ruins would be harder than making the machine from scratch, and it would need to be strong enough to endure the design. On top of that, acquiring one would cost more than 3,000 gold. Zeke sank into frustration because he could not reveal his inability to use aura, yet he also could not wait 15 years. 3,000 gold was still far beyond him, and giving up on Graham remained unthinkable. He reflected that the world only believed he could use aura because of the blessing rite, when in truth that display had only been a staged reaction using ether and healing. He still could not wield aura at all, and aside from the ether technique his master taught him, he had no access to true aura-based sword skills. Compared with ether, aura was easier and more versatile, which was exactly why he needed Graham, the Sword of Radiance, to compensate. That left him trapped between urgency and impossibility, as he wondered how he could ever obtain a high-compression mana stone. While studying the plans, Fanon praised their creator as a genius whose design stayed efficient even after accounting for the difficult core. He added that such craftsmanship would have been impressive even among relics from the Golden Age, and that remark gave Zeke a sudden answer. Zeke realized he had overlooked the most obvious source. He asked Fanon to safeguard the blueprints until he returned. When Fanon misunderstood and thought Zeke wanted him to spend 15 years finishing the design, Zeke laughed it off. Instead, he promised he would bring back the missing component himself. Specifically, he intended to return with a high-compression mana stone. His thoughts turned to the Golden Age, the era tied to the old war against dragon rule. He recalled that the Liberation War ended when Terrakin Draker defeated the evil dragon Bahamut. That victory brought humanity a century of peace. More importantly, the dragon's lair had yielded relics from the age of the Hero King, artifacts and techniques that surpassed modern standards. Among those treasures was the very high-compression mana stone he needed, a relic capable of powering an entire village. With that in mind, Zeke headed for the Academy's central library. He remembered that relics from the Golden Age would only be publicly discovered there 10 years later during an expansion of the records room. Since no one had found them yet, he moved into the records room intending to reach them first. Unable to search blindly through the vast archive, he activated his draconian skill, Dragon Eyes. Golden sight flared in one eye as he began scanning for hidden space. He moved through the library with new purpose. The altered vision let him notice what ordinary sight would miss. When he found the right spot, he knew it immediately. A hollow sound beneath the floor confirmed he had located the concealed entrance. Using Soul of the Spirit in its cut form, the only ether application his master had taught him, he sliced the hidden section open. Because ether could materialize intent, he could impose a cutting property on it, though every use consumed an enormous amount of power. The strain hit him at once, reminding him that this technique was costly to rely on. Then the hidden mechanism finally gave way. A section of the floor lifted open. The opening widened into a clear path below. He descended with a torch to explore the newly revealed passage. As he went deeper, he realized the buried structure extended far beyond what later records had suggested. That discrepancy immediately put him on guard. He heard movement below and realized this place should have remained undiscovered for another decade. That meant someone might have reached the ruins before history said they would. When he looked ahead, he found animated skeletons waiting in the dark. Their tools showed they were laborers or excavators rather than servants raised by a lich, which told him something else was at work here. Judging them manageable, he drew his sword and activated Critical Strike. He cut through the first skeletons with ease. A single vertical blow split both weapon and undead body apart. As the remains collapsed around him, a new system message appeared, signaling that this hidden ruin held more than relics alone. After killing 2 skeletons, Zeke learns the system rewards him with karma points, bringing his total to 22. He remembers that monsters can be turned into points and realizes he had overlooked that while chasing the artifact. That realization immediately turns the dungeon into a farming ground in his mind. Driven by greed and opportunity, he rushes off to gather more points. He cuts down another skeleton without hesitation. After mowing through many more undead, Zeke reaches 40 karma points and reviews his status, seeing several locked functions and draconic skills tied to point costs. He compares the prices and notes that the minimap is affordable now, while the quest book and stronger draconic options still remain out of reach. Since it is the only useful purchase he can make immediately, he decides to buy the minimap. The system activates the feature, and a map of the dungeon appears before him. He quickly recognizes it as a magical navigation tool. While testing it, he triggers an option that upgrades the display from flat to 3-dimensional. The map expands into a full 3D model of the surrounding structure, startling him. Once he understands what it can do, he is thrilled by how much more useful it is than he expected. His excitement shifts to curiosity when one room is highlighted differently, and the system identifies it as the grave of the Dragon Slayer's storage room. The mention of a storage room shocks him because it sounds like a hidden cache of valuables. Realizing he has found in moments what others search days for, he asks for directions and the system offers the fastest route. A glowing path appears on the map, giving him a direct guide through the dungeon. He can hardly believe he now has a route precise enough to lead him straight to the target. With guidance this exact, he becomes confident he cannot get lost. The route brings him to an enormous sealed door, but reaching it only creates a new problem because he has no obvious way inside. A quick test confirms the door cannot be opened by force alone. When he touches it, the emblem on his glove reacts and triggers the door's magic. The contact unleashes a violent red response from the barrier, forcing him back. He realizes the entrance is protected by a powerful security spell. That explains why major magical authorities had to get involved with this place in the first place. He understands he would have lost his hand without the protective gloves he is wearing. Unable to break the spell himself, he gambles on the system and asks it to open the door for him. To his shock, the system accepts his request, connects to the security device, fails to disable it automatically, and switches to a manual method instead. That makes Zeke realize the system is not just displaying information but actually responding to his spoken requests. When it answers him directly and addresses him as Administrator Zeke Draker, he is stunned to discover he can converse with it. He immediately tries to use that opening to ask why he was forced to regress, but the system refuses to answer. He presses further by asking what the administrator system itself is, and gets the same refusal. Even asking who created it yields nothing useful. Frustrated that every important question is blocked, he gives up on explanations for the moment. Instead, he orders the system to open the door, and it complies by unlocking the grave of the Dragonslayer storage room. The massive seal finally parts. As the entrance opens, Zeke is met with a vast hidden chamber beyond. Inside, he realizes the room is packed with treasure chests. He recalls that even finding one such chest would normally be considered miraculous, which makes this discovery absurdly valuable. He opens one to confirm what kind of fortune he has stumbled upon. The chest overflows with wealth, and he is left reeling at the thought that there are hundreds more like it. He starts selecting items to take, already thinking practically about what is worth carrying. Among the loot, he finds exactly what he wanted most and decides it can be given to Fanon. The prize turns out to be 4 high-compression mana stones, a far better haul than he expected. To carry them, he spends a point to expand his inventory by 4 slots. Even after that, he realizes he still cannot take everything and decides this place will have to become a repeated source of wealth until he graduates. Just as he prepares to leave satisfied, a sinister presence begins to stir through the room. He senses the change and tenses immediately. Dark smoke starts spreading across the chamber around him. The atmosphere turns threatening enough that he recognizes this is more than simple unease. When he touches the wall again, the same red magic reacts violently. This time the force lashes out harder, as if something is actively targeting him. Multiple magic circles suddenly form around his body, trapping him in a ritual he does not understand. The spell escalates into a full activation that engulfs the room. Zeke is driven to one knee under the pressure as the ritual locks onto him. When the light fades enough for him to think, he asks the system where he has been taken. The system identifies the place as the home of the Dragonslayer. That answer confuses him because the records he knew never mentioned a chamber full of coffins hidden here. He checks the minimap to compare this place with the route he followed. The map shows he is still near the previous area, yet no path connects to this chamber, convincing him he has found a hidden zone no one ever discovered. Rather than retreat, he decides a place this secret cannot be ignored and starts investigating. Opening one coffin reveals a full suit of armor, and the system identifies it as Dragonslayer exclusive equipment. He pulls the armor free to inspect it more closely. The gear looks unlike the famous armor of the Golden Age, which makes him suspect it serves a different purpose. Then he notices a circular socket in the chest piece. That detail makes everything click at once. Realizing the mana stones may fit, he decides he cannot let the chance pass and tries one immediately. The system confirms he has installed a mana battery and that the equipment has activated. The armor's visor lights up, proving it really was designed to run on stored mana. Zeke is delighted for a split second at having solved the mystery. But the armor begins moving on its own instead of becoming usable equipment. He is caught off guard as the activation spirals beyond his control. The system reports that the equipment has failed from overload, turning the activation into a dangerous malfunction. It belatedly warns him to take cover, and he can only dryly note that the explosion has already happened. From the wreckage, he realizes those ancient armors were powered by the same kind of high-compression mana stones he found. That makes him wonder what kind of abilities required such an enormous energy source, though he decides Fanon can explain that later. For now, he resumes searching the hidden area for something even more important. After checking room after room and finding nothing else, he reaches what seems to be the final chamber. The last room contains only a single glass cube, making it immediately suspicious. He studies it carefully, waiting for the system to identify what it is. What he sees leaves him stunned. He realizes this must be Tarek and Draker's true legacy, and concludes the man was completely insane. The system confirms it. He has found the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, left behind as Tarek and Draker's legacy. The heart floats within the cube, radiating terrifying power. Zeke understands that his ancestor left behind the heart of the dragon he killed as a final gift. That revelation explains the ominous feeling that had haunted the storage room from the start. Yet as the darkness thickens, he senses that the danger around the heart is something even worse than simple intimidation. He braces himself as the pressure intensifies. The presence surrounding the heart feels fundamentally different from anything else in the chamber. The system warns that Bahamut's cursed heart is reacting directly to him. A voice answers inside the darkness, making it clear something within the heart can hear him. The entity speaks as though it understands his situation and demands that he kill everyone. His mental defense activates automatically to protect his mind from the intrusion. Even through the protection, the command to slaughter everyone crashes into him hard enough to make him reel. He fights the influence, and cannot understand why such murderous intent is being forced into his head. Black corruption begins spreading over his body as the curse tries to take hold physically as well. He stares at the heart, and the swirling darkness around it, horrified by what it is doing to him. The chamber itself starts warping under the curse's power. As the heart erupts, the system issues an urgent quest: defeat the strong curse from Bahamut's heart to claim Tarek and Draker's dying gift. Zeke barely has time to process the quest before the situation worsens. The curse slams into him again with brutal force. His mental defense tries to reactivate, but the system reports an error and the skill fails. With his protection broken, the curse tears into his body and mind. The invading will demands acceptance, trying to override him completely and turn him into its vessel. The pressure hurls him back across the chamber. Instead of panicking, He snaps back at the voice and mocks it for its constant muttering, forcing the confrontation onto his own terms. When the curse tempts him with freedom, he sees through it instantly and rejects the offer with contempt. By refusing to submit, he shatters the curse's hold and wins the clash against the Light Dragon's curse. The system confirms the urgent quest is complete and awards him ownership of Terrakin's dying gift. Relieved to have survived, he is immediately hit with a new development as his healing and stamina skills activate, and the system begins absorbing Bahamut's heart into him. He can only stare in confusion as the process starts altering him. The heart's power is drawn toward him whether he wants it or not. The sudden surge leaves him shouting in alarm. He realizes an impossibly pure and dense torrent of mana is pouring into him. The flow becomes so intense that it feels like the entire heart is emptying into his body. Then he understands the real danger. He has no mana circles capable of receiving that power safely. With nowhere to store it, the incoming mana starts tearing his body apart from the inside. Knowing he will die if he does nothing, he desperately searches for another way to contain it. He reaches for ether instead of mana, trying to use the one power he can still manipulate. Calling on the spirit of the soul, he forms an ether construct to contain the flood. He decides to wrap the mana in ether rather than absorb it directly. His plan is to seal the overflowing power inside an ether hole. The containment attempt detonates with violent force as the heart and cube rupture. The blast tears open the floor and throws him into the crater it creates. The explosion settles into a smoking pit where the heart's energy finally stops raging outward. Zeke struggles back up from the wreckage, battered but alive. He gasps for breath, checking whether the crisis has truly ended. To his relief, he realizes he survived, but the heart is no longer outside him. He looks over the ruined chamber in stunned silence. Then he understands the heart itself has disappeared. That confirms the mana really did belong to Bahamut, and has now been taken into him somehow. A new sensation makes him look down at his chest. There he finds a dragon-shaped mark embedded over his heart. He suspects the mark formed when he sealed Bahamut's mana. The system confirms it outright. He has absorbed the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. A flood of new notifications appears as the consequences of that absorption are calculated. The system announces that his body has changed into a divine body. Most of the power has been sealed because he cannot control it. He has gained access to Tarek and Draker's secure library, and the beginner quest book and a tutorial are now unlocked. Overwhelmed by the sudden upgrades and revelations, he decides he will sort them out later and asks the system to clear the clutter. Then another thought stops him before he dismisses everything. He chooses to keep one particular prompt active. Smiling, he guesses his ancestor left him more than one final gift and asks to open the other one. The system accepts and opens Tarek and Draker's second dying gift. What appears leaves him instantly alarmed. The scene shifts to Platinum Mansion, where he has returned with his haul. He stores the valuables away, deciding the hiding place is secure enough for now. After changing clothes and settling down, he finally prepares to review everything the system has added. His updated status reveals major growth. He is now recognized as Tarek and Draker's inheritor, has dragon control authority, a divine body, expanded inventory, the quest book, improved combat skills, and a newly available draconic skill called Incantation once he meets its conditions. He notes that entirely new categories like authority and constitution have been added, and that incantation is something to pursue once he becomes stronger. Reading the details, he learns dragon control means dominion over dragonkind, while divine body greatly enhances his physical performance, combat learning, and ether flow. Even with all that, the vague descriptions leave him unsatisfied, and he keeps walking while trying to make sense of what he has become. He notices another system notice tied to Terrakin, revealing that most of his inherited power has been sealed. A secure library is available to him as an heir, and a beginner quest book has been unlocked. Curious, he orders the system to open the Terrakin-related window instead of dwelling on the second dying gift. The system explains that Tarek and Draker's secure library cannot be opened until his information is updated somewhere suitable, and offers to mark the location on his minimap. Annoyed that access requires travel, he still tells the system to show him where to go. When the marked destination appears, he is stunned to realize it points to Valhalla. Valhalla is identified as the continent's most prestigious knight training institution, a place ordinary people cannot even perceive, much less enter. He knows reaching Valhalla should be nearly impossible, and had never planned to join it anyway. But the possibility that Terrakin's dying gift is connected to that place makes him reconsider his entire plan. He resigns himself to staying involved with the Draker family if that is what it takes to pursue this opportunity. The beginner quest book activates and announces a tutorial for a low-level administrator, followed by quests that will reward his growth with prizes. He quickly understands the system works like a mission board, with rewards granted for completed objectives. Before he can question the tutorial further, the system abruptly begins it. A strange force engulfs him and drags him into a new space. Instead of a simple teleport, the entire environment seems to transform around him. He finds himself standing alone in a vast grid-like arena and has no idea where he has been taken. Comparing it to his earlier teleportation experience, he realizes this is something fundamentally different. The altered space confirms that the tutorial is not just moving him but placing him inside a manufactured battlefield. As he falls through the strange arena, a weapon appears in his hand and danger closes in immediately. He spots the enemies at last and is shocked to see that the tutorial has thrown him against orcs. The quest is laid out plainly: defeat the monsters within an hour while using at least 2 different skills, and he will earn points and unlock the system store. He immediately sees the setup for what it is: a controlled situation designed to force him to learn how to exploit the system. Surrounded by orcs, he bitterly thinks how useful such a system would have been if he had possessed it earlier. The monsters attack first, but the tutorial has already pushed him into action. He activates swift steps and continuous slash, satisfying the system's demand for multiple skills while launching his counterattack. His body and blade move with explosive speed, far beyond what the crude training weapon should normally allow. The orcs are overwhelmed before they can recover, their bodies locking up under the force of his assault. As he cuts them down, the system reveals a new constitution called Divine Body, which maximizes his physical performance and accelerates both combat learning and ether transfer. He realizes this new body is the reason the heavy claymore feels effortless, and concludes that with it he should now be able to defeat even a purple knight. The tutorial space begins to dissolve as soon as the fight ends. He returns to the academy hall with the weapon still in hand, confirming the experience was not merely a dream. Even so, the transition was so seamless and vivid that he briefly wonders whether the entire battle had been an illusion. The system settles the matter by awarding him critical and time bonuses, 40 points, and access to the shop. He is thrilled to learn the system can now be used to purchase items directly. Browsing the store, he is stunned to find rare materials and relics that should be priceless in the outside world. He immediately thinks of turning the system into a source of wealth by reselling what it offers. The selling interface appears, but it only accepts certain items, refusing to buy the training claymore while offering a tiny price for his elven dagger. He realizes the system values ancient relics by its own rules, not by the market, and that its prices can be absurdly low compared with real auctions. Deciding not to waste useful gear for a handful of points, he closes the window and saves the option for emergencies. With the day's chaos finally catching up to him, he tries to relax and convince himself it is over. He expects to sleep well after everything he has gained and survived. The next day shifts to the Draker Academy Professor Research Center. There, a professor is astonished that he managed to obtain a high-compression mana stone in a single day and presses him for an explanation. He refuses to explain the method and instead asks how long the professor's work will take. The professor reveals the task is already finished, and is more impressed that the stone was brought in at all. Watching the professor closely, he senses suspicion rather than simple gratitude. The professor explains that high-compression mana stones are normally catalogued through ancient records and tracked because of their immense value. By checking a registration number, one can identify where such a stone was found and who currently owns it. The protagonist remains calm because he knows his stone cannot be registered yet, since he is the first person to have found it. Instead of resenting the scrutiny, he respects the professor's caution and competence. Once the registration issue is settled, the professor abruptly reveals he already knows the boy is too talented to remain wasted in obscurity. Elsewhere, at the forge called Papner's Breath, another part of his plan begins. A craftsman activates a complex magical process to complete the requested brazier. The machinery responds to the spellwork, and the forge roars to life. The protagonist watches as the magical brazier is successfully completed before his eyes. The craftsman is elated by the success and clearly energized by the challenge. The professor and the protagonist both witness the finished result, and the professor is delighted. The protagonist excuses himself for a lecture, leaving the ecstatic professor behind. The blacksmith thanks him sincerely, overwhelmed that he was allowed to complete a magic brazier in his lifetime. The protagonist reminds him that their deal included one more condition, and the smith eagerly agrees to honor it. He finally reveals the true request. He wants a sword forged from the material he brought. The blacksmith starts to object, already sensing the request involves something extraordinary. When the chest is opened, the material is identified as the sharpest fang of the cursed light dragon Bahamut, and the smith is left speechless. The blacksmith is overwhelmed by the fang's condition and sighs and demands to know where such a thing came from. The protagonist explains that this fang was Terrakin Draker's second dying gift, another treasured item from the dragon collector's hoard. He still refuses to explain the full story, keeping the truth hidden behind a vague answer. The blacksmith is so shaken by the revelation that he can barely stand. As the smith struggles to process it, the protagonist reminds him that he has now completed a magic brazier and been given a chance to forge with the dragon's fang. That is enough to ignite the craftsman completely, and he vows to exceed every expectation. He introduces himself as Galleon Halbert and swears to create the blade even if it costs his life. The protagonist remembers that same dramatic oath from before and realizes the man has not changed at all. Though the vow is excessive, it reassures him that Galleon's obsessive devotion to forging remains intact. He accepts the promise with quiet satisfaction. Leaving the forge, he entrusts the fang to Galleon and wonders what kind of sword will emerge this time. Inside the forge, Galleon is already consumed by anticipation. Back in Zeke's room at the Platinum Mansion, the protagonist reflects that forging the sword will take considerable time. His thoughts drift back to the duel with Duke Draker and the note that told him to come again if he wanted another challenge. A week has passed since then, and he has deliberately ignored the invitation. He expects something to happen eventually because a man like Duke Draker would not let the slight pass. That expectation becomes reality as a powerful presence enters without warning. Duke Draker appears in his room and demands to know why the boy never came. The protagonist instantly understands the danger and braces himself. The Duke's killing intent floods the room as he orders the boy to tell the truth. The protagonist starts to explain that he stayed away because he had no intention of challenging the Duke again. The Duke cuts him off violently, making it clear that excuses will not satisfy him. Before the boy can recover, the Duke seizes him by the collar. He is hurled out through the opening and sent flying from the room. Only then does the protagonist realize he has been thrown from a terrifying height. He coughs up blood as the fall and the earlier blow take their toll. Looking down, he understands that the drop is high enough to kill him outright. He knows he will die on impact before any healing ability can save him. Desperately, he reaches for anything that might slow the fall. The Duke catches him by the throat in midair before he can die. Holding him suspended, the Duke accuses him of lying about not wanting another challenge and insists the boy knows exactly what he means. The Duke reveals that the repeated refusals, both in the treatment room and now, have felt like deliberate provocation. The protagonist realizes the Duke had been toying with him all along, then hears a 5-second deadline to answer truthfully. Even while being strangled, he mocks the countdown and refuses to panic. As the Duke reaches the next count, the protagonist points out that the Duke still has not revealed his true identity. He names the Duke's hidden role outright, exposing him as the garden keeper called Dexter. That answer finally makes the Duke smile. Satisfied, the Duke throws him back into the room with another brutal burst of force. Bruised and surrounded by wreckage, the protagonist hears the Duke admit he was right. The Duke reveals that he was once one of Draker's Black Knights. He then identifies himself plainly as Duke Draker. Recognizing both the family authority and the rank before him, the protagonist immediately shifts his tone. He offers a formal apology from the bottom of his heart, choosing survival over pride. The Duke is baffled by how shamelessly fast the boy adapts, while the boy insists he had not planned any of this. Trying to redirect the conversation, the protagonist asks about the Duke's claim that a Black Knight can somehow cease to be one. He is genuinely surprised that such a fall in rank is even possible. The Duke brushes the question aside and implies that ranks can indeed be lost as well as gained. He refuses to discuss his own past further. Instead, the Duke silently considers the boy again, weighing him. The protagonist answers that silence by promising to tell his own truth in return for the Duke's honesty. He openly states that the Duke had already known his identity from the beginning. Then he reveals his real purpose. He sought the Duke out because he wanted to become his official apprentice. The Duke is stunned by the sheer audacity of the request. After a beat, he makes his decision. To the protagonist's shock, the Duke accepts him as an apprentice immediately. The boy can hardly believe the answer came so easily. Fearing the offer might vanish if he hesitates, he drops to his knees at once. He recites an old formal apprentice's vow, pledging loyalty, effort, and honor under Duke Draker's guidance. The Duke is impressed that he even knows the outdated vow, while the boy turns the compliment into proof of his own cultivated image. Now officially accepted, he asks the Duke one more question. The Duke grumbles about being called master but allows the question anyway. The protagonist asks why he was accepted so readily when even the famed genius Andre had to beg for years to become the Duke's apprentice. Privately, he assumes the Duke must have seen potential in him that surpassed Andre's. The Duke challenges him to guess the real reason. The boy jokingly suggests it must be because he is the family's genius, and the Duke laughs off that arrogance. He says that if raw talent were all that mattered, he would have chosen the prodigy girl from the Turin family instead. What truly impressed him was the boy's tenacity, because talent alone is not enough to reach the level of a red or black knight. He explains that many gifted people fail because they never face real hardship. When adversity finally comes, those polished geniuses collapse too easily. The protagonist accepts that judgment without argument. The Duke elaborates that many celebrated talents never rise beyond Blue Knight level despite all expectations. Having made his point, he ends the lecture and turns to action. He orders his new apprentice to follow him for the first lesson, and the boy answers eagerly. The lesson begins in a hidden gymnasium beneath the western greenhouse, a place the protagonist never knew existed. He runs as ordered while trying to guess what kind of training the Duke intends. After 3 hours of non-stop running, even the Duke seems to have been testing something specific rather than simple endurance. At last the Duke tells him to stop, and the exhausted boy realizes the running itself was the lesson's setup. Still trying to stay respectful, he asks what the Duke wants to know. The Duke answers by attacking from behind with a sudden burst of force, showing that the question itself was part of the test. The protagonist reacts instantly, bringing up his marked hand to meet the strike. He counters with a fast, skilled back blow that actually catches the Duke off guard. Even so, the exchange sends them both skidding apart across the arena floor. The Duke studies his own hand, intrigued rather than angered. He asks whether the boy has some reason for refusing to let anyone check his pulse. The protagonist stays silent, knowing the question cuts too close to the truth. The Duke finally explains his suspicion. From the healing room onward, something about the boy has never added up. Their duel in the greenhouse and every later test only deepened that suspicion. After 500 laps, the Duke still sensed no aura from him at all, and with the blocked pulse check, he now demands the truth about what the boy really is. A shocking question forces Zeke to confront the dangerous truth that he still cannot use aura. When Duke Dexter approaches him in the training hall, Zeke realizes the rumors about the bronze statue and strange golden light have already spread. Dexter makes clear that those signs of awakening have drawn his interest. He presses closer, intent on verifying what kind of change has really happened to Zeke. Dexter demands to examine Zeke's pulse, and Zeke refuses to answer while hiding his alarm. Zeke braces himself, knowing one wrong move could expose him. Dexter insists this is not accusation but curiosity, though his probing makes the danger obvious. Zeke decides to stay cautious until he can recover Graham, relying on truth where possible instead of desperate lies like in his previous life. His hidden system agrees with that judgment. Zeke secretly activates mana reflection and resolves to reveal that he possesses mana as proof of pure blood, while concealing that aura still eludes him. The display startles Dexter, and Zeke realizes this partial truth can shield his larger secret. He immediately shifts into apology and vulnerability, framing his condition as a fear rather than a deception. Pretending he is terrified of being cast out, Zeke plays the role of a frightened child to soften Dexter's suspicion. He finally allows Dexter to inspect him under that false impression. Dexter studies the result in silence while Zeke anxiously waits for the verdict. A flicker in Dexter's eye shows he has noticed something unusual. He concludes that Zeke truly awakened, yet still cannot sense any aura from him, which deepens the mystery. Dexter falls into thought instead of condemning him. Zeke reminds himself that even a pulse reading cannot overturn the absolute authority of the Draker blessing rite. Dexter searches for an explanation that preserves the rite's validity despite Zeke's inability to use aura. Rather than deny the rite, he decides Zeke must be an anomaly that fits outside normal rules. He names Zeke an irregular. Zeke immediately understands the label and notes that Dexter is interpreting him through a limited framework. When Zeke asks what that means, Dexter explains that irregulars are people with abnormal abilities. He cites examples such as wielding aura and mana together or seeing the future, then warns that such people are feared and should stay hidden. Dexter reveals why he suspects Zeke specifically. His stamina and recovery are far beyond reason. He points out that Zeke healed internal injuries almost instantly, which should have required an enormous source of energy. When Zeke guesses that energy is aura, Dexter accepts the idea that Zeke's aura may be constantly consumed for stamina and regeneration, leaving almost nothing to detect. Zeke tests the implication by asking whether that means he may never use aura, but Dexter dismisses the worry. Instead, Dexter offers him another path by revealing Gale Arts, a special art that does not rely on aura. He explains that such arts are techniques created by great knights, and his own style uses only a trained body. To prove it, Dexter tells Zeke to watch carefully. He begins with a step powerful enough to crack the arena floor. The sheer force of the movement shocks Zeke. Dexter's footwork tears across the arena in a pattern too fast and precise to follow at first glance. He ends the sequence calmly, as if the violent display were effortless. Dexter asks whether Zeke saw enough, and Zeke asks permission to imitate the steps. Amused by the boldness, Dexter agrees and jokes that Zeke's confidence already resembles that of a black-rank knight. Zeke settles himself and begins tracing the path Dexter left behind. He sharpens his focus, trying to understand the logic hidden inside the movements. Each planted step becomes a clue as he reconstructs the sequence. As he follows the pattern, the technique starts to reveal itself through motion rather than explanation. By directly mimicking Dexter's movements, Zeke begins seeing what had been invisible before. He realizes every step was made for combat purpose, whether to attack, evade, close distance, or create it. That insight leaves him stunned by how deliberate the entire style is. Dexter is equally stunned, because Zeke has improved far beyond what should be possible in only a week. Zeke notices the difference in their stride lengths, but Dexter is already wondering what transformed the boy so drastically. Comparing this Zeke to the weak cadet from before, Dexter concludes the gap is overwhelming and that Zeke's imitation is nearly perfect. Zeke smugly asks whether he has now earned the confidence Dexter mocked earlier. Dexter answers by grabbing him from behind and threatening him not to spread the story of his earlier tears. Their tension breaks into rough humor as Dexter calls him an arrogant disciple and Zeke fires back. The scene shifts to the academy dining hall. A lavish meal reflects how intense Zeke's training has become. After a month under Dexter, Zeke notes that his appetite keeps growing with his training. While eating, he senses someone approaching. The visitor is Andre, who asks to speak with him. Zeke agrees to talk there because he is busy eating. Andre immediately asks how Zeke managed to persuade Dexter. Zeke realizes Andre is anxious because Dexter chose him before Andre could become the Duke's disciple. He downplays his role and says Dexter selected him on his own. Andre silently studies him instead of accepting that answer. He then reveals the real source of his resentment by asking whether Zeke is a pureblood. Zeke stops eating, recognizing the accusation beneath the question. He bluntly tells Andre that he is consumed by inferiority. Andre's anger rises, but Zeke refuses to back down. Zeke argues that even if bloodline first drew Dexter's interest, a man like Dexter would never choose a disciple for such a shallow reason alone. He claims that turning that initial intrigue into discipleship proves his own merit. Then he tells Andre to stop feeding his wounded pride and work hard enough to be chosen himself. The rebuke lands hard and leaves Andre humiliated. The story moves to the Western Greenhouse arena. Andre runs himself ragged under Dexter's supervision while Zeke watches. Zeke asks what is happening, and Dexter turns the question back on him. Dexter explains that Andre begged to stay by his side even as a servant. So Dexter set a brutal condition, 300 laps without aura, which Andre is now trying to complete. Dexter admits he misjudged Andre as merely self-righteous and begins to respect his persistence. Andre keeps going despite obvious exhaustion. His stubborn effort finally earns Dexter's acknowledgement. Soon after, the entire academy is summoned because the patriarch of the Drakers is arriving. A formal procession approaches with heavy ceremony. The ornate carriage announces the importance of the visitor before he even appears. The academy publicly proclaims the patriarch's arrival. The staff orders everyone into proper formation. The carriage rolls into the grounds under tight guard. The escort secures the area as the honored guest prepares to emerge. A silver-haired man steps out, immediately drawing attention. Howard formally greets him as the master of the Drakers. The assembled knights and cadets salute the patriarch in unison. The academy clock marks the ceremonial hour. Its strike underscores the gravity of the visit. The patriarch's presence carries a pressure that feels almost supernatural. Even a casual gesture from him radiates overwhelming power. Howard praises his diligence, and the patriarch answers with practiced warmth. He introduces himself as Arthur Draker, the patriarch of the Drakers and a transcendent household dragon slayer. Howard tries to usher him inside, but Arthur's attention shifts elsewhere. Students suddenly realize the patriarch is looking toward them. With a small motion, Arthur gathers the crowd's focus completely. He addresses the cadets as the hope and future of the Drakers. Arthur urges them to train harder and harder still. He declares that their growth is the growth of the Drakers themselves. The students answer with fervent loyalty. Only after securing their devotion does Arthur finally head inside. Later, Zeke is brought before Arthur and begins with an old-fashioned formal greeting. He offers that respect carefully, aware he is standing before the true head of the family. Arthur laughs off the outdated formality and invites him to sit. He presents rare tea and sweets, signaling hospitality while testing Zeke's reactions. Zeke immediately realizes Arthur has already gathered intimate information about him, down to his tastes. He reflects that the Drakers' reach is so vast that nothing within their domain escapes them. Arthur states his reason for summoning Zeke. He heard Dexter finally accepted a disciple. Zeke notes that Arthur is wasting no time and inwardly appreciates the directness. Arthur calmly confirms that this is exactly why he called him. He says he does not care about Zeke's hidden motives as long as he follows Dexter's teachings to become the strongest man on the continent. Arthur studies him closely, measuring the ambition behind the boy. Zeke answers without hesitation that he intends to surpass everyone so he can live freely. Arthur's interest sharpens at that answer. Zeke openly claims that freedom through unmatched strength is his true goal. The room suddenly turns tense as Arthur's aura surges in response. Arthur interprets Zeke's ambition as a declaration that he intends to surpass even the patriarch himself. The pressure nearly crushes Zeke where he sits. Struggling to breathe, Zeke realizes what Arthur is about to use. Arthur manifests Astral Sword, a supreme aura technique that grants dominion over living beings within its range. Under that power, Zeke experiences the terrifying peak of what only true Black Knights can wield. Arthur watches for Zeke's response without losing composure. Even while pinned by the pressure, Zeke refuses to retract his words. Arthur remains serene, as if this overwhelming display costs him nothing. The aura floods the room while Arthur continues to sit and drink tea, proving the absurd gap between them. Zeke finally understands that this is the true might of the Drakers' patriarch. Arthur says that supporting the academy and Dexter is not enough, and that what Zeke truly needs is a real Black Knight. Zeke is left reeling by how far beyond Dexter Arthur seems to be. Arthur then offers a gift to commemorate Zeke becoming Dexter's disciple. The gift turns out to be a black card, and Zeke is stunned. He recognizes it as an unlimited credit card reserved for only the most select few. Arthur says it will be issued under both their names so Zeke can use it freely. Zeke immediately sees through the generosity and realizes the card will let Arthur track his every move. Still, he notes that if Arthur is choosing surveillance over elimination, then he is not yet viewed as a threat, and he politely ends the meeting. Arthur dismisses him, and Zeke leaves with formal obedience. Outside the room, Zeke pauses to steady himself after the encounter. He lingers by the window, trying to process the pressure he just survived. Inside, the room falls quiet once he is gone. Arthur sits alone, apparently calm. Dexter then appears and bluntly calls Arthur disgusting, furious over what just happened. He accuses Arthur of suddenly acting like a father to Zeke after neglecting him for years. Arthur coolly hides behind his duties as head of the household and warns Dexter that such accusations verge on slander. Dexter refuses to be intimidated and dares Arthur to punish him if he wants. Arthur answers that Dexter is the only person with whom he can speak this openly, revealing a strange intimacy beneath their hostility. He offers Dexter an expensive bottle of dragon breath, instantly distracting him. As they drink, Arthur raises a new subject by mentioning the continent's increasingly strange atmosphere. Dexter points out that Arthur already has informants everywhere, so there is no point pretending ignorance. He calls Arthur a snake for asking questions whose answers he already knows. Dexter explains that the Emperor has become obsessed with immortality, and is searching the whole continent for it. He dismisses the Emperor's obsession outright, insisting that while magic may preserve youth, true immortality does not exist. The silver-haired noble agrees with the suspicion forming between them. He pushes the idea further and suggests the relic being sought may be tied to an elder dragon, stunning the red-haired man. The red-haired man rejects any naive hope, insisting magic might preserve youth but true immortality should be impossible. Nearby, Zeke overhears the conversation and is jolted by what that possibility implies. He secretly activates a listening artifact to capture every word. Through the artifact, he hears them conclude that if the relic is truly linked to an elder dragon, the theory is plausible. The red-haired man presses for the relic's location, and the silver-haired noble admits he has likely narrowed it down. Based on intelligence from the Black Stage, the most likely destination is the northern continent. That answer immediately fixes Zeke's attention on the north. The red-haired man asks whether this is knowledge the Empire still lacks, and learns they are only ahead for the moment. He recalls the Emperor's old obsession with unifying the continent through war and fears what would happen if immortality entered that ambition. He realizes the Emperor never abandoned that dream and would seize even a faint chance at immortality. The silver-haired noble calmly states that such a relic would plunge the continent into war again. He decides the matter is too dangerous to leave alone, and announces he will personally go north, alarming his companion. He reveals that this is exactly why he came to the red-haired man in the first place. The red-haired man recognizes he is being maneuvered into taking responsibility at home. Their toast seals the arrangement. As the meeting ends, Zeke is singled out by the artifact's owner and assigned the troublesome task that follows. The strain of spying finally overwhelms him, and he collapses once the room empties. He realizes prolonged use of the artifact still damages him, even after absorbing Bahamut's heart. The talk confirms his own suspicion that the statue he once stole before regressing was an elder dragon relic. The mysterious voice he heard before death and the system message after regression now seem connected to that relic as well. He understands at last that stealing the Emperor's desired relic was what brought the hunting dogs down on him in his previous life. Back then he cared only about revenge, but now that same theft has become a crucial clue. He concludes that the system that sent him back in time is itself a function of the elder dragon relic, raising even deeper questions about who made it and why. Left with more mysteries than answers, he can only brood over the implications. Meanwhile, the red-haired man accepts the silver-haired noble's request and prepares to move at once under the name Draker. After seeing him off, the silver-haired noble heads out with a new thought on his mind. His measured steps show he has not let the overheard discussion go. He stops before leaving, clearly reconsidering something important. He turns back toward the room Zeke had been hiding near. A silent, suspicious pause confirms he sensed the eavesdropping. He wrestles with the contradiction that a relic tied to regression does not neatly fit the Emperor's pursuit of youth and immortality. That inconsistency sharpens his suspicion. He abruptly opens the door to check the room himself. The room is empty, leaving him uncertain whether anyone had really been there. From outside, he wonders if his instincts were wrong while Zeke barely avoids being discovered. Elsewhere, Zeke resumes training, trying to act as though nothing happened. A servant interrupts despite orders not to disturb him, reporting that another student has come to see him. Zeke is baffled because he has no friends at the academy, but he allows the visitor in anyway. The visitor turns out to be Liam Stone, which catches Zeke completely off guard. Liam immediately drops any pretense of friendship and begs Zeke to accept him. Zeke regrets ever engaging with him before and demands to know what he means. Liam bluntly asks to become Zeke's subordinate and offers total loyalty. When Zeke brings up Jaken, Liam admits he has been discarded. Desperate and frantic, Liam insists he must reach Valhalla at any cost. Zeke is bewildered that Liam's obsession with Valhalla persists, even in this life. He dismisses Liam and tells him to seek help from stronger backers like Turin or Siemens instead. Zeke starts to walk away after learning Liam has no sponsor family to leverage. He explains that without such backing, he cannot help Liam enter Valhalla. Still, Zeke stops and asks the real question of trust. He openly warns Liam that he could just as easily be Jaken's spy. In response, Liam draws a dagger without hesitation. He raises it against himself to prove his sincerity. Before Zeke can stop him, Liam cuts off part of his own ear. Bleeding but unwavering, Liam vows to prove himself no matter the cost, even by mutilating himself further if ordered. He goes so far as to offer his ankle next, showing that his desperation is absolute. Zeke is shaken into silence by the extremity of Liam's resolve. That moment triggers a memory of the bargain he once made with Liam in the previous timeline. In that past, Liam had begged with the same ferocity to be taken in. The memory begins with Liam's raw desire to become stronger than anyone else. He had once sought strength from Zeke with the same desperate intensity. He had begged Zeke to teach him and called him master. Even then, Zeke had answered with cold silence while Liam knelt bleeding in the distance. Liam's plea had escalated until he was willing to throw away his sword itself. He cast aside his weapon to show he would surrender everything. Zeke finally offered a test. Survive even one move from him, and he would accept Liam. Liam agreed at once, grateful for even that slim chance. Before the test, Zeke confirmed Liam had at least treated his injuries properly. Zeke had assumed one move would be easy for another Draker Aura user, but he quickly sensed otherwise. Facing Liam, he was startled to feel pressure from someone his own age. Liam steadied himself under a dark aura despite his battered condition. The pressure was so intense that even breathing became difficult. Zeke launched the promised single attack with overwhelming speed. Liam met it head-on rather than retreating. Their blades collided in a violent clash that shook the arena. The impact exploded outward, proving Liam had truly endured the strike. The force of the exchange tore through the training space. When the dust settled, both had been thrown back by the collision. Zeke called Liam by name and mocked him for bringing so little to the table. He dismissed Liam as pathetic even after acknowledging his grit. Still, he admitted that Liam's determination was real. Zeke warned him that Valhalla was probably already lost and that Jake and truly had abandoned him. He explained that someone from a distant branch family could be expelled from the cradle at any moment, just as easily as he himself had once been cast out. That knowledge made Liam's fear understandable to Zeke. But he also questioned whether Liam's obsession with Valhalla was worth clinging to so desperately. Zeke remembered that in the old timeline Liam had still risen after expulsion and become the mercenary king. Even so, Liam had begged for one more chance from Zeke. Zeke saw that Liam's will had not broken at all. Recognizing that refusal would not stop him, Zeke finally relented. He agreed to give Liam a chance, but only under a brutal condition. He repeated Liam's own words back at him and demanded proof beyond empty vows. Liam braced himself for whatever price would be named. Zeke ordered him to cut off his right arm. For the first time, Liam hesitated in shock. Zeke coldly asked whether his arm was too precious to sacrifice. He made clear that losing that arm would mean abandoning the life of a swordsman, which no sane person would accept. Zeke told him to leave if he could not pay that price, because he had no time for false resolve. Liam rose in silence, forced to confront what he truly valued. Zeke admitted he did not understand Liam's desperation. But he also reminded Liam that Valhalla was not the only path, and that the Scarlet Realm remained possible. Instead of retreating, Liam seized his sword again. He chose action over surrender and attacked with everything he had left. Zeke realized he was dealing with someone genuinely unhinged by desperation. Liam committed fully, refusing to back down even now. A single drop marked the instant before their next exchange exploded. Zeke countered with a sweeping strike that sent Liam reeling across the arena. The battle spilled into a storm of slashes and shockwaves. Liam could barely comprehend how far beyond him Zeke still stood. Zeke ended the exchange by seizing Liam at close range and stopping him cold. He angrily demanded to know what Liam would have done if he had changed his mind after Liam swung. Liam finally revealed the reason behind his madness. He said there was something more important to him than his arm, or even his life. Zeke warned him never to repeat such reckless devotion, but the warning itself implied acceptance. Liam immediately understood that he had been taken in. Zeke brusquely ordered him to get treated, mocking the idea of keeping a maimed subordinate. Later, in a calmer setting, the two sit together as master and subordinate for the first time. Liam nervously touches the wound where his ear was cut away, still adjusting to his new place. He is stunned that Zeke would spend such a valuable potion on him, but Zeke frames it as an investment. Zeke's casual gesture reinforces that he has already accepted responsibility for Liam. Once Liam settles, Zeke asks what truly drove him that far. Liam answers by turning the question back on what could matter more than life itself. For him, the answer is his mother. After Jaken abandoned him, his mother collapsed with a fever that briefly eased before worsening into something unknown. Her body became covered in rose-like red spots, and she weakened day by day. With no healer even able to name the illness, Liam pinned his hopes on Valhalla's unmatched medical support. He explains that Valhalla students and their families receive the best treatment on the continent, so admission felt like his only path to saving her. As Liam speaks, Zeke begins writing, already recognizing the disease from his past life. He repeats the symptom of rose-like red spots, confirming his suspicion. He identifies it as red blossom disease, marked by periodic high fever and rose-shaped lesions. He knows it will one day spread across the central continent and become a deadly epidemic. He also knows that countless people died from it before a cure was eventually developed. So he hands Liam the recipe for that cure and says even a village healer can make it. Overwhelmed, Liam thanks him and asks how he can know what no healer around them does. Zeke recalls that the cure was created by the genius alchemist brothers Al and Jeff. He remembers how they saved the continent, how the guild tried to profit from the crisis, and how the brothers released the recipe publicly. Rather than explain the impossible truth, he simply claims to know an alchemist. Then he tells Liam that with his mother's cure in hand, he no longer needs Valhalla or a place under Zeke. Liam rejects that idea immediately and completely. He insists that he already gave his life to Zeke the moment he chose him. His clenched fist shows that this is not gratitude alone but a binding decision. He formally swears lifelong loyalty. Zeke accepts inwardly, recognizing the value of having the future mercenary king bound to him. Outwardly, he only tells Liam to keep up or be left behind, and Liam accepts that harsh standard with joy. Time passes as the story shifts away from their private pact. At the academy, a superior asks for a report. Cadet Owen answers the headmaster with formal respect. He proposes making this semester's evaluation more difficult. The headmaster asks why such a change is necessary. Owen argues that this year's first years are exceptionally talented, including scions of major families and even 2 pure-blooded awakened, so the standard should be raised. A cadet argues that this year's exam must be harder than last year's if the academy wants to properly measure the students' abilities. The headmaster accepts the proposal, impressed that a seaman's descendant is thinking so strategically about future threats. Once the cadet leaves, the meeting ends. Left alone, the headmaster reflects in silence. He concludes that noble blood is showing itself again. The cadet's reasoning reminds him strongly of someone from the past. That memory centers on a young man already thinking beyond the test itself. He had decided that any dangerous potential should be eliminated before it could grow. By the day of the semester evaluation, the stage is set. The dungeon exploration exam begins, a paired survival test where teams must escape within a fixed time while facing randomly assigned difficulty. As Zeke and Liam wait to enter, Zeke notices Liam's nerves. Zeke reassures him that some tension is healthy because it prevents both mistakes and arrogance. Liam steadies himself, taking comfort in Zeke's confidence. When their names are called, Zeke leads and Liam follows him into the dungeon. A supervisor stops them at the entrance. He redirects them to a different route, separating their team from the expected path. Zeke and Liam obey, but the detour immediately feels suspicious. Zeke falls silent as his unease sharpens. The supervisor brusquely orders them to stop hesitating and go inside. Zeke hides his suspicion and plays along. He complies outwardly while keeping the altered route in mind. Inside, the rules become clear. The dungeon is controlled, the goal is escape within 96 hours, and every team's timer starts on entry. Combat also matters, since defeated monsters can be turned in for bonus points. Even so, the Academy stresses that escaping before time runs out is the true condition for passing. After making camp and eating, Zeke tells Liam to sleep because Liam has already done enough work. Liam reluctantly agrees to rest first, trusting Zeke to keep watch. Zeke remains awake alone beside the campfire. He calculates that after training for days before the exam and then entering the dungeon, he has been awake for nearly 90 hours. He reminds himself that his infinite stamina only restores his body, not his mind. Knowing mental fatigue is still dangerous, he decides to reduce risk by staying cautious rather than overconfident. A faint bell-like sound breaks the stillness. Zeke plans to switch shifts once Liam wakes, but the strange noise interrupts that thought. The sound comes again, clearer this time. Zeke freezes and listens carefully. The bell seems to drift through the darkness like a memory. It triggers a flash of a bloodied woman from his past. The nightmare presses in on him. He sees her broken body again. The vision leaves him shaken even after he wakes fully. He jolts upright, breathing hard. The camp is still there, but the dread remains. He curses the recurring dream and tries to regain control. Then he realizes the bell sound was not only in the dream. A new noise from the darkness confirms something is approaching. Zeke immediately snuffs the fire to deny the enemy a target. He wakes Liam, warns him that enemies are nearby, and orders him not to relight anything while he scouts first. Zeke decides against using Dragon Eye too early, judging that preserving his strength over a 4-day exam matters more than instant vision. Instead, he relies on his senses and catches the sulfur smell of a far more dangerous monster than expected. He identifies the scent as hellhounds, pack-hunting Tier 3 monsters that should never appear in a normal student test. That revelation confirms the trap has escalated beyond what happened in his previous life. But the ground tremors tell him the hellhounds are not the only threat. A blade-like spike bursts from the stone, proving something massive is moving beneath them. From the weight of the vibrations, Zeke realizes the creature underground is far heavier than any hellhound and may be a mutant. He understands the ambush is even worse than he feared. The hidden monster erupts upward and nearly throws him off balance. He drives his sword into the ground to stop himself from being launched away. Liam rushes to him in alarm, but Zeke holds his position. Zeke finally voices his certainty that the Siemens faction has arranged this assassination attempt. Seeing the hellhounds and the larger predator together, he realizes the plot was prepared in advance and meant to be deniable. One of the hellhounds is abruptly decapitated by something even stronger. A troll bursts into the fight, casually tearing through the lesser monsters. Zeke understands that the trap is not just to fail him but to make sure he dies in the dungeon. Liam is horrified to see a troll appear in a student exam. Zeke identifies it as a Tier 1 danger class monster with absurd regeneration, the kind that can prey on hellhounds and orcs alike. The troll turns its attention toward them. Liam immediately offers to become bait so Zeke can escape. Zeke rejects the sacrifice before Liam can commit to it. He refuses to abandon a subordinate and chooses to stand with Liam instead. To steady Liam, Zeke tells him he is not weak and that his effort is enough. He promises to support Liam and urges him to fight according to his own judgment. That trust restores Liam's resolve. Together they launch a coordinated attack on the troll. Their combined sword work carves precise lines across the monster's body and forces it back. Zeke quietly approves of Liam's performance. He praises Liam for understanding that the troll's joints are the best place to wound. But he also knows Liam still lacks practical knowledge about how monsters recover in real combat. The troll counters with a crushing blow before Liam can capitalize. Its club slams down with overwhelming force. Zeke intercepts the attack and shields Liam from the worst of it. Even after dodging, both of them are thrown back by the shockwave. Liam apologizes for failing to keep up, but Zeke calms him and treats the mistake as part of his first real battle. Zeke explains that Liam's targeting was correct, yet small wounds are meaningless against the troll because its regeneration outpaces straightforward attacks. The troll rises again, proving his point. Zeke decides to end the fight himself. He kills the troll cleanly and gains karma points from the system. Without lingering, he orders Liam to collect the corpse as bonus loot. As Liam obeys, a new system window appears before Zeke. A sudden quest offers double karma and extra rewards if he hunts 100 aggressive monsters across 10 types within 72 hours. Zeke immediately judges that the kill count is manageable, but the requirement for 10 different species will be the real obstacle. Normally a test dungeon would never contain that much variety. Still, because this dungeon was rigged as a trap, he reasons that the conspirators may have stocked enough monsters to make the quest barely possible. Liam finishes packing the heads into the collection bag provided for the exam. Zeke orders them to move at once, and Liam follows without complaint. Time passes as they keep fighting through repeated waves of monsters while the exam clock steadily falls. They continue harvesting kills and filling their bags, turning the trap into a hunt of their own. Even airborne monsters and other dangerous species become part of their growing count. As the hours dwindle, exhaustion and pressure build, especially on Liam. During a brief pause, Zeke checks whether Liam is adjusting to real combat. Liam admits he still does not know, and Zeke accepts that adaptation takes time. Liam quietly reflects on that reassurance. Near the end, Zeke sees they are stuck at 99 monsters from only 9 types, with less than an hour left and nowhere obvious left to search. Frustrated, he curses the Siemens for designing a trap that is somehow still inconvenient for his quest. Then he senses movement underground again. He braces himself as the earth begins to shake beneath him. A violent rupture tears through the floor and races toward them. Zeke shouts for Liam to drop the loot bag and save himself. Liam hesitates, not yet understanding what is coming. The ground splits open in front of them. A gigantic body bursts through, smashing the area apart and spraying blood and debris. The aftermath leaves the floor slick with fresh gore. Liam is stunned by the scale of the new threat. Zeke blocks the initial surge and is cut in the process. Liam rushes to him, but Zeke dismisses the blood as the monsters and keeps control of the situation. He tells Liam to watch carefully, shifting from reassurance to instruction. The true enemy reveals itself as a colossal worm, and Zeke admits he can no longer protect Liam from everything. He identifies it as a dungeon worm, a high-risk monster that normally requires elite knights to subdue. Realizing the conspirators even planted this, Zeke understands they committed fully to his death. Liam is hurled aside by the worm's movement and can only call out helplessly. He stares in terror at the monster towering over them. Even so, he forces himself to move instead of freezing. Desperate, Liam searches through his pack for anything useful. Meanwhile, Zeke clashes directly with the worm's body, trying to create an opening. The impact of their exchange shakes the cavern. Zeke knows that even veteran Blue Knights avoid fighting dungeon worms in enclosed spaces because they can collapse the battlefield itself. Their burrowing makes them especially lethal in caves and dungeons. If the fight drags on, the entire chamber could become their grave. The walls begin cracking, proving that danger is immediate. Zeke realizes he is running out of time and options. As the worm bears down on him, he resolves to cut through it before it can bury him alive. He leaps onto the monster's body and rides its movement to stay out of its maw. Using the wall for leverage, he keeps himself from being thrown off. He drives his sword deeper, forcing the blade to bite despite the worm's tough flesh. Pushing past pain and fatigue, he channels more power into the strike. A long violet slash tears down the worm's body, opening a massive wound. Zeke commits fully, vowing to split the creature in two. He plants himself harder to keep the attack from being shaken loose. The worm thrashes violently, but Zeke stays on it and keeps cutting. He curses the monster as he forces the wound wider. Still clinging to its body, he continues carving through the flesh from within reach of its core. The worm lashes back and batters him, drawing blood, but he refuses to let go. For a moment he is reduced to a tiny figure against the monster's overwhelming mass. Then he drives the blade in again with a final surge of force. At the same time, Liam leaps onto the worm and stabs it as well, joining the attack instead of staying back. Zeke notices the pressure inside the worm weakening and realizes Liam's intervention changed the fight. The wound begins to split wider along the monster's body. Liam reaches him and demands to know what Zeke just did to it. Liam reveals the answer himself. He coated his sword with an anesthetic from his supplies. Zeke instantly identifies the active ingredient as belladonna and understands the implication. What only numbs humans acts as a lethal poison to dungeon worms, and the monster starts dying from the improvised toxin. In the middle of the crisis, Zeke recognizes that Liam remembered the worm's weakness and turned a simple anesthetic into the key to their survival. An ally praises Liam for proving his judgment and adaptability under pressure. Confident in Liam, the ally orders him to strike the embedded sword again when the signal comes. The plan is set in motion as power surges toward the target. Their coordinated attack carves a glowing line through the giant worm-like monster. As the beast bears down on them, Liam is called in to finish the opening they created. Liam drives the blade in with everything he has despite his injuries. The dungeon WRM convulses as the blow reaches its core. For a brief instant, the monster realizes too late that it has been fatally struck. The black-haired cadet unleashes his soul-body technique to force the killing slash through. His empowered strike runs the full length of the WRM and splits it apart. The cadet lands exhausted but victorious as the monster collapses behind him. A system reward confirms the sudden quest is complete, doubles the karma payout, grants 2 random boxes, and raises his total to 780 points. Back at the academy, the escaped cadets are called forward to be scored and dismissed. The evaluation begins, with escape itself worth a base score of 30 points. 1 cadet's haul is counted as 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc for a total of 180. The crowd notes that this nearly reaches Abel's old record and treats it as proof of pure blood superiority. Turin is formally praised for beating the passing mark by 130 points. Another cadet steps up for his own evaluation. He earns 120 points, enough to pass comfortably, though his reaction shows the praise means less than the comparison. Reina Turin is called next, and she warns someone arrogant that his turn will come. Owen smirks, already thinking about how to deal with the threat if things go wrong. His thoughts return to an earlier scheme to dispose of someone the way they handled Zeke. Then he hears a familiar voice and is jolted by the impossible recognition. Realizing whose voice it is, Owen turns in alarm. To everyone's shock, Zeke arrives dragging the corpse of a dungeon WIRM with Liam beside him. The spectators are stunned that the highest-ranked monster in the test appeared at all, and even more that the two cadets killed it together. The WIRM's body crashes into the courtyard, forcing everyone to confront the evidence. Zeke immediately needles Owen for looking so shaken. Owen drops his composure and can only spit out his hatred. Zeke enjoys the change, mocking the calm mask Owen usually hides behind. He presses further, saying Owen looks better when his contempt is visible. As Owen tries to walk away, Zeke casually stops him with another taunt. Humiliated, Owen swears he will make the purebloods pay for looking down on him. Zeke dismisses the threat as empty bluster while Owen's group retreats. When the evaluator asks if the cadet's power struggle is over, Zeke answers lightly and turns the focus back to scoring. Instructor Andre takes charge of the evaluation himself. He refuses to let anything be overlooked just because Zeke lacks the usual collection bag of monster heads. Andre points out that Zeke lost that bag, which changes how the evidence must be judged. The watching cadets grow uneasy as they realize Andre is examining the WIRM more closely than expected. Zeke acts unconcerned and suggests he simply got lucky. He explains that the dungeon WIRM ambushed them, destroyed the heads he had gathered over 3 days, and forced him to bring back the WIRM's head instead so he would not fail. Andre's careful inspection makes Zeke realize this instructor is sharp enough to notice even scraps of flesh and leather caught in the WIRM's teeth. The instructor prepares for a meticulous forensic check rather than a superficial count. From the remains and traces, Andre identifies gremlins, goblins, and hobgoblins among the monsters Zeke fought. He continues the list with hellhounds and orcs. Then he adds trolls, revealing the test dungeon contained far more danger than the cadets knew. The crowd is horrified to learn trolls were in the dungeon at all. To keep the scoring fair, Andre decides to count only one of each identified monster even though the blood suggests Zeke killed many more. He also rules that trolls and dungeon WIRMs were outside the official criteria, but assigns them equivalent values of 90 and 180 points based on their threat level. Zeke's final score is announced as 368, and he passes by an overwhelming margin. Even the instructors are shaken, comparing the result to what their own generation could ever have achieved. The cadets can barely believe a score that high is possible. Some protest that only the WIRM's corpse is visible, but even their complaint admits the WIRM alone is worth an enormous score. Others realize the argument no longer matters because the result has already changed the hierarchy. Zeke silently reminds them that most of them would never have survived meeting a dungeon WIRM in the first place. He extends the thought to trolls as well, exposing how hollow their complaints are. By surviving and winning where they would have died, Zeke proves the gap between them is real. He brushes off the uproar around his name as if the achievement were nothing special. Still, he notices the crowd's reaction has shifted from ridicule to fearful fascination. That attention troubles him, because standing out too much is dangerous. He realizes he has once again drawn the notice of people who matter. His thoughts turn to Siemens, who manipulated the test dungeon to eliminate him. The appearance of monsters like the WIRM confirms the attempt to get rid of him went far beyond ordinary sabotage. He considers whether Owen acted alone in the plot. Zeke rejects that idea and suspects Siemens himself is involved, since tampering with the Academy's test would require someone above Owen. He concludes he is being watched more closely than expected, so hiding too obviously will only invite more suspicion. For now, he decides to play along, stay visible enough, and observe his enemies. As he leaves, someone calls his full name and stops him. Reina approaches with her group, serious and direct. She tells Zeke that this time he won. After she walks away, he is left staring after her in confusion. He cannot tell what contest she thinks has just been decided. Later, in a private training hall, Zeke opens a reward box and finds a Dragakin skill called Gluttony that costs 50 karma points to unlock. He had ignored the skill before, but with 780 points now available, the cost feels trivial. He chooses to activate it immediately. The skill's description changes, revealing that Gluttony can digest anything into energy and absorb the bloodline power of monsters it consumes. Zeke is stunned by the possibility of stealing a monster's ability and regrets not unlocking it before the test. To understand the new skill, he decides to experiment with energy conversion using monster meat. The moment he activates Gluttony, something unexpected begins. He freezes, unsure what he has triggered. Dark, swamp-like shadows spread across the floor and start swallowing the meat. The jerky sinks into the blackness as if being devoured by another world. Zeke realizes the shadows themselves are consuming the food. The absorbed energy immediately flows back into him to replenish what he had lost. His headache fades as though he had rested, making him suspect the skill restores mental strain. He confirms the effect is broader than that, easing mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and even slightly restoring his ether reserves. Zeke judges the skill more than worth its cost because it can reduce the risks of using his other abilities. With gluttony relieving brain fatigue and infinite stamina covering physical exhaustion, he sees a powerful synergy forming. The realization excites him so much that he wants to begin non-stop training immediately. He nearly loses himself in that manic enthusiasm. A servant interrupts, reminding him not to shut everyone out while he trains. The servant apologizes and explains he came only because the message is urgent. The news electrifies Zeke. His sword has finally been completed. He rushes to the smithy and confirms with Jel Leon that the weapon is ready. On the way, he recalls that in his previous life Jel Leon forged him a mithril iron blade. That former weapon was the legendary sword Gram, obviously extraordinary at a glance. Because he supplied a dragon's fang this time, Zeke expected a similar masterpiece in a new form. Instead, he is confronted with something so different that he can only wonder what kind of sword this really is. He takes the weapon in hand to judge it for himself. The blade looks plain and blunt on the surface, hiding its quality rather than displaying it. Zeke asks whether Jel Leon intentionally left it unsharpened. Jel Leon answers that the sword was always meant to be this way. Zeke studies him and realizes the shape was chosen deliberately. He tells the smith that this form must be the one Jel Leon believed suited him best, and Jel Leon nervously agrees. Jel Leon is relieved that Zeke understood the intent behind the strange design when most people would not have. That reaction makes Zeke suspect there is more to the sword than simple craftsmanship. Jel Leon admits the weapon still has no name because none came to him while forging it. He asks Zeke to name it instead. Zeke is unsettled because in his previous life Jel Leon himself named Gram, which means this blade is not merely Gram reborn. He realizes the Dragon Fang sword is an entirely different weapon with its own destiny. Thinking of a name, Zeke suddenly begins channeling power into the blade. The act shocks Jel Leon, who senses something dangerous beginning. When Zeke cuts his own arm and lets blood fall, the smith panics and demands to know what he is doing. Zeke stays calm, trusting his healing skill and believing he can control the situation if he stops the bleeding. To make the ritual possible, he has the system temporarily disable his passive healing factor. With the wound left open, he lets his blood drip toward the sword. The blood touches the blade and triggers a hidden response. Jel Leon realizes in disbelief that Zeke has started a sword naming ritual. The ancient dwarven rite begins when the wielder's blood, carrying aura or mana, touches the weapon and offers it a name. Once begun, the caster falls into deep unconsciousness and wanders through endless time until the sword's true name is found. Because the ritual is so dangerous it was nearly forgotten, Jel Leon cannot understand how Zeke even knows it exists. Zeke's consciousness sinks into a dark inner sea filled with countless glowing names. Amid that storm of possibilities, he understands he must choose the single name that matches the path ahead. The ritual demands not a recycled title, but a new name for a new future. He descends deeper into the vortex searching for that answer. At last one name emerges from the darkness: Black Sword Bahamut. The system registers Black Sword Bahamut as Zeke's equipment. The newly named sword manifests with overwhelming presence, surrounded by a field of spectral blades. Zeke is half appalled that his subconscious chose the name of an evil dragon, even as he accepts the result. Jel Leon is awestruck, praising Zeke for mastering a ritual that even most dwarves barely remember. Zeke casually lies that he only learned of it while studying dwarven history, all while noticing how strange it feels to need bandages again. The smith urges him to rest and says he has something else he wants to give him. Zeke tells him to take his time finding it and waits. Left alone for a moment, Zeke turns his attention back to his injured arm and the implications of what just happened. He confirms that he can now deliberately disable a passive skill, a discovery with major strategic value. That means he can hide abilities like Healing Factor and avoid exposing himself the way he once did before Duke. He decides not to reveal this control to Jel Leon yet and keeps the bandages on as cover. But his immediate priority is understanding the sword itself. He focuses on Black Sword Bahamut and calls up its details. The weapon is revealed as a masterwork forged from Bahamut's strongest fang with blue flame mana, possessing indestructibility, aura conversion, and a sealed power that will unlock as its user grows. Zeke is stunned that a Dragon Fang weapon could carry such absurd properties. Even so, one trait matters above all the others to him. He fixates on the promise of aura conversion. That single phrase changes everything for him. He remembers that Gram's greatest value was never just its craftsmanship, but its core ability to convert energy into aura. Aura conversion can turn mana, ether, or any other energy into aura. Zeke grips Bahamut as blue energy begins to answer him. Born unable to use aura naturally, he realizes this sword can give him the same path that once let him rise to the level of a Red Knight. Just then Jel Leon returns, apologizing for the wait and carrying the item he promised. The smith stops short in shock as he sees blue aura already flowing around Zeke and the sword. Zeke arrives carrying his newly forged black sword, and its visible aura immediately shocks the people in the smithy. Galleon realizes at once that the weapon is radiating true aura rather than merely looking impressive. He declares that Zeke has already surpassed the level of a purple knight, while Zeke marvels at how absurdly powerful the sword is. Zeke praises Galleon's effort, but the smith insists the real matter is something else he wants Zeke to inspect. Instead of another weapon, Galleon presents a scabbard and asks Zeke to examine it. He explains that this scabbard was personally made by his master, making Zeke take it more seriously. When Zeke reads the dwarven inscription, he is startled because the name points to a master he never knew Galien was connected to. He recognizes the name as Galrin Yaba, the legendary peak of blacksmithing. The story recalls Galrin as the greatest blacksmith on the continent, unmatched even among dwarves. His creations are famed as near-perfect treasures with special abilities and enormous value. Zeke realizes Galien was Galrin's apprentice, and Galien is impressed that Zeke can read dwarven script. Because it came from Galrin, Zeke immediately suspects the scabbard must hide more than its plain appearance suggests. Galien reveals that a dial near the mouth of the scabbard activates its true function. When he turns it, the scabbard transforms into a shield. He explains that the shield is made from mithril and wyvern bone, can withstand most attacks, and can be switched back into scabbard form with another dial. Galien offers the item to Zeke as a gift, saying it is still not enough to repay the help Zeke gave him. Zeke points out that Galien could have sold such a treasure for enough money to build a furnace, but Galien refuses to treat his master's work as merchandise for just anyone. Once Zeke mentions its collector's value, Galien is stunned, while Zeke quickly decides to accept the gift anyway. Zeke notices that the scabbard is smaller than his oversized sword and begins testing whether that mismatch is intentional. Trusting Galrin's craftsmanship, he assumes the scabbard must have another hidden function. As he inserts the sword, the scabbard unfolds around the blade through a mechanical transformation. It reshapes itself into a proper sheath for the black sword, exceeding even Zeke's expectations. Zeke gratefully accepts both Galien's loyalty and the priceless gift, and Galien is simply happy that it found the right owner. Later, Zeke inspects the gauntlet from a quest reward and learns it is made of rare meteoric iron, with its true ability locked until he completes the full set. He reflects that the random reward boxes he received were far more valuable than he first assumed. With that in mind, he turns to the second box to see what else the system has given him. The chest opens with a dramatic reveal. At first glance, Zeke cannot tell what he is looking at. He checks the second reward more carefully. The box opens fully. He still does not understand what the item is supposed to be. Once he unfolds it, he realizes the reward is an old map. The system identifies it as a map bearing traces of Grandmaster Kaiser, making Zeke connect it to the legendary hero King Kaiser. He recalls the famous tale of hero King Kaiser and his Clock Tower Knights. That legend tells of Kaiser and his followers founding the great kingdom of Kronos, a story known across the continent. But because the tale sounds too fantastic and lacks proof, most people dismiss it as fiction. The map convinces Zeke that hero King Kaiser may have truly existed. The system repairs and analyzes the damaged map, then transfers the confirmed location to his mini-map. Zeke watches the process eagerly as the system finishes its work. The destination turns out to be the giant mountains in barbarian territory, and Zeke decides that reaching it may be easier than expected. He studies the marked route and begins planning around the new lead. Then the system announces that his tutorial is ending because he has reached the required level. Zeke realizes the tutorial was never meant to last forever, only to raise him to a certain threshold. The system immediately offers a new achievement quest tied to Kaiser's secret technique, with the reward of higher system admin permissions. Zeke understands that the tutorial was just a training phase before the system's real growth quests began. He accepts that the safety rails are gone, and that the real game has finally started. The new quest reward excites him even more than the tutorial rewards did. Ready to prepare properly, he decides to spend the points he has accumulated. He resolves to gather everything he can from the coming expedition and starts by investing in his abilities. Using 50 points, he unlocks access to level 2 draconian skills and reviews dragon scale armor and dragon claws. Even with plenty of points on hand, he stays cautious because he may not have this much to spend again anytime soon. He chooses to unlock both level 2 draconian skills while saving 400 points for later. To test them immediately, he activates dragon claws first. Power gathers around his arm as he prepares a trial strike. The attack tears through the training hall floor in a sweeping arc. Zeke is startled by how destructive the skill is. Seeing the damage, he admits dragon claws is stronger than he expected. He decides to test the second skill next, this time with his sword. He activates dragon scale armor just before striking his own arm with full force. The blade bounces off harmlessly instead of cutting him. Zeke confirms the defense is like wearing full plate without any of the weight. Satisfied that one skill is offensive and the other defensive, he decides there is no reason to stop experimenting. The scene shifts to Draker Academy's central training ground, where the semester aura evaluation is about to begin. The instructor explains that the dummies cannot be damaged by brute force alone. Only a sword infused with aura can leave a mark on them. He makes the rule clear that failing to scratch a dummy means failure. Anyone who fails will have all prior evaluations voided and must start over from the basics. The cadets are rattled by the harsh penalty, but the instructor silences the murmuring and begins calling names. As Aaron is summoned, Zeke notes that beginners would normally struggle with this test, though he himself is not worried. Owen, confident in House Seaman's aura training, believes no one there can match his control. He dismisses even other purebloods and waits smugly for his turn. When called, Owen steps forward with complete confidence. He launches into the test decisively. His sword movement is smooth and practiced. Aura swirls around him as he enters sword resonance. The spectators are shocked that a 13-year-old can already use sword resonance. The evaluators praise him as a prodigy worthy of his powerful family. Owen releases his attack. His first strike carves deeply into a dummy. The slash continues through another target. He chains the technique across multiple dummies in a dazzling display. The cadets watching are left speechless by the gap between Owen and the rest. Owen finishes surrounded by damaged targets, breathing hard but satisfied. The evaluator openly praises him and predicts he may soon surpass Abel. That comparison hits Owen's pride, reminding him of the rival he still wants to overtake. The praise is cut short when something suddenly strikes Owen from behind. He turns furious, calling it disrespect and demanding to know who interfered. The instructor ignores the outburst and simply calls for the next cadet. One after another, the remaining students attempt the test under the pressure Owen created. Most can only manage modest results as the instructor keeps the line moving. Watching them, Zeke notes that everyone is struggling because Owen's performance intimidated the field. Even so, he is impressed that none have outright failed, which means this year's cadets are unusually talented. Among that talented group, Raina Draker stands out as someone clearly above the rest. When her turn comes, she asks for permission to be evaluated on dragon-slaying techniques instead of the basic aura test. Her request immediately raises the stakes. The instructor warns that dragon-slaying techniques are reserved for upperclassmen, and other cadets mutter that her pure blood awakening has made her arrogant. The narration explains why her request is so bold. Maintaining aura in a sword is difficult enough, but dragon-slaying techniques demand precise control over how aura is distributed in every movement. Owen is certain her aura will scatter after only a move or two and assumes her pride is about to ruin her. The instructor gives her one last chance to reconsider because the passing standard will be much stricter. Raina accepts the risk without hesitation, and the instructor reluctantly allows it. She raises her sword and gathers aura with complete focus. The cadets fall silent as they sense something far beyond an ordinary test. Raina's aura condenses around her blade with remarkable stability. She unleashes a dragon-slaying strike that cuts through the dummies in a single overwhelming sweep. The attack continues across the field, shredding target after target. Even the stone floor is torn apart by the force of her technique. When the dust settles, the training ground is left ravaged and the dummies are ruined. The cadets immediately concede that Owen's earlier display is no longer the benchmark after what Raina just did. Owen can only curse as his pride takes another blow. Raina calmly lowers her sword, still in control after the attack. The sheer scale of her slash leaves the crowd stunned into silence. Owen first thinks she is mocking him by surpassing him so decisively. Then he begins to understand the truth. He realizes she was never trying to compete with him at all. That realization leaves him feeling small and exposed. The contrast between Owen and Zeke becomes clear as Zeke watches from the crowd with his own oversized sword. Zeke concludes that Raina's performance creates a problem for him. He decides it would be troublesome to let her stand alone at that level. With Owen glaring at him expectantly, Zeke admits he can no longer pretend to stay uninvolved, so he casually asks to be evaluated on the dragon-slaying technique as well. The request instantly shocks the evaluator. The evaluator questions whether Zeke understands what he is asking, warning that Raina's ease does not make the technique simple. Zeke points out that if the conditions were acceptable for Raina, they should be acceptable for him too. He agrees to the same standard without flinching. Owen protests, demanding to know why someone he has never even seen in class is being allowed to attempt this. The instructor explains that Zeke's unusual attendance status comes from a wager he won against instructor Andre. He further reveals that Zeke is the unprecedented golden pure blood awakener. He reminds them that Zeke is also the freshman who broke Abel's dungeon exploration record. As the instructor identifies him by name, Zeke's black sword senses ether and activates its unique ability to convert it into aura. The sword begins turning surrounding ether into usable aura for him. Zeke finds that restraining his output is actually harder than releasing it. He decides he has gathered enough and prepares to strike while still trying to hold back. Aura floods into the blade as he settles into position. Raina recognizes at once that what she is seeing is no ordinary aura control. Zeke enters the dragon-slaying technique, Chapter 1, First Strike, the Ritual of Sky Slash. Raina judges his form to be nearly perfect, even by an instructor's standards. Zeke recalls that before his regression he repeated this technique endlessly for 2 years. That old training returns instinctively, guiding the sword's path. His stance, footwork, and aura flow all align without conscious effort. His body simply remembers the technique on its own. He steps in and commits to the strike. Though he once hated drilling this move, he now appreciates how naturally it comes back to him. He also decides that showing this much should be enough to push Raina to grow further. Some cadets realize too late that he has wrapped his entire sword in aura, a feat associated with Violet Knights. Zeke notices he became too absorbed in the technique. By the time he regains awareness, his aura has already leaked out and carved through the field. He realizes he was unconsciously trying to match Raina's level and ended up drawing far too much attention again. The evaluators are horrified that a first-year cadet has displayed power on the level of a Violet Knight. The surrounding cadets can only tremble at the implication. Owen is left staring in shaken silence as Zeke's true threat finally becomes impossible to ignore. Zeke enters the meeting already tense, hiding his agitation behind a controlled expression. He steadies himself, clearly aware that this summons matters. The headmaster opens by bringing up Zeke's exceptional semester evaluation. When praised for an extraordinary result, Zeke downplays it as luck. The headmaster rejects that false modesty, pointing out that reaching Violet Knight level at 13 is no accident and addressing him directly. He immediately raises the real issue by offering Zeke a chance to take the grade skipping exam. As Zeke confirms what that means, the headmaster explains that outstanding cadets can skip one, or even several grades. Privately, Zeke realizes the academy moved to recruit him faster than expected, but accepts that his recent performance made this unavoidable. He agrees to take the exam without hesitation. Leaving the office, Zeke recognizes the offer as a setup and decides to play along anyway. He walks out with a plan already forming and a willingness to use their scheme for his own ends. After Zeke departs, the headmaster remains behind to set the next move in motion. The old man composes himself, pleased that the bait worked. He orders arrangements made because both Raina Draker and Zeke Draker, two pure-blooded awakeners, have chosen to take the exam. His subordinate accepts the order and prepares the special test. Left alone, the headmaster enjoys how much more interesting the situation has become. The scene shifts to the senior aura training room, where the exam will be held. Raina arrives first, calm and watchful. Zeke joins her, acting casual despite knowing she is there to size him up. He calls out her obvious scrutiny, forcing her to drop the pretense. Before the tension can build further, someone else arrives. The cadets are told that today's grade skipping exam will be overseen by a senior knight from the main family. That examiner is introduced as Sir Al Draker. The name shocks Zeke at once. Al recognizes the same title Zeke does, the legendary silent flowing sword. Zeke is thrown into a memory of a battlefield and a graveyard. In that memory, Al carries a dead youth through the ruins with grim restraint. He approaches a fresh grave where another survivor is waiting. That survivor recognizes the Draker name with disbelief. He bitterly wonders why an Imperial hound has appeared there. But his hostility falters when he notices who the dead boy is. The body laid down before him is someone he clearly knew. Al kneels to bury the dead rather than fight. The survivor watches in stunned silence as his assumptions begin to crack. Among rows of makeshift graves, the moment becomes one of uneasy understanding instead of immediate violence. When the survivor tests him, Al reacts without hostility, only caution. The man offers help with the burial. Even without trust, he insists on helping anyway. He introduces himself as Zeke Murita of the Northern Allied Forces and asks if Al is a Draker. Al denies belonging to that name anymore, saying he abandoned it. Hearing that, Zeke asks what he should call him instead. Back in the present, Al's name still carries the weight of that memory for Zeke. Zeke and Raina formally greet Al, while Zeke notes how excessive it is to send a senior knight for first-year cadets. The narration makes clear why this matters. Senior knights are pillars of Draker, a prestigious rank earned through strength, fame, and experience. The rules are announced. The exam will be a sword duel, and challengers may continue as long as they either surrender nor lose consciousness. Raina volunteers to go first, but Al refuses. Instead, he orders both cadets to come at him together. He raises the pressure further by inviting them to attack simultaneously without restraint. Raina bristles at the insult, but Zeke immediately reminds her of the gap in skill. He also points out that the exam has already begun, meaning their reactions are being judged. By keeping Raina from charging in blindly, Zeke protects her score and establishes himself as the calmer strategist. Raina exhales and reins herself in. When she asks what to do, Zeke quickly proposes a coordinated plan to land at least one clean hit. The two spread out and move to surround Al. Al draws an unusual curved sword from the Eastern Empire, revealing a style outside standard academy forms. Zeke notices that Al has been using the same stance for some time and starts reading his habits. He realizes Raina's pride is interfering, and dismisses pride as useless against a stronger opponent. He orders her to drop personal feelings and stick to the plan. They launch a synchronized assault from different angles. Al meets the first clash effortlessly. He turns their combined attack aside with overwhelming precision. Even attacking together, Zeke and Raina cannot break his defense. Al counters so cleanly that both are forced back at once. The exchange ends in a burst of force that scatters them. Al uses the wall and space itself as part of his movement, keeping both cadets under control. Raina finally understands firsthand what a senior knight really is. Even while following Zeke's instructions and targeting blind spots, she cannot so much as graze Al. Driven to desperation, Raina commits to a killing intent technique she knows is dangerous. Al reads the attack before it fully forms. Raina unleashes Crescent Slash in a sweeping arc. Al answers with a brutal counter that smashes through her offense and sends her crashing away. He moves on immediately, not wasting a step. The aftermath tears through the training room and leaves Raina badly hurt. The staff rush to check on her, alarmed by how hard she was struck. Raina refuses to be treated as finished. Though briefly blacked out, she forces herself back up and tells the staff to stay back because the fight is still dangerous. Al reflects on Zeke's earlier instruction to create an opening and judges that Raina lacks the skill to do that directly. Zeke calls out to her, asking if that means she can still do it another way. Raina resists the idea at first, unwilling to stain what she sees as an honorable duel. Zeke cuts through that idealism, reminding her this is an exam meant to measure killing ability, not chivalry. Raina reluctantly accepts his logic because she was the one who asked for his guidance. When she doubts the tactic can work on a senior knight, Zeke insists they only need to create the right conditions. He reminds her of their earlier fight at the cradle and asks why she failed to dodge a thrown stone. That memory brings back the moment she was caught by an unexpected trick. She admits she failed because she never expected him to fight that way. Zeke tells her that even a senior knight can be caught by the same principle. He orders her to wait for his signal and promises the plan will work. For Zeke, even the smallest opening will be enough. He prepares an advanced dragon-slaying technique. The technique manifests as Gale's step, shadowless footwork, multiplying his presence into ghost-like afterimages. All immediately recognizes the style as the Duke's art, which means Zeke is using techniques far above a normal cadet's level. Even so, All remains composed and adjusts. Zeke presses him directly and warns that he can no longer afford to hold back. At the same time, purple interference crackles through the room. All notices the lights going out and instantly understands this is deliberate. He identifies Reyna's contribution as the mana disruption trait of a pure-blooded awakener. In the darkness, the battle turns into flashes of steel and shifting positions. All continues to defend against attacks coming from multiple directions. He dismisses the tactic as childish, convinced they are only trying to block his vision. He believes darkness alone cannot create a true opening against a senior knight. Yet he begins to feel something off in the flow of the fight. Even in near-total darkness, Zeke moves as if he can see perfectly, which unsettles All. Zeke realizes this is the ideal chance to test a new dragonkin skill, trusting that All will not boast about what he sees. He activates Dragon's Claw, flooding his body with draconic power. All is forced to acknowledge that Zeke's swordsmanship already exceeds what a first year should possess. The pressure between them spikes again. All concludes that Zeke is no longer relying on swordplay alone, but on something fundamentally different. He recognizes that Zeke has already surpassed the level of an ordinary cadet. The darkness exposes a key imbalance. Reyna cannot move in it the way Zeke can. All also realizes Zeke has been deliberately restraining his power until now. That self-restraint becomes a liability the moment All raises his level and crashes through Zeke's guard. All drives him back with a superior exchange that nearly ends the attempt. The clash fills the dark room with intersecting trails of force and steel. Zeke is startled that All has adapted to the darkness so quickly and is moving almost as well as before. All suddenly senses Reyna's attack cutting in from the side. He evades the strike at the last instant, but Zeke vanishes from where All expected him to be, becoming almost impossible to track. All answers by creating a luminous barrier-like slash to control the space around him. He sweeps the area to flush Zeke out. Then he notices the real target was not him, but the mana lamps overhead. Zeke has positioned himself among the lamps, turning the ceiling into part of his trap. As the lamps begin crashing down, the noise and chaos hide Zeke's presence completely. All looks up too late as another attack descends through the confusion. Zeke closes in through the falling debris and catches All in close quarters. He gives Reyna the signal to act. A brief explanation reveals the trap's design was simple and disposable by intent. The trick was never an explosion spell, despite how destructive it looked. Zeke had only packed the devices with flash and sound magic, enough to blind and disorient. He calls the timing perfect and commits to the finishing sequence. Zeke shields himself from the blinding burst because he planned for it. All, however, is forced to cover his eyes and loses the initiative for the first time. He realizes too late that dismissing Zeke's unused power as unnecessary was a serious mistake. Reyna seizes the opening and brings her blade down while All is still compromised. At the same moment, Zeke charges in from the opposite side to complete the pincer. He commits fully, abandoning caution for the decisive strike. Zeke unleashes Dragon-slaying technique, Chapter 4, First Strike, Full Moon Slash. The technique lands with explosive force. All is driven back hard by the combined pressure. When the dust settles, the exam floor is wrecked and the injured cadets are being carried away. An official praises All's performance, while Zeke lies silent on a stretcher nearby. Another voice complains that All went too far and nearly ruined someone else's disciple. That speaker is a scruffy red-haired man who greets All as the Knight of the Gale and teases his stiffness. He immediately asks after his disciple, revealing a personal stake in the outcome. All falls quiet, still thinking about what he witnessed. He replays the instant Zeke abandoned his sword to reinforce his guard instead of counterattacking, and realizes that choice was deliberate. All concludes that Zeke was never aiming for victory in the duel itself, only for advancement, and may have revealed only the minimum necessary. Looking at his own hand, All begins to voice a judgment about Zeke. He admits that Zeke's level is beyond what he can properly evaluate. The story moves to the Academy Advancement meeting, where the headmaster asks if anyone objects to the final decision. No one objects, and the Academy formally accepts the outcome under the headmaster's authority. He and Reyna advance to higher years at the Academy, with him reaching 5th year and her 3rd. After that, he deliberately kept a low profile to avoid drawing attention. Once Duke had taught him the Gale techniques, Andre took over the visible role in his place. He stayed on good terms with Professor Feynman until the professor left for Delpho's Royal Magic Research Institute, and their connection faded with the distance. He cut ties with the noble heirs around him, though that only made what followed more revealing. Despite his withdrawal, they still sought him out for quarterly sparring matches. Then one of them shut himself away to train after a sudden realization, and while that continued, 2 years passed and he graduated. His graduation immediately became public spectacle when he was praised as the youngest person ever admitted to Valhalla. The announcement identified him as 15-year-old Zeke Draker and framed the achievement as something that would please his family lord. Even with the headmaster's rare personal recommendation, he realized his attempt to stay unnoticed had been ruined by the title of youngest student. With 3 months left before the entrance ceremony, he abruptly ordered Decker to go to Atlas first. He then declared that he would spend the time in seclusion on a private retreat. He made it clear that he wanted absolute solitude, and would not tolerate being followed or disturbed. Decker accepted the order without argument. In truth, he intended to use the retreat as cover to investigate the ruins of Kaishur and the giant mountain range through the Argos Adventurers Guild. He kept the destination secret from anyone who might be suspicious and simply allowed his servant inside. Liam arrived and formally greeted him with the deference due to a lord. Zeke brushed aside the ceremony and reminded Liam to keep things brief. He dismissed Liam after instructing him to handle the Valhalla matter through the black card. Then he summoned another subordinate and addressed the man's transfer into the Academy's special class as something he could not ignore as his lord. He handed over a full set of preparations, from predicted exams and training manuals to supplies, and directed him to Breath of Fafnir to claim everything. He even arranged a proper sword for the man's later years and had already paid for it in advance. Finally, he told Liam that he expected unwavering loyalty. The words overwhelmed Liam, who was moved to tears by the trust placed in him. Liam swore he would never betray his lord's expectations. Zeke accepted the devotion with calm satisfaction. When Liam overdid the formality again, Zeke dryly corrected him almost immediately. His journey then shifted north to the Argos Kingdom, one of the 4 great kingdoms of the central continent. Argos thrived beside the giant mountain range, where countless dungeons drew adventurers seeking fortune. Its rulers had long ago turned dungeon access into a national industry by dividing the mountains into managed zones with routes and outposts. That system became the foundation of the Argos Adventurers Guild, and amid its busy registration lines his turn was finally called. Using the alias Zeke Murray, he completed the paperwork and was officially accepted as an adventurer. He thanked the clerk and took the new identity without fuss. To move freely, he equipped a wig and magic lenses so his appearance would not connect back to the Draker name. He judged that traveling openly as a Draker would attract far too much attention. With his disguise in place, he turned his thoughts to the real objective and prepared to begin the hunt for Kaishur's treasure. He joined the mass of adventurers departing the city in wagons bound for the mountain routes. The convoy rolled out toward the managed zones of the range. Relieved to have found a seat during the crowded peak season, he settled in for the ride. A nearby traveler tried to draw him into conversation by asking if he was an adventurer too. The group read his silence as rookie nerves and assumed this would be his first dungeon. Sensing an easy mark, they invited him to join their party. They sold themselves as veterans and warned that going alone would get a newcomer eaten, while he immediately recognized them as the usual kind of scavengers who prey on beginners. He knew their type well, parties that lure rookies in, then use them as monster bait or sell them to slavers. Rather than expose them, he answered with silence and let them keep talking. The 3 watched him closely, waiting for him to take the bait. When one of them pressed too far, he shut him down with open contempt. The man tried to play innocent and asked what he had done wrong. Ignoring the act, Zeke calmly announced that a horde of orcs was approaching from behind and asked whether monsters normally appeared there. The scammers laughed off the warning and insisted the kingdom's main guild routes were safe zones where even wild animals could not enter. Zeke let them finish their smug explanation. Then he told one of them to look behind him, and an orc was already there. The wagon was smashed apart before anyone could react. More orcs burst in from the forest and overran the convoy. The attackers tore through the travelers and guards in an instant. The horses panicked, and the entire route collapsed into chaos. As bodies and blood covered the ground, the fake veterans could only stare in disbelief at the slaughter around them. One of them froze atop the wreckage, unable to understand what had happened. Faced with certain death, he begged for someone to save him. The plea ended in a spray of blood as he was cut down. Watching from concealment, Zeke concluded that orcs roaming a safe zone meant the outpost system had failed. The ruined barricades confirmed exactly what he had expected. Past the broken defenses, he found the outpost turned into a massacre. Even Argos soldiers had been wiped out, which meant the attackers had more than enough force to handle ordinary monsters. That inconsistency made him look closer. The wounds on the corpses revealed clean, precise cuts rather than the ragged damage monsters would leave. He realized the scene had only been staged as a monster attack. The real killers were humans. The bodies had been deliberately mutilated to disguise the truth, but the sword work was too neat to fool him. Most of the victims had died in a single blow without resistance, pointing to a force at least on the level of violent knights. Still, lingering there would only make him a suspect, so he chose not to investigate the corpses further. He refocused on the real mission and decided that reaching Kaishur's ruins mattered more than solving the massacre. Soon he found skull markers and a mini-map reading that placed him near the ruins, but also inside barbarian territory. That contradiction made him pause. When he sensed hidden pursuers, he recognized them as the Empire's secret hounds. He remembered them as the Emperor's elite assassination unit, trained from the best knight candidates for tracking and killing. Though still secret at this point, he knew they would later become a major force in the Empire's coming continental war. Their movements on his minimap matched the tracking methods he remembered too well. That recognition dragged up memories of his previous life. These were the same hounds who had killed him before his regression. He recalled Duke's warning that the Emperor, obsessed with immortality, was searching the whole continent for ancient relics. Now he understood that obsession had already begun before his regression. The Emperor's dream of conquering the continent was tied to the same madness that drove his hunt for relics and eternal life. That raised a dangerous possibility. The Empire might already have discovered Kaisher's ruins. He decided he would have to confirm that himself. Meanwhile, the hounds regrouped in the forest and prepared to move deeper in. One of them readied a signal device as they advanced. He drew the flare from his belt to report in. Before he could use it, Zeke struck and cut him down in a single motion. The severed hand and dropped flare told Zeke he had just killed the squad leader. The yellow flare identified the dead man as the one responsible for reporting unexpected situations. From the small number present, Zeke judged this was only an external patrol unit, far smaller than a full hound squad. The remaining hounds demanded to know who he was and who had sent him. He answered by attacking again before they could organize. As panic spread, he made it clear that he would be the one asking questions. He seized control of the encounter through sheer confidence. Then he threatened them with a simple choice: speak, or watch each other die one by one. Using the minimap, he located their hidden base of operations and saw that it was crowded with hounds. He concluded that this unit had also been responsible for turning the outpost into a slaughterhouse and targeting the kingdom's soldiers. Rather than hesitate, he pressed on toward the base, deciding he would learn the truth there. He reached the cliffside installation built into the mountain wall. One guard, still shaken, struggled to understand who would be mad enough to post watchmen inside barbarian territory. Another mocked the obvious absurdity of the situation. Their confusion ended when one of the sentries was suddenly hit from afar. A second precise strike followed immediately, dropping another guard before the others could react. A blade of purple energy cut across the platform and wiped out more defenders in an instant. The surviving guard finally realized something was terribly wrong. Even then, his companion hesitated, still trying to make sense of the disturbance at the entrance. That hesitation cost him his life as Zeke burst in and cut him down mid-sentence. The last nearby guard barely had time to register the attack. Zeke finished him with another clean strike. A wounded hound tried to raise the alarm about an intruder, but Zeke silenced him by the throat. He killed the man before the warning could spread properly. The blood and knife work stirred memories from the life he had once lived as a killer. The scene reminded him of the raids he carried out during the Sea-Deck War under his former boss, especially the assault on the Pavella cartel. Watching from above, the Hound commander recognized the style at once as Southern Hitman dagger techniques. He dismissed the names McCain and Pavella as irrelevant, and ordered Zeke to surrender for a painless death. Zeke immediately sized him up as the leader, and judged him barely near the level of a Blue Knight, far weaker than the hounds he had faced in his previous life. He mocked the offer of mercy and told them that if they truly cared about their dead comrades, they should be trying to tear him apart instead of talking. The commander sneered that the central continent was full of soft-hearted fools. He gave his men permission to indulge themselves and kill Zeke brutally. The hounds rushed him from all sides, but he met the assault head-on and scattered them with overwhelming sword work. As their attacks failed one after another, he began to suspect something had changed more than he expected. He wondered whether the hounds were weaker than he remembered or whether he himself had grown far stronger. To test the situation, he activated mana reflection. The commander saw the sudden magical blackout, and was startled that it happened at such a critical moment. Some of the hounds guessed it might be the Dragon Slayer's mana disruption, but the idea did not fit. They knew he had been fighting unarmed by aura standards and had not used any visible aura at all. To them, he still looked like nothing more than a Southern hitman using dagger techniques, and they mistook the blackout for a simple malfunction. The commander tried to steady his men by insisting the system would recover soon and ordering them to hold out until then. The lights returned only to reveal how many of his subordinates were already dead. Seeing the carnage, the commander could only stare in disbelief. Zeke coldly remarked that the Emperor had real nerve to target the ruins of hero King Kaisher. The commander flinched at the name, exposing that Kaisher's ruins were indeed their objective. He tried to deny everything, but Zeke cut him off before the lie could settle. Zeke promised that confession was optional because he could uncover the truth himself. When the commander tried to use a hidden move, Zeke caught the attempt instantly. With a blade at his throat, the man panicked and insisted they truly knew nothing. At that moment, a bright opening deeper inside the base drew Zeke's attention. He realized that whatever happened here would be pinned on McCain. That suited him perfectly, because McCain was the Southern cartel he had once belonged to in his previous life. He recalled how the Southern continent had fallen into lawless cartel rule after Cusco's collapse, split between McCain and Pavella. He could have hidden behind Dragonkin abilities, but instead he had deliberately used Southern dagger techniques. By leaving McCain's signature warning behind, he created a clear false culprit and made himself safer. He expected the Empire to blame the Southern cartels, and if that provoked imperial retaliation, McCain would be the one destroyed, which only benefited him. What truly unsettled him was not the cover-up, but the contents of the letter and map he had found inside the base. The Emperor's order had simply been to locate ancient ruins, yet the attached operational map revealed a far wider hunt. The hounds had already been deployed across the central continent, the war-paused eastern continent, and even the unknown Dark Sea to every suspected ruined site. That meant the hounds had already expanded back to the same scale they possessed before his regression, even if they still had not found Kaishir's ruins. Realizing the Empire was closing in, he resolved to reach Kaishir's ruins before the hounds did. The blonde fugitive realizes a red flare has gone up and immediately understands something has gone terribly wrong. He recognizes the signal as the order to begin Heaven's Net, a coordinated manhunt meant to trap and execute a marked target. He runs deeper through the forest, trying to outrun the tightening search. Even while fleeing, he stays sharp and starts measuring his options. When black-cloaked pursuers catch up almost at once, he realizes the net is already closing faster than expected. He recalls that a flare splitting into 5 parts signals the highest level of pursuit. That order means every hound in the area will surround the target and keep tightening the circle until the issuer cancels it, making it effectively a death sentence. He remembers dying to this same system in a previous life, even after stealing a relic the Emperor wanted. This time, he steels himself with the thought that the system he now possesses gives him a chance to break that fate. Before he can act on that confidence, one of the hunters lunges in to cut him down. He slips through the first wave and forces the attackers to overextend around him. Their scarred leader immediately recognizes that this quarry is far more dangerous than expected. The fugitive decides he can fight his way through if necessary and strikes back. He unleashes rapid sword arcs that batter aside the incoming blades. His counterattack drives several hunters back and briefly opens space around him. Seeing their response, he confirms they are behaving exactly as he predicted. The leader regroups instead of panicking, keeping his men disciplined. The fugitive judges these hounds to be far stronger than the lesser enemies he fought in the cave. More cloaked hunters rush in from behind, proving he is being boxed in from every direction. The encirclement completes, leaving him isolated in the center of the forest path. He admits the situation has become far messier than he wanted. Although he could probably break out by using his full power, doing so would destroy the mechane identity he carefully built. Reluctantly, he decides he has to abandon that restraint even though this persona was never meant for open battle. As he reaches for a hidden tool, one of the hunters notices something unusual and hesitates. A loud horn blast suddenly echoes through the mountains. The hounds are thrown off by the sound and wonder if another team has arrived. Their leader instantly senses that something is off. The fugitive reveals the truth by producing a barbarian horn whistle. The hunters realize too late that the sound was bait, and they rush to seize him before the trick can unfold. He vanishes into smoke and confusion, using the distraction to break their focus. One of the hunters charges blindly through the haze, no longer sure where the target is. The leader orders everyone to hold position, trust Heaven's Net, and search for unnatural smoke movement or hidden shadows instead of chasing recklessly. Even with those orders, the smoke keeps shifting in ways that deny them any clear read on his location. The leader realizes the fugitive has erased his presence completely, and starts suspecting the earlier horn was part of a larger plan. As he tries to piece it together, the first signs of another threat erupt nearby. The hounds are stunned when violence breaks out beyond the smoke. The leader can only stare as the situation spirals beyond control. A band of barbarians crashes into the area and starts slaughtering the hounds, leaving the hunters bewildered about why they are being targeted. The barbarian chief is equally confused, because this is not the behavior of a few hotheads, but a full group assault. One female hound reacts with outrage, still looking down on the barbarians even as they overwhelm her side. She tries to cut one down, but the barbarian fighters meet her head-on with brutal force. Her confidence breaks when she realizes their strength is not what she expected. A barbarian smashes through her guard and tears into her with a savage blow. Watching the chaos spread, the hound leader concludes the barbarians are far too agitated for his weakened unit to handle safely. He fires a signal to cancel the operation before his team is wiped out. A flare goes up ordering Heaven's Net to be withdrawn. The barbarians keep charging, roaring through the forest as the hunters lose all control of the battlefield. The hounds abandon the hunt and retreat in disorder. Their withdrawal leaves the path open behind them. Hidden nearby, the fugitive rises from the dirt after letting both sides collide exactly where he wanted. He is pleased that the barbarian whistle worked even better than expected. He identifies the tool as a barbarian horn whistle. He explains that it is a battlefield communication device used by barbarians to send tactical signals quickly. Because he befriended the Mohawken tribe in a previous life, he learned both how to make the whistles and how their signals are interpreted. The signal he used falsely warned that outsiders had invaded the barbarians' sacred Holy Mother's land. He reflects that outsiders dismiss barbarians as savages, but they clearly possess their own culture and traditions. Still, he notes that the whistle was crudely made and probably good for only a single use. With the hunters gone and the barbarians diverted, he slips away through the forest alone. Now free to move, he turns his attention back to the true ruin he came to find. He enters a buried stone complex hidden beneath the mountains. Even after all that trouble, he finds himself facing yet another obstacle inside. The system detects a corrupted dragonkin tainted by foul energy, and he is baffled by the unfamiliar classification. Using the minimap, he determines that the real objective lies beyond the monster, behind a door higher up. He asks the system to open that door, and it confirms a connection to the management system of the sanctuary of the hero King Kaiser. The sanctuary door begins to open. One of the monster's many eyes notices the movement at once. The corrupted dragonkin reveals itself as a massive many-headed serpent, and surges toward him before he can slip through quietly. He grimly accepts that stealth is no longer an option and prepares to fight. He launches his dragon-slaying technique in its applied form to create an opening. Dark, towering heads loom over him as the monster closes in from all sides. He smashes through the creature's advance with a violent gale-charged strike. The blow tears through its mass and scatters its heads apart for a moment. He uses Shadowless Step to disrupt their vision and races for the entrance while the monster is off balance. The serpent crashes after him, wrecking the chamber as he dives towards safety. Its enormous body slams down behind him with enough force to shake the ruin. One head emerges damaged but still very much alive, showing how little the attack truly accomplished. He gathers power into his blade for a more precise killing strike. With Dragon Head Slash, he cleanly severs one of the Hydra's heads. He lands hard, splashed by the creature's blood. When the blood starts burning through him, he realizes it is acidic. He activates Healing Factor and identifies the enemy as a 9-headed monster whose blood and bodies are both lethal. Then memory catches up with him. This is Hydra, the 9-headed dragon that even one of his former masters barely subdued. Knowing exactly how dangerous it is, he commits himself to the fight anyway. The sanctuary door continues opening behind him as debris and dust pour through the chamber. He braces against another head lunging in close enough to crush him. The Hydra slams down again, trying to pin him before he can recover. He tightens his grip and forces himself back into motion. Frustrated, he curses the so-called dragon-slaying art because true dragons are extinct and the technique is only really suited to lesser dragon-type creatures. Against Hydra, every wound closes almost instantly, making the technique feel nearly useless. He admits that at his current strength, he simply cannot kill the monster outright. With the gate still about 30 meters away, he shifts his goal from victory to survival. He calls on the system while moving, preparing a desperate fallback. Instead of asking for help in battle, he orders the gate to be closed. The system accepts and begins sealing the sanctuary of the hero King Kaiser. The barrier descends as the chamber trembles under the Hydra's assault. He plants himself and channels the applied form of his technique one more time to hold the line until the seal finishes. He follows it with Gale Strike Secret Art, pouring wind power into a straight, overwhelming attack. The resulting wind slash carves through the Hydra's bodies and forces them back from the narrowing gate. Using that brief opening, he abandons any thought of killing the beast and dives through the gate first. One of the Hydra's eyes tracks him with sudden murderous focus. Several heads surge after him in a final rush before the seal can fully close. He tumbles inside and realizes with relief that he barely made it. That relief lasts only an instant before he senses something still coming. He looks around in alarm, unable to tell where the next strike will land. A head that slipped through the closing gate catches him and rips into his body. The impact hurls him across the sanctuary, badly wounded. He realizes the Hydra forced part of itself inside with him. As the monster bears down again, he curses it for chasing him all the way through the gate. When one head clamps onto his arm, he chooses reckless offense over defense, and offers the limb if that is what it wants. He detonates a brutal counterattack at point-blank range, turning the bite into an opening. The cost is severe, leaving his arm mangled and nearly torn apart. The wounded Hydra answers by spewing a poisonous mist into the chamber. The system warns that he has been poisoned by the venomous dragon Hydra's toxin, and he grimly notes that the monster has more than acid and regeneration in its arsenal. Refusing to stop, he gathers all his remaining power into a full-force strike. That attack severs another head in a clean, decisive cut. The remaining body whips away through the air, reeling from the loss. For the first time, the last head shows unmistakable hesitation. He staggers upright, poisoned, burned, and half-crippled, but still standing. Seeing only one head left, he decides this is the final exchange and commits everything. The Hydra answers by activating Dragon's Majesty, flooding the chamber with oppressive draconic pressure. He meets that pressure with his own will and warns the beast to back off unless it wants to be torn apart too. The last head falters, visibly shaken by his response. The Hydra, now sweating and uncertain, stares at him as if it no longer understands what kind of prey he is. He notices the severed stump and realizes the monster has truly been cowed. The chamber falls into a tense stillness broken only by drifting dust and blood. He is shocked that Dragon's Majesty actually worked on a dragon-type enemy and regrets not trying it sooner. But even with infinite stamina active, he feels crushing exhaustion and suspects the poison is overwhelming his body. The system confirms that he has instilled fear in the corrupted dragon-type and offers to activate dragon-type domination to subjugate it. He wonders if that fear was created by the Dragon's Majesty he used at the end. Whatever the cause, he realizes he may be able to enslave the absurd monster instead of killing it. He decides to try the authority immediately. The attempt fails because his current administrator authority is insufficient to subjugate the corrupted dragon type. His brief hope collapses, and he bitterly complains that the system raised his expectations for nothing. Before he can dwell on it, the poison surges again and his condition worsens sharply. The system warns that the venomous dragon Hydra's toxin has exceeded the danger threshold, and he realizes the poison may kill him first. Since Healing Factor cannot cure poison, he desperately searches for another answer. He remembers Gluttony's bloodline absorption, which can digest consumed targets and steal the bloodline abilities of monsters it devours. Reasoning that a creature with poison this potent must possess some kind of poison resistance bloodline, he decides to gamble on stealing it. He activates gluttony and turns the severed Hydra head into a black devouring mass. The detached head is swallowed whole by the skill. The system reports that he has consumed the designated kill, raised gluttony from novice to adept, recovered energy, and partially absorbed the creature's bloodline as an incomplete immunity to all poisons. Strength returns to his body almost immediately. The new trait detects the Hydra toxin and begins detoxifying it, and he finally relaxes enough to grin. His status updates to show new Dragonkin authority, poison immunity, and additional unlocked Dragonkin skills under the name Zeke Draker. He notes that the immunity only promises protection from most poisons, but it is still enough to remove one of his biggest weaknesses, and gluttony has advanced as well. He also learns that monsters specially marked by the system as designated kill targets grant extra rewards, which he immediately recognizes as valuable information. With the Hydra dealt with and his body stabilized, he resumes moving through the sanctuary toward his true objective. As he advances, the sanctuary begins revealing the history of Hero King Kaiser, a legendary child born from a wise sage and the Fairy King. That legend says Kaiser's birth was marred by a wicked sorcerer's plot that separated him from his parents and left him abandoned in the mountains. The tale continues with a sacred wolf taking in the abandoned child and raising him safely in the wilderness. Legend says Kaiser rescued persecuted humans and founded the human kingdom of Kronos in the central continent. The young explorer reflects that this famous tale is where Kaiser's legend begins. But in the present age, no real records remain, so most people treat it as nothing more than myth. He realizes that myth has just become fact before him. The ruins of Kronos stand intact in front of him, proving Kaiser and his kingdom truly existed. As he takes it in, he is stunned that the so-called ruins were actually the kingdom itself, only smaller than the stories claimed. The place reminds him of the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary, suggesting a deeper connection between the two. When he opens the sanctuary of Hero King Kaiser, he finds a glowing crystal waiting inside. The crystal hums with preserved power, clearly meant to store something important. He suspects it contains Kaiser's own vision or recorded memory. The system immediately confirms his guess by starting a linked quest tied to Kaiser's vision. Before he can object, the system traps him inside until the quest is finished. The quest orders him to obtain Kaiser's advancement, with Fairy King's tear promised as the reward. He fixates on the phrase Kaiser's advancement, realizing this is not just archaeology but a trial. The reward shocks him even more, because Fairy King's tear is tied to Kaiser's wish-granting mother and should be an absurdly valuable treasure. That revelation convinces him the prize is real and worth any risk. He asks the system how to obtain the advancement, ready to play along if it leads to that reward. The system answers by extracting data from the crystal and finding hundreds of magical video records left by Kaiser. It narrows them down to 12 relevant entries and starts the first one with automatic translation. A holographic recording appears, and the explorer immediately recognizes the man from legend as Kaiser himself. In the recording, Kaiser dismisses scholarly mystique around swordsmanship and treats a sword as something brutally simple. Another voice calls him Shotun, confirming Kaiser's famed loyal knight was a real person standing beside him. The explorer becomes even more absorbed, because the legend is no longer abstract and now seems like a direct lesson. Kaiser's first teaching is blunt. Mastery begins by swinging hard and swinging endlessly. He then sets a concrete challenge instead of giving philosophy. That challenge manifests as a deadly line of force aimed straight at the viewer of the record. Even through the recording, Kaiser's killing intent crashes into the explorer hard enough to overwhelm him. He is driven to the floor by the pressure alone. Shaken, he realizes Kaiser's aura is so immense that even a preserved memory can crush him. The record declares that this terrifying presence is the true advancement of the Hero King. Instead of retreating, the explorer becomes excited by the challenge. He orders the system to replay the record from the beginning so he can study it properly. 4 days pass with him trapped inside, doing nothing but train. He discovers the chamber was built for long-term succession training, with 3 rooms prepared for survival and practice. 1 room stores food, another provides rest and recovery, and the last is packed with books and training tools. Realizing the place was designed to forge Kaiser's successor, he devotes himself completely to endless sword swings. After tens of thousands of repetitions, he can imitate the outer form, but the feeling behind Kaiser's strike still escapes him. The system nevertheless recognizes his progress and grants him Kaiser's basic advancement, elemental sword in its basic form, before forcing him into the next stage. The advanced application stage begins by summoning the spirit of Hero King Kaiser himself. Kaiser's spirit descends into the chamber, as a living examiner rather than a passive memory. He steps forward with immediate intent to test the candidate directly. The system formally identifies him as Hero King Kaiser, sovereign of ancient Kronos. The explorer is awed to face the real Kaiser, but the moment leaves no time for reverence. Kaiser draws his sword, making it clear this lesson will be taught through combat. The explorer barely registers the threat before the attack begins. Kaiser's first strike arrives so suddenly that the explorer can only block on instinct. He is stunned by the speed, unable to understand how the blow appeared from nowhere. The impact hurls him away and tears up the chamber floor. As he scrambles back up, he realizes Kaiser broke through his guard as if he were facing a master from another life. Kaiser mocks his level and makes it plain that copying motions is nowhere near learning his swordsmanship. He calls the explorer's raw strength impressive but worthless without proper technique. The explorer briefly hopes this is only a test of skill, not a real attempt on his life. Kaiser closes the distance again before that comforting thought can settle. Another exchange sends the explorer flying, proving Kaiser is attacking with full seriousness. He abandons the idea of a gentle trial and accepts that Kaiser will kill him if he cannot keep up. For the first time, he doubts whether he can survive this opponent at all. Kaiser, on the other hand, is delighted to have found someone absurd enough to entertain him. The explorer forces himself to stop panicking and decides to stop overthinking. He resolves to fight the way he always has, by throwing everything he has into the struggle. With that decision made, he gathers power into his blade and commits to a counterattack. He addresses Kaiser directly and launches himself forward. Kaiser recognizes the style at once and realizes the explorer inherited something from Shoten. The explorer's empowered strike makes Kaiser identify the technique as Aurora. He follows through with a fierce aerial assault, forcing Kaiser to meet it head-on. Kaiser rejects the name, implying the explorer is close to the truth but still missing the essence. The explorer feels the absurd weight behind Kaiser's tiny movements and understands how far above him this mastery is. Kaiser dismisses technical labels and cares only about whether the clash is enjoyable. Their blades collide again in a shower of force. Kaiser openly admits that fun matters more to him than formal correctness. He turns the duel into a game and attacks from every angle with delighted ferocity. The explorer is driven into a desperate defense under the storm of blows. He keeps moving only by sheer stubbornness. Even while enduring it, he had expected a gap in skill between them. What he had not expected was a gulf so vast that Kaiser feels almost unreachable. He begins to grasp that the title Hero King was not just political but a measure of monstrous personal power. Refusing to yield, he stacks every skill he has, combining killing techniques, speed, rapid slashes, and dragonkin power into one reckless push. That desperate combination erupts into a flaming, claw-like assault aimed at Kaiser. The attack smashes into the chamber with explosive force. Kaiser emerges impressed that a human can wield dragonkin power at all. The explorer uses the opening to crash in close, wrapped in violent purple force. Kaiser is startled that the boy is also touching something akin to elemental power. The explorer answers with a full-force severing strike, multiplying his attack through afterimages and momentum. He commits completely, believing this is his best chance to break through. Kaiser watches the attack with growing amusement rather than alarm. When the clash ends, the explorer finds himself sprawled in the rubble, unsure what just happened. Kaiser finally stops attacking and declares that the weakling has at last awakened. He acknowledges the explorer's mix of Shatten's skills, dragonkin power, and elemental force as a rare and interesting combination. Then he notices something even stranger about the boy and pauses to examine him more closely. Kaiser concludes that part of the explorer's soul overlaps with the spirit realm. The explorer has no idea what that means and asks for a simpler explanation. Kaiser infers that the boy has crossed the boundary of death many times, which would explain why he can touch elemental power in a human body. Still lost, the explorer asks him to stop naming mysteries and explain them in plain terms. Kaiser humors him and decides to start from what truly matters. He tells the boy to stop obsessing over side details and focus on the real goal. That goal, Kaiser says, is not vague power but Kaiser's own true advancement. He finally names it outright as the elemental sword. Kaiser explains that elemental power is the pure force of nature itself, divided into water, fire, earth, and wind. The elemental sword is built on those four elements, and expands from them. To demonstrate, he invokes the wind branch of the art. A colossal storm blade tears across the chamber as a practical lesson. Kaiser explains that this wind technique draws on a source the explorer knows by another name, ether. The explorer immediately compares the explanation to his own power and senses a connection. He realizes Kaiser's art resembles magic more than ordinary swordsmanship. That insight makes him ask the crucial question: if elemental power comes from ether, why can he not sense any ether inside Kaiser? He presses further and asks how ether is converted into elemental power in the first place. Kaiser casually ignites his blade while considering the question. His answer is infuriatingly simple. For him, the conversion just happens naturally. Seeing the explorer's frustration, Kaiser clarifies that ether is present, but too subtle for him to perceive yet. He says the flow is so restrained that only total concentration can barely detect it. The explorer decides he will have to figure it out through practice, and Kaiser warns him not to cling only to what is visible. That advice makes the explorer rethink his own full-force strike, because Kaiser had already identified it as elemental power. He concludes that his own signature strike must also be using elemental power without his realizing it. Kaiser sees that the boy has finally reached the right line of thought. The explorer tries to reproduce the insight by shaping his full-force strike around wind. He forces the attempt with brute effort, but it still lacks the proper principle. Kaiser immediately scolds him for using the wrong power again, and calls his method a fake imitation of dragon tongue. He explains that dragon tongue belongs to dragons alone, and humans should not be able to use it properly. Kaiser also points out that every use of that borrowed power must be damaging the explorer. He explains why. Human souls are fundamentally smaller than dragons, so a human can only imitate the method inefficiently. Kaiser condemns the creator of that imitation as a fool who copied dragon power in a crude and harmful way. The explorer suddenly remembers where he first encountered dragon tongue. He recalls absorbing Bahamut's heart in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. At that time, the system told him he had learned Dragon Tongue but could not yet use it. That memory confirms Dragon Tongue is a locked Dragonkin skill based on words imbued with power. He reasons that if his full force strike is derived from Dragon Tongue, unlocking the true skill later may let him use that power safely and freely. Kaiser cuts off his thoughts and orders him back to training immediately. More time passes in brutal advanced training, but with his special physique, Kaiser's demonstrations, and endless sparring, the explorer finally starts grasping the principles of the elemental sword. He comes to understand it as a system that uses ether as a medium to draw elemental force from the spirit side of existence. Once he understands the principle and the feel of it, the technique begins to open to him. From there, actually wielding the elemental sword becomes far less difficult than reaching the insight behind it. Kaiser acknowledges that the boy has finally become worth teaching seriously. He ends the day's lesson, warns that the next stage will be harsher, and the explorer accepts him as master. Even while resting, the explorer keeps training and asks permission to continue questioning him. Now that he can sense elemental force, he realizes the strange floating currents in the chamber were elemental power all along. He then asks about aura, since Kaiser had mistaken his power for Shattun's technique when they first met. Kaiser explains that Shattun created aura as a substitute because humans supposedly could not use the elemental sword, and the explorer's technique resembled that lineage. He bitterly adds that Shattun passed down only his own method and left Kaiser's art behind. That shocks the explorer, because it means the legendary founder of aura cultivation was actually Shattun Draker. He is stunned that such a foundational truth about the Draker line has vanished from history. After absorbing that revelation, he asks a deeper question about what the spirit realm actually is. Kaiser answers by manipulating wind itself as part of the explanation. He shows that elemental force can cross into the material world from beyond the ordinary physical boundary. Watching the display, the explorer finally sees how the wind field can be invoked as a domain rather than just a slash. Kaiser explains that the spirit realm is essentially the afterlife, while the material realm is the world of the living, and crossing fully from one to the other is normally impossible. That makes the explorer point out the contradiction that part of his soul is connected there while Kaiser himself stands before him as a spirit. Kaiser casually demonstrates that there are exceptions and tricks that can pierce the boundary. He admits the explorer is unprecedented to him, but says crossing between realms is not entirely unheard of. In Kaiser's own case, he says, a dragon helped him do it, which leaves the explorer reeling. When the explorer blurts out that dragons do not help humans, Kaiser rejects the idea outright. He ends the exchange with a startling truth: no beings cherish humans more than dragons do. Zeke is thrown off by the claim that dragons once cared about humans at all. He struggles to reconcile that idea with everything he knows about dragons. To him, dragons are world-ending monsters like Bahamut, not beings capable of compassion. As the contradiction sinks in, he begins to suspect that the ancient bond between humans and dragons was very different from the present. Kaiser cuts through his confusion by pointing out that Zeke himself is proof of that forgotten relationship. Before Zeke can argue further, Kaiser reaches toward him to expose the truth directly. He reveals that Zeke's transplanted heart and Dragonfang sword were gifts Bahamut personally gave his bloodline. Kaiser explains that Bahamut was harsh by nature, yet still soft enough to answer sincere pleas from humans he favored. Realizing Bahamut and Kaiser were actually close to dragons, Zeke immediately decides it would be wiser to hide any talk of dragon slaying. He quickly plays along and reframes the inheritance as an honorable reward for generations of service to Bahamut. Kaiser laughs off the excuse, amused that Bahamut's descendants are still fiercely loyal, and mentions Bahamut often clashed with Kronos because of his temper. That name jolts Zeke, who realizes the kingdom itself may have been named after a dragon lord. Kaiser confirms it casually, admitting he was Kronos' contractor, and named the kingdom after him. Zeke is left trying to process a world where dragons took human form, drank tea, and were honored by human kingdoms. Kaiser begins explaining the distant age when all of this was normal. In that era, dragons and humans lived together in harmony, but such closeness carried danger because dragons were overwhelmingly powerful. If dragons aided humanity without restraint, the balance of the world itself could collapse. So dragons limited themselves, took human forms, and helped through contracts rather than unchecked force. Humans who entered those pacts, like Kaiser, were known as contractors. Zeke realizes that ancient relics are so powerful because dragons helped create them, and he wonders why the alliance eventually broke down. Kaiser brushes the question aside for later and tells Zeke to study the chronicles on his own time. When Zeke needles him about waiting 2,000 years, Kaiser drops the banter and decides the final lesson will be harsher. He announces that the last stage of advanced training is about to begin. The final test is a direct spar against Kaiser himself. Zeke senses at once that this duel is different, and Kaiser adds brutal new rules to force real growth. He reshapes the arena to impose his conditions. From that point on, Zeke is forbidden to eat or sleep, and the fight will continue until Kaiser alone decides it is over. Kaiser further restricts him to using only the same elemental sword chapter Kaiser is using, daring him to break the rules if he wants to die. The pressure spikes as Kaiser opens with fire. He unleashes the chapter of flame, flooding the chamber with destructive fire techniques and overwhelming Zeke immediately. When Zeke tries to answer outside the rules, Kaiser intercepts him and makes clear that disobedience will be punished mercilessly. He coldly invites Zeke to keep cheating if he thinks he has spare lives. While attacking, Kaiser explains that the elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, one for each element. He starts with the fire chapter and demonstrates it through direct combat. The chapter of flame is defined as raw destructive force. Its essence is overwhelming heat and explosive power meant to crush resistance head-on. Zeke survives the inferno only by enduring it, not by understanding it. Even so, the strain pushes him to his limits almost instantly. Kaiser moves on before Zeke can recover. He shifts to the Earth chapter and attacks from above with crushing force. The chapter of Earth specializes in suppression, using density and weight to pin down and restrain an opponent. Zeke grits through the pressure, but he is being taught by suffering rather than comprehension. Kaiser keeps chaining attacks together so Zeke never gets a moment to reset. A fresh strike cuts Zeke, reminding him how far he still is from matching Kaiser. Kaiser then switches to the Wind chapter, emphasizing speed, mobility, and slicing attacks over brute force. Zeke is forced to fend off a storm of rapid slashes from every direction. Kaiser explains that Wind lacks fire's raw power but excels in versatility, movement, and relentless pressure. Finally, he turns to the Water chapter, the lesson Zeke will have to truly understand. Kaiser shows that water can attack and defend at once, changing shape freely to answer any situation. He demonstrates that water also supports, restrains, and adapts, making it the most balanced of the 4 chapters. Its true strength lies in fluidity rather than force. Zeke is swept into a battlefield completely controlled by Kaiser's water. As he takes damage, Zeke cannot understand why the gap remains so huge even when they are using the same element. He keeps trying to overpower the water with strength, but that only deepens his confusion. His attempts crash uselessly against Kaiser's control. For a moment he thinks he has found an opening, but the next instant proves he still has not grasped the lesson. Kaiser scolds him for mistaking the force of a waterfall for the nature of water itself. He explains that the other chapters reward forceful release, but water is different and cannot be mastered by simply swinging harder. The core of the Water chapter, he says, is softness that overcomes strength, and he orders Zeke to try again. Zeke rejects the idea outright, unable to accept that softness could ever surpass power. That resistance stirs memories of his past life, when he yielded only because he lacked the strength to resist. He remembers losing what mattered because he was too weak to protect it. Those memories harden his belief that strength alone is what lets someone survive, keep their convictions, and protect what they treasure. So Kaiser's teaching sounds impossible to him, something his old self never could have believed. Still, the water keeps colliding with his blade and body, forcing him to experience the lesson physically. Something about that contact begins to unsettle him at a deeper level. He wonders if exhaustion is making him hallucinate, because the duel starts to feel strangely familiar. Even while half-dazed, he continues moving within the current instead of against it. Without fully realizing it, he starts responding to the water rather than trying to dominate it. By then so many days have passed in non-stop combat that he has stopped counting them. He estimates the training has gone on for at least a month without food, sleep, or any real rest. That ordeal finally teaches him a painful truth: even infinite stamina means nothing before a monster like Kaiser. Kaiser senses the shift in Zeke and presses him harder. The water closes in again, forcing Zeke to either understand or break. Zeke realizes his arm is failing and brute force is no longer an option. The slick ground and unstable footing strip away even more of his reliance on strength. He is left with no solid base, no clean swing, and no control except what the water allows. Kaiser drives the pressure down like a crushing torrent. Zeke meets it directly, but this time he tries to guide rather than stop it. He notices with surprise that he has redirected a heavy strike instead of contesting it head-on. At last he begins to understand what Kaiser meant by softness overcoming strength. A new calm enters his movements as he abandons the need to overpower everything. He realizes the problem was not his lack of strength, but his obsession with using strength for every part of the sword. Even standing and gripping the blade had become rigid acts of force. Once he lets go of that rigidity, the meaning of Kaiser's lesson finally opens to him. He sees that all his prior training had chained the sword's path and formed to his own stiffness. So he cuts away those unnecessary constraints and stops trying to command every motion. Instead, he lets the water move like water and find its own path through him and the blade. That surrender lets his body and sword flow together around Kaiser's attack. The sensation reminds him of a state he once touched in his previous life. He recognizes it as unity between self and blade, where the distinction between wielder and weapon begins to disappear. In that state, his sword can answer fiercely when needed, and when force is wrong, it can change shape and timing without resistance. The Water chapter reveals itself as something graceful rather than merely powerful. Kaiser notices the breakthrough and smiles, seeing that Zeke has finally understood. Zeke answers with the same fierce grin, now fighting on the right principle. The duel turns, and he begins matching Kaiser's water with water of his own. He anchors himself only long enough to let the current gather through his sword. Kaiser raises his own blade to meet the counter, still testing how far Zeke can carry the insight. Master and disciple launch the same technique at once. Zeke releases the chapter of Water's Horizon Slash. The strike tears across the chamber with enough force to shake the entire tower. Its aftermath floods the arena in golden light as the training space itself reacts to the completed lesson. When the brilliance fades, Kaiser acknowledges Zeke's success with simple approval. He formally recognizes him as the heir to his former battle name, Zeke Draker. Zeke can barely process the honor before blacking out from sheer exhaustion. When he wakes again, he realizes this is only the second time since regression that he has lost consciousness. The first time was when the system forcibly shut him down after he overused Dragonkin's skills in his duel with the Duke. Back then, the collapse came from system safety measures after he exceeded fatigue limits through skill overuse. This time is different, and more alarming to him, because he fainted from his body's own physical limits. He looks around the ruined chamber, and finds Kaiser gone. Zeke concludes that Kaiser has returned to the spirit realm now that the training is complete. His next concern is whether the quest recognized his final performance with the water chapter. As he wonders, the system begins responding. The linked quest clears successfully, and he also earns a time bonus for finishing faster than expected. Relieved, Zeke celebrates as the rewards begin pouring in. The system upgrades him to Intermediate Administrator, unlocks new functions, upgrades his quest book, activates item shortcut slots and minimap portal travel, and notes that his soul growth has partially unsealed Bahamut's heart to a 90% seal. His updated status confirms major gains, including the title of heir to Terrakin Draker, improved Dragonkin abilities, and elemental sword added to his skill list. The sheer amount of new information leaves him momentarily overwhelmed. He focuses first on the heart seal and confirms that only 10% of Bahamut's power is currently available to him. Remembering that the heart was originally sealed at 95%, he realizes his recent growth has loosened it by another 5%. He recalls that in the past the system refused to unseal more because the power would have broken his mind and body. Knowing firsthand what power beyond capacity feels like, he accepts that handling even 10% safely is already his current limit. He suspects other locked dragon-related abilities may also open further as the seal weakens. That includes the still-locked dragon tongue and the authority called Dragon-type domination. Satisfied for now, he turns his attention to the random reward boxes. The first two boxes give him meteor iron boots and leg armor, bringing him closer to completing the set that matches his gauntlets. Those pieces strengthen his equipment options even without unique abilities of their own. The third box contains crystal earrings that increase mana recovery speed. Zeke immediately recognizes the earrings as highly valuable, especially to mages. He is pleased that his meteor iron set is nearing completion, while also gaining a useful accessory. With the boxes done, he moves on to the random skill cards. He expects them to contain practical new abilities, even if the results are uncertain. When he opens them, the system registers static electricity as his first new skill. The other two turn out to be Flash Bomb and Dissonance, both utility skills focused on blinding and disorienting enemies. Seeing that all three are only C rank, he is briefly disappointed but quickly talks himself into accepting it. He tests static electricity at once by channeling it through a blade. The result is stronger than he expected for such a low rank. He immediately starts imagining how many ways he can apply that kind of flexible utility. Combining Flash Bomb and Dissonance, he realizes, could recreate, or even improve the trick he once used to pass the Great Skip exam. That thought turns the mediocre-looking rewards into valuable tactical tools. He then checks the newly unlocked system functions to see what else his promotion granted him. The item shortcut slots let him use stored items as instantly as skills, which he recognizes as a major advantage in emergencies. Since his stamina and healing are already exceptional, he starts considering what kind of item would be most worth slotting instead of ordinary potions. That line of thought reminds him that even seemingly perfect abilities always have weaknesses. He knows he may face another opponent like Kaiser someday, someone who can overwhelm even infinite stamina, and he still does not know the true limits of his healing factor, so relying on it blindly would be reckless. Deciding to prepare for the worst-case scenario, he chooses a final safeguard. He buys a top-grade healing potion called Salvation and registers it in an item shortcut slot as an emergency answer to otherwise fatal injuries. He decides the costly reward is worth taking because it can compensate for limits in stamina and healing. Then he turns to the prize he values most. He receives the Fairy King's Tear, a one-use medium said to summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm. The item shocks him because it could call on a legendary being directly. Remembering the old tales, he realizes the Fairy King is supposed to grant human wishes. That makes him wonder whether he could truly use it to have a wish fulfilled. But because the relic works only once, he refuses to waste it on a reckless test. He studies the Bao carefully and reins in his temptation. In the end, he chooses to keep the relic in reserve. He leaves convinced that a day will come when he truly needs it. Outside, he arrives at a forest outpost. A magic circle activates beneath him. The system instantly changes his clothes and appearance to fit his new setting. He realizes the transfer has placed him somewhere familiar. Looking around, he confirms he has been teleported to an adventure outpost. He quickly recognizes this as the system's new portal travel function and is impressed by how useful it is. The system explains that he can choose destinations directly from the minimap, starting from the Argos Kingdom's 8th adventure outpost. He learns that travel costs points based on distance, with almost no other restrictions. That means he could eventually move even between continents and make pursuit far harder. He immediately sees how this will support his long-term plans. While thinking ahead, he notices something strange about his surroundings. Flowers blooming in winter make him suspect he is near a special place. The landscape confirms his suspicion. The story shifts to Valhalla, the Central Continent's top knight training academy. There, a late arriving applicant is brought before the principal after missing the entrance ceremony by months. The principal admits he has never handled a case like this before. The young man explains that he was stranded for 4 months and could not arrive on time. He also knows the academy rules allow the principal to deny admission for missing the ceremony. Because waiting another year would ruin his plans to access Terrakin's secured archives, he becomes desperate to get in now. So he resolves to persuade the principal with whatever excuse will work and claims he lost consciousness after entering a training trance. The principal's sharp reaction shows he is not easily fooled. He questions whether the boy truly means a trance state. Valhalla's principal, Flaubert Borges, immediately treats the explanation as a flimsy excuse. His reputation alone makes clear that he is a formidable and uncompromising man. He is famed as a former Royal Guard captain whose honor is respected across the continent. Knowing that, the applicant realizes emotional pleading will not move him, so he drops the act and admits he has no good excuse, insisting only that his story is true. The principal pauses and considers the claim more seriously than expected. He says that with anyone else he would have punished such nonsense as insolence. But because the boy was personally recommended by the academy's head, he offers a chance instead of outright rejection. If the boy can prove that his independent training was worth more than a month at Valhalla, he will be admitted. The applicant accepts at once, deciding that getting in matters more than pride. The principal immediately sets the evaluation in motion. He orders a training room prepared and summons the department professors for an emergency entrance test. Soon the boy stands alone in Valhalla's private cadet training hall. He steels himself, recognizing how serious the academy is. Seeing the assembled professors, he realizes he is being judged by some of the most renowned knights on the continent. Once everyone is present, the principal begins the test. He demands visible proof of the training the boy claims to have completed. The professors watch in silence, ready to dismiss anything unimpressive. The boy hesitates, weighing what he can safely reveal. He immediately rules out showing the elemental sword, since that would expose too much. Feeling the pressure from so many elite knights, he knows ordinary talent will not be enough, so he decides to reveal only part of his strength. He lets his aura surge, resolving to get serious without going too far. Blue power wraps around his weapon as he forms a blade of aura. The display freezes the room, and even the observers are startled by the quality of it. One professor immediately recognizes what he is seeing. They realize the boy is using Aura Blade. The professors are stunned that a 15-year-old has already reached Azure Knight, surpassing records once set by legends. The boy instantly realizes he may have revealed more than intended. He remembers how someone once dismissed Aura as a cheap trick for the weak. After months training with Kaiser, he forgot he was supposed to conceal the true extent of his aura. Fortunately for him, the professors still think they are only seeing Azure Knight level power. He quietly relaxes, knowing his deeper strength remains hidden. He reflects that he had already reached Azure Knight before meeting Kaiser, but mastering the elemental sword pushed him even further. His aura had actually advanced to Crimson Knight. He recalls that the key difference between Azure and Crimson lies in how aura is applied through Aura Blade. An Azure Knight can maintain the blade, but only at a basic level. A Crimson Knight can freely manipulate the blade's shape and function at will. He is relieved he showed only the simplest form, because anything more would have exposed him completely. The silence breaks with open praise from the evaluators. The principal declares that such an advanced skill outweighs any delay and proves the boy gained more outside Valhalla than he would have in a month there. The boy bows and apologizes again, while the principal dismisses the lateness as irrelevant now. The principal asks the professors whether anyone still objects to admitting him. They unanimously agree that his clearly defined aura blade is more than enough proof. With the faculty's support secured, the principal turns back to him. He formally accepts Zeke Draker into Valhalla. The story then shifts to Atlas, the enormous central city that houses both Valhalla and the Four Seasons Castle, the seat of House Draker. Because the house head and many other powerful figures live there, Atlas also serves as House Draker's true headquarters. Back in the present, Zeke steps forward into that new life. Standing before the grand estate prepared for him, he is struck by how lavish his treatment has become. He arrives at his personal mansion in Atlas. Even with his black card privileges, he feels the scale of the place is excessive. When he opens the doors, people are already waiting inside. A surprise celebration erupts to congratulate him on entering Valhalla. To his disbelief, the ones greeting him are Duke and Andre in ridiculous party disguises. They enthusiastically praise him while acting as if this absurd welcome is perfectly normal. Before he can recover, they announce that the real event is only beginning. He learns that Duke and Andre prepared the surprise party in his mansion. He also finds out Duke had already been summoned by the head of House Draker, and had been living in the mansion for over a month. Andre reveals he has come to Valhalla as an assistant professor and intends to stay there too, making Zeke suspect he followed him on purpose. As the two of them enjoy themselves, Zeke can only stare in exhausted disbelief. His irritation finally boils over at the fact that they moved into his house without even asking him. Much later, the aftermath of the party shows how thoroughly they overdid it. Both Duke and Andre end up passed out drunk amid the wreckage. Night falls over the mansion. Elsewhere, a hooded figure enters a tavern crowded with rough patrons. He quietly orders a beer to avoid drawing attention. Then he asks to meet Kay. That single request instantly changes the mood of the room. The tavern's patrons reveal themselves as armed watchers, and the place becomes a trap. The hooded visitor remains calm, almost amused by the response. When he flashes the Draker insignia, he warns them not to act rashly. The men hesitate at once, recognizing that provoking House Draker could be fatal. The bartender realizes the visitor is no ordinary target and tries to defuse the situation. He nervously apologizes for not stopping the others sooner. Then he signals that he will cooperate. He offers to take the visitor directly to the branch manager. The hooded man is led through a secret passage protected by layered security magic, and he recognizes it from before his regression. He remembers that, in the old timeline, the world had 2 major spy organizations and 1 hidden third force. That hidden force was the Syndicate, an intelligence network most people never even knew existed. It began as smugglers until one underling named K transformed it into an intelligence business built on smuggling routes. In his previous life, this was around the time he had been expelled from the academy and survived by becoming a hitman for the McCain cartel. Later, K approached him and asked him to secure key smuggling routes. That work helped the Syndicate grow into a power rivaling the Black Mist and the Empire's Intelligence Bureau, and K eventually took control of it. When the Empire later destroyed everything he cared about, that connection became crucial. K had once handed him a relic the Emperor desperately wanted. By doing so, K gave him the means to pursue revenge. He still remembers that K framed it as repayment for helping the Syndicate rise, but he knows he would never have reached this point without that help. Now, with the future uncertain, he decides information is power and that he needs the Syndicate on his side early. K's talent is too valuable to ignore, so he intends to build an alliance starting with this first deal. He enters the hidden chamber where the branch manager waits. A match is struck, signaling the start of their private negotiation. The visitor immediately recognizes the manager's familiar habits. The branch manager is revealed to be a red-haired woman who lights a cigarette and studies him with interest. As the room brightens, she prepares to hear him out. She asks what business a celebrated Draco prodigy could possibly have with the Syndicate. Rather than answer indirectly, she invites him to be frank. He accepts and goes straight to the point. He says he wants to start a business relationship with the Syndicate. She listens without interrupting, curious but cautious. Then she points out the contradiction between his noble status and any need to deal with a criminal organization. He realizes from her words that the Syndicate already knows about what happened at Valhalla that day. Still, he keeps his guard up and refuses to be led by her questions. Instead, he asks her to inspect the goods first. He places a pair of earrings on the table. When she dismisses them as ordinary jewelry, he reveals they are artifacts and tells her to try them on. She assumes they are some minor mana recovery item and puts them on with skepticism. The effect hits instantly, cutting off her sarcasm. Her cigarette drops as the artifacts activate. She is stunned to discover that her mana recovery has increased by an absurd amount, around 10 to 15%. Because even top-tier artifacts usually grant only 1 to 3%, she realizes these earrings are extraordinary and should not exist unnoticed. She concludes he either found a hidden supply route beyond her knowledge or excavated them himself. That possibility forces her to reassess him completely. Seeing her shaken, he calmly asks whether she has changed her mind. He follows up by instructing her to use the personal information sheet he prepared to open a new bank account. He further appoints the Syndicate as his proxy to retrieve goods from a bank in North Atlas, making clear that he intends to consign hidden merchandise through them. When she reviews the terms, she finds the commission and bonus generous enough to match the best deals she could have hoped for, leaving the negotiation tilting decisively in his favor. A red-haired mage realizes her counterpart already knew her true nature, confirming he has unusually strong intelligence sources. Satisfied with that, she accepts the proposed arrangement and seals the business deal. She parts on cordial terms, formally acknowledging young Lord Draker as a new partner. Zeke answers politely, then abruptly steers the conversation towards something he clearly already knows. He asks about the Syndicate's phantom ships, exposing a secret operation at the heart of her business. The question instantly rattles her and strips away her earlier composure. As her hidden forces gather around her, she demands to know how he learned about them. Zeke laughs off her hostility and reminds her that threatening him will not be easy. He openly challenges her confidence, making it clear he does not fear her power. His pressure crashes over her like a direct magical assault, forcing her onto the defensive. Shaken, she realizes she badly underestimated him and lacks crucial information about who he really is. The oppressive aura spreads through the area, frightening everyone nearby and proving his strength is overwhelming. She curses her mistake and concludes Zeke Draker is far more dangerous than his public title suggests. While she recalls that even the full Syndicate could not beat him, Zeke calmly invites her to continue their talk in private. The discussion moves to the Atlas branch manager's office, where the power balance has clearly shifted in Zeke's favor. When she presents a blood pact, Zeke immediately recognizes it as a mage's method of securing mutual safety. She explains that a blood pact becomes absolutely binding once signed in blood. The pact marks both parties and ensures that killing the other means sharing the same death. She adds that indirect betrayal also backfires, leaving the betrayer exposed while freeing the other side. Zeke agrees to sign because he wants insurance against her deciding to eliminate him later. To prove his sincerity, he cuts himself without hesitation. He signs the pact in blood, accepting the magical restraint on both of them. As the contract activates, he remarks that if this is what it takes to earn her trust, he will do it gladly. The pact flares with magic as the agreement takes hold. Their forearms are branded with each other's signatures, making the partnership official and enforceable. Now bound as true partners, Zeke resumes the interrogation from a position of control. He directly accuses the syndicate of using phantom ships to transport McCain's canaries. The accusation gives her another headache, showing how precisely he has cornered her. She admits she cannot understand how he uncovered her ships, but she no longer denies the issue. She finally confirms that the phantom ships are indeed being used to move McCain's canaries. The drug trade is laid out plainly. Cannabis is illegal in most kingdoms, but civil war turned the southern continent into its main source. Zeke infers that the recent border closure by House Ishtar must be what forced this smuggling arrangement. She confirms his conclusion and notes that no one wants to provoke a transcendent house like Ishtar. The route south by land once passed through Ishtar's territory, but after Ishtar shut its borders, trade with the south effectively stopped. With land blocked and the seas dominated by favela, McCain had no choice but to pay the syndicate for covert maritime transport. Zeke frames McCain and favela as rival criminal powers divided by geography but dependent on the southern continent. McCain once moved canaries north by land while favela built its strength at sea. When Ishtar closed the land route, McCain was forced onto the ocean as well. That put McCain into direct conflict with favela, which already controlled the sea lanes. Even after explaining the situation, she still presses Zeke to reveal how he learned about the phantom ships. The answer lies in a buried secret. Kay created the invisibility magic that hides entire syndicate ships. Because those ships let the syndicate evade both pirates and navies, the secret is central to their entire business model. Zeke cannot reveal his true source, so he deflects and reminds her that professionals do not ask where intelligence comes from. He redirects her attention to favela's offer, forcing her to think about the larger threat instead of his methods. She admits favela recently offered the syndicate double McCain's payment if they cut McCain off. Zeke argues that from the syndicate's perspective, favela is trying to choke McCain's distribution network. Then he drops a far more explosive suspicion. Favela may actually be the pirate force once crushed by the White Silver Knight. She rejects that idea outright and insists favela is disciplined and respectable, not a pack of raiders. Zeke counters that favela's real goal is to uncover the one route they still lack, the syndicate's hidden sea route. He warns that unlike McCain, favela will seize the phantom ships themselves the moment they learn enough. When she tries to challenge how he knows so much, he cuts her off and demands payment for the intelligence first. What he wants is not money but a direct connection to McCain's boss, Don Juan. To force the issue, he offers an outrageous bargain. If she arranges that meeting, he will make her the syndicate's boss. Later, under the moonlit city, the consequences of that conversation continue to unfold in Zeke's mind. He leaves the office alone, already planning his next move. He judges that Kay's information is valuable, but still not enough for what he intends. To rebuild the intelligence network he had before his regression, he decides he must dominate the southern continent and absorb its forces. He silently vows that Don Juan will eventually be consumed by the conflict he has just ignited. In his mind, the spark he lit inside the syndicate will grow into a fire that destroys Don Juan. The story then shifts to a calmer setting, where Zeke arrives at a prestigious training ground. At the Night Training Institute Valhalla, he notes that life here offers far more freedom than his previous schools. While waiting for the guide the Chancellor promised, he watches the unfamiliar campus and its rhythms. A stranger suddenly calls out to him. The newcomer confirms that Zeke is the cadet the Chancellor mentioned. He introduces himself with overwhelming enthusiasm and instantly tries to treat Zeke like an old friend. Zeke is left staring at this burst of energy in total confusion. The stranger teases him for still acting like a stiff academy student and starts chatting without pause. Zeke tries to restore order by asking whether this man is really the guide sent by the Chancellor. The guide mocks Zeke's formal way of speaking and casually inserts himself into Zeke's space. He confirms that he will be showing Zeke around Valhalla, while Zeke privately realizes the man never stops talking. The guide finally gives his name, Diego. He grandly presents himself as Diego Villa, a musician obsessed with Southern fusion and impossible to ignore. Zeke accepts the introduction, though Diego's intensity only makes him more wary. As they start walking, Diego urges Zeke to relax and stop imagining hidden threats everywhere. Zeke recognizes the name at once and realizes this loud guide will one day become one of the 5-star Knights. He recalls that the 5-star Knights were the 5 heroes who played decisive roles in the Continental War before his regression. Among them were the Flash Knight Reina Turin and Diego Villa, the future Rhythm Knight now walking beside him. Zeke also remembers a rumor that all 5 of those legendary knights graduated from Valhalla. As he considers how quickly he might gather future power here, Diego interrupts his thoughts by dragging him toward food. Zeke tries Southern food at Diego's insistence, and is immediately won over by it. To his own surprise, he admits the meal is excellent, which delights Diego. Diego boasts that Valhalla's Southern cuisine is the real thing, and Zeke slips by saying it is better than what is served in the South. That makes Diego ask whether Zeke has actually been to the Southern continent, forcing Zeke to retreat into a vague answer. Zeke turns the question back on Diego, and asks how someone from the South ended up at Valhalla. Diego explains that his parents once ruled a small southern kingdom, making him former royalty. He describes how the southern continent used to be a federation of minor kingdoms centered on Cusco before civil war shattered it. With that old order gone, Diego jokes that he is basically still a prince, even if the title means little now. He says the elders sent him to Valhalla because he is a genius with his kingdom's traditional double sword technique. But he admits he cares far more about music than swordsmanship, which makes Zeke question his sense of duty. Diego immediately tries to recruit Zeke into a bizarre music club, only to be rejected without hesitation. Later, when they enter an upper-class lecture hall, Zeke wonders whether first years are even allowed there. Diego explains that Valhalla lets students attend any lecture connected to learning, and this one is supposed to be special. The crowd's whispers make Zeke realize the event is drawing unusual attention. He hears students marveling that the youngest entrant in Valhalla's history, Zeke Draker, is present in person. Diego is stunned to learn that his new companion belongs to House Draker. Zeke points to the crest on his glove, surprised Diego failed to notice something so obvious. When Zeke calls it a Pure Blood Awakener's glove, Diego is shocked by what that implies. He admits he thought Zeke kept the gloves on for style, not because they mark direct bloodline status. Zeke notes that a Valhalla cadet who cannot recognize such a glove is far less informed than he expected. Diego, sweating now, scrambles to recover and earns Zeke's approval only because his reaction finally seems normal. Instead of calming down, Diego becomes even more excited and decides Zeke's aloofness now makes perfect sense. Zeke can only stare, convinced this man is impossible. Diego jokes that if Zeke is really that noble, he should have paid for lunch, then throws an arm around him like they are already close friends. The lecture begins as the audience applauds the Chancellor. The Chancellor calls for everyone's attention and takes control of the room. The hall quiets as the students settle in to hear the promised guests. Zeke realizes the turnout is so large because the Chancellor himself is hosting the lecture. While the Chancellor opens the event, Diego keeps trying to show Zeke his song lyrics, and Zeke has to beg him to pay attention. The Chancellor announces the first guest, a returning knight of House Draker who has emerged from seclusion. Zeke immediately guesses that this must be the Obsidian Knight now that he has returned to Four Seasons Castle. The first speaker is revealed as Duke Draker. The audience erupts in whispers, recognizing him as the Storm Knight and the Obsidian Knight who had vanished from public view. Duke Draker acknowledges the attention and says he is honored people still remember him after so long away. He begins a polished account of how he rose from ordinary cadet to Obsidian Knight, and even Zeke admits he speaks well. But the speech drags on, turning into a self-congratulatory monologue that wears the audience down. Students start nodding off as Duke continues rambling without end. After 2 hours of bragging, Zeke is openly wondering when it will finally stop. At last the Chancellor cuts him off and moves the lecture forward before Duke can keep going. He announces that the second speaker needs no introduction. He adds that this next guest came despite the heavy responsibilities of a Guardian Knight, instantly catching Zeke's attention. Zeke recalls that Guardian Knights sit at the top of House Draker's internal hierarchy and wield influence comparable to elders. Since there are fewer than 10 Guardian Knights, he realizes the next speaker must be someone truly important. The Chancellor hesitates for a moment, as if even he feels the weight of the introduction. Time seems to pause as the hall waits for the next name. Then a silver-haired woman steps forward. Her arrival lands with a sharp, commanding presence that instantly changes the atmosphere. Zeke studies her in silence, sensing something familiar before he can place it. He notes the silver hair and white full-body armor, but at first still cannot identify her. Around him, students are thrilled simply to witness the legendary Silver Knight in person. That title jolts Zeke into sudden recognition. He turns in shock as the truth hits him. The pieces fall into place as he realizes exactly who she is. The Silver Knight is revealed to be Carly Draker, the firstborn of House Draker's direct line. As she begins speaking, the lecture shifts into the history of Essen, the central continent's great port city, and its strategic trade position. She explains that decades earlier Essen had been a lawless center of southern pirate activity. Everything changed when Carly became an official knight of House Draker and began systematically exterminating the pirates. By the 5th year of her campaign, pirates had vanished from Essen entirely. Under House Draker's protection, Essen was reborn as the continent's greatest port, while the surviving pirates were driven into the deadly southern seas. For that achievement, Carly became the youngest Guardian Knight in history, surpassing even what Abel had managed in Zeke's previous life. The hall listens in awe as she stands before them with the authority of someone who truly changed history. Zeke is stunned that the famous speaker he expected turned out to be his own eldest sister. He also realizes she is currently competing with Abel for succession, which makes her appearance here even more significant. Her changed appearance had hidden her identity from him, but now he understands why he failed to recognize her at first glance. Carly begins speaking in a calm voice that carries absolute command. Then she taps the podium, signaling that the room is about to be judged by her standards. With a single order for silence, she crushes every whisper in the hall and freezes the audience in fear. The students physically tremble under the force of her authority. Duke lightly chides her for frightening the cadets, but his tone only highlights how dominant she is. Carly rebukes the students for their lack of discipline and declares that Valhalla has fallen far below the standards she remembers. She reminds them that the peace they enjoy was paid for by the blood, sweat, and tears of their forebears, not handed to them for free. Zeke realizes that Carly's harsh teaching comes from a belief that knowledge matters only when it is put into practice. Carly drives the lesson further, insisting that true knighthood is earned through discipline, training, and strict adherence to principle. Once the lecture ends, the cadets complain about her severity, while Zeke recognizes that her advice was sound even if no one appreciated it. As he reflects on her, he addresses Diego in his thoughts and prepares to move on. His companion abruptly abandons him to chase his own artistic obsession, leaving Zeke alone. Zeke decides the separation is useful, since it gives him a chance to search for Tarakan's secret library while pretending to scout recruits. He starts considering where to begin his search. Before he can continue, someone calls him by name and stops him cold. Carly approaches and asks for a moment of his time. She brings him to the Valhalla Common Use training grounds, clearly intending something formal. There, she draws the Holy Kingdom's mithril sword and activates her aura blade, immediately raising the stakes. Zeke is startled by how serious she is. He recognizes the weapon as the Holy Kingdom's famed mithril sword. He recalls that the Holy Kingdom forged that weapon because it had long struggled against pirates near Essen. After Carly helped purge those pirates, the kingdom rewarded her with pure mithril sword and armor, earning her the title Silver Knight. Carly demands that Zeke show her everything he is capable of. He understands that she has challenged him because she heard he had reached Azure Knight level, and her use of aura proves she means to test him seriously. Zeke answers by readying his own weapon and accepting the spar. He grips the sword firmly, preparing to meet her head-on. Even while agreeing, he decides he cannot reveal his full strength. He outwardly accepts the challenge, but inwardly resolves to keep his true abilities hidden. He reasons that too many enemies are already watching him, so exposing all his cards now would only endanger him. Because House Draco rewards only the strongest, he knows that revealing he is already at Crimson Knight level would invite assassination from rival claimants, and control from the family head. For now, he wants only the protection of belonging to a transcendent house, not to become anyone's tool. The duel begins with both of them exploding into motion. Their first clash is fierce, with Carly's mithril blade meeting Zeke's massive weapon in a shower of force. Zeke is caught off guard by the sheer pressure behind her strike. Carly presses in without hesitation, forcing him to absorb the impact at close range. He realizes too late that her attack is cutting through his guard. The blade slices his face, and at that instant he secretly orders the system to disable his healing factor so the wound will remain visible. He does this because a guardian knight like Carly would immediately notice unnatural regeneration. Carly notices how quickly he had healed before and resolves not to overlook such a clue again. The exchange accelerates into a storm of repeated clashes as either side yields. Zeke tries to counter from above, but Carly reads him and responds faster. Her power erupts upward and overwhelms the space around them. Zeke finally admits to himself that this is the force of a true Crimson Knight, far beyond what he can safely meet while pretending to be only Azure. Carly's next blow crashes into the ground with devastating force. She launches herself high and prepares an even greater finishing strike while Zeke looks up from below. From above, she commits fully to a descending attack meant to end the test in one stroke. The colossal aura blade comes down like a falling wall. Carly unleashes the full technique known as Colossal Blade. The attack slams into the training hall and detonates with overwhelming force. The hall fills with dust and debris as the impact tears through the structure. Zeke realizes that only a mithril weapon could have survived that collision intact. Carly, seeing his weapon endure, acknowledges that his sword is extraordinary. Zeke grins through the strain and prepares a response of his own. His counterattack detonates against her strike in a violent burst. The aftermath leaves a cratered ruin between them. Breathing hard, Zeke admits that fighting a Crimson Knight while pretending to be Azure is far from easy. Just as he starts to relax, Carly warns him that he is nowhere near safe enough to lower his guard. He instantly remembers the true danger he had overlooked. Carly's aura blade is so massive that before she was called Silver Knight, she was known as Colossal Blade. Realizing what that means, Zeke braces in alarm. The lingering force of her technique tears through the hall and sends destruction racing onward. Carly watches the delayed devastation spread, understanding too late how much power she released. Amid the collapsing rubble, Zeke's sword remains planted, showing he somehow endured the blow. The destruction continues to roll outward in a massive wave. Carly curses herself for forgetting to hold back. Then she senses something is wrong and snaps to attention. The ruined hall groans and collapses further around them. Zeke emerges from the wreckage, battered but still standing. He decides his injuries should be convincing enough to preserve the illusion. Privately satisfied, he hopes his performance has fooled her. The training grounds are left shattered by the exchange. Carly praises him sincerely, impressed by what he endured. She admits that withstanding that attack exceeded all her expectations. For the first time, Carly lets out a relieved laugh, her tension breaking. She starts to tell him something important. Before she can finish, Zeke suddenly collapses. Carly rushes to him in alarm and calls out to make sure he is alive. Supporting his weight, she realizes he has suffered severe internal injuries. She panics that her aura may have been far too much for him. Acting quickly, she reaches into her pouch for medicine. She uncaps a potent potion without hesitation. Carly gives him House Draco's strongest potion and tells him to drink it slowly. The medicine begins restoring him at once. While she watches, Zeke secretly has the system reactivate his healing factor, confident that the potion will now explain his recovery. He reflects that every step of this deception, including turning his healing back on, has been carefully planned. By holding back as much as possible, he believes he can make his current strength look like a recent rise to Azure Knight. He recalls that when Colossal Blade struck, he chose to take the hit with minimal defense instead of deflecting it. He also remembers the strange pause before the blow landed and realizes that hesitation made the deception easier. Because he could not use aura openly, he absorbed part of Carly's aura into himself and accepted internal damage to sell the act. Since Carly already thinks he can use aura, he expects her to assume those injuries came from failing to control his own power. When he sits up, Carly anxiously asks whether he feels better. He politely thanks her and confirms that he has recovered enough. Carly bows her head in relief and respect. Then she offers him something more personal, telling him he may call her sister. Later, in a secluded alley on Atlas's outskirts, a hidden carriage waits for them. Inside, Carly serves him rare imported tea and treats him with unusual warmth. Zeke notes that even the head of House Draco once tried to win him over with tea, and he realizes how quickly word of his value is spreading. As the carriage moves under stealth magic, Carly explains that a Guardian Knight's carriage must remain inconspicuous. Zeke concludes that after dragging him into a duel and now taking him outside the city, she must want to discuss something secret. Carly freezes the mood by revealing that the matter concerns the Slaughter Knight. She asks for his help in stopping Abel Draker. When Zeke questions why she would target her own younger brother, she slows down and prepares to explain carefully. Carly reveals that House Draker is sworn to neutrality in conflicts between nations, but Abel is about to betray that oath by backing Rome against Arlencia. Zeke is shocked that Abel was moving this early, and asks whether Four Seasons Castle knows. Carly answers that they do know and are deliberately allowing it. She explains that Four Seasons Castle is split, with pro-Empire elders supporting Abel. Though some elders remain neutral, Zeke realizes that their conservatism means Rome will eventually win them over as well, and Carly agrees. Carly says she is still investigating what leverage Abel is using, but warns that if he is not stopped, war will come soon. Zeke thinks back to his regression and recognizes that her warning matches the future he remembers. He recalls that House Draco would eventually fall under Abel's control and, together with Rome, plunge the continent into a catastrophic war. Carly says that this looming disaster is why she has finally made her decision. She declares that she will build a force to stop Abel. Carly explains that Abel is steadily taking over House Draker's leadership, but she still believes true knights should serve justice rather than power. Following that conviction, she intends to rally the common knights who form the foundation of Four Seasons Castle. Even so, she refuses to pressure Zeke, reminding him that as a young pure-blood awakener he still has his whole future ahead of him. Zeke studies her and finally understands what kind of person she truly is. He sees that she is principled, flexible when the greater good demands it, and fundamentally just. He also realizes that the slight hesitation before Colossal Blade struck was proof that she had been worried about hurting him. To him, Carly is both the strong, upright Draker she appears to be and someone unexpectedly soft-hearted beneath that exterior. Carly warns that if he joins her, he could be branded a traitor, and urges him to think carefully before deciding. Instead of hesitating, Zeke rises at once. He tells her he has already made up his mind. Though still young, he asks for the honor of joining her knights. Carly accepts his answer with heartfelt gratitude. Afterward, Zeke heads to the Valhalla Research Complex, reflecting that corruption had spread far earlier than he had known in his previous life. He remembers that his original reason for wanting to leave House Draker early was to escape Abel's watch while building strength for the coming war. Now that Carly shares that goal, he realizes he no longer needs to leave the house to prepare. In fact, staying is ideal, because he can monitor Abel from within while letting Carly draw the attention. He reasons that Carly alone could never have balanced House Draker against Abel, but if he becomes an official knight and stands beside her, their side can finally outweigh his brother's. Even so, he is exhausted by how much effort it took to keep acting like a proper knight. Following the system's guidance, he reaches the place it marked as his destination. At the Great Central Library, he arrives at what he believes is Terrakin's secure archive, the true reason he came to Valhalla. He enters the vast library expecting to find something extraordinary hidden within. The system announces that he has reached the destination, confirming he is in Terrakin's secure archives. But when he looks around, he is disappointed to find only a small room full of old books. He complains that the archive seems tiny and useless. Because the system led him here, he had expected a legendary treasure rather than dusty volumes. He wonders if the entire trip was a waste of time. Then the system detects a hidden update location beneath his feet. A towering column of light erupts from the floor in response. Zeke stares upward in shock, unable to understand what has just appeared. The system begins integrating his archive with that of another administrator, revealing that Terrakin Draker was also a system user. A hidden shelf manifests, and Zeke realizes it could only ever be revealed through the system itself. The system links Terrakin's secure archive to Zeke's and grants him permanent access, neatly organized by category. Ignoring the broader manuals for now, Zeke asks the system to show him whatever will help him grow the fastest. The system accepts and identifies a single matching book. A glowing volume slides out from the shelf, and Zeke immediately recognizes it as the answer. The book is titled Secret Manual of the True Dragon Sword Art. Though he has never heard of the technique, he decides to inspect it and learn who wrote it. The moment he does, he is struck by sudden recognition. The author is revealed to be Hero King Kaiser's most loyal knight. Zeke is stunned to discover that the writer is Shattern Draker. The library around him falls silent as the revelation sinks in. Before passing down the essence of the true dragon sword art, Shattern begins by explaining why he created it. He introduces himself and promises to reveal the purpose behind the art's creation. Shattern explains that the bond between dragons and humans began with the great Hero King, who allowed humanity to form covenants with the great dragons. But he adds that dragons did not help humanity out of obligation or shared cause, only out of pity for a race they saw as weaker than all others. As covenant bearers spread across the continent, human civilization flourished rapidly, yet the narrator grew uneasy about relying so completely on dragons. He feared that dragons who helped humanity out of passing pity could just as easily decide to destroy it. That fear hardened into a single conclusion about what would happen if the dragons ever turned. If betrayal came, humanity would be unable to resist, and could be wiped out almost immediately. So he began searching for a way humans could fight dragons, first considering magic. He abandoned that idea after realizing magic itself was a gift dragons had carved into human hearts, and therefore could never be a true weapon against them. He next looked to the elemental sword feared even by dragons. But that power belonged only to those carrying the Elf King's blood. Forced back to human means, he researched every discipline he could find in hopes of creating a power unique to mankind. Ironically, his greatest help came from Kronos, the Hero King's covenant dragon, whose interest seemed more purposeful than playful. Together they eventually discovered Aura, a force unlike mana or elemental power because only humans could manifest it. After the Hero King departed for the spirit realm, the research bore fruit, and the narrator compiled and spread a manual for the true dragon sword art throughout the kingdom. But despite that effort, the art failed to take root. In a world where dragon artifacts granted easy power, almost no one was willing to endure the discipline needed to master a true dragon-slaying art. Even so, the narrator recorded his belief that one day this neglected art would become necessary. He left behind a final hope that whoever found his secret manual would understand his intent. He wished that future readers would commit themselves to mastering the art he had preserved. In the present, the young man uncovers that manual and receives a quest to inherit Shattern Draker's true dragon sword art in exchange for the location of the Kronos Kingdom treasury. The reward immediately tempts him, since a royal treasury should hold artifacts far beyond anything he has found so far. Still, the 3-month limit tells him mastering this art may be even harder than obtaining the elemental sword, so he decides to focus on it first. He accepts that Shattern's warning was right, and commits himself to this path. The journal then confirms that the dragons eventually did betray humanity, just as Shattern feared, and that betrayal led to the Liberation War. Wanting more, he asks the system for any other relevant records, especially Terrakin's journal. The system finds a matching record and begins projecting Terrakin's journal directly around him. As the projection starts, he realizes the space around him is transforming rather than merely displaying images. The shift reminds him of the system's tutorial, making him suspect he has been placed inside a simulated environment. He finds himself standing in a barren battlefield, unsure where the system has taken him. He quickly concludes this is a system-generated space meant to reenact the record. A blazing distortion opens nearby, forcing his attention towards something immense arriving. The sudden manifestation throws him off balance. A colossal dragon descends before him with overwhelming presence, as if the projection has become fully real. He steadies himself with a mental defense skill and marvels at how convincing the simulation feels. Recognizing the creature as the ultimate form of past creations, he realizes the projection has summoned a dragon itself. He identifies the dragon as Bahamut. As the scene widens, he understands he is witnessing the legendary confrontation between Terrakin Draker and the evil dragon Bahamut. Then he notices another presence entering the scene so subtly that he had failed to sense it at all. That impossible concealment tells him the newcomer is no ordinary figure. The hidden presence resolves into a distorted armored man, and the observer immediately judges him to be another kind of monster entirely. The phantom warrior passes right through him, confirming that he is only an incorporeal witness inside the projection. Realizing he cannot interfere, he focuses on understanding what moment from Terrakin's life he is being shown. He concludes that the projection is replaying the famous duel between Terrakin Draker and Bahamut. The battle begins in earnest as the dragon bears down on Terrakin. Instead of fear, the observer feels thrilled that he is about to witness a legendary clash firsthand. Terrakin advances to meet the dragon without hesitation. The observer watches the collision unfold, waiting to see the decisive strike from the hero of legend. But Bahamut taunts Terrakin for hesitating, suggesting the battle is not what the legends claimed. Terrakin answers only with silence, making the tension even stranger. Then Bahamut addresses him as Covenant Bearer, shocking the observer with a revelation that overturns everything he thought he knew. He is stunned to realize Terrakin was Bahamut's own Covenant Bearer, just as Kaiser and Kronos were bound together. That revelation makes the famous tale of Terrakin slaying Bahamut suddenly impossible to accept at face value. Before he can process it, another disturbance tears through the projection. The entire reenactment begins to glitch violently, as if some hidden force is rejecting what is being shown. He can only watch in confusion as the record destabilizes around him. Terrakin and Bahamut continue speaking, but the corruption garbles their words and blocks the crucial meaning. When he begs the system to fix it, the system refuses, saying the request cannot be accepted. Frustration rises as he realizes the system will not help him recover the missing truth. A new realization stops him cold. He begins connecting the broken projection to an older memory about whether a covenant dragon could ever harm its bearer. The corrupted scene and that old question suddenly seem linked. He remembers asking whether a covenant dragon could injure its covenant bearer, and being mocked for even considering it. He had once been assured that dragons could never betray humans. But another memory surfaces, insisting that if betrayal ever happened, it would be the human who betrayed the dragon first. That remembered answer lands just as the projection shows Bahamut being destroyed, implying the covenant bearer, not the dragon, was the betrayer. The dragon's body begins to scatter into violet ash. As Bahamut crumbles away, the observer notices that not everything is turning to ash. Something remains after the dragon's apparent death. He recognizes the surviving remnants as familiar objects from the dragon slayer's sanctuary. They are Bahamut's heart and fang, proving that pieces of a dragon can persist after the rest disintegrates. That raises a new question for him about whether dragons always leave behind select remains while the rest becomes ash. He rejects the idea that all dragon-derived items vanish, reasoning that some materials, like his pureblood gloves, must have come from surviving parts. Before he can think further, the projection collapses completely. He is thrown back into the library and realizes the reenactment has ended. Exhausted and unsettled, he is left wondering what the broken record truly meant. Unable to resolve it that night, he decides to head home. After leaving the central library, he gains permanent system access to Tarakan's secure archives. He replays Tarakan's journal repeatedly, but every attempt breaks at the same point, leaving the final exchange forever obscured. Even so, he keeps digging through the archives and steadily gathers new pieces of the truth. He learns that the true dragon sword art was originally a genuine dragon-slaying technique that Tarakan later simplified into more accessible methods. That simplification made the art easier to learn but weakened it so much that it could no longer deal truly fatal blows to dragons. Its effectiveness could still be preserved somewhat by adapting the techniques to one's own style, even if the original power was lost. What troubles him most, however, is how completely Tarakan's journal contradicts the accepted legends. Public legend still says Tarakan slew Bahamut and ushered in an age of peace, which at first seems broadly consistent with the journal. But no legend anywhere mentions Bahamut and Tarakan being bound by covenant, and that absence feels deliberate rather than accidental. He continues reviewing records while walking, trying to fit the missing pieces together. At the same time, a woman elsewhere greets an unseen partner, hinting that other players are already moving behind the scenes. She explains that she has searched every Dragon Slayer legend on the continent, even untranslated sources, for answers. Yet all that research has led only to a glaring omission. None of the old records mention covenants between humans and dragons at all. Nor do they mention Kaiser or Tarakan as covenant bearers, despite how central those facts now seem. Worse, every source repeats the same official story so perfectly that it feels coordinated, and anyone who digs deeper receives warnings from House Draker. He learns that the Syndicate has already backed off the investigation rather than provoke House Draker further. That reaction convinces him the suppression is active and ongoing, not merely historical. He becomes certain that House Draker is deliberately censoring information about Tarakan. That certainty only deepens the mystery of why they would hide the truth about their own founder. Tarakan's fame is the foundation on which the three transcendent houses built their authority. So House Draker's tight control over anything involving Tarakan and Bahamut makes no sense unless the hidden truth threatens that foundation. He still does not know the reason, but he is sure one exists. Determined to find it, he heads back to the secure archives for another search. Just as he tries to call up the system again, he senses something wrong nearby. He freezes, instantly alert to an intruder. A faint sound confirms someone is moving inside the mansion. He narrows his focus and listens for the source. The noise reveals a hidden presence somewhere in the hall. He quickly reasons that the house should be nearly empty, making the intruder impossible to dismiss as a servant or family member. Then he spots a masked watcher observing him from concealment. Without hesitation, he asks the system for a mini-map to confirm how many enemies are present. The map reveals at least 2 hostile positions, one already inside and another waiting outside. That pattern reminds him of the hounds that once tracked him in the giant mountains. But he dismisses that explanation because his methods there should not connect him to this attack. So he decides the identities of the attackers matter less than the person who sent them. Watching the hidden man, he starts narrowing down the most likely mastermind. A nearby door shifts, confirming the trap is closing around him. The masked intruder edges into position, ready to strike. The young man openly asks whether Abel sent him, taking the assassin by surprise. The intruder's startled reaction tells him the guess hit close enough to matter. He reasons that Abel likely noticed his alliance with Carly and moved to silence or seize him. Still, he offers the attacker a chance to stay silent, making clear he can learn the truth another way. He attacks first before the assassin can recover. Their blades meet at close range, and the clash proves the intruder is highly trained. As he presses in, he warns that he has other methods of uncovering who is behind this. Outside, more movement around the mansion confirms that additional operatives are in place. The hidden team begins coordinating from multiple angles. He bursts into motion through the corridor, forcing several concealed attackers to reveal themselves at once. One masked fighter manages to catch his descending strike, but only barely. He kicks 2 others away and lands in a guarded stance, showing he can handle a group attack. The first assassin now understands he is facing someone far stronger than expected. After crossing blades, the young man concludes he can identify the attacker by style alone. He knows a fighter can hide his face, but not the habits of his swordsmanship. The curved dagger technique tells him this style comes from the northern kingdom of Gorka. He recalls that Gorka's elite rangers are the strongest protectors of the northern continent. Those rangers fight with kukri daggers and are often hired in the central lands for specialized missions. But that realization also tells him Abel is probably not behind this, because Gorkan rangers do not take assassination jobs born from personal grudges. He throws a blade and keeps analyzing even in motion. The assassin's guarded response confirms another inconsistency. He realizes the man is far too defensive and has repeatedly ignored obvious chances to kill him. That means the attackers are not here to assassinate him at all. Their real objective is to capture him alive. He sharpens his focus just as the outside operative finally acts. Sensing the move from beyond the hall, he identifies it as the next stage of the abduction attempt. He predicts correctly that the outside attacker is launching a sleeping gas meant to knock him out. The gas bomb bursts over him and floods the corridor. He immediately recognizes the scent as mandragora root, a standard ingredient in sleeping potions. Rather than panic, he calmly adjusts his grip and prepares to exploit the trap. He lets the attackers think the gas is working while deciding to see what they do next. The system detects the toxin and automatically activates his poison immunity, but he still drops to the floor as if overcome. One hooded captor approaches to inspect the apparently unconscious target. Satisfied, the kidnappers hoist him up and prepare to move him out. As he hangs limp over a captor's shoulder, he secretly keeps watch through half-lidded eyes. He admits he still has no idea who ordered the kidnapping or why, but he intends to follow the trail to its source. Elsewhere, a one-eyed man in a red coat coldly warns that whoever arranged this had better be ready for the consequences. By dawn, the operation has carried him away to a farm on the outskirts of Atlas. Bound in chains, the captive prepares to confront whoever orchestrated his abduction. He reveals that the mastermind behind his kidnapping is someone he never expected. That suspicion is confirmed when Cliff Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Merchants Guild, presents himself and welcomes the easier negotiation. The captive realizes he knows Cliff from his previous life. He recalls Reinhardt as one of the world's greatest merchant powers based in Arlencia. He also remembers that this same guild once stood at the center of a grim future. In that future, both Arlencia and Reinhardt were destroyed in the continental war sparked by Abel and the Empire. Cliff had once resisted the Empire sincerely, only to return home after delivering decisive intelligence and walk into death. To the protagonist, that choice had looked less like patriotism than tragic foolishness. Back in the present, Cliff smooths over the kidnapping with a formal apology. He even offers compensation, trying to reframe the abduction as a business inconvenience. The captive rejects the pleasantries and demands that Cliff get to the point. He presses Cliff directly to state what he wants. Cliff recognizes that despite his youth, his prisoner is unmistakably a Draker. He notes that any ordinary knight would be terrified in these circumstances, yet the captive has shown no fear at all. Admitting his intimidation tactic failed, Cliff decides to begin in earnest. He places a sealed document before the captive as the basis of his proposal. The file turns out to be a list of people infected by a new disease spreading across the southern central continent. The captive cannot see why Cliff would show him such a thing, but as he reads further, something in the document catches his attention. He looks back at Cliff, now fully alert to hidden meaning. The shock deepens when he finds the name Elena Stone in the records. He remembers that Elena is Liam Stone's mother, and that she once survived red blossom fever using a cure he had provided. When he demands the point, Cliff explains that red blossom fever is normally agonizing and always fatal. Yet Elena recovered, and the physician who treated her refuses to explain how. Cliff finally asks outright whether the captive knows anything about that impossible cure. Realizing Cliff is testing him despite already suspecting the truth, the captive decides to play along. He first considers whether Cliff simply wants a monopoly on the cure and the fortune it could bring. But he rejects that idea, convinced Cliff would not risk abducting a pure blood of a transcendent house merely for profit. So he stops pretending ignorance. He admits that he is the one who gave Cliff the cure. That confession instantly shatters Cliff's restraint. Cliff lunges into open desperation and begs to buy the recipe at any price. The captive cuts off the outburst before it can spiral further. He answers Cliff's desperation with a cool, amused smile. Then he points out how unbecoming this loss of composure is for a merchant of Cliff's stature. From that reaction, he concludes Cliff is not chasing money at all. Instead, he realizes Cliff is trying to save someone precious, and offers to make a deal. He proposes trading the recipe for 3 future requests from the Reinhardt Guild, and Cliff confirms the terms. When Cliff asks what those requests are, the captive says he will decide later when the time comes. He reassures Cliff that none of those demands will exceed the guild's capabilities. Cornered by urgency, Cliff reluctantly agrees to that open-ended bargain. The captive immediately writes out the cure while Cliff watches in tense silence. Once the recipe is finished, he hands it over and Cliff seizes on it with relief. But before letting Cliff leave, he raises one more question. He asks who exactly needs this medicine so badly. Cliff tries to dodge the question by pretending the guild only wants a profitable formula. The captive dismantles that lie, pointing out that Cliff's methods and panic make no sense for a routine business deal. Faced with that scrutiny, Cliff falls silent. At last he gives the answer he can no longer hide. The patient is a member of Arlentian royalty. He refuses to name which royal, leaving the captive to realize how many possibilities that still includes. Then a sudden thought strikes him. He remembers Cliff once being warned that returning to Arlencia would only lead to death because both the kingdom and the guild were doomed. Even so, Cliff had rejected exile out of sheer attachment to his homeland. He had chosen to spend his final days in Arlencia no matter the cost. And when pressed further, he had refused to reveal more, asking only for forgiveness. Comparing that memory to Cliff's eyes now, the captive realizes this royal must be someone Cliff holds deeply dear. He also recalls that Arlencia is already drifting toward conflict with the Empire. The kingdom is further destabilized by internal struggles over the avian ghetto and a weak crown. That makes an early connection to Arlentian royalty potentially valuable before the Continental War begins. So he decides not to press the identity any further. He formally accepts the bargain, and Cliff does the same. Cliff immediately verifies the recipe with his own methods. Satisfied that it is genuine, he clutches it like a lifeline. The captive then reminds him that the first request can be made at once. Cliff braces himself and agrees to hear it. The first request is simple but unexpected. The captive wants to work under the Reinhardt Merchants Guild. When Cliff questions why Draco would want that, he explains that what he really needs is a temporary false identity. He specifically wants a Reinhardt identity because he intends to use it in the southern continent, where only a trusted name will survive criminal scrutiny. He argues that Reinhardt's reputation is strong enough that even cartels rely on it. Cliff accepts the logic and decides to present him as family, naming him a cousin so no one dares question him. The captive adds practical demands to that cover: transport to and from the southern continent, and a large house for storing goods. He counts all of that as his first request and dryly notes that since they kidnapped him, they can certainly arrange his return as well. Cliff agrees to prepare everything and promises the rangers will escort him back for now. As Cliff leaves, the captive reflects that the guild master yielded far too easily, proving the sick person matters enormously to him. Cliff departs under heavy guard, still carrying the cure. Then one of the rangers turns back and singles the captive out. The rangers move to escort him away. Outside, a horse is waiting to take him back. He compliments the quality of the mount, keeping the mood light. He thanks the rangers as if nothing unusual has happened. Then, in a blur, he makes his move. The rangers barely register that he is leaving before he is already in motion. One of them asks in Gorkin whether their contract with Reinhardt is now over. The other confirms that the speaker knows Gorkin and wonders whether Drakers are trained in that language too. The captive answers in their own tongue, claiming it is merely a hobby, then immediately tries to poach them for a new job. He offers them work rescuing an important figure from McCain. The ranger hesitates, clearly tempted but cautious. He says the pay is not the issue, because Reinhardt's job already paid well enough. The real problem is the captive's identity, since their king forbids dealings with the transcendent houses. The captive is stunned that this is the only real obstacle. He points out that Reinhardt is already giving him a fake identity and suggests using that same cover for a Gorkin contract. The ranger agrees in principle, but says they still have one score to settle first. Without warning, the rangers drive their kukris into the ground. The sudden act leaves them all shaken by the gravity of what comes next. He understands that for Gorkin rangers, the kukri is not just a weapon but proof of their worth and a partner bound to their lives. Taking one from a ranger without them noticing is therefore a profound humiliation. He recalls that he had already stolen their kukris in passing, proving he outclassed them completely. Now mounted above them, he returns the insult by saying that was punishment for abducting him and a warning that he could have killed them just as easily. One ranger explodes in outrage and calls him a monster. He mockingly praises their command of the common tongue and bids them farewell like old friends. After leaving Reinhardt behind, he turns his attention to gathering allies for the future. His first targets are the 5-star knights, heroes who once shaped the Continental War and would be invaluable if won over early. Thanks to Chancellor Flaubert Borges, he has confirmed that all of them studied at Valhalla. The difficulty is timing, because some have already graduated or are absent on missions or illness. That leaves only a few reachable candidates in the present. He notes that Reina will arrive next year, and as a blood relative she should be easy to approach later. So for now his attention narrows to Diego. He goes looking for Diego and finds him in the most absurd way possible. Instead of a solemn knight, Diego is fronting a wildly energetic band. The protagonist can only stare, wondering how he ended up here. He remembers coming to recruit Diego, not to witness this chaos. Before he can object, Diego drags him into the club and insists they need a drummer. In moments, he is absurdly declared an official member of the Southern Fusion New Age Music Club. Swept up by the madness, he starts playing. The band throws itself into a reckless performance where anything goes. Diego revels in the chaos and urges everyone to enjoy themselves. Only afterward does the protagonist realize how completely he got carried away. He staggers out, embarrassed that Diego's momentum overwhelmed him. Back home, a servant welcomes him, but he heads straight for training and orders that no one disturb him. He studies the true dragon sword art and the circulation method tied to it. At first the text is incomprehensible, full of terms he cannot parse. But after reading it directly, he understands why Terrakin reshaped it into the more practical dragon-slaying techniques. The original art demands an immense concentration of aura far beyond ordinary methods. It was never designed for human combat at all, but to kill dragons, which is why its power rivals the elemental sword. He begins practicing with the massive blade despite its impossible weight. To imitate the true art, he exaggerates the motions of the dragon-slaying forms and pushes his aura harder. He keeps increasing the density of his aura until the strike feels capable of felling a dragon in one blow. Then he commits fully and swings. The force of the motion shakes the entire training ground. A watcher appears above, drawn by the disturbance. The protagonist unleashes a storm of sword paths that tear across the hall. As he fights through the strain, he recognizes how extraordinary his celestial bone body is. It lets him see the exact route to mastering a skill, as if the answer is laid out before him. With every repetition, the technique settles deeper into his body. He realizes that the more he practices, the faster he truly masters it. Then a sudden flash interrupts the flow, and he senses something beyond the technique itself. He recalls only recently breaking past Crimson Night, yet now another barrier already looms before him. To his shock, he has already reached the wall of Obsidian Night. He remembers the warning that rapid growth only raises a steeper wall ahead, but Bahamut's heart is beating in resonance with the true art. That pulse urges him to keep swinging without stopping. He obeys, desperate to preserve the feeling before it vanishes. Then a crimson sigil erupts from within him. A dragon mark blazes on his chest, startling him out of concentration. At the same moment, a red-haired presence seems to awaken in response. A system message explains that Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shattered Draker's true dragon sword art and replaying a memory sealed inside it. The world around him dissolves into a dark, unfamiliar space. He tries to orient himself, but the darkness is too deep to make sense of anything. Then he senses another presence approaching through the void. A hooded swordsman approaches Bahamut, ruler of Sundown, with a request. The dragon answers with a tense silence, forcing the man to prove he is serious. He reveals that he carries something Bahamut wants enough to hear him out. Shelton Draker asks Bahamut to safeguard the true dragon sword art he created. Bahamut immediately condemns him as loathsome and insane for entrusting a dragon with a dragon-killing art. A hidden observer realizes at once that the mysterious man is Shelton Draker. Bahamut presses the contradiction, questioning why a dragon should be trusted with a technique meant to kill dragons. Shelton calmly says Kronos has already consented and starts to explain his reasoning. Bahamut cuts him off by unleashing force into the cavern before the explanation can continue. The cave itself begins to answer Bahamut's anger as draconic magic stirs through the stone. Bahamut denounces Kronos as a mediator corrupted by humans, and no longer worthy of trust. The dragon's power condenses into weaponized magic. Shelton braces himself instead of retreating. As countless spectral blades descend, Bahamut dismisses Kronos' warnings as delusion. He charges through his own storm of weapons, raging against prophecy itself. The rain of draconic spears intensifies into a killing field. Shelton finally draws his sword to meet it head-on. He intercepts the first falling blade with precise force and turns the attack upward. Even while the cavern is shredded around him, he holds his ground beneath the barrage. More blades crash down from every direction, but he keeps carving out a narrow zone of survival. He continues deflecting the descending weapons with disciplined, economical movements. A massive spear drops straight toward him, testing whether his defense has any limit. Shelton redirects even that overwhelming strike instead of being crushed by it. The diverted weapons slam into the ground around him in a widening ring. The hidden witness can only stare as the impossible defense continues. Watching the spectacle, the observer recognizes this as draconic magic at the highest level and admits he could never withstand it himself. He concludes that Shelton is a monster in his own right for facing it directly. Bahamut orders Shelton out of his lair and threatens to turn his next attack on the Kronos Kingdom if he refuses. Shelton counters that such an attack would bring karmic sanctions down on Bahamut as well. Bahamut laughs off that warning and rejects the idea that any law could bind him. He insists humans are too insignificant for consequences to ever truly reach a dragon like him. Shelton notes that events are unfolding exactly as Kronos foresaw. He produces a clock-like artifact, revealing that he came prepared for this moment. Bahamut senses the shift too late. The dragon lashes out again before Shelton can fully act. Dark force whips around the cavern as Bahamut tries to overwhelm him by raw power. Bahamut mocks the idea that borrowing Kronos' power could ever threaten him. He brings down an even larger strike meant to end the matter outright. Shelton activates the clock at the last instant. A vast golden time-based magic circle blooms beneath him and arrests the attack. The observer is stunned by the sudden reversal. He first thinks Bahamut's assault was stopped, then realizes something more specific is happening. Shelton's magic is not defeating Bahamut outright but restraining him through Kronos' power. The witness understands that the key is not Shelton alone but the artifact in his hand. He identifies the clock as a vessel containing Kronos' power. Bahamut still refuses to believe Kronos' power can truly harm him. The observer pieces together that Bahamut's earlier reaction makes sense only if the artifact really carries Kronos' authority. Even bound, Bahamut lunges at the witness with murderous intent. The observer panics, thinking Bahamut has broken free of the restraint, but the dragon's movement falters before it can reach him. The force of the restraint drives Bahamut back into the ground. Shelton keeps the clock trained on him and forces the dragon down again. Bahamut's claws gouge the floor as he struggles against the binding. Realizing he has just been shown a future vision, Bahamut demands to know what Shelton made him see. Shelton confirms it was Kronos' prophecy, and says that is why he is entrusting Bahamut with the true dragon swordplay. Bahamut bitterly argues that dragons should never have formed contracts with humans, and Shelton unexpectedly agrees that humanity should rise by its own power. Taking that as agreement, Bahamut demands the dragon-killing technique for himself. Instead, Shelton summons the record of the technique in a sealed tome. The book appears before them as the true object of the negotiation. Bahamut praises Shelton's work, and Shelton claims he did it to protect the world. Bahamut rejects that justification and accuses him of caring only about mankind. Shelton says he will still deal with the problem, but he intends to keep the prophecy hidden unless it comes true. He adds that even without the prophecy, humans will one day learn to wield aura on their own. Bahamut answers that if that day comes, he will personally exterminate humanity because such power should never belong to them. Shelton admits the technique was born from fear of dragons, yet says he has come to trust both Kronos and Bahamut. He recalls Kronos telling Bahamut that one day he would find a contractor he could truly open his heart to. Kronos' promise lingers in Bahamut's mind as a possibility he has never accepted. Left alone with the thought, Bahamut is unsettled by the idea of trusting anyone at all. The dragon falls into brooding silence. He dismisses the notion as absurd even while it continues to trouble him. Bahamut convinces himself that such a future will never happen. The memory ends, returning the observer to the present in Atlas. Though he barely understood the larger cosmic argument, he comes away certain of one thing. After seeing Bahamut's heart, he realizes the dragon's hatred of humans is rooted in deep distrust he can now partly understand. Even so, he cannot comprehend what changed enough for Bahamut to later contract with Tarakan. Driven by that question, he keeps researching while training in the true dragon swordplay. He finds that history around Tarakan has been heavily manipulated by the Drakers, leaving almost no reliable records about Bahamut. He spends his days balancing investigation with relentless training. Then Reinhardt informs him that preparations for his first request are complete. He reflects that he asked for a cover identity that would keep suspicion away from him. He did not expect that cover to make him deputy manager of the Reinhardt Merchant Group's southern branch. Even while joking about it, he notices something outside. He spots a figure waiting beyond the window. At the same time, he notes that Kay has apparently resolved herself as well. That night he heads to a secret meeting place run by the Syndicate in Atlas. The entrance is sealed behind layers of magical security. Inside the hotel's hidden lounge, a red-haired Syndicate woman greets him as her partner. Zeke treats the title lightly, but the word clearly stirs old memories in him. He turns toward the city view, momentarily lost in the past. His partner notices the shift in his mood but cannot read it. Zeke admits the view reminds him of Atlas as he once knew it. He remembers that the city he came to know best was not peaceful Atlas but Atlas consumed by war. He forces the memory down and returns to the present conversation. Trying to lighten the mood, she pours him a drink and teases him for being impressed by the place. She explains that the Syndicate keeps the hotel as neutral ground for shadow dealings, while he declines the alcohol. She jokes that his refusal is cute for someone his age, and he dryly explains that drinking does nothing for him anyway. He recalls that even when he tried drinking before, his poison immunity erased the effect. Since alcohol cannot touch him, he would rather not bother with it at all. She drops the small talk and moves to the real reason for the meeting. She presents evidence confirming Zeke's suspicion that pirates are the true roots of the favela cartel. Once they investigated seriously, the proof became overwhelming and embarrassing in hindsight. She explains that favela rose rapidly right after the Silver Knight destroyed the pirates, implying the remnants simply changed shape. That revelation instantly sharpens Zeke's interest. She names Joaquin Fernandez, called El Mencho, as a secret link between McCain and the rival favela cartel. Because the discovery could shake both the Syndicate and McCain, she has kept it from her superiors for now. She then brings up the relics Zeke consigned to the Syndicate. The moment she does, she realizes too late that Zeke has been steering the entire exchange. Zeke reveals his real aim. He intends to make her the next boss of the Syndicate. Elsewhere, rain falls over a rail yard as his plan is already moving into place. He has chosen a hidden location where no one will connect him to what comes next. Using the mini-map's costly portal function, he teleports directly there under cover of rain. He confirms that all preparations are complete. He notes that such private teleportation is rare even among great magical houses, which is why it will keep him off the suspect list. With that advantage, he decides it will be easy to make the coming destruction look accidental. As the target goes about its day unaware, he promises Don Juan a night he will never forget. The trap is sprung, and a building erupts into flames. Panic spreads immediately as bystanders realize the fire will jump to neighboring structures and cry for help. A discarded ashtray quietly hints at the false cause he intends others to believe. Back in the lounge, the Syndicate woman reflects that she always knew Zeke was bold. Now, seeing him set entire properties ablaze as part of a larger scheme, she realizes bold was far too mild a word. She concludes that he is completely deranged. When Zeke calmly asks for the locations of every McCain Canavy's warehouse on the continent, she is horrified by the scale of what he intends. She warns that only McCain, syndicate leadership, and she herself know those locations, but Zeke answers that secrecy suits his plan. He explains that he will pin everything on El Mencho, and the fewer people who know the truth about Favela, the better the frame job will work. She finally understands that he means to drag her into treason and mass destruction. Zeke leans in and tells her she has always been quick to grasp the stakes. He says she barely has to do anything except help direct suspicion upward toward the syndicate leadership and then to Don Juan. He lays out the core of the scheme: tie the incident to syndicate leadership and make sure Don Juan receives that version of events. The pressure leaves her visibly shaken as she realizes how far beyond normal criminal ambition he has gone. Still, she forces herself to ask whether he truly understands what he is saying, and he answers without hesitation that he does. She calls him insane and reminds him what the syndicate does to traitors. Zeke answers by seizing the moment and escalating instead of backing down. He argues that traitors will not matter once the entire leadership is wiped out. Then he attacks her pride, asking whether she plans to remain a subordinate forever when he is offering her the top seat. He frames the choice like a final wager, telling her it is too late to withdraw and that she must either match his bet or surrender. She stares at him, caught between fear and temptation. At last her ambition wins, and she admits she never joined the syndicate just to stay a lackey for life. She reflects that Zeke had already impressed her by uncovering Favela's true identity. What truly bound her to him, though, was seeing how he used that talent to uncover hidden intelligence. She remembers him leading her to a vast unknown ruin and an enormous cache of ancient relics. After witnessing that with her own eyes, she decided to side with him. Now that he has finally revealed the full plan, she realizes there is no turning back. She takes the bow from him and commits herself to the gamble. Zeke is briefly surprised by how decisively she accepts. She slams the table and demands more than a token reward, insisting that if she is risking her life, the payoff must be limitless. With flushed excitement and fear, she declares that she is going all in. Zeke welcomes her decision and promises she will not regret joining him. The meeting ends with her lighting another cigarette, trying to steady herself. Even after choosing ambition, her hand still trembles from the enormity of what she has agreed to. She crushes down on that trembling, forcing herself to hold steady as the conspiracy truly begins. A woman bitterly recalls trusting Zeke Draker with everything, while news of suspicious continent-wide fires hints that betrayal and larger schemes are already in motion. The story shifts to House Draker's grand estate, where power and secrecy hang over the night. Inside, an unseen enemy admits he does not even know his target's identity, only that death is coming. That threat settles over a desk strewn with reports, tying the coming violence to the house's affairs. The speaker is revealed as Don Juan, head of the McCain cartel, who promises a brutal killing despite his ignorance of who the victim truly is. By contrast, morning arrives at the academy and the focus returns to Zeke's public rise. Abel's impatient tapping shows he is already tense before the celebration even begins. Zeke reflects that everyone has expected his promotion for months, yet facing the actual invitation still makes him uneasy. The formal invitation makes the moment real, and his nerves deepen now that the banquet is truly at hand. He reminds himself that the promotion banquet is a debut into knighthood, a rare honor usually reached only by gifted young Drakers. That thought brings back Abel, the head of House Draker, whom Zeke has not seen in nearly 3 years. Even as he heads toward the ceremony, Zeke can only hope the reunion with his father passes without trouble. At Four Seasons Castle's central ballroom, the banquet begins amid the noise of gathered nobles. Abel appears at ease among guests, already commanding the room with practiced charm. When Zeke greets him formally, Abel immediately notices his arrival. Abel addresses him by name, and receives his dutiful respect like a lord rather than a father. Zeke remarks on the unusually large crowd, and Abel agrees without surprise. Abel explains that the turnout is because this banquet honors the youngest Azure Knight in continental history. The praise lands like a jab to Abel's older son, who knows that record used to be his. Abel cuts the exchange short, saying Zeke will arrive soon and apologizing that they cannot talk longer. He dismisses Zeke with a paternal blessing to enjoy the banquet, and Zeke answers obediently. As Abel walks away, Zeke watches him go, sensing the distance between them has not changed. Abel's older son is left simmering with resentment rather than brotherly pride. Trying to steady himself, Zeke can only complain inwardly about the suffocating formality of noble life. His master soon joins him, grumbling that Abel has dragged him out of retirement and worked him relentlessly. The master reveals he has been assigned to guide Zeke tonight, and blames Arthur for dressing it up as a natural duty. Zeke realizes his exhausted mentor has been badly overworked, which explains his worn appearance. As they walk, the master confirms they are heading to the Spring Garden, the only part of Four Seasons Castle open to outsiders. He begins explaining that the castle is divided into 4 major sections. The Spring Garden is the public-facing area where most events are held because outsiders may enter there. Summer Rock is the administrative wing where Draker business is handled and the house head's office is located. Otterfell is reserved for internal ceremonies such as knight inductions. Winterkeep stores the rare artifacts House Draker has gathered over 1,000 years. Hearing this, Zeke reflects that in his former life he was expelled before ever seeing these places for himself. Their tour ends at a special entrance prepared for the banquet's central figure. The master tells Zeke he must enter alone because this door is reserved for the star of the evening. Before leaving, he admits he has other duties and will not be able to stay with him. Still, he reassures Zeke not to be intimidated by what awaits inside. That small concern unexpectedly comforts Zeke, who realizes it feels good to have someone worry about him. The master laughs off Zeke's anxiety and jokes that the real hope is simply that he does not cause trouble. Trumpets sound, announcing that the ceremony is beginning. The hall proclaims Zeke Draker as the star of the banquet, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd parts and the ceremonial path opens for his entrance. Zeke steps into view, and the guests marvel that a 15-year-old golden pureblood has already become an Azure Knight. As he advances, the nobles compare him to Abel and note that he has surpassed his father's old record and even outperformed him academically. Before Arthur Draker, head of all dragon slayers, Zeke kneels to formally request his first step into knighthood. Arthur lowers the sword in the traditional rite, sealing the gravity of the moment. He blesses Zeke's journey into honorable knighthood, and the hall erupts in applause. But when Arthur pauses instead of ending the ceremony, Zeke senses something unexpected is coming. Arthur begins the second declaration, catching Zeke completely off guard. He names Zeke not merely a novice but an official Draker Knight, stunning the entire hall because such a promotion is unheard of at his age. Zeke immediately recalls that official knighthood is supposed to depend on achievements, not just raw talent. Because Drakers awaken quickly and are expected to reach high aura levels, the house judges them by what they accomplish rather than by power alone. Even Abel, once the youngest Azure Knight, had to spend months building achievements before receiving official status. So Arthur's announcement openly breaks with established practice. Though Arthur has the authority to do it, Zeke cannot understand why his father is suddenly so eager to present him proudly before everyone. Arthur publicly boasts that Zeke has achieved a never-before-seen golden awakening, become the youngest Azure Knight ever, and may surpass even him. He then pretends modesty, claiming he will stop bragging about his own son and end the ceremony with a toast. Arthur raises his glass to Zeke's future and to peace across the continent, rallying the room behind House Draker. The guests enthusiastically drink to Draker's glory. Arthur drinks as though savoring the success of his performance. The rest of the hall follows his lead without hesitation. Watching this, Zeke bitterly notes how the father who once ignored his ruin now flaunts him in public because he has become useful. Then Arthur singles him out again by name. Zeke answers respectfully, only to be summoned away from the crowd. Arthur proposes that they speak privately, not as lord and subordinate but as father and son. The abandoned glass left behind underscores how abruptly Arthur has pulled him from the celebration. Elsewhere, a bespectacled observer warns Abel that he should hide his emotions better. Abel's expression makes clear he is not here to celebrate his younger brother at all. Instead, he smiles with the look of someone already planning his next move. Nearby, others ask after the prince and are told he will arrive once this minor ceremony is over. Abel decides they must hurry, suggesting he has business to conduct the moment the prince appears. A door opens, signaling the arrival of someone important. Zeke slips out from Arthur's presence, still unsettled by the private summons and the strange favor he has received. He studies the token Arthur gave him, realizing it can be exchanged for one of House Draker's treasures, and cannot guess why his father handed over something so valuable. He decides the gift can wait, because the immediate problem is surviving a banquet that may drag on for days. The endless social ordeal feels unbearable to him already. As he wanders the hall, he marvels that nobles can keep smiling through this kind of performance for so long. A new voice calls him by his knightly title. The speaker introduces herself with formal grace, saying this is her first time meeting him in person. She reveals herself as the first princess of Arlencia. Her name is Melissa Arlencia. Zeke is startled because Melissa is the most likely heir to the Arlentian throne. He remembers that in his former life she ruled in place of her bedridden father. By championing policies that helped commoners, she won fierce popular support. Those reforms also created tension with the nobility, even though they would eventually have to seek her favor. In his past life her reign ended abruptly when internal turmoil worsened, and her disappearance was buried beneath rumors and the later collapse of Arlencia. Since she has kept a low profile in this life, Zeke had assumed nothing had yet gone wrong. But one look at her makes him pause and reconsider. He recalls a warning that Arlentian royalty was involved in the mystery surrounding Carly. Seeing Melissa smile, he wonders if she could somehow be connected. Still, he greets her with perfect courtesy. He flatters her reputation and says it honors him that she attended his banquet. Melissa answers that she has indeed heard of him, especially because his concern for commoners has caught her attention. She points out that many nobles dismiss such generosity as empty display. Zeke replies that she understands what most people ignore, noting that the kingdom's budget and other systems clearly need reform. His answer visibly surprises her. Melissa realizes the rumors are true and that Zeke is unlike the other knights around him. When he worries he may have offended her, she admits she is simply surprised to find someone here who understands her burdens. She politely moves to end the conversation, saying she should not monopolize the banquet's star. Zeke recognizes that she is withdrawing because the room is watching them too closely. He understands that every stare in the ballroom is pressuring her to keep her distance. Before he can respond, she reassures him that they will have a better chance to speak again soon. Her promise carries the hint of future alliance before she departs with a smile. Zeke bows as she leaves, maintaining the formal distance the room demands. Once she is gone, he is relieved that the line of important greetings finally seems over. He admits to himself that he is unsuited for this kind of social warfare, and would rather be training. That brief hope ends the moment he hears armored footsteps approaching. The sound instantly puts him on alert. He realizes someone has come to a banquet in full armor, which can only mean trouble. The absurdity of it confirms his suspicion before he even sees the man clearly. Then the newcomer announces himself with theatrical confidence. He singles Zeke out as the banquet star while resting a hand on his sword, turning the greeting into a challenge. The armored guest is Karis, fourth prince of the Empire of Rome. Zeke immediately recognizes him as Abel's accomplice in igniting the Continental War in his former life. Karis offers his hand and formally names himself as if this were a friendly first meeting. He introduces himself fully as Karis Nerva Constantinus. Zeke forces himself to stay composed instead of reacting to the danger standing before him. He returns the greeting with flawless courtesy and thanks the prince for attending. Karis studies him in silence, measuring him. Then he drops the mask into a pleased smile. He throws an arm around Zeke and loudly insists they drink together, brushing aside all formality. Karis calls for wine and declares that this meeting between the continent's greatest artist and its future greatest knight deserves celebration. Wine is poured as if sealing a public bond. Karis presses the glass on Zeke and boasts that a drink served by an imperial prince must not be wasted. The watching nobles conclude that Zeke is just obeying the prince like a child, while criticizing Karis for behaving recklessly toward House Draker. Karis revels in the spectacle and declares they should drink until both of them are blind. At that moment Abel steps in, praising Karis as the Empire's new rising sun and politely interrupting with an urgent matter. Karis asks what it is, and Abel suggests they speak somewhere private, away from listening ears. Karis agrees, while Zeke notices the exchange with growing suspicion. As he leaves, Karis apologizes to Zeke and promises that next time they will drink under moonlight and discuss heroic poems about dragon slayers. The prince departs with his escort and Abel, leaving the hall uneasy in his wake. The nobles praise Abel for deftly rescuing his socially inexperienced younger brother, never realizing he may have arranged far more than he prevented. Zeke instead focuses on the real danger. Abel and Karis have already made contact. Worse, they have met far earlier than they did in his former life, meaning the timeline is accelerating. From how casually they handled each other, Zeke concludes their relationship is already well established. In private, Abel and Karis sit together under guard, confirming that their alliance is no passing encounter. Zeke realizes this means the Continental War may be much closer than he had believed. A new day rises, but it offers no comfort. As he walks alone, Zeke turns over Arthur's treasure token again, weighing what advantage he can gain from it. He recalls Arthur asking whether his path to becoming the continent's strongest warrior is progressing well, and telling him to drop the formalities when they are alone. Then Arthur's true request resurfaces. He wants Zeke to call him father. That single word leaves Zeke more shaken than any public ceremony did. It echoes too closely with Carly once asking him to call her sister, stirring an old ache he had not understood. At last he recognizes the feeling as the pain of family bonds being used, offered, or lost. He reasons that Abel has already begun moving openly with the elders behind him, and that Carly has noticed enough to start preparing her own response. That can only mean Arthur is not ignorant of Abel's schemes, but is deliberately overlooking them. Zeke wonders whether Arthur's use of Carly's words was a veiled warning or merely coincidence, but either possibility is dangerous. For now he decides to act on the assumption that Arthur stands on Abel's side and answers him as father, even if only strategically. Arthur receives that answer with satisfaction and reveals he has prepared a gift to help Zeke pursue his goal, leaving Zeke to face yet another move in a family game growing darker by the day. A token is suddenly dropped before Zeke, catching him off guard. He is told the token can be exchanged for a treasure in Winterkeep. The mention of House Draker's treasury excites him because of its reputation for holding rare artifacts. His father tempers that excitement by warning that the vault contains as many useless ornaments as true treasures, and Zeke resolves to remember that. Later, Zeke arrives at the treasury determined to make practical use of the opportunity he was given. As he enters Winterkeep's Dragon Slayer's treasury, he admits he still does not know why he was given this token, but he intends to exploit every advantage it offers. He steels himself to squeeze as much value as possible from the visit. A guide greets him, explains that the treasury holds about 17,000 rare artifacts, and says he may claim as many as his tokens allow. She adds that he may take as long as he wants to choose, but once he leaves he can never return, which makes him immediately wary of the place's lack of visible guards. The guide answers that guards are unnecessary. She explains that powerful security magic and magical inventory tracking make theft impossible. Zeke drops his suspicion and follows instructions to insert his token. He feeds the token into the mechanism that opens the treasury. The room begins to respond at once. The vault opens with a massive magical shift that reveals its true scale. Zeke is stunned by how much larger the interior is than it appeared from outside. The treasury unfolds into an enormous hidden storage space packed with shelves and artifacts. Impressed by House Draker's resources, he starts exploring the vast collection. Once the guide leaves him alone, he realizes manually checking every artifact would take forever and asks his system to sort them for him. The system accepts his request, links the function to Dragon's Eye, and tells him to capture the items he wants with that skill. He quickly understands what the system means. Remembering Dragon's Eye can reveal detailed information, he decides to use it to scan the entire treasury. He launches into action to mark everything at once. Using shadowless footwork through his storm technique, he races through the vault at extreme speed. He finishes the sweep and assumes that should be enough. The system maps the captured items and reports that he has viewed 17,138 objects. Seeing the number is still overwhelming, he narrows the search by excluding non-artifacts and consumables. Even after filtering, nearly 10,000 items remain, so he cuts the list further by removing every sword weaker than the Black Blade. The system rapidly refreshes the results. When no swords remain, Zeke concludes the Black Blade is stronger than every sword in the treasury and is pleased with that confirmation. Then something unexpected catches his eye. Among the listed artifacts, one entry refuses to display any information at all. Curious, he follows the system's guidance toward the unidentified item. The system leads him straight to its location. He finds that the mysterious object is only a plain bracelet, which makes the secrecy around it even stranger. Its ordinary appearance makes him suspect it may be more important than it looks. He checks it again with Dragon's Eye, still unable to get any details. Then the system reveals that the item is reacting to his title as Tarakan Draker's heir. That makes Zeke suspect the bracelet once belonged to Tarakan himself. As soon as he focuses on it again, the bracelet's hidden information begins to unlock. The bracelet is identified as a sacred summoning bracelet that binds to its user and can summon a familiar suited to the wearer's soul, empowered by the Elf King's blessing. Before he can object, the bracelet binds itself to him permanently because of his heir title, and the system refuses his attempt to undo it. Annoyed that he was forced into the choice before properly searching the vault, he realizes this was not what he intended to take. Still, he consoles himself that if it truly belonged to Tarakan, it is probably far more valuable than it first appeared, and he decides to test it immediately. The bracelet activates and begins drawing in power. A summoning circle erupts beneath him as the artifact starts calling forth his matched companion. Because of the Elf King's blessing, the bracelet upgrades the match from an ordinary familiar to a spirit beast. The summoning surges violently enough to force Zeke back. A pillar of blue energy blasts upward through the treasury. Within the light, a massive shape starts taking form. The summoned being continues materializing in a blaze of power. A majestic dragon horse finally emerges from the storm of light. The system announces that Zeke has summoned the spirit beast dragon horse, and its overwhelming presence leaves him awestruck. He realizes this is yet another extraordinary relic tied to Tarakan, and wonders how many such treasures the legendary figure left behind. Standing before the creature, he can only marvel at Tarakan's hidden legacy. When the dragon horse lowers its head to him, Zeke senses an immediate connection. He understands that the bracelet's promise of a beast suited to his soul means this bond feels less like a first meeting and more like a reunion. He responds warmly, accepting the creature as if greeting an old friend. The system informs him that if he gives the spirit beast a name, he will be able to summon it whenever he wants. After a moment's thought, he names the dragon horse Bucephalus. The beast accepts the name, and the system identifies Bucephalus as an elite spirit beast and king among dragon horses. Zeke is impressed but cannot yet grasp what that lofty title truly means. Before he can think further, Bucephalus suddenly lifts him up. The beast places him on its back, leaving Zeke flustered and confused. He drops into silence as he realizes what Bucephalus wants. The dragon horse is clearly inviting him to ride. Zeke decides the beast must be urging him to test its abilities. Accepting the invitation, he tells Bucephalus to run as it pleases. Bucephalus answers with an explosive burst of power. Horse and rider rocket through the treasury at terrifying speed. Zeke is thrilled to discover that even at that pace the beast's movement is nearly silent, convincing him he has found something extraordinary. Then he notices another surprise. Bucephalus stamps the ground and conjures a magical circle with its hooves. More circles bloom around them, and Zeke realizes the beast can unleash powerful energy from its horns just as the system described. After the test, the story shifts away from the treasury as Zeke returns by carriage. The guide had been visibly puzzled that he chose the bracelet at all. Remembering that reaction, Zeke starts to suspect the bracelet was one of the supposedly worthless trinkets his father warned him about. He recalls his father's warning that Winterkeep held many treasures but just as many useless-looking ornaments. Now he realizes no one else could have known the bracelet's true value because it revealed nothing until it recognized his title. That discovery makes him understand that Tarakan's belongings are not limited to the places the system directly guides him to. Satisfied with his unexpected windfall, he heads home feeling refreshed despite the exhausting banquet. Back at the mansion, someone congratulates him on officially becoming a Draken Knight. Zeke is irritated by the sudden formality and asks why the visitor is acting so differently. The hooded man reveals himself as Cliff Reinhardt and says the change is only fitting now that Zeke has become an official knight. Zeke warns Cliff not to appear unannounced anymore because any visible connection between them could ruin his plans. Cliff apologizes but says he had no choice because someone urgently wanted to see Zeke. That person steps forward and greets him again. She reintroduces herself as the owner of the Reinhardt Merchants Guild. Then she reveals her true identity as Melissa Arlencia, the first princess of Arlencia. Zeke immediately understands that the guild had really been under the princess's control all along. Melissa confirms that he had already guessed the truth. Zeke recalls that the princess had recently vanished from public view, only to reappear at his promotion banquet. He also remembers that this happened around the same time Cliff sought medicine that could save someone important. The timing makes the connection obvious to him. With the pretenses dropped, Melissa proposes that they skip formalities and speak plainly. She explains that she rushed to meet him because she needs his help. Zeke asks what kind of help she wants, and she first asks him to read the report placed before him. The report details the spread of red blossom fever along the Arlencia border and includes House Nirvana's magical analysis of the disease. As he reads, Zeke's expression hardens. The contents shock him. He asks whether the report is true. What stuns him most is the claim that red blossom fever is not natural at all, but a pathogen created through magic. Melissa says she has little reason to doubt it because House Nirvana is the foremost authority on magic among the transcendent houses. Zeke is shaken by the implication that the plague devastating Arlencia was man-made, especially because in this life it is spreading faster than he remembers. Melissa tells him the situation is even worse than that. Using a map and markers, she shows that the disease first appeared along the border between Rome and Arlencia. She traces the outbreak's path across the region. Her demonstration focuses on the direction of transmission rather than the mere locations. She marks the route repeatedly to make the pattern undeniable. The spread always moves deeper into Arlencia and never back toward Rome. Zeke begins to grasp the accusation she is making. Melissa states it outright. Rome may have created red blossom fever and is deliberately pushing it into Arlencia. She argues that the plague is being weaponized to weaken the kingdom on purpose. Zeke realizes that explanation fits far too well. He remembers that in his previous life Arlencia's collapse before Rome was made possible by this very fever. Now he finally understands why Melissa sought him out. He turns the conversation toward what she truly wants from him. Melissa asks for the rights to mass-produce and distribute the cure for red blossom fever. She confirms that this is exactly the deal she came to make. Zeke recalls that in the past his guild only held production rights, and expanding the cure into a kingdom-wide relief effort would require a new arrangement. He also notices that her proposed contract adds an unusual condition, and he refuses to cancel the existing agreement without understanding her motives. Melissa admits she is revealing her hand first, but says that is acceptable if it lets her negotiate directly with him. Her confidence makes clear that she has already decided how much she is willing to risk. Zeke recognizes that she did not build one of the world's top merchant guilds through luck alone. She promises the cure will be distributed to the people as relief, that the formula will remain protected, and that he will be compensated properly. Her compensation offer is staggering, a 20% share of the Reinhardt Merchants Guild. Zeke immediately calculates how enormous that stake would become if the guild survives and expands. He realizes the offer is worth millions already and could grow into tens of millions if Arlencia avoids the ruin he remembers. For a moment, he falls silent under the weight of the proposal. He admits the offer is extremely tempting, but says he still needs answers before agreeing. He questions why she would entrust him with such dangerous information when he could side with Rome, and why she would surrender such a large share for what sounds like simple relief work. Melissa calmly says she can answer both concerns. First, she says she was certain he was not aligned with the Empire, both from her instincts and from what she observed of him. She reveals that after the banquet she secretly watched him and noticed his subtle coldness toward people from Rome. What convinced her most was that he refused to shake the hand of Caris, the Empire's fourth prince, choosing instead to bow and avoid contact. From that moment, she became sure his hostility toward Rome was genuine, while Zeke privately marvels that almost nothing escapes her notice. As for the second question, Melissa says the answer is simple. If giving up 20% of her guild is what it takes to save her people, she considers that price cheap. Her words strike Zeke so hard that they trigger a painful memory. He remembers Alicia agreeing to retreat in the final days of the war after he urged her not to throw her life away pointlessly. In that memory, she began to accept his reasoning but still had something more to say. Alicia had believed that if her death could buy enough time for her people to escape, it would be worth the cost. The memory leaves Zeke visibly shaken in front of Melissa. He curses the way her resolve echoes Alicia's and drags that grief back to the surface. After forcing himself to steady down, he lets out a bitter laugh. At last he accepts the proposal and tells Melissa they have a deal. Relieved, she agrees and asks only that her identity remain secret. 2 weeks pass after their agreement. The story shifts to the mansion's underground training room. Inside, violent slashes and shockwaves tear through the chamber as Zeke throws himself into brutal training. A violent burst of power tears through the training hall as Zeke drives his sword art to a new level. He continues the sequence in a blur, forcing the massive blade through one precise motion after another. Blue energy surges over his body and weapon as the technique finally stabilizes under his control. The force of the art whips outward in a spiraling current that fills the room. The storm of sword energy tightens into a vortex around him, showing the technique has fully taken shape. When the power settles, Zeke stands at the center with the sword in hand, having completed the training. The system confirms that after about a month of effort, he has learned the true dragon sword art at S-rank beginner level. That breakthrough also completes Shadon's successor achievement, and rewards him with treasure coordinates, a new title, karma points, and 2 random boxes. Reviewing his status, Zeke sees his growing list of rare abilities and titles, along with the newly added sword art. He is pleased to recover the karma he previously spent and intrigued by the bonus boxes. He decides to inspect the treasure coordinates first. Using the artifact tied to the reward, he tries to access the Chronos Kingdom treasury coordinates. The system blocks him, revealing the coordinates cannot yet be read. Instead, it explains that he must first gather and combine several seals to activate the treasury, and it marks their locations on his mini-map. The map reveals 4 scattered seal sites spread across the continent. Zeke realizes collecting them all will take time because they are so far apart. Rather than being discouraged, he recognizes this as the kind of long-term lead he had been waiting for. A linked quest appears, tasking him with restoring the scattered seals in exchange for the title successor of the Chronos Kingdom. He studies the quest in silence, weighing the value of the reward. Though the title alone seems underwhelming, he reasons the real treasure likely lies beyond the formal reward. He also suspects the title itself may carry hidden functions, just as other artifacts have reacted to his titles before. Still unable to use the coordinates immediately, he sets the artifact aside. Since the quest has no time limit, he decides to postpone it and focus on more urgent business. His next priority is the message he finally received from Kay. With that in mind, he leaves the hall to head south. He notes that this trip will also reconnect him with the southern drug merchants after a long absence. The scene shifts to Galpa Port on the southern continent, where ships crowd the harbor. The familiar southern air brings back memories of bloodshed mixed with the sea. At the dock, a blond young man is ceremoniously seen off as the southern branch master of the Reinhardt Merchants Guild. His attendants loudly honor him, while he awkwardly tries to avoid drawing attention. Watching from a distance, Zeke reflects that the southern continent itself has not changed since his regression. That familiarity only sharpens his resolve to stay alert. The blond man, Murray, notices arrivals he has been waiting for. 2 disguised operatives reach him just in time. They are the Northern Rangers, now dressed as merchants for the mission. Murray confirms they studied the operation plan that came with Kay's request. One ranger recites the core objective: use the coming disturbance to extract the girl McCain is holding captive. Murray reminds them that the job includes protecting her and getting her out safely, not just snatching her away. He then asks what kind of disturbance the plan is relying on, since that detail was deliberately omitted. Murray reveals there will be no festival at all. Instead, he says the distraction will be far greater because that is the day McCain will be erased. The claim shocks the ranger, who immediately wonders if Murray intends to start a war with McCain. Murray brushes it off as a joke, but his companions know better than to treat his words lightly. As they leave the port together, they discuss the guild's safe house and the final details of the plan. Murray confirms the safe house is ready and uses the carriage ride to review the operation again. He explains that the chosen day is Don Juan's birthday, when celebrations and a major business meeting will gather all of McCain's executives in one place. That gathering will place Kay, a key figure in the deal, inside the mansion as well, with Murray posing as her assistant. Murray grows impatient with how often Kay wants to rehearse the plan, but he also recognizes her anxiety. Kay admits she is terrified that their earlier arson against McCain's Canavies warehouses might be discovered. Murray reassures her that they covered their tracks, though privately he enjoys how rattled she is. He cruelly jokes that if McCain catches her, being a mage will only make her death more valuable. He explains that in the South, mage body parts are treated as lucky charms, so she would likely be butchered and sold rather than simply killed. The image horrifies Kay, and even another companion is shaken by the thought of McCain's men wearing real severed fingers as ornaments. When asked how he knows such things, Murray reveals he knows the South better than anyone because he once served McCain from the inside. He begins recounting his past, saying his cursed history with McCain started after he was expelled from the academy, captured by slavers, and sold to one of McCain's Canavies farms. Life on the farm was not just labor. The workers were also thrown into violent struggles for power. Murray survived mission after mission that killed everyone else, likely thanks in part to subconscious use of healing. After enough of those suicide assignments, Don Juan noticed him and trained him as a hitman. Murray proved exceptionally talented, rising by eliminating enemies for McCain and expanding his influence within the cartel. Poison and deception let him dispatch Crimson Knights easily, though Azure Knights were far harder because they could sense him and purge toxins with aura. Even so, he adapted, learned how to find human openings, and became skilled at killing Azure Knights as well. After taking down enough of them, he secured his place as one of McCain's most valuable killers. His success eventually led Don Juan to adopt him and promise him the role of successor. But on the very night that succession was to be formally announced before the top executives, Murray slaughtered everyone present, including Don Juan, and walked away from McCain. Returning to the present, he dismisses that bloody history as something already buried. Kay, however, is still unnerved and finally blurts out her fear that he might actually be a McCain spy using her to seize the syndicate. Murray finds the accusation amusing rather than offensive, which only makes her more suspicious. The carriage arrives at Don Juan's mansion, where the operation is about to begin. Inside the banquet hall, servants move among the guests as the celebration proceeds. Kay and Murray are introduced to Don Juan, with Kay presenting herself as a mage operative and Murray remaining at her side. Zeke, hidden behind the role, quietly notes the wealth on display and the dangerous mix of bodyguards, outlaws, and former rangers gathered under Don Juan's roof. The real meeting takes place in a secret hall behind the banquet room, where McCain's leadership sits around a long table. Don Juan welcomes Kay warmly, intrigued that the famed mage is a woman and openly appraising her as a valuable prize. He invites her to speak, expecting useful insight from someone tied to the coming deal. Kay begins by bringing up the Canavy's warehouse fires from a few months earlier, immediately unsettling the room. The executives confirm they remember the incident all too well, and Don Juan's mood darkens at once. Kay then declares that someone in the room contacted Favela and was the traitor behind those fires. The accusation throws the executives into uproar, and some demand she be dragged out for speaking madness. Before they can move, Zeke suddenly seizes one of the top men at knife point and calmly introduces himself by his real name, Zeke Murray. He presents the hostage as Joaquin, also known as El Mencho, and says Joaquin himself can explain the betrayal. The room is stunned that a supposed assistant has taken control so easily, and Joaquin panics over how Zeke could know anything. McCain's guards hesitate because Zeke has chosen a hostage with no openings and positioned him as a perfect shield. Zeke presses the point, saying everyone trusted Joaquin so completely that suspicion naturally fell elsewhere. Joaquin tries to dismiss the accusation as a desperate lie, but Zeke reveals he came prepared with proof. Kay activates a spell to force the truth from Joaquin if needed, while Don Juan remains eerily composed and asks for evidence. Zeke hands over a report linking Joaquin's secret dealings with Favela to the warehouse fires. Don Juan reads the file in silence, and the tension in the room shifts as the evidence sinks in. The report further reveals that Favela is not merely a rival cartel but is actually tied to pirates, a revelation that changes the atmosphere completely. Because the southern continent has suffered terribly from nearby pirate activity, that connection makes the betrayal far more personal and unforgivable. Zeke knows this is the one detail Don Juan cannot ignore, especially because Don Juan lost his family to pirates and carries a deep grudge against them. Joaquin realizes the evidence is devastating and wonders in horror where Zeke obtained both the photo and the report. Don Juan thanks Zeke for the report but says that, by itself, it is still too small a reason to suspect Joaquin, whom he considers like a brother. Zeke admits he expected that response and decides to force the matter further. He orders Joaquin to confess and threatens the family Joaquin has hidden away, knowing an oath to God will make any promise sound credible to these men. Under that pressure, Joaquin finally breaks and confesses that everything Zeke said is true and that he is the traitor who conspired with the syndicate. Don Juan is shaken by the betrayal from the man he trusted most and asks for forgiveness rather than exploding immediately. Then, once Joaquin has confessed, Don Juan rises and declares that the consequences must follow. Zeke senses the danger a split second too late. Don Juan moves with terrifying speed, snatches up a weapon, and cuts Joaquin down before anyone can react. Joaquin dies instantly, and Don Juan dismisses him as a pathetic second in command. Zeke realizes Don Juan did not kill Joaquin out of moral outrage alone, but because the confession left him no other choice. By tying Joaquin to both the warehouse fires and pirate-linked favela, Zeke had made the betrayal too public and too poisonous to overlook. As the blood settles, Zeke reflects that Don Juan truly lives up to his reputation as the head of a vast criminal empire. The trap has worked, but it has also shown just how dangerous the man at the center of McCain really is. With Joaquin dead and the room thrown into turmoil, the balance of power inside McCain begins to shift exactly as Zeke intended. He understands that the moment he accused Joaquin and took him hostage, everyone in the room was forced into confusion, and that confusion is the opening he came to create. Now the operation against McCain can move forward under the cover of the chaos Zeke deliberately engineered. And as the stunned executives struggle to process the confession and execution, Zeke stands at the center of the upheaval he set in motion. What began as Kay's infiltration has become Zeke's calculated dismantling of McCain from within. The southern continent's old blood debt, Zeke's buried past, and his present scheme have finally converged in Don Juan's mansion. By exposing the traitor in a way Don Juan could not ignore, Zeke has turned McCain's own paranoia and brutality into weapons against itself. And with the room destabilized, the rescue mission and the larger strike against McCain are now poised to unfold amid the disorder he promised. The confession, the proof, and Joaquin's death leave no path back to the old order. From here on, every move inside the mansion will be shaped by fear, suspicion, and the shock Zeke has just unleashed. That is exactly the kind of distraction he needed. And exactly the kind of ruin he had long ago sworn to bring upon McCain. The deeper truth, Zeke reflects, is that Don Juan only acted because the accusation cornered him in front of his own men. Once Joaquin was publicly tied to pirates and treachery, sparing him would have made Don Juan look weak. So even Don Juan's ruthless execution becomes part of Zeke's design. The mansion is no longer a place of celebration but a battlefield of collapsing trust. And Zeke, who entered as a hidden guest, has already begun rewriting the fate of everyone inside. His long training, his system rewards, and his return to the south have all led to this carefully staged fracture in McCain's power. Now that the fracture has opened, he intends to widen it until the entire organization breaks. For Zeke, this is not just a mission but the continuation of a vendetta born from slavery, murder, and betrayal. And for McCain, it is the beginning of the end Zeke had already promised in advance. Even Kay's accusation and fear helped set the stage, but it was Zeke's knowledge of Southern customs and Don Juan's psychology that truly decided the room. He did not merely expose a traitor, he forced the cartel to tear out one of its own pillars with its own hands. That is why the moment lands harder than any direct attack could have. The executives are left with proof of betrayal, proof of pirate ties, and proof that their inner circle was already rotten. No one in that room can feel safe anymore. And that fear is the real weapon Zeke has drawn tonight. With Joaquin gone, Don Juan wounded in pride, and the leadership shaken, the rescue and the purge can proceed under ideal conditions. Zeke has finally turned McCain's secret meeting into the commotion the plan required. The same commotion he promised would be far more distracting than any festival. And now everyone present is trapped inside the consequences of that promise. For Zeke, the story has moved from preparation to execution. For McCain, the collapse has already begun. The confession proves the room was never stable to begin with. The execution proves Don Juan will sacrifice anyone to preserve his authority. And Zeke's calm in the middle of both proves he came expecting exactly this outcome. He has not simply returned to the South. He has returned to the place where his old life began, now armed to end it on his own terms. Every revelation tonight is another cut into the body of the cartel that once owned him. And the first decisive cut has already landed. Joaquin's death seals the accusation as fact in the eyes of the room. That leaves Don Juan with fewer allies, more enemies, and no room for hesitation. Exactly as Zeke intended when he stepped into the mansion under a false role. The trap is sprung, the room is destabilized, and McCain has begun devouring itself. Zeke knows that once an organization this paranoid starts turning inward, it becomes far easier to break from the outside. So while the others are still reeling from the confession and execution, he is already thinking ahead to the next move. Because taking Joaquin hostage was never the end of the plan, only the moment that forced McCain's downfall into motion. The truth comes out that Favela is not just a cartel but a pirate force operating in secret. Don Juan absorbs the revelation without losing his composure and immediately begins weighing his response. His men, however, are shaken and furious, and the room teeters on the edge of chaos. That tension hardens when El Mencho openly confirms he was the traitor all along. Don Juan realizes that whether Mencho was guilty or not, letting this pass would make him look weak before his own subordinates. Someone watching recognizes that Don Juan is still coldly calculating even in the middle of the uproar. He settles the matter by taking up his weapon and moving to execute judgment himself. Dark power coils around Don Juan as he prepares to turn the confession into a public example. He starts from the report's conclusion that Joaquin truly betrayed him, just as Kay had claimed. From there he pushes the logic further and suggests the syndicate that worked with Joaquin must also have betrayed him. He cites the report as proof that the syndicate burned the cannabis storehouses to help Joaquin defect to Favela. Then he offers the same mercy Joaquin received only in form, promising a painless death to anyone else who confesses now. One of the accused panics and insists they were framed. Desperate to survive, he denies any involvement and tries to shift blame onto the mage K. Before the plea can go any further, Don Juan kills him on the spot. K is left splattered with blood and frozen by the sudden execution. She trembles as the cost of Don Juan's suspicion becomes brutally clear. A wounded subordinate can only stare at what Don Juan has done. At that moment Zeke Murray steps forward and finally reveals himself to Don Juan. He frames the killing as a favor, saying he merely helped Don Juan eliminate a confessed traitor. Zeke presses the point that Don Juan now has every reason he needs to move against the syndicate as well. Don Juan studies the young man and wonders what game he has been playing. Zeke, for his part, realizes Don Juan wants to use him to wipe out the syndicate. Don Juan accepts the logic but demands to know who Zeke really is. In his fear and confusion, Don Juan briefly wonders whether this stranger is a savior or a destroyer sent for him. Zeke answers with a faint, amused confidence instead of fear. He says he is neither angel nor devil, only a businessman with a new proposal. Don Juan repeats the word business partner, testing whether the offer is serious. Zeke says they both want the same thing, the syndicate erased and order restored. He points out that with Ishtar blocking foreigners and Favela controlling the sea, Don Juan still needs a distribution network for cannabis. He notes that Don Juan spared the syndicate despite their dealings with a traitor, which means Don Juan still values what they provide. Don Juan grows more unsettled as Zeke speaks like someone who already understands him intimately. Kay nervously reveals that she has secretly handled the syndicate's cannabis distribution, trying to reassure Don Juan that the network can be replaced. Zeke formally offers that he and Kay will take over that role for Don Juan. He sharpens the proposal by promising McCain's cannabis will flow through them instead of the syndicate. Don Juan pauses, measuring the value and danger of what he is hearing. He admits the offer is tempting, but only if Zeke's claims are true. Even so, he reminds Zeke that trust cannot be granted so easily. To make that point, he plants his axe into the report like a warning over the terms of any deal. He says this is their first meeting, so there is no reason yet to entrust their goods to him. Zeke agrees the concern is fair and invites Don Juan to judge him by results instead. He proves his confidence by snapping the embedded axes apart and scattering them across the room. The display leaves Don Juan's side rattled while Zeke shows off effortless control. He catches and spins a blade as if the room itself belongs to him. Then he drives a mark into the document, turning the negotiation into a challenge. He names the first target he will remove for Don Juan, Paulo Santos. Zeke promises to wipe out the territory Paulo controls. He identifies Paulo as Yellow-Bellied Paulo, a favela executive infamous for putting his own safety above everything else. Don Juan notes that Zeke knows even Paulo's mocking nickname, which means he has deep knowledge of favela's inner circles. That knowledge, combined with action, begins to earn Don Juan's trust. Still cautious, Don Juan says he will send McCain's best assassins with Zeke because the target area is too dangerous to assault alone. Zeke immediately sees through the offer and understands the assassins are really there to watch him. Don Juan makes the threat explicit by saying Kay will remain behind under his protection, effectively as a hostage. Zeke recognizes the leverage for what it is and accepts it without protest. He leaves Kay in Don Juan's hands and departs to begin the attack. That night he arrives at Paulo Santos's cannabis production factory deep in favela territory. He signals the start of the operation with calm certainty. The assassins gather in the jungle around him, but even their captain finds himself waiting for Zeke's lead. Manuel, the assassin's captain, is unsettled by how naturally his own unit has fallen under Zeke's command. Watching the factory below, Manuel admits that anyone who has seen Zeke fight ends up obeying him. He recalls that Zeke outclasses trained assassins physically and moves through the southern jungle like it is his home ground. What impressed him most was seeing Zeke casually slaughter wolfmen, mercenary beastkin feared for killing humans. To Manuel, Zeke is simply a monster in human form. Zeke orders the assassins to stay put and watch from the overlook. When Manuel hesitates, Zeke reminds him that he was sent to observe, not to help. He adds that this vantage point is the only place from which the whole factory can be seen, making it ideal for surveillance. Then Zeke drops from the ridge alone before Manuel can object. Manuel can only watch in silence as Zeke commits to the assault by himself. Choosing caution over pride, Manuel orders his men to remain hidden and simply observe the outcome. Before they can even settle in, a massive blast erupts inside the factory grounds. Manuel is stunned that Zeke has already turned the infiltration into open war. Flames race through the facility as the sabotage spreads. The production complex becomes an inferno, with workers and guards caught in the destruction. The defenders realize a mage is among the intruders and panic at the scale of the attack. Zeke calmly notes that their fear is exactly what anyone would feel on seeing his elemental sword for the first time. A surviving guard spots him and raises the alarm. Zeke remarks that a cartel strong enough to rival McCain was bound to respond quickly. Favela's fighters rush him from every direction, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He answers with a sweeping surge of fire. His elemental sword fully manifests as a blazing weapon. With Domain of Fire, Will-o'-the-Wisp, he sends living streams of flame through the charging men. He moves through the burning currents as if they are extensions of his own body. The first wave is cut down almost instantly. Zeke stands among the burning bodies and judges the resistance too weak to trouble him. Then he senses a new threat and turns his attention toward it. He identifies the real mastermind of the defense as Yellowbelly Paulo. Paulo responds by rolling out Magitech tanks to crush the intruder with overwhelming force. Zeke is almost amused that Paulo would spend so much on tanks when hiring mages would have been cheaper. The tanks open fire and try to erase him with a direct bombardment. A shell tears toward him through the smoke and fire. Zeke meets it head-on and cuts it apart before it can land. He rides the blast and the recoil with impossible agility instead of being consumed by it. The severed shell detonates harmlessly away from him. He taunts Paulo that a man who works for a cartel has no right to pretend he is anything but a criminal. Then he shifts elements and calls forth the power of wind. With Domain of Wind, Storm Blade, he unleashes a tornado-like slash. The storm tears through the tanks and shreds their formation in one devastating strike. Zeke reflects that in his former life he could only flee from Magitech tanks. But that is no longer true. Now he cuts through their firepower and advances through the wreckage without slowing. Amid the chaos, he discovers a hidden hatch leading underground. Below it lies a corridor full of dead men, showing that another battle has already taken place beneath the factory. One survivor suddenly attacks from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. Zeke turns to face the ambush without any sign of surprise. He realizes Paulo has finally appeared after sacrificing enough subordinates to test him. A poisoned dart trap drops from above as Paulo tries to kill him indirectly. Zeke catches the dart before it can strike cleanly. His system identifies the toxin as Black Mamba poison, but poison immunity nullifies it at once. He lets the poison dart fall away, already unharmed. Then he deliberately disables his own healing factor so he can track the enemy without instantly erasing the evidence of the attack. At last Paulo Santos reveals himself in the underground ruin, irritated that an intruder has reached this far. He boasts that the gas Zeke inhaled is lethal enough to kill even Aura users. Holding up a vial, Paulo pretends to offer an antidote in exchange for information about Zeke's allies. He claims Zeke's companions were only making a diversion and have probably already been captured. Zeke immediately sees through the lie, knowing there is no antidote for Black Mamba poison in the first place. He quietly thanks his poison immunity for making Paulo's threat meaningless. To prove it, he shatters the supposed antidote himself. Paulo is horrified, unable to understand why a dying man would destroy his only chance to live. The truth finally starts to dawn on him. Zeke tells him poison does not work on him and that the silence above means Paulo's men are all dead. Paulo can only stammer in disbelief. He insists that Favela's elite, backed by Magitech tanks, could never have been wiped out so easily. Zeke tells him to look upward and guess who sent the force destroying his men. Paulo pieces it together and realizes McCain is behind the assault. He protests that McCain and Favela have always respected each other's territory and cannot understand why that balance has broken. Zeke calls that claim shameless and prepares to expose Favela's hypocrisy. He accuses Favela of spying on McCain's distribution routes and waiting for chances to steal their goods. Then he declares that Favela crossed the line, and McCain now treats it as open war that will end only with Favela burned away. Paulo is shaken by the revelation that their pirate identity has been exposed, and he flees in panic. Zeke gives chase, refusing to let him escape with that knowledge. The pursuit leads into a vast underground chamber hidden beneath the ruin. Zeke drops the pretense of a simple chase and realizes he has entered a place far different from the mine-like tunnels above. He notes that the route here was packed with recently installed traps, suggesting Favela has been protecting something important. He cuts through another trap without slowing, annoyed by the inconvenience more than threatened by it. Even while moving, he reflects that he only bothered dealing with the traps carefully because others might have been watching. That thought confirms for him that the defenses were added recently and for a specific purpose. He begins to suspect Favela has been hiding something major in this underground complex. Another hooded fighter appears deeper in the chamber, waiting rather than fleeing. The newcomer suddenly launches forward with killing intent. Zeke senses a dangerous opponent behind him and turns just as the attack comes. He pivots through the strike, using the air around him to evade at the last instant. The assassin presses in with a wind-charged blade, revealing power on the same elemental level as Zeke's own. For the first time, Zeke is visibly surprised by the identity of the attacker. The hooded opponent drives in with another precise, forceful slash. Their blades and momentum collide in a brief, violent exchange. Zeke answers by shaping the wind around his own movement into a counterstrike. His storm blades carve the attacker apart before the duel can properly begin. The dying man's face twists in shock as he is cut down. Blood splashes across Zeke, and he stares at the corpse with grim recognition. He approaches the fallen enemy, realizing this hidden chamber is full of dangerous operatives. As more presences gather in the underground hall, Zeke understands he has stepped into the true heart of Favela's secret operation. The Emperor's accursed hounds close in on a lone intruder inside the ruin. Their blonde commander scorns his southern allies for failing to stop a single target before he reached this far. Confident in overwhelming numbers, the commander declares the intruder will not leave alive. The trapped man recalls that this southern ruin matched the map in the giant mountains and realizes one of the Emperor's sought relics may be here. Instead of panicking, he quietly sizes up the force surrounding him. The commander warns his men that the intruder's dagger is likely an artifact, since it released wind before being swung. A sudden metallic sound makes the commander hesitate. He notices the target has produced a magic scroll. As the soldiers brace for an attack, the intruder calmly reveals the scroll is not offensive at all. He explains that it creates a soundproof barrier. The barrier seals the chamber for 30 minutes, trapping everyone inside. Freed from the risk of witnesses, the intruder decides to enjoy testing a new skill. He raises a strange blue blade and invites his enemies to agree to this arrangement. The commander realizes this is no ordinary subspace trick and that the sword seems to have formed directly from mana. The growing list of anomalies makes him suspect the intruder is far more dangerous than expected. That suspicion turns to alarm as the power gathering around the blade spikes. The intruder grips the weapon with both hands and releases its full force. He unveils Aura Blade, confirming he is no mere thief. The commander is stunned to realize his prey is an azure knight. A vertical line of blue light drops through the chamber like judgment. The intruder follows with true dragon sword art, turning the room into a killing field. Sky slash tears through the soldiers in a sweeping storm of blades. The commander is caught in the massacre and badly cut as his men are wiped out. The trap barrier is pounded from within by the intruder's relentless strikes. The soundproof field finally shatters under the assault. When the dust settles, the ruin itself is left cracked and unstable. The intruder burns the bodies to hide how they died and to make the attack look like a mage-backed strike by McCain, worsening the cartel war. Even while covering his tracks, he wonders why Favela is cooperating with the Roman Empire at all. Comparing this to knowledge from his previous life, he realizes the Empire must have found the relic years earlier than it should have. He decides that the timing no longer matters, because he has still managed to disrupt the Emperor's plans. Satisfied, he prepares to leave the ruin. A sudden noise stops him before he can escape. A newcomer lands nearby and dryly notes how awkward the timing is. The stranger explains he came because he sensed a sinister presence that vanished the moment he arrived. The intruder turns and finds himself facing a heavily armored knight. The knight recognizes that an uninvited guest has interrupted his business. He descends with predatory calm, immediately taking control of the room. The intruder identifies the armor as a Hersian, the magic armor issued to Rome's Crimson Knights. He recalls that Hersian is an artifact-grade suit packed with support enchantments like weight reduction and automatic regeneration. But this knight's version looks different from the standard Imperial model, making it even more ominous. Trying to learn more, the intruder asks who the armored man is and whether he is an Imperial Crimson Knight. Before answering, the knight attacks without warning. The intruder barely gets his sword up in time. Their blades collide, and the knight's strength immediately overwhelms him. The armored man seems almost amused by how easily he can press the advantage. The intruder realizes he is being driven back despite blocking correctly. The knight's power carves a towering line through the chamber. The attack rips through pillars and stone as if the ruin were paper. The intruder is forced to ride the blast and search for an opening inside the destruction. He spots the knight in midair and prepares a counter. Instead, the knight slams down with another crushing strike. The intruder catches the blow, but only barely, and the impact shakes his whole body. He realizes this opponent's raw strength is beyond anything a normal human should possess. He suspects the armor also enhances muscle power, not just defense and recovery. Still, he retaliates with a heavy blue slash of his own. The counterattack detonates against the floor with enough force to crater the ruin, yet the knight emerges from the smoke unshaken. He studies the intruder in silence, now taking him more seriously. Then he activates Elemental Sword, Domain of Metal. Massive stone and metal pillars rise around him at his command, turning the battlefield into his weapon. He anchors himself amid the collapsing architecture like a lord of the ruin. With a gesture, he sends sharpened debris and metallized stone into motion. The chamber erupts as the projectiles rain down. The knight watches through the storm with cold confidence. He then fires a concentrated strike straight through the barrage. A flash-based skill follows, meant to blind and finish the intruder in one sequence. Using the confusion, the intruder slips into the knight's blind spot. He seizes the chance and thinks he has finally caught him. A razor-thin blue line cuts toward the knight. The strike lands with a violent burst. To the intruder's shock, the knight deflects even an aura blade. The deflection leaves visible damage on the armor, but not enough to stop him. The intruder is stunned by the sheer resilience of the suit and its wearer. The knight answers with a sweeping counter that forces the intruder back into defense. The intruder skids across the floor, barely staying upright. The knight praises him for having many unusual tricks. Now that the intruder has proven himself, the knight decides he deserves a proper introduction. He says someone of that skill is worthy of hearing his name. He reveals himself as Cain Siemens Constantinus. The name alone tells the intruder this man is more than a knight. He is horrified to realize Cain belongs not only to House Siemens but also to the Imperial Constantinus line. That means Cain is tied to Rome's ruling family and one of the Prince-Elector houses that can choose the emperor. The revelation makes the intruder suspect House Siemens, one of the transcendental Draker houses, has become a Roman Prince-Elector family. At that moment, his system detects demonic energy in Cain and offers bonus points for killing such an enemy. The intruder has no idea what demonic energy is, but he immediately understands Cain is even more dangerous than he looked. Cain unleashes another surge of power, and the intruder admits he has found a truly formidable foe. Cain, delighted, says he never expected to meet a knight worthy of battle in such a remote place. He decides to honor that worth by fighting at full power and granting a glorious death. The intruder knows ordinary skills will not be enough, and even his elemental sword mastery falls short. Driven into a corner, he resolves to use his last remaining option. He launches True Dragon Sword Art, Chapter 8, Verse 2, Dragon Scale Thrust. Even as he commits to it, he knows the attack still may not be enough. He breaks down Cain's advantages in his head: enhanced strength, defenses that can repel Aura Blade, and regeneration. As long as the Hersian remains active, he sees no way to land a killing blow. So he decides to drag Cain down to his own level first. He activates Mana Deflection, and Cain's armor abruptly stops functioning. Cain is genuinely shaken and demands to know what the intruder just did, but gets only a feigned denial. Rather than grow angry, Cain becomes even more excited by the mystery. He says the thrill of battle lies in deciphering an opponent's secrets, while their blades are crossed. Their attacks continue to hammer the floor and walls as the duel intensifies. The intruder drives forward through the storm, trying to capitalize on the armor's failure. Cain answers by releasing a deeper crimson power from within himself. Blue dragon-like force and red demonic power collide head-on in a catastrophic clash. The ruin is flooded with red lightning and shattered by the impact. The explosion tears through the chamber and throws both combatants apart. After the blast, the entire ruin groans on the verge of collapse. The intruder's body begins to fail as demonic corruption exceeds the safe limit, and his healing factor weakens. Bleeding heavily and half-destroyed, he realizes his condition has become critical. Cain, still standing, praises him as worthy of the Draker bloodline and asks how he knew the armor's weakness. He explains that only Draker mana interference can disable a Hersian, and that the intruder's final sword technique resembled a dragon-slaying art. The intruder is shaken that Cain recognized the technique so precisely. Cain reveals that true dragon sword art shares roots with dragon-slaying techniques, and that dragon scale thrust belongs to a secret section forbidden outside House Draker. From that, the intruder concludes House Siemens must already have leaked Draker techniques to the Empire. The realization hits so hard that he coughs blood. Seeing the corruption spreading through his enemy, Cain says leaving him to suffer would be dishonorable after such a battle. The intruder can barely remain conscious as Cain closes in to finish him. Cain stands over him in the ruined chamber, sword ready for the final stroke. The intruder, fading, hears Cain offer a solemn wish that he rest in peace. Cain repeats the farewell and commits to the execution. He drives his blade in to end the fight. Even then, Cain acknowledges that his enemy was the worthiest opponent he has faced in a long time. As he turns away, convinced the duel is over, a hidden attack flashes toward him. The intruder's last-second strike catches Cain by surprise and slices into his neck. Cain's body vanishes from where it stood, leaving only blood and a broken impression in the stone. He whirls around in disbelief just as the intruder uses a top-grade healing potion to restore his wounds and stamina. Revived by the potion, the intruder launches a desperate follow-up slash. The force of his own movement sends him tumbling from exhaustion. He coughs and struggles to stand, barely holding himself together. He realizes that without the potion in his shortcut slot, he would have died instantly. Even so, the potion cannot heal the internal damage caused by aura and overuse of skills. Warnings pile up as fatigue passes the critical point, and his body nears shutdown. He fights to stay conscious, refusing to collapse in enemy territory. Knowing he cannot survive another exchange, he thinks only of recovering enough to escape. Then he notices the healing potion Cain used lying near the fallen armor. Cain himself has collapsed in a pool of blood. The intruder realizes he still has one impossible chance left. He steels himself and commits to it. He activates the draconian skill Gluttony. Golden devouring tendrils erupt and consume Cain's demonic body. The system confirms he has consumed a miasma corrupted demonic human, refilling his stamina, mana, and mental strength. As the feast completes, he also absorbs Cain's bloodline ability, upgrading static discharge into lightning. The golden remnants withdraw, leaving the intruder restored and Cain gone. He gasps back to himself, shocked by how narrowly he escaped death. He admits that without gluttony, he would have been finished. Then he notices Cain's armor still remains behind. The system offers him the unidentified armor and asks whether he wants to register as its new user. He accepts without hesitation. The armor binds to him, and the system explains that its form can change by the user's will and that only 3 of its 28 great magic circles are currently available. Wearing it, he is astonished by how light it feels and how exceptional its functions are. But knowing Imperial forces would recognize it, he decides to remove it for now, save it for later in another form, and focus on escaping the ruin. A wounded young man catches the scent of death and realizes something terrible lies ahead. Following the stench of blood and corpses, he traces it to a sealed facility. When he sees the evidence inside, he immediately understands that the place is being used for human experimentation. The laboratory is full of grotesque growths, suspended bodies, and rogue researchers, confirming a large-scale atrocity. The discovery pushes his anger past restraint, and he turns his hatred directly on the empire behind it. The researchers notice him at once and order his capture. As he condemns them for treating human lives as test material, he detects that they have already laced the area with a poison strong enough to bypass his resistance. He is poisoned, but he instantly counters it with a high-grade antidote and prepares to answer their treachery in kind. He burns through the lab's defenses and drops the immediate opposition, reducing the room to fire and ruin. Even while destroying the place, he keeps his goal clear and starts gathering the lab's research documents. He especially wants anything tied to the Rose disease, hoping the Imperial lab may hold clues. Before he can leave, a hidden survivor identifies him from the smoke. An elderly mage accuses him of being the one who wrecked the laboratory and steps forward to fight. The young man answers by drawing a blue aura blade and charging. The old mage is startled to see such a rare weapon in his hands. He hurriedly raises a forbidden magic circle to defend himself. The aura blade tears straight through the barrier instead of being stopped by it. The young man slips past the spell and cuts into the mage at close range. His strike slices through the old man's protection and flesh in one motion. The mage staggers back, wounded, while the attacker reassesses him from a distance. From the crest and magic, the young man identifies him as a Desert Scorpion clan executive using forbidden arts, and he activates mana reflection to counter further spells. When the mage's magic backfires against him, he realizes his opponent may be a pure-blooded Draker. Betting everything on that possibility, the mage tears open a summoning medium to unleash something stronger. A massive summoning spell erupts from the ground. What emerges is a synthetic chimera, and the young man immediately recognizes it as an artificial monster. The old mage proudly declares the chimera his masterpiece and boasts that even a Draker should not be able to defeat it. The chimera lunges first, forcing the young man into direct combat. He meets the initial strike head-on and deflects it with his blade. The creature follows with crushing claws, trying to overwhelm him through sheer ferocity. He keeps parrying at point-blank range, refusing to give it an opening. Then he accelerates with wind-like movement, boosting his speed beyond the chimera's rhythm. Using that burst of mobility, he slips under its attack and drives it off balance. The chimera's limb is damaged as his enhanced movement starts breaking its momentum. He unleashes Gale Arts, specifically Shadowless Steps, turning the fight into a blur the monster cannot track. The chimera lashes out wildly, but its attacks begin missing empty air. He lands on its body from above, taking control of the battlefield. From that position, he carves through multiple appendages in a rapid series of cuts. Even while wounded, he realizes the creature has no blind spots and cannot be handled carelessly. The chimera still manages to slam into him at close range, showing it remains dangerous despite the damage. Pressed for time, he decides he cannot afford a drawn-out fight. He keeps striking while thinking that reinforcements will arrive if the battle continues much longer. At that moment, a system notice reveals that his innate draconic control can be used on the creature. He runs with the new idea in mind, considering whether he can dominate the target instead of killing it. The chimera roars in challenge, still unaware that the balance of power is about to change. He commands it to submit and activates Dragon's Dignity, releasing overwhelming draconic authority. The chimera's aggression falters as it feels that pressure directly. Fear takes hold of the creature, and the effect of draconic control intensifies. Seeing both skills work, He concludes the chimera must have been made with partial dragon traits. He accepts the system's offer and orders the target to be fully subdued. Golden chains of control manifest around the monster. The chimera is completely subjugated, and he is pleased to have turned the enemy's weapon into his own asset. Now docile, the giant beast lowers itself, and he notes how unexpectedly gentle it has become. The old mage is horrified when his masterpiece stops obeying him and instead responds to the intruder. With a cold smile, the young man orders the chimera to bite its former master. The beast obeys immediately and tears into the old man. As the mage dies, the young man tries to identify who had been controlling him from behind the scenes. The documents reveal the man's name as Gurav al-Ramani. That shocks him, because he had believed Gurav to be only the Scorpion clan's second-in-command. Before he can dwell on it, another system prompt interrupts him. The system explains that a subdued dragon can be named and later summoned by its master. He decides on the name Gurav, borrowing it from the dead mage's file. The registration completes, and the newly named beast has no choice but to accept it. The scene shifts away from the ruined lab to a far more polished chamber. A powerful older man receives someone with practiced calm and mild amusement. The visitor introduces himself as Zeke Murray. The older man confirms that Zeke has fulfilled his promise by eliminating cowardly Paolo. Zeke answers that he simply keeps his promises, and the man acknowledges that he has earned trust. The man praises strong warriors and claims he values them like his own children. He says he wants to extend that same treatment to Zeke. Those words trigger Zeke's memory of being treated as a disposable tool, and his hatred resurfaces. Remembering that insult, he silently vows to kill the man with his own hands. Instead of attacking, he tells the man to look at what he brought. The older man presents blood-stained gift boxes as if they were a formal offering for Zeke. Zeke immediately senses something ominous before even opening them. The man reminds Zeke that anyone claiming to be his business partner must prove equal trust. Zeke opens one of the boxes in tense silence. From the size and weight alone, he realizes what must be inside. The lid comes off. Inside are the butchered remains of syndicate executives, displayed as a message. The gift is unmistakably the severed heads of the syndicate's executives. The man asks if Zeke likes the present, treating the massacre like a favor. Zeke forces himself to stay composed instead of reacting openly. He answers with false loyalty, saying everything is proceeding as planned and that the executives have been dealt with, while privately focusing on elevating K next. The older man agrees in principle but says one problem remains. That problem is that Pabella has realized they were behind the attack. Zeke dismisses the evidence as something that could easily be blamed on the knights and mages they used. The man decides to stop hiding and openly threaten the pirate side instead. He wants Pabella taught that the true master of the southern continent is Murray, which Zeke understands as an order to strike them directly. Zeke accepts at once, though his answer carries its own hidden intent. He says he will go to Pabella and deliver Murray's will personally. In return, he asks that K be given enough power to become the new core of the syndicate. Murray pauses to consider the request. He agrees to back K, taking responsibility for supporting her rise. As for Zeke, he promises to assign the cartel's strongest hitmen and squad to him. Those elite operatives are summoned into the room immediately. Zeke turns and sees who has been sent. Among them is a man whose presence stops him cold. Zeke realizes that this particular fighter will be extremely useful. The story shifts again to Pabella cartel territory. A small boat carrying infiltrators reaches the port under cover of dusk. Elsewhere, a red-haired Imperial officer tells Abel that the investigation is already finished. He explains that the Imperial Intelligence Bureau has already searched the site, and that Abel should have the official results by now. Abel refuses to let it go, insisting there had been at least one squad of Mage Sand Knights and a real battle here. Another voice cuts in and rejects that conclusion outright. A bespectacled subordinate states that only one person had actually been here. Abel is stunned, but the subordinate insists the lone intruder was at least Red Knight level and defeated everyone alone. He recalls the intruder as a blue-lit swordsman who overwhelmed the entire scene by himself. Abel realizes the Bureau must have cleaned up in haste, meaning they were hiding something important. Determined to uncover it, he decides he needs to know what the Empire is concealing. His subordinate warns that digging into the Intelligence Bureau could create serious trouble later. Abel stops and addresses him by name, William. Abel insists he cannot ignore the feeling that something crucial was here. William reminds him that he, of all people, should understand the danger of pursuing that instinct. Abel answers with naked ambition, declaring that he intends to make both Draker and the Empire his. At the Pabella port, the infiltrators arrive beneath the watch of cartel guards. The guards notice the approaching boat and grow suspicious. When challenged from above, the blonde infiltrator immediately looks up and prepares to strike. He leaps from the boat and cuts down the sentries in a single fluid assault. Blood sprays as he lands the ambush cleanly. The bodies are thrown off the wall without a chance to raise an alarm. One of the dead men drops toward the water while the infiltrators below continue moving. A white-haired man acts at once to prevent any noisy splash. He pins the falling body to the wall with a precise throw, silencing the kill. The blonde man recognizes the tactic and calls the white-haired assassin Simon. Simon gives only a quiet acknowledgement. The blonde man identifies him as Simon Zapatero, the mentor who taught him southern martial arts and assassination techniques. He remembers Simon as the only person he could trust in the filthy McCain cartel, and notes that their combat synergy remains perfect even after his regression. Seeing Simon again, he thinks it would be valuable to bring him over to his side. As they move deeper into the city, Simon notes that enemy forces are stationed everywhere. The blonde man asks whether there is any route through the central area despite the heavy guard. Simon says there should be underground paths left from the era of the Holy Empire, making infiltration possible. When Simon questions how anyone could navigate such a maze, the blonde man confidently says he already has a method. He activates a mini-map guide to locate the underground route leading to Mateo's room and declares that a maze will not stop him. Using the map, he spots a heavily guarded route and chooses a safer detour. He reminds himself that enemies at Red Knight rank and above do not appear on the map, so he must stay cautious, just as he failed to do when he ran into Kane before. Near the destination, he splits the team, ordering them to plant bombs widely while he personally goes after the second-in-command, Mateo. Simon and the others peel away to carry out the sabotage. The blonde man descends alone into the underground waste tunnels beneath the city. As he climbs through a grate, he reflects that killing Mateo will enrage Pabella's boss and likely ignite open war with McCain. He removes the grate and slips inside anyway. He enters the tunnel but still hesitates over the larger implications. He suspects Don Juan may never have intended his people to survive this mission, and that the supposed order itself may have been bait. Thinking of the dead, he concludes Don Juan would gladly sacrifice everyone sent here if it served as a warning to Pabella. Even so, he keeps walking deeper into the tunnel with his own purpose intact. He resolves that Don Juan's plan will fail because he truly intends to kill Mateo. His sudden arrival startles the guards in the underground passage. He drops into their midst from above before they can organize. In one sweeping attack, he cuts through multiple enemies at once. Red energy whirls around him as he continues the slaughter at close range. Then he notices something wrong. If Pabella and the Empire are supposed to be allied, there should be Imperial personnel here, yet neither the tunnels nor his mini-map show any sign of them. A sudden burst of light catches the blonde intruder off guard in the middle of his assault. He realizes hidden enemies were waiting for him, and the order goes out to seize him alive. Instead of retreating, he charges the Imperial soldiers head-on. He slips through their attack and turns their formation against itself. A soldier looks up in alarm as the intruder takes the fight above them. He crashes down with lethal force, dropping another opponent despite the barrage around him. The enemy commander responds by calling in the mage squad and ordering them to fire. The intruder activates swift steps to break through the incoming spell fire. He dives straight through the bombardment instead of letting it pin him down. As he falls, he draws on his sword's power to gather wind around the blade. He unleashes Elemental Sword, Windfield, filling the hall with cutting currents that tear through the mages and soldiers. While carving through them, he dismisses the force sent after him as embarrassingly weak for Imperial troops. After cutting down the attackers, he faces the survivors with open contempt. He offers them a single chance to leave, then activates Dragon's dignity to make the threat unmistakable. With draconic pressure bearing down on them, he warns that anyone who wants to live can walk away now. He makes the alternative just as clear, telling the rest to come forward ready to die. The warning is backed by the bodies already scattered across the floor. Once the room falls silent, he tries to extract information and asks why the Empire came all the way south. Before anyone answers, he notices a strange dark presence stirring nearby. A hidden voice finally speaks, dismissing him as a mere pest interfering with a greater plan. The intruder is shaken that someone had been present without him sensing it at all, and demands to know who it is. A hooded black mage reveals himself, wrapped in sinister tendrils of dark power. That magic spreads through the fallen bodies and the dead begin to answer his call. The corpses twitch back to motion, dragging themselves up through blood and miasma. The necromancer sends the reanimated dead after the intruder, and vows to claim his soul personally for disrupting the plan. As he cuts into the undead, the intruder realizes he is facing a high-level black mage capable of raising many zombies at once. He immediately suspects a connection to the Scorpion clan, where most black mages of that level come from. That suspicion deepens because the man has no visible clan insignia or magic circle. The mystery only sharpens the intruder's hostility as he keeps fighting. He destroys more miasma-corrupted zombie knights and even notes the karma points he gains from killing them. The system reward catches his attention for a moment. Instead of being disturbed, he is pleased that the slaughter is profitable. As more rewards stack up, he treats the undead as little more than a source of points. He keeps cutting through the revived soldiers without slowing down. When the last one falls, he checks whether the wave is finally over. From above, the black mage watches him in silence. Then the necromancer withdraws instead of pressing the fight. The intruder is briefly surprised that the man simply leaves. He decides the mage can be turned into points later and turns back to his original objective. With the battle finished, he heads deeper into the mansion toward Mateo's office. As he advances, he senses that another arrival is imminent. A blade suddenly flashes toward his throat from behind. The attacker reveals he has been waiting for him. The intruder recognizes the voice at once and names him Simon. Simon confronts him directly, surprised that he really came this far. The intruder immediately identifies Simon as the assassin Don Juan sent to eliminate him before matters escalated. Simon does not deny it and tightens the pressure of his blade. He follows through with a swift strike meant to finish the job. At close range, he reveals Don Juan's intent to wipe out the Pabella cartel and discard lesser players like his target. When the intruder points out that Don Juan still needed his distribution network, Simon coldly answers that Kay's syndicate can replace him. At that moment, the intruder confirms an administrator request, temporarily suspending his own healing factor. Free to gamble with his own body, he mocks Simon for hesitating to kill and calls him by the old title Shadowless Ghost. That name shocks Simon, who demands to know how the intruder knows his former identity, Simon Zapatero. The intruder claims to know Simon's past and the reason he serves under Don Juan. He reveals the core of it. Simon once fought to protect the last bloodline of the Cuzco kingdom. Simon's composure cracks as the accusation hits too close to the truth. He lashes out, desperate to know how this stranger could know that secret. The intruder seizes the opening and moves first. He lets his sword go and shifts his body to avoid the killing line. Simon answers with another sharp downward strike. Their blades collide in a violent clash that halts both of them. Even wounded at the neck, the intruder keeps his focus and refuses to yield. Simon presses him again, furious and demanding his identity. The intruder decides to answer, but only on his own terms. He declares himself a direct descendant of Draker, and gives the name Zeke Draker. Simon is stunned by the name, recognizing its weight immediately. He wonders if this means he is facing the rumored youngest Blue Knight. Zeke dismisses the political implications, insisting he acts on his own and not as an agent of his family. Simon asks why Zeke would reveal such a dangerous identity before the fight is over. Zeke answers with steel, meeting Simon's blade without flinching. He calls Simon by name again and forces him to listen. Zeke offers him a real alliance, promising to protect the Cuzco bloodline and help rebuild the fallen kingdom if Simon abandons Don Juan. The proposal leaves Simon visibly shaken. Zeke admits it sounds impossible, but insists Simon already knows staying with McCain is hopeless. He argues that if Simon kills him for Don Juan, the approaching Pabella forces will simply devour everyone left behind, and reminds him Don Juan never truly supported him. Simon is forced to admit that he and his men were always left to fend for themselves. Zeke presses the point by recalling how the cartel seized Cuzco lands after the kingdom collapsed and how Don Juan wants the old royal knights erased. He adds that once Simon is gone, the last princess will just be sold off to the Cuzco rebels for profit. Zeke recounts the past. When Cuzco fell 10 years earlier, Simon fled with the newborn princess to the border. To gain the strength needed to one day restore her, Simon became an outlaw and sharpened himself through violence. That same desperation led him into Don Juan's service, even though Don Juan already knew his past and was using it against him. Zeke reveals that in another course of events Simon was eventually discarded, and by the time help reached the princess she had already been sold to the rebels. In that future, nothing remained to save. Back in the present, Zeke urges Simon to leave McCain now, and Simon decides the source of this knowledge matters less than the warning itself. Simon admits McCain, which once seemed unshakable, is finally starting to crack. He asks what Zeke truly wants, sensing that all the recent upheaval traces back to him. Zeke answers plainly that his immediate goal is to set the two cartels against each other. Then he reveals the deeper aim beneath it all. Once that chaos is complete, he intends to go after McCain itself. Simon realizes with a jolt that Don Juan was never Zeke's real target. Zeke insists he genuinely wants Simon at his side, and Simon agrees on two conditions. He demands help not only for himself but for his subordinates, and he makes Zeke swear to protect the Cuzco bloodline. He adds one final demand: the kingdom must be rebuilt. Zeke swears on his honor as a knight that he will do it. At last Simon formally yields, greeting Zeke as his master. Zeke immediately drops the ceremony, tells him to stand, and asks where Simon's men are. Simon explains that his subordinates are waiting to trigger explosive scrolls and escape once he gives the signal. Zeke orders the signal sent at once and learns Mateo has already been captured inside. Satisfied, he tells Simon they will meet again soon. A scream from elsewhere in the mansion interrupts them. The bound Mateo rages that provoking a war between McCain and Pabella will doom everyone, not save McCain. Zeke leans in and tells him that is exactly the point, because Mateo's actions have made the coming war unavoidable. He forces Mateo to bite down on a written confession declaring that anyone who raises a sword against McCain deserves death. Mateo can only choke behind the paper as Zeke silences him with violence. With Pabella's secret ledgers already in hand, Zeke decides the final stage can begin. Simon returns after sending the signal to his men. Before they can move, Zeke senses danger and throws Simon behind him as a new attack tears down the corridor. He intercepts a storm of incoming blades with a summoned shield, protecting them both. The mansion guards and pirates surge in after the intruders. Zeke answers by drawing on elemental sword again, this time with fire. He unleashes Blaze Field, turning the corridor into a wall of flame that crashes into the charging enemies. Elsewhere, Simon's hidden men are introduced to their new leader. They immediately accept Zeke as their new master. Zeke orders everyone to move before pursuit closes in. Simon's people obey and race through the underground passage. Even as they flee, Zeke realizes the enemy is already close behind. He stops the group and orders a split, deciding to stay behind and draw the pursuers away so Simon can escape with his men. He also tells Simon to join Kay's syndicate afterward, but Simon protests that the princess is still in McCain's hands. Zeke reveals he already planned for that as well. He reminds Simon of the commission he memorized and confirms the true objective hidden inside it: use the day's chaos to rescue the confined girl from McCain. Then he reveals the crucial truth that changes everything for Simon: the princess has already been saved. The scene shifts to Don Juan's mansion, where confusion is spreading over the recent events. Don Juan fumes that a month after striking Pabella, the retaliation still has not stopped. His executives sit tense and silent as the pressure mounts. He demands to know how many times McCain has been hit by those attacks. The answer is devastating: half of McCain's executives are already dead. Don Juan can only curse as the scale of the damage sinks in. A hidden narration reveals his earlier calculation: he had tried to eliminate 2 dangerous pieces by sending them on a reckless mission. Instead, those same men succeeded too well, enraged Pabella, and pushed the conflict far beyond what he intended. One of his subordinates cautiously addresses him. Don Juan demands to know what he wants. The subordinate suggests Don Juan temporarily distance himself from McCain. He explains this is not cowardice but strategy, because the revenge-driven pirates will soon charge blindly at McCain and can be exploited. His plan is to lure them to Tawani and annihilate them in one decisive blow while Don Juan commands from safety. Don Juan accepts the proposal. He reassures the room that crisis has always made them stronger, and this time will be no different. The executives answer with forced loyalty as the meeting breaks. One subordinate lingers behind after the others leave. As he rises from his seat, another figure silently appears behind him. Zeke presses a blade to the man's throat and mocks how smoothly he talks. The terrified traitor confesses that he only followed orders to lure Don Juan to Tawani and begs for his life. Zeke kills him anyway, thanking him for making the main course possible. Soon after, Don Juan arrives at his Tawani villa, believing he has been drawn there to crush the pirates himself. He vows to wipe them out to the last man for daring to drag him this far. The villa sits quiet under the moon, giving no sign of the trap closing around him. Inside, Don Juan sits alone with wine, staring into the night. When he hears someone enter, he assumes it is a servant and orders them away. He repeats the command more sharply when the presence does not leave. Instead, dark smoke gathers and a hooded figure materializes before him. The intruder addresses him with cold sarcasm, asking whether Don Juan is enjoying his peaceful vacation despite the chaos outside, and Don Juan recognizes Zeke Draker at once. For the first time, Don Juan's confidence breaks into naked alarm. An old crime lord meets a death threat with cold contempt, making it clear he has survived worse and will not be cowed. He dismisses the danger as childish while calmly pouring himself a drink, refusing to show fear. That composure is shattered when a blade slams into the table beside him, announcing that the intruder is already within striking distance. The hooded avenger is pleased the man still has pride, because a revenge worth taking would be wasted on a coward begging for mercy. Humiliated, the old man lashes out and orders his guards to force the intruder to kneel. The assassin reveals the room has already been isolated, leaving the old man suddenly aware that his authority cannot save him. The final blow lands when the intruder states that every guard has already been killed. He explains that in his previous life he died before making this man suffer enough, and that regret has driven him back here. Haunted by memories of serving like a dog and murdering countless people under this tyrant's orders, he declares that those nightmares still cling to him. The old man tries to deny responsibility, but the avenger cuts through the lies and forces him to hear the hatred of the dead. He launches the first brutal strike before the man can keep talking. As he attacks, the voices in his memory echo the pleas and curses of victims crushed beneath the old man's wealth and glory. He reminds the man that this is how desperately he once begged when the tables were turned. Even now the old man tries to hide behind self-righteous claims of being a savior, and the avenger violently rejects the hypocrisy. He severs the man's hand, turning the interrogation into deliberate torture. Breathing hard through blood and rage, he steadies himself rather than losing control completely. Then he promises a slower death, one that will make the old man feel the same agony his victims endured. The scene shifts as the night of revenge gives way to a new stage in the story. Only bloody footprints remain, showing that the killing is over and someone has already moved on. The avenger descends carrying the blood-soaked remains of his disguise, and someone below asks whether he has finished. He reunites with 2 allies who have been waiting for him after the assassination. Without dwelling on the murder, they immediately move to business and ask how matters went on the syndicate's side. He reports that events unfolded exactly as planned, with rival executives effectively erased and the fallout redirected so no real punishment will reach their side. Satisfied, he hands over the aftermath to the syndicate and presents a set of documents he recovered. The red-haired ally recognizes the papers as a Reinhardt Merchant Group contract and realizes they may be more important than the killing itself. He explains that he heard the Merchant Group intends to establish a pharmaceutical company. Their plan is to refine soma into high-grade medicine, distribute it through the merchants, and use his side for transport. That raises immediate practical concerns about where such production could happen and how they could move it without exposing themselves. He answers that once they help the Cusco Kingdom, they can secure cultivation permits there, and he already has the rest of the scheme in mind. But he refuses to explain further, leaving his frustrated partner behind as he rushes off to handle the next problem. Alone in the forest, he turns his attention from cleanup to strategy. He reaches for something hidden on his person, preparing to act on a new lead. A personal summons from Prince Callus Nerva Constantinus reminds him that the prince has remained in Atlas since the banquet. He recalls hearing that the prince intended to keep staying there, which makes the summons feel deliberate rather than casual. Because travel to the central continent would still take days, he realizes arriving late could make others suspicious. If the prince or those around him start asking why he delayed, they may connect that delay to recent destruction. He suspects Zeke Draker may be tied to McCain's downfall, or that the Empire may already suspect him. Rather than gamble, he decides to create an alibi before anyone can corner him. He chooses to use the system's portal to jump straight to the Atlas Ruins area despite the steep point cost. The portal activates, consuming 600 points in exchange for instant travel. He arrives at the Atlas Hotel Sky Lounge, the place where the prince is waiting. As soon as he enters, attendants call out that Zeke has arrived, drawing him into the gathering. He immediately spots Prince Callus and notes that another expected figure is present as well. That second figure is Abel Draker, whose presence confirms this meeting is more dangerous than a simple summons. Zeke answers with formal courtesy, presenting himself as summoned and asking the prince's purpose. The prince grandly claims the matter is extremely serious, building tension as if he is about to reveal a crisis. Instead, he abruptly reveals that the urgent issue is simply wanting Zeke to drink with him. He explains that his usual companions cannot hold their liquor, so he called Zeke because he remembers him as the reckless type. Zeke realizes with some disbelief that this is the impression he left on the prince in the past. Meanwhile, Abel quietly studies Zeke and guesses what was discussed earlier among the prince, Abel, and William Simmons. Zeke senses that Abel wants a private conversation and files that away as potentially important. The prince insists there is no need for ceremony and pressures Zeke into accepting a drink. Zeke plays along and toasts with him, choosing not to refuse openly. As the others stagger off drunk, the system alerts Zeke that poison was hidden in the alcohol and has already been neutralized by his resistance. Realizing he alone remains unaffected, Zeke decides to use that fact rather than expose it. Abel approaches him under the pretense of apologizing for interrupting supposed training, opening the private exchange Zeke expected. He smoothly shifts into concern and invites Zeke to sit and drink with him instead. Watching Abel through the wine's reflection, Zeke realizes Abel intends to say something significant. He prepares himself for a conversation that may reveal Abel's true ambitions. Abel begins indirectly by asking what Zeke thinks of House Draker. Before giving his answer, Abel frames it as a personal confession rather than a political statement. He openly declares that he intends to ruin the Draker family one day. The bluntness of that admission catches Zeke off guard at once. Abel says Zeke carries the same scent he does, the scent of blood, battle, death, and victory. To Abel, that makes Zeke the ideal image of a true dragon slayer, a predator rather than a tame noble. Zeke is irritated by yet another bloodline obsession, but he listens because Abel clearly believes they are alike. Abel presses further and asks whether Zeke also stays close to the Empire in order to destroy it from within. The question sharpens the atmosphere, revealing that Abel is testing whether Zeke shares his rebellion. Abel argues that Atlas should not be satisfied with ruling a single city and must grow stronger if it wants the summit of power. He points to the Roman Empire's roads as proof that true dominion comes from binding distant lands into one system. In his view, when roads, culture, and resources all flow toward a single center, power becomes absolute. He calls that future a unified utopia, presenting conquest as salvation. Zeke recognizes that Abel is speaking not like a noble heir but like a would-be emperor. He also connects Abel's maternal Gaiman's line to the family backing Abel, deepening the web around him. From everything he has heard, Zeke concludes that Abel, the Simmons, and the Empire are all entangled in the same scheme. Abel then drops the final layer of intimacy by calling Zeke his blood relative. He offers reward, belonging, and dazzling power if Zeke will come over to his side. Zeke understands that Abel is trying to recruit him into his camp. He answers politely at first, acknowledging the offer without accepting it. Then he refuses, saying he has already chosen his path and will not join Abel. Abel warns that Zeke will regret rejecting him. Zeke leaves without wavering, making it clear the threat means nothing to him. Behind him, Abel's composure cracks as anger finally surfaces. Zeke rejects the idea that he could ever become a butcher like Abel, naming him for what he is. William arrives just after the rejection, stepping into the aftermath of the failed recruitment. Seeing Abel alone, William asks where Zeke has gone, immediately sensing something went wrong. Abel answers that his youngest brother has chosen a different road from his own. That decision, he says, leaves him no choice but to crush the new sprout before it can grow. William realizes Abel has already decided on violence, and Abel justifies it as a final chance Zeke refused. Later, back at Valhalla, Zeke stands before the dean's office as a second-year student already planning to leave early. He has submitted an early graduation request, arguing that now that he is a formal knight he should support his family as soon as possible. His appeal works quickly, and an early graduation interview is arranged almost immediately. While waiting outside, he is casually greeted by another student heading to see the dean. That student is Diego, accompanied by a blonde youth whose identity Zeke does not recognize at first. Zeke realizes he has never seen the blonde boy before and becomes curious. The unfamiliar face nags at him as if it should matter. Inside, the dean welcomes Zeke, Diego, and the blonde student Asta together, revealing they all arrived for the same purpose. Hearing the name Asta jolts Zeke, who immediately suspects this may be someone far more dangerous than he appears. He recognizes the possibility that this is Asta Elidoppel, the illusory knight from his previous life. That realization unsettles him even more because one of the 5 divine knights had once remained almost completely unknown. Asta apologizes for poor attendance, blaming severe insomnia that has made classes difficult. Diego jokes about singing him to sleep, but Asta's headache is so bad he can barely tolerate the noise. Zeke remembers that in his previous life Asta served the Empire, and he starts wondering whether he can be turned instead. He decides it would be best to recruit Asta to his own side before anyone else can claim him. The dean explains that all 3 of them applied for early graduation at the same time and already meet the formal requirements. So instead of a normal review, he will judge them through a practical mission tied to Dalpoa. The mission centers on Yaksha, the Black Knight, a notorious outlaw and enemy of the entire continent. They are to cooperate with the Dalpoa Knight Order and subjugate him as part of their evaluation. The dean warns that outlaws awaken aura purely to kill, fight unlike knights, and are dangerous enough that only higher-ranked personnel were requested. He makes clear just how brutal the assignment will be and gives them a final chance to withdraw. Diego only asks how many rounds the test has, treating the danger like a game, and learns this is merely the first of 3. With no one backing out, the dean orders them all to prepare thoroughly. Afterward, Asta wanders off clutching his head, still suffering from sleeplessness. Zeke follows and calls him by name, opening the approach he has already planned. Asta turns with guarded curiosity, not yet knowing what Zeke wants. Zeke offers help in the form of medicine for insomnia, baiting him with exactly the weakness he just revealed. Asta is surprised enough to repeat the offer back, clearly interested despite himself. Zeke claims he has the perfect remedy, presenting himself as someone who can solve what others could not. Asta admits he has already tried the common medicines without success, but he still hesitates. Zeke presses the advantage, telling him to try it first and suggesting they can make a supply contract if it works. Asta starts to refuse, convinced nothing will help anyway. Zeke abruptly forces the issue by making him inhale the medicine on the spot. The effect hits immediately, overwhelming Asta before he can resist. Asta signs the contract at once and accepts Zeke as his master, surrendering himself for the sake of sleep. When Zeke questions how quickly he agreed to such a one-sided deal, Asta cheerfully answers that proper sleep matters more than fairness. Zeke is relieved that the system store exists, since it lets him buy exactly the kind of rare item needed for manipulations like this. He reflects that with enough points he can obtain rare relics, and that the sleeping drug he used was the powerful Sandman's sleep sand. Now confident Asta will stand with him after graduation, Zeke also worries that none of the 5 divine knights seem remotely sane. Still, he decides blind trust is dangerous and chooses to test Asta's actual combat ability. He tells Asta to show his skills before they head out on a real mission. Asta answers by planting his spear and taking the test seriously at once. He whips the spear into motion with practiced control, showing refined technique rather than brute force. As the weapon awakens in his hands, his entire presence sharpens into that of a seasoned killer. Zeke notices the change immediately and invites Asta to attack at full strength, even allowing aura. Asta accepts without hesitation and comes at him in earnest. Their first clash is explosive, proving Asta's speed and reach are no joke. While evading, Zeke reads Asta's style as spear-based control with strong defensive coverage and a wide threat zone. He decides to break that rhythm with phantom steps and vanish from Asta's expected line of attack. Asta reacts fast enough to cut through the illusion's path, showing he is not easily fooled. Zeke circles behind him to exploit the opening he created. He brings his blade down from Asta's blind side with lethal precision. Asta senses the strike at the last instant, and turns into it rather than panicking. He catches the attack on the shaft of his spear, using the weapon itself as a pivoting shield. The force of the collision tears through the weapon's structure. Even so, Asta tries to continue the exchange by redirecting the broken spear into another sweeping motion. Zeke answers by bringing his massive sword down again before Asta can recover the initiative. Asta commits to a desperate countercharge, but Zeke's power overwhelms the attempt. The impact drives into the ground and shatters the flow of Asta's defense. Asta is thrown back by the blow, stunned by how decisively the exchange turned against him. Zeke realizes the spear has been split in two, and the nature of the strike makes him think of techniques usually associated with outlaws rather than knights. Zeke throws himself into the duel with open enjoyment, treating the clash like a game. He hurls his sword away as bait and forces his spear-wielding opponent to react. The blonde cadet reads the trick and braces with his spear instead of panicking. Zeke follows by drawing on his strange black armor as a weapon, turning the exchange into something unfamiliar. A blade of aura tears across the ground as his attack surges forward. The spear user realizes too late that Zeke can attack through the armor itself, not just with a sword. Even in motion, Zeke calmly controls the armor's shape and trajectory. The blonde cadet recognizes the pattern from before and sees Zeke repeating the same impossible defense. He tries to overwhelm that defense with a stronger technique, convinced the armor cannot stop it. Zeke answers with true dragon swordplay, Earth Slice, meeting the attack head-on. The blonde cadet is shaken when his supposedly decisive move fails. Zeke shifts the armor again with effortless precision. The cadet counters with Elidolf Counterstrike, Crosscurrent Spear, sending a massive spear-shaped aura back at him. The counterattack detonates across the field and forces Zeke backward. Their techniques collide in a violent burst that leaves the outcome undeniable. Afterward, the blonde cadet can only joke that Zeke feels less human than monster. He complains that a genius like him keeps losing because everyone mocked his spear as dull, and Zeke bluntly tells him he is simply still lacking. Zeke decides the cadet needs much harsher training before the upcoming mission. The cadet immediately senses that Zeke's idea of training will be terrible. Later, Zeke returns home and is greeted by the butler Decker. Decker informs him that a guest is waiting. The guest, the blacksmith Galleon, is busy admiring the estate when Zeke arrives. Zeke greets Galleon and explains he summoned him to inspect something unusual. Galleon assumes the problem concerns the Stygian blade, since a weapon forged with magic braziers should not be easily damaged. Zeke instead reflects that Galleon's skill has advanced faster this time, likely because he reused knowledge from his previous life and began producing superior weapons earlier. He quietly resolves to secure Galleon's loyalty before others recognize his value, then clarifies that Bahamut is fine. The real issue is the red armor Zeke reveals before him. Even Zeke is unsettled by the strange armor he somehow obtained. Galleon is stunned beyond words the moment he sees it. He can barely speak as he asks what in the world Zeke has brought him. Zeke admits he has no idea what it is and needs a private expert because he cannot investigate it openly. He hands the armor over and asks Galleon for a thorough examination. Galleon eagerly agrees despite still being rattled. After inspecting it, he apologizes for the delay. He admits that among all known artifacts, nothing matches this armor, and asks for any clue that might narrow down the material. Zeke thinks back over the duel where the armor first revealed its true nature. He remembers Kane's attack and the moment that changed his understanding. What stood out most was that the armor deflected an aura blade. That detail shocks Galleon, because only one metal should be capable of such a feat. He identifies it as the metal of the gods. The name hits him with full force, orichalcum. Galleon can hardly believe he is seeing such a legendary substance in his lifetime, and Zeke asks whether it is truly that precious. Galleon is offended by the understatement. He explains that orichalcum is said to be a perfect material created by the gods themselves. Its mana conductivity far surpasses other metals, allowing far more magic to be engraved into it. Zeke immediately asks how many large magic circles an ordinary metal armor could normally hold. Galleon answers that normal metals cannot even support large-scale magic circles at all. That confirms for Zeke that the armor is far more extraordinary than he first assumed. He asks whether the armor can be reshaped into something else. Galleon refuses to act rashly, warning that the armor is already complete and tampering with it could destroy its existing functions forever. Still, he suggests that his own master might manage what he cannot. He says Master Golan may be able to alter the form without damaging the function, and Zeke immediately asks where to find him. When Galleon says Golan is in Himonas, Zeke reacts sharply. Galleon explains that Himonas lies in the far north, in the territory of the Northern Duke. He is startled that Zeke knows of that hidden northern power at all. Zeke covers the slip by claiming he somehow learned of it. He thanks Galleon and even offers him time to study the metal further while he remains at the estate. Galleon accepts gratefully, while Zeke's mind is already racing elsewhere. Zeke fixates on Himonas and decides he can postpone that trip until after handling more urgent matters. He leaves with a firm resolve to do exactly that. That night, the scene shifts to the Reinhardt merchant group. Zeke meets with the merchant leader and the princess to discuss mass production of medicinal supplies. The merchant warns that producing the needed soma ingredients on the central continent will be difficult. Zeke agrees, especially because open support from the princess would damage the product's reputation. The princess points out that if production is completed first and certified as medicine, the political risk disappears. Zeke immediately settles on a plan to manufacture the product in the southern continent and import it through Reinhardt for distribution. The princess cautions that the merchant group lacks the reach to build a large factory on another continent. She reminds him they barely managed the antidote factory for the rose disease and urges a more realistic construction plan. Zeke tells her not to worry about the factory itself and asks only that the magic tower secure approval for distribution. When she assumes the Draker family will fund it, he makes clear this is his own undertaking and that he will pay personally. He then reveals the real reason for the meeting by placing a confidential report before her. He asks her to read it carefully. The contents shock her at once. The report claims the Empire is working with the Scorpion clan to conduct human experiments using synthetic poison. The princess is horrified that civilians may have been used as test subjects, even though she had feared something like this. Zeke explains that he is sharing this not to expose it immediately, but because the truth must remain hidden for now. That answer only deepens her alarm. She argues that the Empire's crimes should be revealed at once so they can never repeat them. Zeke counters that the current evidence is too weak to win anything through diplomacy. He explains that the Empire cleverly placed the Scorpion clan at the center so it can deny direct involvement, and let the clan take the blame. At worst, the Empire would simply disavow the clan and offer hollow regret, ending the matter. He insists it is more useful to keep the information secret for now. Because the Empire does not know they have uncovered this, Zeke believes they still have a chance to gather stronger proof. The princess realizes he wants to use the ongoing experiments to uncover deeper evidence and pressure the Empire properly later. Zeke confirms that, but says he showed her the report for another reason as well, preparation. If the rose disease was only a field test in Alencia's conflict zone, he believes the Empire may soon deploy other synthetic poisons. He argues they must create antidotes before that happens, because Alencia's soldiers could otherwise be poisoned in battle without warning. The princess sees the logic and realizes advanced antidotes could prevent heavy losses and even turn the Empire's scheme against it. She accepts that Zeke's restraint was the correct choice. With that understanding reached, Zeke formally joins the merchant group's effort. He says he will be away in Valhalla for some time, but the princess invites him to visit Alencia when he can. She describes Alencia warmly, and asks whether he has ever been there. Zeke dodges the question by saying he has only heard it is beautiful, then asks her to show him around someday. The invitation softens her, and she agrees. The meeting ends on a courteous note as they wish him a pleasant trip. Training resumes, with Zeke's 2 cadets collapsed from exhaustion while he remains standing. One of them groans that they will die before the mission, and Zeke coldly orders him to stop whining and pick up his weapon again. The cadet curses him as a devil and says the Draker bloodline's cruelty clearly runs in him. Even that complaint becomes part of the lesson as Zeke drives them harder. He believes desire and frustration are necessary to force growth. After a week under his command, Asta and Diego begin changing under that pressure. Diego in particular stops fooling around and starts listening seriously during training. When Zeke appears again, the 3 cadets recognize how much they have improved. Professor Andre then arrives to interrupt the session. He tells them he has important news. The 3 cadets are informed that they have been selected for the Continental Public Conquest mission. Andre adds that students cannot be sent alone, so he announces that he will accompany them personally. Soon after, they are already traveling by train toward the Black Knight Yiksha mission. Andre explains that he joined not only because regulations require it, but because the destination demands special caution. He asks whether they understand what kind of place Delphoa is. Zeke answers that it is a land where mages are favored above others. Andre confirms that Delphoa's entire system is built around that preference. Its knights prioritize shields above all else. Those shield-bearing knights crash into the enemy line while the mages attack safely from behind them. When asked whether that causes heavy friendly losses, Andre says the concern is valid. He explains that Delphoa's knights are drilled constantly in shield charges, which is why Valhalla graduates dislike joining their order. Diego immediately takes offense at the idea of knights existing only to serve mages. Andre tells him he has understood the reality perfectly, and warns them not to be surprised by what they will see. He sums Delphoa's mage class up as insufferably arrogant. Upon arrival, Andre introduces himself as Valhalla's assistant professor and a member of the Draker family. That pedigree earns immediate respect from Delphoa's side. A knight captain named Jorge Outer formally greets them. Andre presents the cadets as Valhalla's best and assures Jorge they will not hinder the mission. Jorge accepts them readily and directs them toward the carriage where the captain is supposedly waiting. Diego is confused because Jorge had just introduced himself as captain, and Zeke tells him to stay quiet. Zeke already senses that Delphoa is playing by its own hierarchy. The real authority reveals himself from inside the carriage, a long-haired mage who never bothers to step down. His expression alone makes clear that he considers everyone around him beneath notice. Diego instantly judges him exactly as Andre warned he would. Zeke realizes this man must be Delphoa's mage captain. He also sees that even the knight captain is forced to defer to him. Jorge awkwardly explains that the captain will travel separately, meaning the cadets must find another carriage for themselves. The students are left staring at the insult. Diego explodes, furious that they are being treated like stray dogs despite coming as collaborators. He starts to protest openly against the humiliation. Zeke cuts him off with a kick before he can make the situation worse. Diego accuses Zeke of being heartless and demands that Andre say something. Andre stays calm and says this kind of contempt is something they will face often after graduation. From the carriage, the mage captain coldly tells them to remember this lesson well. That night, the team settles into shabby quarters. Lying awake while the others sleep, Zeke notes how different the atmosphere feels. He observes that their lodging looks hastily prepared and neglected, as if they were an afterthought. By contrast, the mage facilities they passed were clearly lavishly funded, which only confirms Delphoa's priorities. Unable to sleep, Zeke decides to step outside for air. He tells himself the poor treatment does not truly bother him, since he endured worse in his previous life. What truly troubles him is the Black Knight Yiksha mission itself. He recalls that during the strategy meeting, the knights and Captain Jorge merely listened while the mages handled all meaningful discussion. That memory confirms his fears about how badly this mission may be run, until a voice asks why he is wandering alone. Zeke turns in surprise, immediately sensing that the person who found him is someone important. Zeke recognizes the mage captain from earlier and decides this encounter is useful because he has something to address. The captain immediately tries to dismiss him, insisting Valhalla has little role here and ordering him to leave quietly instead of interfering with magic affairs. Zeke rejects that logic, noting that a joint operation should not end with Valhalla being sidelined, though he restrains his urge to settle it by force. As the captain notices Zeke's gloves, his attitude shifts from contempt to wary attention. He directly asks whether Zeke is a pure-blooded Draker Awakener. Zeke confirms it and calmly asks why that matters. The question wounds the captain's pride, and he takes Zeke's calm tone as insolence. Still, he warns Zeke not to remove those gloves here, implying Zeke's power could disrupt the surrounding mana and jeopardize the mission. The captain turns away in anger, ending the exchange on his own terms. Before leaving, he adds a threat that if Zeke wants to survive and complete the mission, He should heed that warning. Zeke lets the outburst pass and concludes the captain is touchy, while noting that pure-blooded awakeners really can interfere with mana. A familiar voice suddenly calls Zeke's name from behind. Zeke is caught off guard as he realizes who it might be. Professor Fannin appears, delighted that he has found Zeke again. They exchange a quick reunion, and Zeke immediately asks why Fannin is here. Fannin explains that he volunteered because real combat experience would teach him more as a mage than research alone. When Fannin asks Zeke's reason, Zeke reveals he came for the Black Knight Yiksha mission. That answer shocks Fannin. He urgently pulls Zeke aside, making it clear the matter is too serious to discuss openly. Once alone, Zeke presses him to explain the sudden secrecy. Fannin bluntly tells him he must not join tomorrow's operation. He repeats the warning with full seriousness and insists the mission must be avoided. Then he reveals the reason. The operation is designed to fail. Left with that revelation, Zeke realizes the situation is far worse than he expected. The next day, while others complain of exhaustion, Zeke stays focused on what Fannin told him. Since Fannin could not explain further, Zeke works through the possibilities himself and narrows them to two. One possibility is corruption among the raid squad's higher command. The other is that the squad has struck some kind of arrangement with the people they are supposed to raid. Given Delpho's rigid mage hierarchy, Zeke doubts the system is rotten enough for open military corruption on that scale. He therefore leans toward the second explanation, meaning the target and the raiders may be cooperating. Zeke decides he has to proceed under the assumption that the enemy has been tipped off. At the staging ground, the mage captain assigns groups 1 through 3 to flank the mountain. He orders groups 4 through 6 to attack from the front. When he asks for objections, Jorge, the knight captain, reluctantly says he has none. As the briefing moves on, Zeke interrupts with a question. He asks what they are actually supposed to do, forcing the captain to address him publicly. The captain explodes, furious that Zeke ignored his order from the previous day to stay out of things. Zeke answers by revealing his standing. He is a blue knight, and Diego and Asta with him are purple knights. He explains that he only asked because it would be absurd to waste a dispatched cooperative force of that level. The captain is stunned to learn Zeke holds such rank. The surrounding soldiers are equally shocked that someone so young is a blue knight, and that Valhalla sent multiple high-ranking knights. The captain's irritation deepens as the balance of status suddenly shifts away from him. Trying to contain the situation, he orders Jorge to assign the Valhalla group to simple patrol duty instead. A blonde knight realizes Zeke must have provoked the captain on purpose and asks what he has discovered. Zeke states plainly that there is something suspicious about the mission. He goes further and says he suspects an alliance between this raid squad and the Black Knight Yiksha. The blonde knight takes the accusation seriously and asks Zeke's reasoning. Rather than argue further, Zeke abruptly orders a patrol mission straight toward the Black Knight Yiksha camp and tells everyone to prepare. The blonde knight then asks who will command this new squad. He assigns that role to Zeke himself. The knight falls quiet for a moment as the decision settles over the field. Elsewhere in the forest, armed men advance with torches toward the hidden camp. Their leader suddenly halts them. He warns that trolls are nearby and orders the group to move in silence to avoid drawing extra trouble. Even as he stresses stealth, something fast cuts through the air toward them. The leader senses danger too late. A sudden strike tears into the group and throws the leader down before anyone can react. The hidden monsters and men around him realize they have been ambushed. Trolls burst into the scene and the camp erupts into panic as the infiltrators are overwhelmed. More impacts hit the ground in rapid succession, signaling a coordinated assault. Zeke's companions carve through the trolls with brutal efficiency, turning the surprise attack into a massacre. The surviving infiltrators are left staring at dead trolls and collapsing comrades, unable to keep up. Zeke kneels among the bodies and identifies the survivors as the Black Knight Yiksha's patrol team. With the enemy broken, he demands they reveal where the Black Knight Yiksha is hiding. The answer leads Zeke and his allies to a mountain fortress concealed in the forest. Seeing the structure, they realize it is built from natural stone and will not fall easily to a small force. Zeke asks Jorge where the mage core is, because storming this place with only their current numbers would be difficult. Jorge hesitates instead of answering directly. Zeke points out the contradiction in Jorge's earlier plan, since the mage core was supposedly meant to support them after the fortress was taken. One of Zeke's allies finally voices the obvious question: how were they ever expected to seize a fortress like this with so few troops? That realization visibly rattles the others. Before anyone can resolve it, dark projectiles begin raining down from above. Zeke notices the incoming attack a split second before impact. He identifies the falling objects as explosive shells. He immediately orders everyone to scatter as far apart as possible. The bombardment detonates across the forest, turning the area into a field of fire and screams. Jorge is left staring at the inferno in disbelief as the ambush proves Zeke right. Zeke grabs him and forces him to stop freezing up. He demands that Jorge act like a captain and save his men instead of collapsing under the shock. Elsewhere, one of the enemy realizes their hidden position has somehow been exposed and suspects a leak. That thought triggers a sudden realization. At the same time, red-eyed mercenaries rush in with unnatural ferocity, throwing themselves at Zeke's group. Zeke notices something is wrong with their behavior beyond ordinary aggression. The attackers fight like berserkers, ignoring pain and reason as they close in. Zeke concludes the situation is no longer merely suspicious but completely abnormal. He identifies the cause: these mercenaries are all addicted to soma. He recalls that soma is a drug produced by the Southern Cartel and distributed widely across the mainland. Mages use it in controlled amounts to temporarily boost mana. But mercenaries are the real danger, because their reckless lives drive them to abuse it far beyond safe limits. That explains why the Black Knight Yiksha's mercenaries are charging mindlessly, and cannot be handled like normal soldiers. As the battle intensifies, Zeke's allies realize they are facing too many crazed enemies at once. Zeke warns Diego and Asta not to waste their auras here, because overcommitting now would leave them exposed later. Even so, he knows ordinary knights alone may not be enough to capture enemies in this condition. He briefly considers abandoning the mission's formal limits, and simply erasing the entire fortress himself. Another explosion interrupts that thought, and he realizes the bombardment is magical in origin. Then a new force arrives at last. The Delphoa Mage Corps enters the battlefield with overwhelming firepower. Their arrival forces the mercenaries to retreat, and the defenders order a fallback. Zeke admits the timing is inconvenient, but the Mage Corps' raw strength is undeniable. Just as he thinks they might finally press the advantage, someone orders him to stop. The mage captain approaches Zeke with cold hostility, mocking him for ruining a valuable opportunity, and addressing him by name. He accuses Zeke of having destroyed the mission through his interference. His anger rises into a direct challenge, demanding whether Zeke understands the consequences of what he has done. Zeke is genuinely baffled by the accusation. To him, the captain's outrage sounds so absurd that he can barely believe it. The captain claims Zeke disobeyed orders by provoking the enemy instead of merely observing. He tells his own side to take the cadets and withdraw while he reports the matter to Valhalla. He even suggests ending Delphoa's cooperative relationship with Valhalla over this incident. Zeke answers that if Delphoa is withdrawing its dispatch, then he no longer has to obey its command structure and will continue the mission independently. The captain protests that this is Delphoa territory, but Zeke counters that the Black Knight Yiksha is a continental enemy, not a local matter. The captain tries to reassert authority by invoking his and another knight's official status within the Draker family. He argues that this status gives them the right to act on the mission independently and report afterward. Frustrated, he finally tells Zeke to do whatever he wants and bear all responsibility himself. Jorge is left shaken, realizing the Mage Corps is leaving and that the mission now rests on a far smaller force. Zeke turns to Jorge and asks a simple but pointed question. He asks whether Jorge truly wants to defeat the Black Knight Yiksha. Jorge answers that they are knights, and no real knight would retreat while the enemy still stands before them. That response gives Zeke the answer he needed. Accepting Jorge's resolve, Zeke says he needs his help with one thing. The focus shifts back to the fortress looming under the moon, still intact and dangerous. Inside, the defenders notice movement and begin to react. An alarm spreads through the fortress as hidden troops are mobilized. Jorge rallies his remaining knights, shouting for the enemy to stop hiding and face them openly. The fortress archers mock that suicidal courage even as they prepare another volley. Arrows launch in a dense wave toward the charging knights. Jorge orders his men to hold formation and trust their shields against the barrage. From the walls, the defenders watch the disciplined advance with unease. One of the enemy commanders dismisses the charge as pointless bravado. Another starts to sneer at the knights as useless. But the Valhalla group appears atop the wall, proving the fortress is already being breached from within. A sudden disturbance catches Zeke's attention. He notices a cloaked rider fleeing the battlefield and wonders why anyone would try to escape by horse in the middle of the chaos. His awakened sight sharpens, and he begins to suspect the rider's identity. The rider's appearance matches the description of the Black Knight Yiksha himself. Zeke immediately decides to pursue, leaving the fortress interior to Professor Fannin and ordering a signal flare once the main gates are opened. He launches himself from the wall in pursuit. Calling out, he summons his mount. Bucephalus answers, materializing in a surge of blue lightning beneath him. Mounted and accelerating instantly, Zeke commits to chasing down the fleeing target. The rider looks back in shock at the impossible speed closing on him. Zeke welcomes the challenge with a confident grin. He strikes first, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. The Black Knight Yiksha barely registers the blow descending from above. Blue force crashes down in a violent burst. The Yiksha survives by skidding away and bracing himself at the last instant. Watching from behind, one of Zeke's allies is startled by how quickly the chase has escalated into a duel. Zeke taunts the fleeing man, asking where he is hurrying off to so late at night, and names him as the Black Knight Yiksha. The Yiksha's tense silence confirms he has been recognized. Their powers collide head-on, blue lightning meeting red force in a violent exchange. The Black Knight Yiksha counters with a heavy descending blade, and Zeke meets it directly as their duel begins in earnest. A veteran outlaw realizes the young swordsman is not from Delphoa and demands to know who he really is. The young man refuses to reveal himself, making it clear that names will not change the outcome. Their standoff immediately turns into a direct clash of blades. The outlaw escalates first, scattering poison projectiles as part of his attack. The young man learns the poison is desert scorpion venom, but his constitution nullifies it, letting him dismiss the trick as petty outlaw tactics. Seeing the poison fail, the outlaw grows more suspicious and starts probing the stranger's origins. While the young man brushes off the questions, the outlaw decides the stranger's background no longer matters if he can kill him here. He launches a lethal aerial assault, surrounding the young man with converging blades. The young man calmly withstands the barrage instead of retreating. He activates dragon scale armor and bluntly acknowledges the attack's quality without being harmed. That defense makes him realize he has just seen something extraordinary. The outlaw recognizes the hidden talent at last and identifies the power as an Yura blade. Deciding to finish the fight, the young man prepares a decisive counterattack. The outlaw charges in to kill him before that power can fully turn the battle. Even while under pressure, the young man deduces from the outlaw's swordsmanship that he belongs to the Empire's intelligence bureau, shocking him. Before the outlaw can recover from that exposure, the young man strikes him with a surge of lightning. The outlaw is blasted back screaming, and the balance of power flips completely. Now in control, the young man demands to know why an Imperial intelligence operative was meddling in Delphoa. Badly wounded, the operative realizes he may have to die to keep his secrets. The young man stops that thought by making suicide impossible with a precise strike through the mouth. He heals the wound just enough to keep the man alive and explains that he understands how determined Imperial intelligence agents are. Then he offers a cruel bargain. Answer well, and he may be allowed to die on his own terms. The operative is shaken into silence by how completely the young man controls his life and death. Reduced to kneeling and gasping in blood, he has no leverage left. The young man presses again, asking whether he is finally ready to talk. He states exactly what he wants, the man's identity, and what he has been doing in this place. The operative gives in and identifies himself as an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau's secret 13th unit. The young man notes that the Bureau was believed to have only 12 units, but refuses to let the operative turn the questioning back on him. Forced back into the role of prisoner, the operative admits he was here conducting experiments. He clarifies that the experiments involved stimulants, making the young man connect them to the warped mercenaries he fought. The operative confirms those men were not mere soma addicts, though soma was used in creating them. He explains the purpose plainly: to manufacture soldiers who feel neither pain nor fear. The young man realizes Delphoa's war has been used as a testing ground for one of the Empire's human experiments. The operative reveals that the Black Knight Yiksha's long survival and growing bandit force were possible because the Empire had been supporting them all along. That revelation leaves the young man furious at how far the Empire's schemes have spread across the continent. He points out that the Empire would kill the operative first to bury the truth, and the man agrees, begging to be killed now that he has confessed. Instead, the young man asks what he would do if there was still a way for him to live. When he suggests Draker could protect him, the operative is stunned by the name. The young man begins to reveal the source of that confidence. A red power flares around him, proving he is not bluffing. The operative understands at once that he is facing a pure-blooded awakened member of the Draker line, and the young man confirms it. Freed from his last loyalty, the operative admits he no longer wants to die in this place, and that the Empire would execute him even if he returned alive. He decides witness protection under Draker is his best chance, provided his identity can be completely erased. The young man says there is an even better option than simply hiding him. He offers the operative not just survival, but a new place to work. He argues that someone with Intelligence Bureau skills would be valuable in many places once he leaves the Empire behind. Before that proposal can settle, something fast approaches through the forest. The young man instantly realizes the fortress has still not fallen. Since the Black Knight Yiksha's absence should have made capture easy, he suspects something has gone wrong and heads for the knight's camp. He rushes back toward the fortress at once. On the way, he notices something unusual ahead. He finds a group of mages separated from the main force and wonders why they are alone. One of them raises a weaponized staff, making the encounter immediately hostile. The young man recognizes the danger too late. He starts to protest, confused that they would target an ally. Then a voice identifies him by name as Zeke Draker, confirming this is no misunderstanding. The mage accuses him of nearly letting the Black Knight Yiksha escape. As punishment, the mage declares he will be transferred to the barracks for this grave failure. Zeke can only laugh bitterly at the absurdity. He realizes the same troublesome bastard is interfering again. He demands to know how losing the Black Knight Yiksha could possibly be his fault. The mage captain, Ingrid Haxon, blames Zeke's attack plan and insists they would have captured the target otherwise. Zeke counters that Ingrid never even confirmed whether the Black Knight Yiksha was still inside the fortress and points out the defenses remain too strong for such certainty. Ingrid tries to silence him and claims someone had already escaped the fortress earlier. Zeke argues that could have been a messenger seeking reinforcements and asks how Ingrid could know it was the Black Knight Yiksha. The question hits Ingrid hard because he has no real answer. Zeke states he is certain because that escapee was the very man who warned the Black Knight Yiksha to flee. He exposes a traitor who has been feeding information to the enemy for 3 years, though he believes the man never knew he was aiding Imperial experiments. Ingrid falls silent under the accusation. Zeke orders him to stop the nonsense and follow, promising to report his crimes to their superiors. Ingrid pretends indifference, but Zeke's threat clearly lands. They return to the fortress with Ingrid and the mages under escort. Inside, Zeke notices a familiar group waiting. He sees battered knights kneeling under guard and recognizes one of them. That man is Jorge, who can barely answer him. Zeke demands to know why these men have been arrested, but Ingrid only tells him he is overstepping. Jorge shouts that he does not regret helping Zeke. He tries to say they only wanted to remain honorable knights before being cut off by pain. A brutal magical punishment strikes the kneeling men in front of everyone. Zeke condemns Ingrid for treating allies worse than prisoners. Ingrid snaps and orders him to be silent. He openly threatens to execute Zeke on the spot if he speaks again. That threat is interrupted by a sudden impact from above. A new arrival identifies herself as Ingrid Haxon of Delphoa's 8th Mage Corps. She declares that Ingrid's words amount to a threat against Zeke Draker and treats the matter as serious enough for intervention. A blonde Draker representative immediately announces that Draker will now enter a state of readiness to fight Delphoa if necessary. The courtyard freezes under the weight of that declaration. Ingrid understands at once that the warning comes directly from the Draker family. He tries to argue that invoking war against all of Delphoa over this is excessive, but he is told his reckless words already amounted to a declaration of war. The blonde envoy coldly reminds Ingrid that the Draker name is not something to invoke carelessly. He makes clear that insulting or threatening a Draker carries consequences beyond Ingrid's rank. Faced with that pressure, Ingrid hurriedly retracts his words and claims he only meant to escort Zeke for further investigation. Zeke immediately supports the lie with a polite smile, helping de-escalate the confrontation. He then asks for permission to speak with his comrades first, catching Ingrid off guard. Ingrid glares, but he can no longer refuse outright. The Draker envoy grants Zeke 20 minutes. Zeke activates a magic scroll to block outside surveillance and listening devices. With privacy secured, he tells his allies that surrounding magical equipment can no longer monitor them. The blonde envoy prompts him to say what he wanted to reveal. Zeke shocks them by announcing that he has already captured the Black Knight Yiksha. When asked if he did it alone, he explains that he lowered the target's guard before the battle dragged on, and eventually took him. The feat impresses even the Draker's side, who recognize that he subdued an enemy veteran knights would struggle with. Zeke adds that after interrogating the captive, he discovered deep ties to Captain Ingrid that could complicate everything. Asked what he intends to do, Zeke says Delphoa should ultimately handle its own corruption, though he will act for now. He resolves to do what he can immediately rather than wait for a perfect solution. The fortress remains tense outside as guards hold their posts. Inside, Zeke waits alone, expecting someone important to arrive. He decides that person should be here soon. At last, someone approaches his room. The visitor is Professor Fannin, whose arrival Zeke had been anticipating. Fannin asks what happened, and Zeke answers that this is the result of ignoring his earlier warning. Fannin can only react with dismay at how badly things have spiraled. Zeke reveals that Fannin already knew Captain Ingrid was corrupt. He further explains that many senior mage officers likely know as well, because Corps service is essential for advancement, and no one wants to disrupt that system. Zeke says he can offer Fannin only one path now: give up the career experience tied to Delphoa and choose principal instead. Then he asks directly whether Fannin knew about the Empire's stimulant experiments. Zeke explains that he already shared everything he learned about the Black Knight Yiksha with Fannin. That leaves Fannin with two choices: expose the corruption he now knows about or ignore it to protect himself. Zeke presses him for an answer. He asks Fannin to help him expose the corruption openly. Outside, Ingrid and his mages move into position, still trying to control the situation. One of the mages reports to Ingrid, drawing his attention back to the operation. Ingrid asks for the outcome of Zeke's meeting. The report claims Professor Fannin rejected Zeke's offer, and Ingrid seeks confirmation. Satisfied, Ingrid concludes Fannin chose status over conviction and could never have been persuaded otherwise. With that assumption, he orders the next stage to begin. He instructs his mages to set off a few loud explosions and then withdraw, making the scene look convincing. The mages prepare their staffs and ready a staged attack. They fire explosive magic into the fortress as ordered. Ingrid plans to pin the lack of results on Jorge and use the chaos to cover himself. But when the blasts go unanswered, he senses that something is wrong. He realizes the defenders are not even pretending to resist as they usually would, and his confidence starts to crack. Then the fortress doors swing open on their own, which was never part of his plan. A figure steps out to confront him, turning his unease into alarm. Ingrid is stunned when he recognizes who has emerged. Zeke addresses him calmly, as if inviting him to acknowledge the obvious. The Draker side closes in and asks whether Ingrid has finally seen what he was never supposed to see. Zeke raises another scroll and seals the area so no one else can overhear what comes next. With privacy secured, he turns the moment into a final confrontation. Fannin steps forward and asks whether Zeke truly meant his offer to work together. He answers yes, refusing to stand aside now that he knows the truth. Zeke warns that helping him means giving up any future built on Delphoa core experience. Fannin accepts that cost, saying it is better to abandon a shameful path than build a career on it. Zeke thanks him, pleased that he has chosen conscience over advancement. Even so, Zeke reminds everyone that Ingrid still has to be brought down. Ingrid explodes in rage at Fannin's betrayal and tries to threaten him again. Zeke cuts him off by formally naming him as the target of the accusation. He announces that investigators have been brought to examine Ingrid's secret dealings with a continental enemy and his corruption. The investigators order Ingrid to submit to arrest. Seeing the men who came to take him in, Ingrid finally understands that the trap has closed around him. The accused man is recognized at once as a target of Delphoa's inspection squad, turning suspicion into an official crisis. The white-haired suspect desperately denies any link to them and insists he has been framed. The inspectors shut down his excuses, making it clear they already have proof and will not be deceived. Cornered by the certainty of the evidence, he realizes his position is collapsing. In panic, he threatens to use his influence, and even claims all of Delphoa will move if he gives the order. Before he can hide behind that bluff, Zeke strikes him down in a single decisive blow. As the man crumples, Zeke stands over him and makes it clear that warnings have already been ignored long enough. The fallen man tries one last time to rely on his connections, but Zeke invites him to test that claim if he dares. He answers that challenge by revealing his own standing as a pure-blooded Draker and heir to a Black Knight lineage. Zeke turns the threat around and proposes a contest of influence, confident the other side cannot match him. That confidence instantly breaks the man's resistance, and he drops to his knees begging forgiveness. Zeke rejects the plea, saying the dead knights are the ones owed repentance, not him. An armored subordinate approaches, waiting for Zeke's next decision. The rescued knights formally thank Zeke, admitting he has corrected an injustice done to them. Zeke reflects that his testimony cleared them from the investigation and kept them from being blamed for the incident. But he also knows their future remains bleak, because once the 8th Mage Corps disappears, its Knight Corps will be dissolved as well unless someone takes them in. When asked whether he regrets stepping in, Zeke answers without hesitation that he does not. What troubles him instead is that their comrades died for nothing because of an incompetent captain. Seeing their situation, Zeke offers the surviving knights a new place to serve. He confirms that the offer is serious. To prove it, he hands over a written contract and tells them to inspect the terms themselves. The men are stunned by what they read. The terms are so generous that they suspect a mistake, but Zeke tells them this level of reward is normal if they work under him. He explains that he recently founded a merchant group and wants them to become its guards. When they hesitate at the idea of following him personally, Zeke lightly presses them on whether they object. That is enough to win them over, and they eagerly swear loyalty to him. A nearby professor is startled as the former knights begin treating Zeke like their new lord, and Zeke accepts the title with amusement. He orders them to finish their current duties and then report to Atlas, where much more work awaits. His scholarly subordinate immediately acknowledges him as master, confirming the new hierarchy. Zeke privately finds it ironic that a professor and his student have ended up in a master-servant relationship. Even so, he notes that the mission has produced unexpected results, and leaves him unsure how he will be judged. He brushes that uncertainty aside and decides it will sort itself out. With the crisis settled, he convinces himself the outcome may still work in his favor. The story shifts to Midland, where the consequences of the southern events are about to be discussed at a higher level. Inside a private chamber, a senior figure thanks two Black Knight officers for coming despite their schedules. He explains that the recent incident is serious enough to require urgent discussion among the Order's core members. The speaker is revealed to be Varon Draker, who takes control of the meeting. Varon opens by warning that the southern continent has been behaving strangely. That statement immediately catches the attention of the two officers listening to him. One of them downplays the issue as ordinary criminal activity centered on drug dealers. Varon corrects him, explaining that Don Juan of the McCain cartel had consolidated the South through the Soma trade and amassed enormous wealth, making any upheaval there politically dangerous. He then rebukes the intelligence commander for missing the biggest development of all. Don Juan is already dead. The officer is stunned by the revelation. He protests that Don Juan had been in hiding from Pabella and that the cartel fractured after his disappearance, which should have made such a death impossible to miss. Varon points out that Pabella was also crippled, so Don Juan's continued absence is exactly what makes the situation suspicious. To support that claim, he projects a recording gathered from the two cartels a month earlier. The footage shows masked operatives appearing in both organizations, suggesting a hidden hand move through each side. Their working theory is that the same frontman infiltrated both groups and manipulated events to destroy them, though either cartel could identify him. Varon declares that they will uncover who that person is. He vows to learn both the infiltrator's identity and the reason he targeted the southern cartels. The scene returns to Zeke, who is summoned before the dean and senses an unexpected turn in his evaluation. He asks the dean to repeat what he just heard, unsure he understood correctly. The dean praises Zeke for how he handled the Black Knight Yiksha mission. He adds that Professor Andre's detailed notes and the Delpho Inspection Department's data both support that favorable judgment. Zeke is quietly surprised by the praise. He had expected criticism, since on the battlefield a subordinate must obey orders regardless of circumstances. The dean says that despite the praise, there is still one condition attached. He states that the Black Knight Yiksha supposedly died during transport, and Zeke inwardly admits he actually let the man live. Zeke recalls that he intended to fake the Yiksha's death, give him a new identity, and bring him to the central continent. He also remembers the Imperial human experiment data recovered in the south. Along with that evidence, the surviving Yiksha himself could testify about the stimulant experiments. Zeke realizes those two assets could become powerful leverage against the Empire. Instead of punishing him, the dean says the professors have chosen a different kind of graduation exam for Zeke. That special exam will be a demon hunt. Zeke is startled because a simple demon hunt sounds far too easy for a final test. The dean clarifies that it is not a routine hunt but an unsolved case Zeke must resolve entirely on his own. Zeke listens in silence, recognizing the challenge is more serious than it first sounded. The dean explains that demons have no fixed species like monsters do, making them difficult to classify. Because their habits vary wildly and some are highly intelligent, demons are notoriously hard to predict and defeat. He believes the current case was caused by such an intelligent demon and asks where it occurred. The answer is the Duchy of Troy, a Draker stronghold, where the demon has still evaded capture despite the local power there. If Zeke solves this case, he will be exempt from all other exams and graduate immediately. He accepts the terms at once and promises he will not fail. The dean formally addresses him as Sir Zeke Draker and introduces the next phase of the mission. A young man named Felix Valencia is assigned as Zeke's guide for the operation. Zeke greets him politely but immediately notes that the name means nothing to either his current life or his past one. Even so, he senses there is something unusual about Felix. A strange energy around the guide makes Zeke suspect he is far from an ordinary young knight. Zeke asks whether Felix is from Troy, and Felix confirms he is a native who trained in a swordsmanship guild before joining the Atlas Guards. Felix sounds normal enough, but Zeke decides to stay cautious while thanking him for the information. With that, the two set out together for the Troy Duchy. Upon arrival, local officials welcome Zeke warmly and reveal they have been waiting for him. They are deeply honored that a pure-blooded awakened Draker has come in person, and Zeke responds with measured courtesy. He immediately asks for a detailed explanation of the incident. The local representative says the disappearances have been happening for several weeks. At first only livestock vanished, but eventually even people who went up the mountain stopped returning. The victims escalated from children to women to men, showing that whatever was hunting there had grown bolder and stronger. Zeke asks whether any crime scenes still remain, and the official leads him onward. They arrive at the farm where the livestock first disappeared, on the route toward the mountain. Zeke notes that the fence itself is intact even though blood was left on it. He decides to inspect more closely and activates his perception. That heightened sight reveals enormous footprints. From their depth, he concludes the intruder was heavy enough to crush the ground. Yet the blood marks show it could still clear the fence with ease. Zeke concludes that the culprit is no ordinary demon. He realizes at once that this investigation will be far more difficult than expected. That night, Zeke and Felix camp in the forest while continuing the search. Seeing Felix asleep, Zeke notes that his guide must have exhausted himself helping with the investigation. By following the demon's traces up the mountain, they eventually reach a deep forest far from civilization. There they discover their first major clue. It is a corpse dried out like a mummy, with no visible wounds at all. Zeke considers the possibility of a demon that can drain bodily fluids without leaving external marks. If that is true, then the giant footprints found in the village must belong to something else entirely. Felix wakes and asks whether Zeke heard the explosion-like sound, and Zeke pinpoints it 2 kilometers to the west. He orders Felix to stay behind. Promising to return before sunrise, Zeke rushes toward the disturbance alone. Left at camp, Felix watches him go with quiet interest. As Zeke closes in, he reasons that such a blast in this wilderness can only be tied to the demon. He narrows the source to a nearby clearing. There he hears a monstrous roar. A red-haired barbarian is revealed, battling with a whole tree in his hands as if it were a weapon. The barbarian swings the trunk with overwhelming force against a fast-moving opponent. Zeke is astonished that someone can wield a tree like a sword and immediately recognizes the man's absurd physical strength. The sight makes him wonder if the barbarian is some kind of monster himself. Then he spots the barbarian's true opponent, a black, monkey-like demon with a deadly tail. Zeke recognizes the situation at once and confirms his suspicion. He identifies the demon as the ancient species Jiuyuan. Remembering a similar mummified corpse from his past life, Zeke recalls his master's warning that this kind of demon is especially dangerous. The Jiuyuan is quick, cautious, and agile like a monkey, making it hard to corner. More importantly, its tail is the real threat. That tail can strike like a tentacle and rapidly drain a victim's vitality. Putting the clues together, Zeke concludes the barbarian stole the livestock while the Jiuyuan was responsible for the missing people. Before he can intervene, the barbarian screams as the demon's tail pierces him. The Jiuyuan begins draining his life, and the barbarian starts to collapse. The barbarian coughs and weakens, clearly on the verge of death. As the poison and drain take hold, he can barely stay conscious. The demon presses in to finish him. Zeke suddenly cuts in with a blinding strike that forces the Jiuyuan back. The demon is shocked that someone fast enough to interrupt it has appeared. Zeke follows through with a sweeping attack that drives the creature away from its prey. The Jiuyuan recoils and leaps back, screaming in frustration. Zeke judges it to be irritatingly fast, but no longer beyond his reach. Looking down at the fallen barbarian, he wonders whether the Jiuyuan's poison is already fatal. Even though he has no sympathy for a livestock thief, he decides to help anyway. He notices a nearby cave and chooses it as a safer place to treat the wounded barbarian. Inside, he finds ordinary healing potions ineffective and suspects the failure is because the patient is not human. If that is the reason, he decides to try a different method. Zeke activates a mass buff skill directly on the barbarian's body. The healing factor surges through the barbarian and begins restoring him. The barbarian groans as consciousness returns. He wakes in confusion, startled to find himself alive. Still panicked, he lashes out instinctively, not yet understanding where he is or who saved him. Zeke calmly tells him to settle down instead of treating him like an enemy. He explains simply that he is the one who saved his life. The barbarian starts to thank him, and Zeke is relieved that he can understand the barbarian tongue. The young warrior introduces himself as Big Fists and explains that, though only 16, he is already stronger than the other warriors in his village. Because of that strength, he was chosen for a warrior ceremony and ordered to defeat and bring back the Jiuyuan, the strongest demon known among his people. But the hunt dragged him all the way into Troy, and now he fears he will fail his trial. When Zeke offers to help with the hunt, Big Fist can hardly believe such help is real. Zeke answers with a faint, confident smile, signaling that their alliance has just begun. Zeke begins by asking for trust as he sets his plan in motion. A nervous subordinate hesitates when Zeke appears. Zeke reveals that a barbarian will join their hunt for the demon beast and treats him as his own man. The subordinate is stunned that Zeke would claim such a savage as a subordinate. Even so, he notices the barbarian showed no fear at the sight of him, which suggests real training rather than mere brute instinct. That makes the observer wonder whether Zeke is hiding more than he appears to be. Ignoring the doubt, Zeke tells the barbarian called Big Fist to track the beast by scent. Big Fist identifies the lingering smell of the creature they encountered earlier. Zeke immediately presses him to pinpoint where the scent leads. The trail brings them to a cave-like pit that looks like the beast's refuge. Zeke recognizes it as a likely lair. Remembering that Juyuans prefer dark, damp places and that dawn is near, he concludes the monster is probably hiding inside. He asks Big Fist whether he has a way to catch something that relies on stealth. Big Fist answers with confidence in his own strength. Zeke realizes the barbarian's problem is simple. He keeps trying to overpower everything head-on. So he starts teaching him in the most direct way possible. Zeke explains that Big Fist should attack the prey from behind instead of charging it openly. He makes sure the lesson is understood before they move in. Big Fist accepts the instruction. The two descend into the cave to confront the beast. Inside, Zeke confirms they have found the creature's den. The scattered bones prove the monster has fed here for a long time. Zeke quietly reminds Big Fist of the lesson about using his strength properly. Before he can finish warning him, the hidden Jiuyuan springs from the darkness. Big Fist is caught off guard and cries out for help as the ambush begins. He tries to fight back through panic and pain. The cave erupts into chaos as Big Fist slams the ground while Zeke keeps his distance to read the beast. When the dust settles, the monster has vanished back into the shadows. Zeke stays calm, having expected the hunt to be difficult. He recalls that even in his previous life, capturing a Jiuyuan was troublesome. The reason was its ability to hide its body within darkness itself. The beast lunges again, forcing Big Fist into another desperate defense. Zeke counters with Waterfield, using flowing aura to expose and disrupt the hidden attacker. The Jiuyuan shrieks as the technique forces it into view. Seeing the opening, Zeke orders Big Fist to strike immediately. Big Fist obeys and tears into the beast with a brutal counterattack. He keeps hammering it until the monster is pinned and reeling. Zeke praises him, then takes over before the creature can recover. The beast realizes too late that the real killing blow is coming. Zeke unleashes true dragon swordplay, Earth Slice, and cleaves the Jiuyuan apart. The monster dies in a spray of blood, ending the hunt. But even in death it tries to cling to life through regeneration. Zeke had anticipated that trick and refuses to let it escape by healing itself. He activates Gluttony, consumes the corrupted ancient species, and absorbs its essence. The reward restores his strength and grants him the A-rank active skill Stealth, which he immediately recognizes as extremely valuable. With the battle over, he surveys the remains in silence. Then he calls Big Fists over. He hands the barbarian a severed clawed hand from the beast. Zeke explains that it will serve as proof of the hunt, while he keeps a single finger for himself. Big Fist is overwhelmed with gratitude and clings to Zeke like a brother. Before leaving, the barbarian excitedly invites Zeke to visit his village someday. When he names it as the Boulder Tribe, Zeke realizes this is no minor invitation but a connection to the strongest barbarian settlement. Big Fist calls out to him again to make sure he remembers. He repeats the invitation with complete sincerity. Zeke agrees to visit when the chance comes. They part on friendly terms as the scene shifts back to town. That night the villagers celebrate Zeke as the knight who saved them. Zeke accepts their thanks politely while keeping his composure. Yet even during the celebration, he senses that something about Felix does not add up. He remembers Felix disappearing from camp during the hunt and returning dirty with a weak excuse. That makes Zeke suspect Felix may have secretly watched the battle from nearby. For now, he decides to keep observing him instead of acting. After a long day, Zeke heads through the quiet village intending to rest. On the way, someone steps into his path. It is Felix, waiting for him in the night. Zeke immediately questions why Felix is here instead of at his lodging. Felix nervously asks Zeke to accept him as a follower. The request catches Zeke off guard. Felix asks him to look at something before answering. He draws his sword and prepares to demonstrate a style he should not know. Felix performs a polished sword form with unmistakable confidence. The technique carries the weight of a hidden tradition rather than ordinary training. Zeke instantly understands what he is seeing. He identifies it as the secret swordsmanship passed down among the paladins of the Holy Kingdom. Felix finishes the form and waits for Zeke's reaction. He admits this is why he came to Zeke tonight. Zeke presses him on how he could possibly know a style reserved for paladins. Felix realizes there is no point pretending ignorance anymore. Zeke reflects that paladins are isolated holy knights whose techniques are hidden from almost everyone. That means Felix's knowledge can only come from a very unusual source. Felix decides to reveal the truth instead of hiding it further. He offers Zeke a keepsake to prove his story. The object is an official paladin insignia, and Felix explains it belonged to his grandfather. He says his grandfather was framed in a secret struggle inside the Holy Kingdom and forced into exile. Zeke realizes the matter is far more serious than he expected. Felix continues that his grandfather fought to expose corruption but became the one targeted by it. With help from allies, the old paladin barely escaped execution and lived in hiding in the Duchy of Troy. Before dying, he passed the truth and his swordsmanship onto Felix. That makes Zeke suspect the old man may also have used aura transmission on him. He asks Felix to hold out his hand so he can confirm it. By touching him, Zeke verifies that Felix's aura conductivity is unusually high. He studies the result in silence. Zeke confirms that Felix's aura circuits have also been properly opened. He tells Felix this is not a problem at all but a gift left by his grandfather. Zeke explains that Felix's grandfather must have been a former Arch-Paladin, a figure comparable to a Black Knight. Felix is stunned to learn just how extraordinary his grandfather truly was. Zeke names the hidden method directly as aura transmission. He explains that it is a technique that accelerates progress with aura. In Felix's case, the old paladin did more than teach him skills and also improved his body's ability to use aura. Seeing both Felix's talent and his motive, Zeke offers him a place at his side if he wants revenge for his grandfather's injustice. Felix admits vengeance is part of why he sought Zeke out, but he also confesses that after secretly witnessing Zeke fight, he genuinely wanted to serve him. He promises Zeke will not regret accepting him. Zeke weighs the risks and decides that whether Felix is a spy or a true ally, keeping him close will be useful. He accepts Felix, warning that following him will be difficult and ordering him to prepare to leave for Atlas the next day. Felix gratefully swears to do his best as Zeke's new follower. The story then jumps ahead to Zeke's formal return after graduation. At Valhalla, the dean praises the contents of Zeke's report. The report highlights how Zeke healed an injured barbarian and cooperated with him to defeat the beast. The dean says talent like Zeke's should not be wasted by keeping him confined to Valhalla. He also notes Zeke remains modest despite his achievements. As a result, he gives Zeke a temporary graduation certificate so he can move forward without waiting for the term to end. Zeke accepts the favor with gratitude. When asked about his next step, he says he wants to gain experience first as a knight of the Draker family. The dean approves and says he will watch Zeke's future growth with interest. Before Zeke can leave, another summons arrives. A messenger apologetically interrupts with a request from Four Seasons Fortress. The fortress wants Zeke brought there immediately. The dean notes that the Draker Patriarch has already learned of Zeke's graduation. Zeke takes his leave and heads to answer the summons. On the way, he asks the escort why the Patriarch wants him. The escort can only guess it might be a simple congratulation. Zeke doubts the Patriarch would summon him for something so harmless, even if graduating in 2 years is impressive. The escort casually mentions that Zeke's friends looked miserable when he passed them. He explains they spent their assignment doing nothing but dreary repair work on the northern border, which left them dejected. He jokes that snow can be worse than monsters and sends Zeke inside. Zeke thanks him and enters the audience room. Inside, a silver-haired man waits for him with quiet authority. The Patriarch greets Zeke as though he has been expecting him. He formally congratulates Zeke on graduating. Zeke answers respectfully, and the Patriarch invites him to sit and speak freely. The Patriarch makes it clear that this meeting has a purpose beyond courtesy. He announces that he intends to send Zeke to the upcoming Draker martial arts competition. The proposal carries the weight of a test and an opportunity at once. The Patriarch openly states that he expects Zeke to win. He explains that the competition is hosted by the Draker family itself. Only young knights who have reached Purple Knight within the last 5 years are allowed to participate. In essence, it is a contest to decide which new generation will lead the continent. When the Patriarch asks whether he is claiming victory already, Zeke does not hesitate. He answers that he fully intends to win the competition. Pleased, the Patriarch says he hopes to place the victor's medal on Zeke himself. Then he reveals he has also prepared a graduation gift. At his command, Zeke opens the box. Inside are a golden plaque and a title deed granting ownership of a territory. Zeke is genuinely surprised that the Patriarch is giving him land. The Patriarch says the territory lies north of the Duchy of Troy, near where Zeke recently hunted the beast. Zeke quickly recovers and promises to live up to those expectations. The Patriarch says he will assign a caretaker to manage the territory and explain the details later. With the audience over, he dismisses Zeke. Zeke leaves with thanks, already weighing the competition, the new land, and the larger game unfolding around him. Zeke walks the halls alone, turning over the shocking reward his father has just given him. He realizes that despite being a Draker, he was granted a territory far earlier than someone of his rank should be. His thoughts are interrupted when someone familiar calls him back. His old master appears and greets him with the rough affection of a long-absent mentor. When Zeke asks why he is here, the man complains that he only meant to rest near his disciple before Arthur dragged him back into duty. Zeke teases that 10 years of rest should be enough, and the master laughs that he truly sounds like Arthur's son. Without warning, the master decides to leave before anyone else can rope him into more obligations. He leaps away through the window, urging Zeke to escape the courtly parasites as well, leaving Zeke exasperated. Once free of the palace, the master finally feels at ease. Back at his place, he calls it home too, only for Zeke to dryly remind him whose house it actually is. The master shamelessly claims his disciple's home as his own by right of being the teacher. Then he turns serious and asks why Arthur summoned Zeke, certain it was not merely to celebrate his graduation. Zeke explains that his graduation gift was not equipment but something much larger. When he reveals that he received a territory, his master initially treats it as a fine reward. The moment Zeke specifies that the land lies north of the Troy Duchy, the master jolts in disbelief. He falls silent, suddenly understanding the weight of what Arthur has done. After collecting himself, he admits that Arthur must be very pleased to grant such a profitable territory to someone Zeke's age. Zeke says he happened to serve there and was treated well, while his master agrees that ruling land is far better than holding only a knight's title. Zeke adds that there was one more condition attached to the gift, and his master braces for worse news. The condition is that Zeke must win the Draker martial arts competition, which instantly alarms the master. Zeke repeats the name, confused by his master's reaction, and wonders if the contest is simply that difficult. His master says Zeke's talent would be enough if talent were the only thing that mattered. Zeke asks what that means. The master checks whether Zeke has ever actually watched the competition, and Zeke admits he only knows it is held every 5 years. The master warns him that the event is not a straightforward tournament at all. Zeke guesses there must be corruption behind it. Instead, the master says it is worse in a different way, because every kind of influence is openly allowed. He explains that the winner is decided not just by skill but by all the power a family can mobilize behind a contestant. Zeke realizes he had assumed victory depended only on winning fights, and his master's grim face tells him the matter is far more dangerous. The master decides to speak plainly. He tells Zeke that without a sponsor family, no one can ever win the Draker martial arts competition. That revelation leaves Zeke thinking hard about the trap hidden inside Arthur's demand. Both of them admit they are not deeply versed in politics, but the problem is now impossible to ignore. Zeke asks if there is any other path forward, just as someone else enters the room. Zeke turns toward the interruption. Decker, the family's elderly retainer, arrives and says he has something important to add. Having overheard the discussion, he confirms that Zeke plans to enter the competition and lacks a sponsor family. He pauses, weighing whether to reveal more. Then he asks Zeke to look carefully at something. Decker draws his sword and releases Blue Knight power, exposing a strength he had kept hidden. Zeke is stunned to learn that the quiet retainer was once a Blue Knight. Decker notes that Zeke has already grasped the truth from that display. He reveals that he once served as a knight of the Draker family. More importantly, he says he was the guard assigned to protect Zeke's mother, shocking Zeke with the first real opening into her past. Decker asks if Zeke knows why no one ever speaks of her. He answers that the silence exists because she came from the Agamemnon family. Zeke has never heard the name, and asks what kind of family they were. Decker explains that the Agamemnons were once the strongest among Draker's blood-allied houses. They had once surpassed even the currently prominent Turin and Zimmons families. Zeke cannot understand how a house that powerful could vanish from common knowledge. Decker says people shunned them as a cursed family, which erased them from ordinary conversation. He describes the curse as generations of stillbirths and children dying before the age of 5. Yet one child survived that fate and reached adulthood, Zeke's mother. Zeke begins to understand what Decker is implying. Decker tells him plainly that he should seek support from the Agamemnon family, because as his mother's son he qualifies as their sole heir. Though unsettled, Zeke agrees to consider it, and Decker thanks him for hearing the truth. Before leaving, Decker stops him once more. He says he is grateful that Zeke trusted him even after learning he had once been a Blue Knight. Zeke brushes the thanks aside, accepting him without hesitation. Soon after, Zeke heads to Mycene, the city once ruled by the Agamemnons. His companion Felix marvels at the city's old grandeur, saying it feels like a relic of a sacred age. Zeke quietly takes in the place for himself, and finds it more impressive in person. He recalls Decker's explanation that Mycene is one of the Midland cities supported by Draker, and that the Agamemnons once ruled it and the surrounding lands. He also remembers that about 50 years ago misfortune and rumors of a curse drove the family into isolation and obscurity. For the moment, he sets the history aside and decides to eat while observing the city. They enter a tavern. The inn welcomes the two travelers inside. Zeke asks for the house's most popular dish, and the innkeeper happily offers the local specialty soup. As he watches the room, Zeke notes that the people seem relaxed and the city appears orderly. He concludes that Mycene itself feels normal enough. The locals warmly recommend the city's famous grilled ribs to the newcomers as well. Zeke thanks them and remarks that the people of Mycene are remarkably kind. To return the goodwill, he buys beer for the nearby patrons. The men protest modestly, but they are pleased by the gesture. Zeke uses the opening to ask whether they have lived in Mycene long enough to know the city well. He then casually asks who governs the city, noting that he saw no city hall. That single question makes one of the men tense up at once. The entire mood of the tavern turns uneasy, and Zeke immediately senses he has touched a forbidden subject. The man abruptly apologizes for prying and tries to end the conversation. Zeke realizes that merely bringing up the Agamemnon family has made everyone cold and guarded. He tells Felix to stay and rest while he investigates further on his own. Following another lead, Zeke enters a more secretive establishment. A bartender notices him approach and questions why someone so young is there. The man warns that the place is not meant for children. Zeke answers only with a quiet challenge. Then he produces a VIP card, implying connections the bartender cannot ignore. The bartender's attitude changes instantly as he recognizes the card's significance. He apologizes for the disrespect and offers to take Zeke to the branch manager. As he is escorted inward, Zeke realizes the card K gave him carries real authority inside the syndicate. He is led through torchlit corridors deeper into the underworld side of Mykeem. Someone rushes ahead to report his arrival. A blonde subordinate throws himself down in apology for failing to recognize such an important guest. Zeke asks whether the man even knows who he is. The subordinate admits he does not know the details, only that he has been taught never to offend someone of this standing. Zeke notes that the man has been in Mykeem for a long time. Since that means he should know the city well, Zeke presses him for information. When the man tries to steer the conversation toward criminal business, Zeke cuts him off and asks instead about Mykeem's lord. He specifically asks what the man knows of the lord of Mykeem. That question visibly rattles the subordinate. He hesitates, realizing Zeke may be asking about something far more dangerous than ordinary politics. When Zeke names the Agamemnon family directly, the man is terrified. Zeke sees just how deep the fear runs and wonders what rumor could have made the entire city this afraid. He points out that in Mykeem even speaking the family's name seems taboo and demands the reason. The man answers only that the family is cursed. Zeke says he already knows about the children dying young and asks what else there is. The subordinate struggles to continue, clearly frightened by the subject itself. At last he blurts out the real rumor: anyone who goes to the Agamemnon castle dies. That claim catches even Zeke off guard. He makes the man repeat it clearly, forcing him to confirm that entering the castle means death. The man adds that even repeatedly speaking the family's name is said to invite danger. Zeke reasons that such a widespread belief must have been deliberately cultivated, and that the curse may have been strengthened by collective fear. He asks whether anyone actually died after going there. The man says there is an old story about visitors to the castle who later died. That story is why the people of Mykeem refuse to go near the place at all. Zeke finally sees the shape of the deception. He concludes that the Agamemnon curse was not natural, but a fear campaign intentionally created around the family. Even so, his informant nervously asks whether he truly intends to investigate the castle. By night, Zeke and Felix stand before the abandoned Agamemnon estate, its looming silence matching the city's rumors. Felix immediately wants to retreat, overwhelmed by the place's ominous atmosphere. Instead, Zeke loudly declares his full name and status and announces that he has come to find the Agamemnon family. The sealed gate responds at once, startling Felix. An old maid appears from within and asks if the visitor truly is Zeke Draker. Zeke confirms his identity and states that he wishes to meet the family patriarch. The maid tells him he has come to the right place. With eerie laughter, she invites them inside. They enter a vast, dust-laden hall that still carries the weight of old nobility. Zeke remarks on the castle's age, and the maid estimates it to be around 1,000 years old. Felix grows increasingly unnerved by the oppressive atmosphere. Then he spots figures deeper inside and calls Zeke's attention to them. At a long table sit the Agamemnon elders, pale and still enough that Felix mistakes them for ghosts. His panic rises until Zeke sharply orders him to keep quiet. Zeke remains outwardly calm as he studies the room. He identifies the stern old man seated at the center as the likely patriarch. Zeke formally greets the rulers of Mykeem and the elders of the Agamemnon family. He states his purpose directly. He has come to ask them to sponsor him as a direct descendant of their bloodline. That request makes the patriarch rise at once. A woman steps forward, and the room's tension shifts. The patriarch turns away from Zeke's request and fixes his attention elsewhere in the hall. Zeke notices a painting on the wall and asks Felix to light it up. Under the lantern's glow, two grim paintings come into view. Felix is horrified by what they depict. Zeke notices that the patriarch is staring at those paintings rather than at him. One painting shows numerous people dying while coughing blood. The other shows bodies being thrown into a lake. Zeke realizes the paintings must represent a symbol and history central to the family. The patriarch erupts, raving that the family symbol is gone, that no one has the right to inherit, and that this place is cursed and doomed. Zeke cuts through the outburst and asks whether the loss of that symbol is what erased the right of succession. Felix cannot follow how Zeke reached that conclusion, but Zeke is already piecing the clues together. Combining the mention of the family symbol with the image of corpses cast into water, he forms a new hypothesis. He asks whether the Agamemnon family symbol sank to the bottom of the lake. Zeke decides the only way forward is to be taken to the lake. That night, he arrives at the moonlit lake where the truth behind the old clues may be hidden. Felix is overwhelmed by the lake's size and murky water, realizing the search will be difficult. Zeke focuses on the painting's clue that someone once dove into the lake carrying an object. With no better lead, he buys whale's breath and resolves to search the lake himself. He confirms the item will let him breathe underwater long enough to investigate. After using it, he prepares to descend while Felix watches uneasily. Zeke tells Felix to stay on shore and wait, even if the search takes time. Before Felix can stop him, Zeke plunges into the lake. He sinks through the dark water toward the bottom. Almost immediately, he notices something unexpected below. At the lakebed he finds vast piles of skeletons, confirming the paintings may have recorded real events. Among the remains, a golden mask catches his attention. He recognizes the crest on the mask as strikingly similar to the Holy Kingdom's insignia. As he takes hold of it, a strange vibration warns him that something else is stirring. A massive presence erupts from the depths and forces him back. The system identifies the attacker as an ancient dragon corrupted by polluted energy. The dragon lunges at him in a frenzy. Zeke barely avoids being swallowed and is stunned that such a monster was hidden here. Realizing escape is no longer possible, he decides to fight. He summons his elemental sword and shapes the surrounding water into a weapon. Zeke unleashes Wave Sword against the charging dragon. The blow makes the dragon howl in pain. Even so, the crushing water pressure leaves Zeke at a serious disadvantage. He suddenly remembers another option that can change the battle. Zeke calls forth his magic armor and arms himself for a direct confrontation. Once fully equipped, he commits to ending the fight decisively. He invokes a dragon-slaying technique meant specifically for creatures like this. Dragon Scale Slice tears through the dragon with a massive waterforged strike. The wounded dragon recoils in fear, and the system notes its submission to Zeke's presence. An innate draconic authority activates, offering Zeke the chance to force the dragon to submit. Seeing no better choice, he orders the dragon to submit. Chains of authority answer his command. The ancient dragon is bound and brought under his control, but the moment it submits, another change begins that even Zeke did not expect. A radiant sphere of holy light engulfs the corrupted dragon. The system announces that the polluted energy eroding the dragon has been purified and its lost divinity restored. The monstrous beast transforms into an auspicious holy creature. Now calm and gentle, it responds to Zeke without hostility. The system asks him to name the newly submitted dragon, and he recalls the lake's name. He names it Noel and gains it as a holy beast that can only be summoned where water exists. As he reviews the new bond, another notification draws his attention. Noel is revealed as a holy beast of auspicious water that may one day evolve into a divine beast. Zeke accepts that he does not yet know the conditions, but he can uncover them later. Noel quietly affirms the new partnership. Zeke welcomes the beast as an ally. Meanwhile on shore, Felix grows more anxious as the wait drags on. Unable to see through the murky water, he fears something may have gone wrong. Then a huge shape rises beneath the lake's surface in front of him. A violent surge of water explodes outward and throws Felix back in terror. Zeke returns and casually apologizes for making Felix wait. Felix is left speechless when he sees Zeke riding the enormous purified beast. Zeke explains that it was the monster in the lake, but the curse on it has been lifted. With the immediate danger gone, he turns his attention back to the golden mask he recovered. The sun crest on the mask convinces him even more strongly that it is tied to the Holy Kingdom. He decides to test it by feeding it ether, just as he once did with the Terracan relic. The system accepts the item but still conceals its true name, much like it once did with the magic armor. That hidden status makes Zeke suspect the mask is another relic from the Golden Age. He reasons that if it resembles the armor in function, it may come from the same ancient era. The system asks whether he wants to register himself as the mask's user, and he agrees. After registration, a second prompt offers to activate the mask's function, and he accepts again. The mask begins to resonate with power. Its function activates in a burst of blinding light that engulfs the area. The system links the mask to an administrator system, confirms Zeke's immortal class, and activates Purify. Purify fuses with his class and evolves into the unique class-exclusive skill Great Purification. The mask then expands the scope of that new power far beyond Zeke himself. A beam of holy light spreads outward and begins purifying the polluted mana across the land. The cleansing force rises like a pillar into the sky. It connects to the mask's hidden administrative system and continues transforming the region. The system shifts the area out of its concealed state. Emergency defense mode is lifted as the old protection surrounding the land dissolves. When the light fades, the entire environment has changed into a bright, living landscape. Felix can only stare as the ruined surroundings become a clear lake and open grassland. Elsewhere, an old man realizes the long-awaited prophecy has finally been fulfilled. A mounted group approaches the newly restored land. Felix instinctively reaches for his sword, unsure whether the newcomers are enemies. Zeke stops him and says there is no need to fight. He reminds Felix that they already met these people before, though under very different circumstances. Felix begins to understand the impossible implication. The riders are the same figures they mistook for ghosts earlier. The old man dismounts and approaches them. He repeats that the prophecy has come true. He identifies Zeke as the black-eyed child who restored his family to normal. Zeke listens in silence as the meaning of those words sinks in. The others hail him as the family's savior. Felix admits he truly believed they were ghosts, and Zeke explains they had only looked that way because of the curse. Now that the curse is gone, they have returned to their original forms, and the old man introduces himself as Zeke Draker's grandfather. He gratefully claims Zeke as his black-eyed grandchild and thanks him for saving the family. Zeke accepts the greeting and addresses him as grandfather. For the first time, he feels relief at being able to meet his mother's family properly. The restored castle of Agamemnon stands revealed in full daylight. Inside, Felix is stunned by the sudden return of a grand and fully intact stronghold. He struggles to believe that all of this changed in a single night. The scale of the restored castle leaves him unable to make sense of what he is seeing. Zeke reflects that the shift happened when emergency defense mode was lifted, just like other system-linked ancient sites he has encountered. He concludes that this environmental transformation must be tied to the Elder Dragon's artifact and the system behind it. At the meal that follows, an elderly maid reveals she has finally been able to use her skills again after 50 years. Felix recognizes her as someone they encountered the previous night. She confirms she was the one who guided them before. The family explains that the curse had denied them sunlight and even proper food, leaving them to waste away. Over time they became so sick they could barely even speak. Zeke interrupts the meal to present the golden mask to his grandfather. He explains that he found it at the bottom of the lake. His grandfather immediately recognizes it as Agamemnon's golden mask, the family's lost symbol. Because Zeke recovered it, the old man decides he now deserves to hear the family's hidden history. He begins with events from 50 years earlier, when a devastating plague spread through Mykenae. The Agamemnon family tried to contain the outbreak by quarantining the sick and sheltering the rest inside the castle. But the disease spread too quickly, bringing fever, red spots, and death within days. Zeke notices the symptoms resemble the rose disease, though not perfectly. His grandfather says the true horror began only after sunset. The dead rose again and started attacking the living. Zeke realizes they had effectively become zombies. The old man explains these undead were unlike the Black Mage's zombies, because their bites spread the condition like an infection. Since no one could understand such a nightmare, the family called it a curse upon Mykenae. They fortified the castle and endured as best they could, but without a solution the dead only kept increasing. He then explains that the golden mask had been passed down from the family's oldest ancestor. When Zeke asks who created it, the old man admits that records from before the Golden Age were mostly lost. Zeke is disappointed that the mask's deeper connection to his armor remains unresolved for now. Still, his grandfather stresses that the castle and golden mask were the sacred symbols of Agamemnon. Their holy power kept the dead from entering too deeply, but even that protection had limits. Eventually the patriarch of that era made a desperate final decision. The family's adults, including the patriarch, chose to become bait so the dead could be drawn into the holy lake and purified. But that sacrifice backfired when the corrupt energy polluted the lake itself and twisted its guardian god into a monster. Zeke realizes that guardian was Nawel, the holy beast he just restored. The old man laments that a choice meant to save the city only created a new disaster. Zeke understands that the family later spread the story of a curse to keep people away from the lingering corruption and prevent another outbreak. He asks whether the deaths of children in the family were also caused by that same corrupt power, and his grandfather believes weak children were especially vulnerable to it. That answer leads Zeke to a more personal question. He says he wants to know the truth about his mother. When asked whether Arthur told him anything, Zeke reveals that no one in Draco would even speak her name. His grandfather explodes in anger at Arthur, and regrets ever allowing Laura to marry into the Draco family. Zeke finally learns his mother's name was Laura Agamemnon and recalls hearing that Agamemnon once rivaled the great bloodline powers. His grandfather explains that Draco had once been subordinate to Agamemnon, not the other way around. In the era of the Holy Empire, Draco was only a rural knight family that could not have entered the central continent without Agamemnon's help. After Mykenae fell, however, Draco exploited the disaster, absorbed weakened families, and rose into the power it is today. Zeke bitterly concludes that such treachery sounds exactly like Draco. When he asks why Laura alone survived the corruption, his grandfather says there was a reason for that. He prepares to reveal the secret that set her apart. Laura is revealed as someone with a rare and radiant gift. His grandfather tells Zeke that his mother belonged to the healer class. He explains that class once meant a true path of innate talent, such as the path of the swordsman. Archers likewise followed the path suited to their own natural gifts. Spearmen did the same, and that original path was the real meaning of class. Laura Agamemnon's healer class gave her the power to resist and overcome corrupt energy. In ancient times, class was a system that amplified one's natural abilities, but later ages reduced it to crude labels like swordsman and mage. Because Draco descendants mostly begin as swordsman class, Zeke realizes why his past self suffered so much there. He then asks the crucial question of whether Arthur knew his mother was a healer. His grandfather confirms Arthur knew, which makes Zeke question why he was cast out despite inheriting abilities beyond the sword. When Zeke asks how common healers were in Agamemnon, he learns they were rare and often became the family's leaders because of their healing power. His grandfather ends by revealing that Laura left Agamemnon for the Holy Kingdom before coming of age, determined to find a way to save her family. Zeke realizes his mother may have secretly searched the Holy Kingdom for a healer who could cleanse the miasma destroying their family. He concludes that only his father, Arthur Draco, knows the full truth about what his mother was really doing. His grandfather interrupts his thoughts and hands him an old keepsake meant for him. The keepsake turns out to be a portrait of Zeke's mother, preserved for him all this time. The patriarch explains that Laura once returned to this castle and left behind words Zeke should know. According to Laura, a child with black eyes would one day restore the family to normal. Zeke is stunned to learn that his mother had foretold something so specific. His grandfather admits he cannot verify it, but says Laura was extraordinary from childhood and often beyond ordinary understanding. Zeke lingers on that description, sensing there was far more to his mother than anyone ever explained. The patriarch shifts from family secrets to practical matters, reminding Zeke that he had asked for the family's backing. Because Zeke is Laura's son and has already saved House Agamemnon, the patriarch decides to reward him fully. He formally declares Zeke the sole heir of the Agamemnon family from this point onward. The story moves ahead to Zeke's days at the castle, where harsh training begins immediately. Felix struggles clumsily through sword practice while his instructor berates his basics. Zeke watches without sympathy and tells Felix that talent alone will not save him. As the patriarch starts the legal process to establish Zeke as official heir, Zeke remains at the castle until the martial arts competition. During that time, he trains Felix and also studies Agamemnon's secret art, golden swordsmanship, noticing its kinship with other major sword schools. He tests the style together with the family's armor and shield and finds the technique remarkably stable and well-balanced. Still, he notes that the Empire's tampering has made the magic armor incomplete, so he plans to meet Golan and rebuild it properly. The patriarch later seeks Zeke out, complaining that returning to administrative work has been exhausting. He asks Zeke to walk with him because there is something important he must explain before the succession can be settled. When Zeke asks how the territory has been governed, the patriarch says trusted proxies handled local affairs while the family issued major decisions by letter. He reveals that this arrangement is exactly why he summoned Zeke for a private talk. The patriarch explains that Agamemnon has long protected Mycene, and 3 sworn families have always supported the house as bound allies. In plain terms, he tells Zeke that those 3 families are effectively his vassals. But before Zeke can become the recognized heir, those vassal houses must formally acknowledge him. Zeke says he had already intended to ask about that problem, and the patriarch invites him to speak freely. Zeke asks that the 3 vassal families and all blood-related branches of Agamemnon be summoned to the castle at once. Word spreads, and people gather in awe as the restored Agamemnon castle opens itself to the public again. The crowd can hardly believe the castle has returned to its original grandeur, and begins wondering whether the family's curse has truly been lifted. As the great doors open, anticipation turns into open speculation that House Agamemnon may really have returned. The assembled allies are welcomed inside, and the mood shifts from rumor to tense expectation. The patriarch publicly thanks the blood allies who upheld the region during Agamemnon's long absence. The visiting families respond with outward respect as they approach him. Some greet the patriarch warmly and marvel at his restored health, while privately wondering whether the old rulers of the central continent are truly returning to power. The patriarch announces that he gathered everyone to declare that the Agamemnon family has broken its curse and returned. He then moves to the real purpose of the gathering and says he will present Agamemnon's heir to the allied bloodlines. The crowd is shocked the moment they realize who is being brought forward. Their disbelief erupts when the heir is revealed as Zeke Draker. The patriarch introduces Zeke not just as his heir, but as the continent's youngest Blue Knight, and a prodigy who graduated from Valhalla faster than anyone before him. One of the allied lords, invoking old friendship and loyalty, asks permission to speak. The patriarch recognizes him as Arnold Achilles, and allows him to voice his objection. Arnold accepts that an heir has been chosen, but reminds everyone that by ancient proxy law the Achilles family must verify the legitimacy of Agamemnon's successor. He adds that the Hector and Aegis families share the same duty, turning the ceremony into a formal challenge. Rather than resist, the patriarch agrees that the old tradition must be followed. The 3 vassal houses immediately demand that the heir's right be proven through a night match. An arena is prepared, and the succession dispute is transformed into a public trial by combat. Some spectators are delighted, seeing the challenge as an even greater spectacle than they expected. Others relish the irony that Zeke Draker himself must now fight as the challenger. Zeke enters the arena in armor, prepared to defend his claim with steel rather than words. He decides the temporary defensive equipment Agamemnon provided will be enough, since he cannot openly rely on his full magic armor here. His first opponent sizes him up as the man chosen to inherit Agamemnon. The Hector family's champion boldly declares that he will personally test whether Zeke deserves that title. He rushes in recklessly, eager to crush the heir before the crowd. The clash ends almost before it begins. Zeke defeats the first challenger in an instant, leaving the arena stunned by how quickly the result is called. Even the patriarch's allies are surprised that a reputed warrior fell so fast. The Aegis side immediately sends up its own fighter, unwilling to let the first humiliation stand. The second challenger steps forward to restore his family's pride. He charges with full commitment, urged on by his house to prove their strength. His attack is met head-on, and he realizes too late that Zeke's response is far beyond what he expected. Zeke crushes him just as decisively, smashing through the challenge and leaving the second warrior broken before the crowd can process it. The second defeat lands with enough force to silence the arena for a moment. Zeke's finishing blow makes it clear that the first 2 challengers were never on his level. The fallen warrior can only gasp in pain and disbelief. Observers note in shock that Zeke is only 17, making his overwhelming strength even harder to accept. His power at such a young age begins to feel monstrous even to seasoned onlookers. Zeke decides the preliminaries are over and turns his attention to the last remaining opponent. He resolves to end the matter completely with the final match. The arena braces as the last challenger enters with a very different presence. The second victory is formally awarded to Zeke, clearing the way for the decisive final bout. Zeke notes that only one opponent remains between him and full recognition. The announcer presents the final warrior as the most dangerous of them all. Everyone is reminded that this man is the reigning champion of the traditional dueling league. The final challenger is introduced as Pharrell Achilles. Unlike the others, Pharrell faces Zeke calmly, and the atmosphere turns serious. He greets Zeke politely, treating him as a worthy opponent from the start. He gives his name with composed confidence, making clear that this will be a true test. Zeke answers in kind, recognizing that this man is different. He immediately senses that Pharrell's pressure is on another level from the first 2 challengers. Watching him, Zeke realizes Pharrell's energy is perfectly steady and his mental discipline exceptionally strong. Pharrell settles his footing and prepares to reveal his real skill. Zeke lowers his stance and decides to measure Pharrell's ability carefully before committing. The two close the distance in a blur, beginning a duel that is finally balanced. Their first exchange collides with enough force to show that Pharrell can truly keep up. Pharrell immediately follows with refined technique instead of brute aggression. He nearly catches Zeke with a sharp counter, forcing Zeke to acknowledge the danger. Zeke admits Pharrell's fundamentals are excellent. He also recognizes that Pharrell is not just polished, but battle-tested by real combat experience. From the stands, even the Patriarch is impressed that someone can genuinely fight Zeke on equal terms. The Allied lords are forced to admit that Zeke is matching the Central Region's reigning dueling champion blow for blow. The Patriarch silently places his faith in Zeke to finish proving himself. The duel escalates into a storm of repeated clashes, either side yielding ground. As Pharrell presses harder, the fight itself becomes a public proof of whether Zeke truly deserves Agamemnon's name. Pharrell throws everything into a crushing assault, determined to deny Zeke that inheritance. Even while straining, Pharrell realizes the rumors were true and that Zeke is a monster in human form. He understands with growing alarm that his own stamina is fading while Zeke remains unnervingly steady. Driven into a corner, Pharrell decides he has no choice but to gamble everything on one decisive move. He commits himself fully to a final strike meant to settle the succession in a single blow. Pharrell unleashes the Achilles family's ultimate shield spear technique, staking the entire match on its finishing charge. A massive storm of black spear-like force erupts across the arena as his ultimate attack descends on Zeke. Zeke realizes Pharrell has finally stopped holding back and calmly considers answering with Agamemnon's inherited swordsmanship. He releases Agamemnon Golden Swordsmanship's ultimate counterstrike, Golden Sword Dignity, to meet the charge head-on. The two ultimate techniques collide in a blinding impact that decides the match in a single instant. The arena is swallowed by the explosion of blue-black and golden force as the outcome hangs on that final clash.